Chapter 1. I Am an Outsider. On July 19th, 1990, in Clapham, London, England, a young boy curled up by the window of his bedroom, gazing out at the night sky with his slate blue eyes, lost in thought, or perhaps simply daydreaming. His original name was Liu Shaozi, a true Chinese, and for reasons unknown, he found himself inexplicably transported to another world, now living as an English boy. Initially, he believed this to be nothing more than a vivid hallucination. But as time passed, he came to realize that this was no dream he had truly crossed over and was growing up as an infant in this new life. He was now named Chris Red, approaching his 11th birthday and on the verge of entering secondary school. When he first arrived, he felt a bit bewildered. Everyone yearns for adventure, fantasizing about stepping into another realm to experience all its wonders and differences, ultimately achieving fame and success. Yet, these notions are merely fantasies. Once one actually finds themselves in a new world, the confusion and fear of the unknown can be overwhelming, and Chris was no exception. Unsure of what he should do or how to navigate this new existence, he reflected on his previous life as a 20-something unemployed youth, unaccomplished and lost in daydreams. However, he had a loving family, doting parents, and a circle of kind-hearted friends who cared for him. In comparison to some less fortunate souls, he considered himself quite blessed. Yet he never anticipated this unexpected turn of events. Initially, his heart ached with the thought of never seeing his loved ones again. And in this new world, any chance of reunion might be years away, perhaps even as strangers. Alas, it seemed to be an unavoidable fate, as life often unfolds in such a manner. Throughout the years, he contemplated what he might accomplish as a time traveler. Feeling utterly inept, he feared being looked down upon. Yet, Chris pondered on his perceived useless shaving lacked abilities in his past life. How could this one be any different? The only feasible option seemed to be penning a book, perhaps emulating the works of a certain J.K. Rowling, who had yet to unveil the Harry Potter series. While his writing might not match the brilliance of the literary greats, he believed he could produce something passable. Why not try to inherit a bit of that legacy, possibly even attain a title of lordship along the way? After earning some money, he could dabble in the cryptocurrency the internet buzzed about, investing in real estate and other ventures perhaps that would lead to a fulfilling life. However, he was not yet ready. He planned to prepare in advance, so that when he entered secondary school next year, he could submit the first book of Harry Potter to a publisher. A delightful life awaited him starting next year. "Chris, what are you doing? Why aren't you in bed yet? It's quite late, and your mother hopes you could be a good boy." At that moment, Chris' mother, Lisa, entered the bedroom, gently patting the boy who was perched by the window. "All right, I understand, Mom. I was just thinking about the details of my birthday party tomorrow. I certainly don't want to mess it up," Chris replied, turning to Lisa. "Oh, I see. Don't worry, dear. Mom will help you. Now hurry and get some rest. You're in a growth spurt, and staying up late won't help you grow tall. Also, happy birthday. Mom loves you." Lisa kissed Chris on the forehead. Thus, the night passed in silence, and young Chris peacefully enjoyed the first night of his birthday. In a morning in London, a gentle ray of sunshine filtered through the glass, illuminating the boy's face. "I must say, what a rare and splendid day it is," Chris exclaimed as he sat up in bed, stretching lazily. Though he had always cherished rainy days, the incessant rain of England could be quite bothersome, leaving everything damp and uncomfortable. It was a delightful surprise to have such lovely weather on his birthday, truly a blessing from the heavens. The door to Chris' room was quietly pushed open, and a golden-haired little girl in a floral nightgown peeked in, cradling a golden British short-hair kitten in her arms. Her big blue eyes were fixed on her brother, who had just awakened. Seeing her, Chris smiled, knowing his sister was apprehensive about waking him, fearing he might scold her if he was grumpy upon waking. Yet today was Chris' birthday, and with such splendid weather, he had no intention of reprimanding her. "Good morning, my sweetest little sister. Good morning, big brother. Happy birthday. Come on, let's head downstairs for breakfast. By the way, today's breakfast is quite lavish, and with your popularity at school, I bet many friends will come over to play, right? I envy you. I don't have that many friends. I only have my Nana." Diana Red stroked the golden kitten in her arms. Indeed, this was Chris' sister, a charming little English girl, a year younger than him. The kitten she held was a birthday gift she had requested from their mother last year, named Nana, a golden British shorthair. This cat was particularly endearing, adorably clumsy with large, round eyes, looking innocently at you as if nothing had happened after accidentally knocking something over, leaving you speechless, exhaling a sigh as you quietly tidied up the mess. However, it was rather peculiar that this male cat had been given a feminine name. "Thank you for your wishes, Diana," Chris replied, stretching once more before changing his clothes and heading downstairs to the dining room for breakfast. His mother had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast, laid out on the table before him. "Son, happy birthday. This is a gift from your father and me," Lisa said, placing an envelope on the table, her face beaming with genuine delight. Chris opened the envelope to find a certificate for 500 shares of Apple Incorporated stock. "Thank you, Mom and Dad. This is truly the best birthday gift I have ever received. Love you both," Chris exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, having previously discussed his thoughts on stocks with his parents. "What's that?" Diana asked curiously, eyeing the item in her brother's hand. "You'll understand when you're older. In any case, once I make a fortune, he'll buy you 10 cats. How does that sound?" Chris said, affectionately ruffling Diana's hair. 10? That's far too many. I could never afford to take care of them all," Diana mused, imagining her life with 10 kittens, torn between the excitement of having so many and the anxiety of not being able to care for them all. "Ha ha ha." Chris was utterly charmed by his sister's adorable response, laughing heartily. "All right, son, don't tease your sister. We should finish breakfast quickly. Your friends will be arriving soon. And we need to prepare the house," their father, Enoch remarked while cutting potatoes on his plate. "Sure, Dad." Chris wiped the smile from his face, straightening up to eat his breakfast with earnestness. In the presence of his father, Chris felt a twinge of fear. Enoch was a retired military officer who currently managed 3 chain supermarkets. His years of service had instilled a serious demeanor in him, always meticulous and disciplined, whether dealing with employees or family. Yet, it was this very seriousness that had allowed him to achieve modest success in his career. Lisa, his mother, had previously been a primary school teacher but had become a devoted homemaker after Chris was born, gracefully managing household affairs and caring for her husband and children. The couple shared a deep affection for one another, and in 11 years, Chris had never witnessed them argue. Thus, in this life, Chris was fortunate to have wonderful parents and a lovely sister, and their family of 4 lived in harmony and happiness. Chapter 2. The Letter from Hogwarts. After Diana reluctantly finished her exclusive breakfast of vegetable juice, the Red family concluded their meal. They quickly set about decorating the house, with everyone pitching in. "Oh, Chris, please go tidy up the dead leaves and litter on the lawn outside. It will be quite unpleasant for the guests to see it when they arrive," Lisa called out to Chris, busy with her tasks. Alas, on his birthday, he still had chores to complete. What a predicament. Reluctantly, Chris hurried outside to tidy the lawn. By noon, many of his friends arrived, accompanied by their parents, bringing a multitude of fun and interesting gifts for Chris. "Hey mate, where do you plan to attend secondary school?" "I am set on Winchester College, which is truly an esteemed academic institution, steeped in scholarly atmosphere and rigorous intellectual pursuit. I've heard it's quite impressive, with 37 students gaining admission to Oxford and Cambridge. Even if I don't manage that, it's still worthwhile. At the very least, I will be sharing the same alma mater as George Mallory and Arnold Joseph Toynbee, renowned figures indeed," exclaimed a chubby boy, chewing on a cake lovingly baked by Chris' mother, Lisa. "Oh dear, then you had better study hard. I feel for you. Our dear Imk is in for a rough time. I, on the other hand, prefer not to endure such hardships and would rather attend Merchant Taylor School," Chris chuckled. "Oh, what a pity that we won't be at the same school. That is indeed a bit of a regret. However, Merchant Taylor School is quite commendable. I truly fail to understand why you won't exert yourself a little more. You must realize that you are a genius, albeit rather lazy. If you applied yourself just a tad, you could undoubtedly secure a place at Eton College, which is among the most prestigious public schools in Britain," lamented the chubby boy Imk. "Do not say such things, my young friend. I am no genius, merely an ordinary individual. In time, I shall remain an ordinary British man, perhaps engage in a romance with a lovely lady and father a child, allowing my son to be the genius instead." "Ha ha," Chris quickly retorted. "Oh, Chris, your humility remains unwavering. You have no idea William is going to Eton? That has certainly inflated his ego. I wonder who instilled such confidence in him. He boasts to everyone he encounters, strutting about with his head held high, as if he has won a Nobel Prize. It is infuriating," Imk lamented. "Ha ha ha. Let him be. That fellow William has always been rather full of himself." Chris was not surprised or perturbed by Imk's remarks. Not everyone can bond with everyone else. William looked down on everyone and rarely played with them. Furthermore, if they were not on the same wavelength, there was no need to force it. Nevertheless, he did feel a twinge of discomfort regarding the incessant praise of his supposed genius status. Deep down, he knew he was no prodigy after all. The material covered in primary school was hardly challenging. A casual glance, a little listening, and a bit of study usually sufficed. Moreover, his memory had indeed improved significantly in this lifetime. While he may not possess a photographic memory, he could recall things after just a few readings, which had proven beneficial. Yet, despite this, he preferred not to be lauded as a genius. After all, those like Xiao Dudi, who had once been hailed as geniuses only to fall from grace, serve as cautionary tales. If one remained unremarkable, few would trouble them. However, should someone be elevated to genius status and then falter, the consequences could be dire, perhaps 1,000 times worse than the average person's downfall. Moreover, even if he avoided such a downfall, what if some envious, ill-intentioned individual took issue with his so-called genius? Wouldn't that lead to trouble? People are often inclined to revel in the misfortunes of those they perceive as talented. Such spectacles satisfy their cravings. It is wise to maintain a low profile until one is fully prepared. Once adequately equipped, one can consider other matters. Thus, Chris believed it prudent to uphold the persona of an ordinary individual. After all, is it not said that moderation is the path to wisdom? Once the birthday celebration concluded and all guests had departed, the Red family leisurely tidied up the remnants. As Chris carried the last of the greasy dishes to the kitchen, he suddenly heard Diana exclaim in surprise, "Look, what has Nana caught? Is that an owl?" With a sense of astonishment, Chris turned to see Nana clutching a bird in her beak. The bird, mostly covered in brown feathers dotted with fine speckles, had a large, wide head, a short beak, and a face resembling that of a cat. In that moment, the expressions on the faces of the Red family froze. Owls are not commonly seen. How could Nana have caught one? Where did it come from? Oh, look, it seems to be carrying a letter. Whose letter could it be? The owner must be quite distressed. How mischievous. Their mother, Lisa, remarked as she approached. As Chris also observed, he retrieved the letter from the owl's beak. It was an envelope of pale yellow, unsealed, and lacking a postage stamp. In deep green ink, a line read, "London, Clapham District, number 53, living room, Mr. Chris read." When Chris flipped the envelope over, he was met with a familiar sight from his Harry Potter fandomed emblem of Hogwarts, adorned with the capital letter H, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Chris was utterly stunned, bewildered, and at a loss for words. Internally, tumultuous waves surged within him. What on earth? No, perhaps I should say Merlin. Are you jesting with me? How could this happen so suddenly? The magical world from the Harry Potter stories? Surely not. I have already accepted my crossing over. How can I now find myself in a magical realm? Please do not toy with me. What am I to do now? Noticing his son frozen in place, his father, Enoch, approached with curiosity, taking the letter from Chris' hands. He quickly tore open the envelope, glanced at the parchment within, and reassured spoke, "Ah, son, do not fret. I believe this is merely a scam letter. I have lived many years and encountered plenty of such nonsense. A magical school? Look at the name, it's utterly ridiculous. You shan't deceive me." Enoch read, "Darling, what is it? What has happened? A scam? What does the letter say? Are they truly attempting to deceive our son? How brazen these fraudsters have become." Lisa expressed disbelief and a hint of anger, her tone inadvertently intensifying. "Dad, what does the letter say? Is it truly a scam?" Diana could not contain her curiosity. She had managed to calm Nana, coaxing it to release its grip on the unfortunate Scottish fold, lest the poor creature meet its demise. "Father, what does the letter contain? Could you kindly share it with everyone? I, too, wish to discern whether it is indeed a scam." Chapter 3, The Reply. Chris was genuinely astonished, and even now, he had yet to recover. He was uncertain about the nature of this letter, but everything seemed too coincidental. It was precisely his 11th birthday, and Rowling had not yet penned Harry Potter. There was no conceivable way that anyone else had seen his manuscript, which he had concealed so securely. This matter truly warranted contemplation. His mother, Lisa, impatiently snatched the letter from his father, Enoch, and read aloud the contents inscribed on the parchment. To the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Head of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin, Dear Mr. Reed, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and equipment. Hogwarts? A school of magic? An acceptance letter? Oh, son, your father is right. This could very well be a scam. It seems absurd to think that someone could concoct a fictional school to swindle our tuition fees. How utterly ridiculous. Lisa's irritation peaked as she realized they had been duped. Indeed, they couldn't even fabricate a credible narrative. Anything else might have been believable, but a magic school? Why would they want our son to learn sleight of hand? How laughable. Have con artists become this careless in their deception? It's quite amusing, really. Enoch chimed in. A magic school? Such a thing exists. Brother, will you attend? Perhaps we should send Nana instead. Then she could become a magical kitty. Just imagine how delightful that would be. Diana was quite pleased, her face betraying her excitement. And she leaned closer to glimpse the letter's contents. Diana, don't tear the letter. Let Mom finish reading. Chris gestured for his mother to continue. gently pulling Diana down beside him. Lisa felt a twinge of confusion. The truth seemed evident, so why did her son still wish for her to read on? Yet, she refrained from questioning further, clearing her throat to continue. Uniform. First, your students require 1. 3 simple plain robes, black. Books. All students must possess each of the following texts: 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philodespore. Other equipment, a wand. Note: first-year students are not permitted to own their own broomsticks. The term is scheduled to commence on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl's response by July 31st. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Well, that concludes it. Son, you must be convinced now, right? Trust your parents. This is merely an attempt to swindle our tuition fees. Who knows how low they'll stoop? If we were to contact them, they would likely demand payment up front, perhaps asking for £1,000 first, then another 800. And claiming that if we pay the full amount, we might receive some discounts, Lisa said, handing the letter back to Chris. After reading the letter, Chris was convinced. Not by the words of his parents, but by the undeniable reality of the magical world. Indeed, the content of the letter sent by the owl was unmistakably akin to the acceptance letter from Hogwarts in the realm of Harry Potter. There was no doubt that he had entered the world of Harry Potter. However, he had a lingering question. Why did the owl arrive at night? Shouldn't he have come early this morning? Perhaps it was merely playful or lost, but that seemed inconsequential. The more pressing matter was that he had never exhibited any magical abilities himself. Was it not said that young wizards often experienced outbursts of magic? Yet, he had not. Could it be that he was simply lacking in talent? Was his magical potential so minuscule that it left not even the slightest ripple? That would indeed be rather embarrassing. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such musings. The crucial question was how to handle this situation. He absolutely had to go to Hogwarts. To refuse such an opportunity would be foolish, as it was a rare chance to engage with magic and experience a world that countless fans of Harry Potter could only dream of. It was imperative that he did not let this slip away. However, the world he was venturing into was undoubtedly perilous. He was small and defenseless, without any magical outbursts. How could he possibly survive an encounter with the Death Eaters? He might not even withstand a simple spell like Avada Kedavra. The prospect of not even living to see such a confrontation was daunting. Danger loomed everywhere, creating a world where beauty coexisted with peril. But could he truly remain safe in the Muggle world? Would he not be affected by the dangers lurking there? Even if he were, he could not possibly write his Harry Potter stories anymore, which would be a tremendous loss. That was his chance to turn his life around, and if it were gone, all his efforts would be for naught. If that were the case, why not learn magic instead? At least he would get to experience the joy of casting spells, and perhaps meet enchanting young ladies. Ahem, perhaps it was not the right moment to entertain such thoughts. The key issue at hand was how to convince his family that this school truly existed. His parents were furious and utterly skeptical of the situation. And even Diana joined in the mockery, questioning the notion of sending an owl to Hogwarts. Yet, Chris pondered, was it entirely impossible? The seal on the envelope was remarkably intricate, and the contents did not seem entirely fabricated. The required textbooks sounded plausible enough. Perhaps there was truth to this after all. Thus, Chris proposed that they respond with a letter expressing their doubts and requesting that someone clarify the matter and demonstrate the magic they spoke of. If it were indeed true, it might not be a bad place to visit. Upon hearing Chris's words, Lisa was incredulous. How could her usually wise son be swayed by a mere letter? Just as she was about to intervene, their father, Einot, stroked his chin and spoke up. Well, your idea does have merit. The use of an owl for correspondence is indeed extraordinary. Let us give it a try. Chris, write them a letter and send it with this rather clueless owl. Einot remained skeptical, but, seeing his son's determination, acquiesced. Lisa sighed, knowing that Einot's decisions were always supported by the family. Dear Professor McGonagall, greetings. I am Chris Red, and I am thrilled to have the opportunity to attend Hogwarts and learn magic. It truly is a joyous surprise to discover my magical potential. However, my parents find it hard to believe that such an event has occurred in their son's life. They think it warrants a discussion. So I wonder if you could visit us for afternoon tea tomorrow to clarify this matter. Thank you. Yours sincerely, Chris read thus. The family watched as Chris penned the letter, sealing it with wax before entrusting it to the silly owl for delivery. Chapter 4. The Professor's Visit the Next Day. After Lisa had prepared some snacks and tea, the family sat upright at the low tea table, anxiously awaiting Professor McGonagall's arrival, uncertain if she would actually come. Brother, do you really believe in this? Diana teased Chris. But what if you turn out to be as wicked as the Queen in Snow White? Then I wouldn't tea like you anymore. Huh. Your brother isn't even sure if magic exists, and you're worrying too much. Albert gently ruffled Diana's hair. Enough. Diana, there is no such thing as magic. It's all a trick. Your brother isn't going to any so-called circus school, Lisa asserted, determined not to let her daughter fall for such nonsense. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. The family exchanged glances, and Lisa went to open it. With I not following closely behind for safety, Lisa hurriedly stood and adjusted her attire before opening the door. There stood an elderly woman with a serious demeanor, wearing square glasses that resembled the patterns around a cat's eyes. She was cloaked in a deep green robe, her dark hair tightly styled into a bun. Professor McGonagall? Lisa asked, regarding the woman with suspicion. Are you Mrs. Red, mother of Chris Red? The woman responded in a stern tone. Yes, I am. And you are? Lisa inquired. Minerva McGonagall, the elderly woman replied. Very well, please come in. Chris is inside, and I hope you can prove that this so-called magic is real, Lisa said. Feeling somewhat anxious. I have come precisely for that purpose. I have read Mr. Red's letter. Hogwarts is a school for those with extraordinary talents, boasting over 1,000 years of rich history and magic. Its foundation is beyond your imagination, McGonagall proclaimed. As ordinary muggles, it is understandable that you are unaware of magic. But I must convey this reality to you. It is indeed real. McGonagall appeared as if she had encountered similar situations many times before, succinctly summarizing the essence of magic. Are you saying that what is written in that letter is true? Anat asked, incredulous. McGonagall said nothing, gracefully stepping into the living room. She then turned her gaze toward Chris, sitting there, and spoke slowly. Mr. Red, unlike your parents, you are not an ordinary person but a born wizard. Becoming a part of Hogwarts will help you truly master your abilities. Then please demonstrate, as we cannot take your word for it alone, Chris challenged, addressing the newly seated Professor McGonagall. Very well, watch closely. McGonagall replied, drawing a wand, and with a gentle flick towards the pastries, they transformed into a tabby cat. It curiously surveyed its surroundings before amiably approaching Nana, where the two cats engaged in playful antics. This marked Chris's first encounter with magic, leaving him utterly astounded. He realized that magic was not only tangible but also profoundly immersive, far surpassing the awe portrayed in cinematic realms. Before him lay an experience that resonated deeply within his soul. Chris sat there with a vacant expression, gazing intently at the two cats, their eyes unblinking. Professor McGonagall suspected that the child was simply startled by his own magic. In fact, she had often encountered similar reactions during her visits to Muggle-born wizarding families, and she had grown accustomed to it. How fascinating, Chris remarked. Perhaps you may be skeptical of my words, but fear not. Once you witness the true magic world, you shall believe. Observing Chris gradually snap back to reality, Professor McGonagall assured him. So, Mr. Chris, I am confident that after your studies at Hogwarts, you will undoubtedly become a competent wizard, so you need not worry. However, I must candidly say that Hogwarts can teach underage wizards how to control and utilize magic. If a young wizard does not engage in systematic learning, magical mishaps can lead to unfortunate consequences. She directed her gaze towards Chris's parents. Very well, son. I consent to your study of magic. After all, this is no trivial matter. Should it spiral out of control, we would indeed be at a loss. What if, for example, you were to transform into a cat like this pastry? Father Inot said with a hint of resignation, though he was somewhat reluctant. He ultimately agreed for the sake of his son's safety. Dear Professor McGonagall, might I also attend Hogwarts? I think if my brother can, then surely I can as well. Diana, who had been silently listening, blinked her big eyes and feigned a pitiful expression towards Professor McGonagall. Sweetheart, it will only be possible to discern your potential once you turn 11. But do reflect on whether any peculiar occurrences have transpired when you felt afraid or angry. Alternatively, you might accompany your brother to the leaky cauldron. If you can see it, that would indicate you possess the gift, as ordinary people cannot. I eagerly anticipate your arrival next year. Professor McGonagall smiled warmly at the adorable Diana. After all, who could remain stern in the presence of such a charming little girl? Subsequently, Professor McGonagall instructed Chris on how to reach the leaky cauldron and reminded him, by the way, the owner of the leaky cauldron is named Tom. You will need to pass through the leaky cauldron to access Diagon Alley to procure the necessary items for your studies at Hogwarts, as mentioned in your letter. As for wizarding currency, you can exchange some pounds at Gringotts. For specific directions to Diagon Alley, you can inquire with Tom. He will be more than happy to assist you. As for Platform 9, it is located between Platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station. Simply walk through the barrier, and you shall arrive. Well then, if there are no further questions, we shall see you at Hogwarts on September 1st, Mr. Chris. Furthermore, thank you for the delightful afternoon tea. It was splendid. Having finished her cup of tea, Professor McGonagall stood up, preparing to depart. Professor, this cat should revert soon. Right? Chris pointed to the tabby cat that had transformed from the pastry. Oh, do not worry. It will change back once its magic is depleted. However, if you wish for it to return immediately, that is also possible. Ah, that's fine. Let it play with Nana for a while. Professor McGonagall nodded and exited the room. After Lisa escorted her out, Professor McGonagall vanished with a flicker of apparition. Did she just disappear like that? Did she fly away, or use an invisibility charm? Anat gazed incredulously at the spot where Professor McGonagall had stood. Who knows? Perhaps that is magic. Chris shrugged. Dad, can we go to the Leaky Cauldron now? Diana, eager to verify her wizarding potential, was practically bouncing with excitement. Dear, I think we should wait until tomorrow. Today, my perspective has truly been transformed. After all these years, I have only just discovered the existence of magic. It is utterly astonishing. The world is indeed full of the unknown. Let me take a moment to digest it all. Anat marveled. Indeed, the family had encountered something they had never dared to imagine, unfolding right before their eyes. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they might have never believed it. Chris's parents certainly needed some time to accept this newfound reality. Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. The following day, the family drove to Diagon Alley for shopping. Chris could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of entering the wizarding world. First, they needed to reach the Leaky Cauldron, which boasted a history spanning several centuries. Established in the early 16th century, it predated the implementation of the Statute of Secrecy by nearly 2 centuries, allowing Muggles to enter initially. Though Muggles were welcomed in the tavern, some found the conversations of its patrons utterly absurd, leaving without finishing their honeymead. Diana, you are not yet 11. Even if you cannot see it today, that is all right. Chris gently ruffled his sister's hair, concerned she might be disappointed. I believe I will see it. Diana's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Before long, the family arrived near the Leaky Cauldron, located in the Westminster area of Charing Cross. Where is the Leaky Cauldron? Why haven't I seen it yet? Wait, is that it? The dingy little pub between that bookstore and the record shop? Diana pointed to a small, grimy tavern. What? There is a shop in between? How did I miss that? Chris inquired. Yes, indeed, Mom, Diana is right. That must be it, Chris exclaimed joyfully, pointing at the tavern sign. Diana, it seems you will also become a little witch next year. How wonderful. That is fantastic. Yay. Hogwarts. I want to go there too. Diana squealed, jumping with excitement. The family opened the door and stepped inside, finding the tavern dimly lit and rather shabby, with a bar and a few tables nestled in the shadows. It was somewhat dirty, and several elderly women sat in a corner sipping sherry, one of them puffing on a long pipe. A small man wearing a top hat chatted with a balding bartender who resembled a withered walnut. Hello, dear guests. I am Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron. What may I get for you? We have sherry, tea, brandy, beer, honeymead, and of course, baked pastries and raw liver. The bald man greeted the Red family warmly upon their arrival. Good day, Mr. Tom. We wish to go to Diagon Alley. Could you kindly direct us? Chris approached with polite inquiry. A new Hogwarts student from a Muggle family, I see. Indeed. You wish to go to Diagon Alley, correct? Yes, Mr. Tom. Professor McGonagall mentioned you could guide us there. Chris replied with a courteous smile. Ah, certainly. Please, follow me. Tom stepped out from behind the bar, gesturing for them to follow. Mr. Tom, what is a Muggle? Diana felt a flicker of curiosity upon hearing Tom's earlier words. Ah, you see, as wizards, we seldom interact with those devoid of magic, hence we typically refer to them as Muggles, replied the bald Tom. Oh, I hardly consider that a polite designation, muttered Anat softly. The group followed the bald Tom to the rear courtyard of the pub, which consisted of merely a brick wall, a refuse bin, and several empty barrels. Count 3 bricks up and then 2 across. It's the brick you knock 3 times, instructed Tom as he withdrew his wand and tapped the designated brick thrice. The brick he had struck began to quiver, and the wall, in a most peculiar manner, shifted, revealing a small aperture that widened rapidly until, in mere seconds, it formed an archway large enough for them to pass through. The passage led to a cobblestone street flanked by a myriad of shops, bustling with wizards and vendors peddling their wares. Welcome to Diagon Alley. May your visit be delightful, Tom said with a smile, waving farewell before retreating back into the pub. The Reed family then ventured through the archway, which abruptly narrowed behind them, reverting to a solid wall. Upon entering Diagon Alley, they came upon a stack of cauldrons outside the nearest shop. Above the cauldrons hung a sign made of brass, proclaiming a variety of sizes, automatic stirring, and collapsible features, indicating it was a shop for cauldrons. Lisa gazed at it with great interest, eager to explore inside. "Mother, let us first visit Gringotts to withdraw some galleons before we browse further," suggested Lisa, nodding in agreement. She began to take in the splendid array of shops lining both sides of Diagon Alley, each offering an assortment of items unseen by ordinary folk. The family was filled with wonder and delight at this enchanting locale. Before long, they arrived at a towering white edifice, its gleaming bronze doors standing out majestically. Flanked by a goblin clad in a resplendent scarlet and gold uniform, they ascended the white stone steps towards the grand entrance. As they approached, Chris noticed that the goblin was slightly shorter than himself, possessing a keen, dark visage and elongated limbs. Upon their entrance, the goblin bowed in greeting. Before them loomed a second door, grand in silver, inscribed with the following words: "Enter, stranger. Yet beware of the fate that awaits the greedy. Those who seek to take without toil shall encounter the harshest retribution. Thus, should you desire to abscond with treasures that do not belong to you, thief, heed this warning. What you summon may not be riches, but rather dire consequences." In the past, Chris would have found it amusing to read that passage. The vaults of Gringotts had been breached by Quirrell, infiltrated by Harry and his companions, and ravaged by Voldemort's Death Eaters. Could such a place truly be as impregnable as claimed? Perhaps it could withstand and deter a few common miscreants. However, Chris's perspective had shifted entirely. Who but the most audacious individuals would dare to rob a bank? What ordinary person would engage in such nefarious acts? At least he certainly could not imagine himself doing so. The sight of those grotesque goblins, alongside the wizarding security and myriad protective measures, rendered it clear that such a place was far beyond the reach of an 11-year-old wizard, especially one who had yet to grasp a wand. The very thought of attempting a heist at Gringotts was utterly ludicrous, enough to instill a deep sense of dread. He would likely meet his demise before even executing the plan. Chapter 6. The wand. Upon entering through the silver doors, two goblins bowed and led them into a grand marble hall. Within, approximately 100 goblins of varying ages perched on tall stools behind a long counter. Some weighed coins on brass scales, while others scrutinized gemstones through magnifying glasses, hastily recording entries into ledgers. The hall was replete with countless doors leading to different destinations, with many goblins directing visitors through them. The goblins then escorted them to a counter on the left side, where one presented a piece of parchment to Einot. The parchment detailed the exchange rate between pounds and galleons, as well as the monetary concepts of the wizarding world. 5 pounds equaled 1 galleon. 1 galleon equated to 17 sickles, which in turn equated to 493 nuts. 1 sickle equaled 29 nuts. Einot handed the parchment to the goblin at the counter and inquired, "What is the maximum amount we can exchange for galleons?" The goblin, without looking up, replied, "A maximum of 500. "Very well, please assist me in exchanging for 500 galleons." Herbert extracted 2,500 pounds from his wallet and requested the goblin to convert it into galleons. "All right, please wait a moment." The goblin accepted the pounds without counting, barely glancing at them, and tossed them into his drawer. "Excuse me, goblin sir, why is there a limit of only 500 galleons here?" Chris recalled that while Rowling had mentioned the exchange rate, she had not indicated there was a cap. He felt a flicker of suspicion that perhaps this goblin was being deceitful. Theoretically, there is no upper limit, however. There are restrictions on the amount exchanged in a single transaction. Otherwise, unscrupulous individuals might exploit loopholes for profit, disrupting the currency market and adversely affecting our magical world's monetary system. The goblin glanced at Chris, unusually verbose in his explanation. Chris nodded, acknowledging the validity of the thought. If one could indeed exchange galleons and pounds at will, it might lead to dire consequences. In his previous life, he had never witnessed a bank that would readily exchange foreign currencies. A friend of his once gifted him a 1,000 shilling note from Kenya. Yet the bank was reluctant to facilitate the exchange. The fairy jingled a bell, summoning another fairy to convey a message. The summoned fairy fetched a pouch of gold coins and handed it to Einot before leading them aside to verify the quantity of galleons. Once the galleons were counted and confirmed, the group departed from Gringotts. "How splendid! We have money now. Let us indulge in shopping," Diana exclaimed joyfully. "Oh no. We can only acquire necessary items. We must not squander this money. It is intended as your brother's living expenses for an entire year." Einot replied, "Do not worry. Brother will buy you whatever you desire. How about ice cream? Strawberry flavor?" Chris, in high spirits, was eager to please his sister. The Red family cheerfully made their way to a dessert shop. After purchasing 2 ice cream cones for his sister and mother, Chris planned to accompany his father to procure a wand while allowing his mother and sister to enjoy their treats and rest for a while. Once they had acquired the wand, they would collectively shop for other school supplies. Thus, Chris and his father headed towards Ollivander's wand shop in the southern direction. After a considerable walk, Chris finally spotted a shop that appeared small and dilapidated, its golden sign nearly peeling away. It read, Ollivander, established 382 B.C. Expertly crafted wands. In the dusty window display, a solitary wand rested atop a faded purple cushion. As Chris revisited the original text, he found himself pondering the solitary presence of a wand. However, upon his current reflection, he comprehended that it was likely displayed as a sample. Chris pushed open the shop door and stepped inside, where a series of cheerful jingles resonated from the back of the store. The shop was quite small, containing nothing but a long bench. "Is anyone here?" he inquired, but no one responded, and he wondered where the old man Ollivander had gone. Thus, Chris and his father took a seat on the bench to wait. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the dust and silence that lent an air of slight oppression to the atmosphere. "Hello there, young lad," a gentle voice suddenly greeted, startling Chris. As a loud clattering sound echoed throughout the shop, he quickly rose from the bench. Before him stood an elderly gentleman, his pale, large eyes shining like 2 luminous moons in the dimly lit store. "Good day, sir. I am here to purchase a wand," Chris politely addressed the unmistakably Ollivander figure. "Ah, young fellow, may I ask your name?" Ollivander inquired with a smile. Chris introduced himself. "Very well, Mr. Red," Ollivander said, retrieving a measuring tape from his pocket. "Which arm do you favor?" "Oh, I generally prefer my left hand," Chris replied, raising his arm. Ollivander proceeded to take Chris's measurements, starting from shoulder to fingertip, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally measuring his head circumference. Chris felt that the old man was somewhat eccentric, after all. Purchasing a mere wand did not necessitate such an elaborate measuring process. Mr. Ollivander, while taking measurements, chattered on, "You must understand, each wand is truly unique. Its characteristics are determined by the type of wood from which it is crafted, as well as the magical creature that resides within its core. We experiment with various materials to create wands, and once a wand finds its ideal owner, it begins to impart its own qualities while learning from the traits of its bearer. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Haha." With that, Mr. Ollivander let the measuring tape slip to the ground, coiling itself in a heap. He proceeded to navigate the shelves, busily selecting a few long boxes to bring down. "Now then, Mr. Red, give this one a try. Crafted from redwood and phoenix feather, it measures 9 inches in length and possesses remarkable flexibility. Give it a wave and see for yourself." Christopher grasped the wand and waved it lightly, contemplating that even if it were suited for him, he would refuse it. Its craftsmanship was crude and lacked the elegance befitting his refined disposition. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Mr. Ollivander swiftly snatched the wand from his grasp. Crafted from ebony and unicorn hair, it measured 8.5 inches in length, a remarkable combination with commendable rigidity. "Shall we give it a try?" Christopher waved it once more, only for Mr. Ollivander to reclaim it yet again. No, this one will not do either. You must understand. It is the wand that chooses the wizard. Only a select few trees can yield the wood suitable for wand making, just as only a small fraction of humanity possesses magic. Try this one, made from ebony and serpent's heartstring, measuring 10.5 inches in length. It boasts remarkable flexibility. Come now, give it a go." Chris continued to try wand after wand, perhaps 7 or 8 in total. Chapter 7. By as Mr. Ollivander drew more wands from the shelves, his delight seemed to grow, and his chatter became more animated. "Ah, you must understand, in the early days of my career, I observed my father, a fellow wand maker, striving to utilize cores that were not quite up to standard. Behold this one. It is crafted with the hair of the Loch Ness Monster. It was this very wand that ignited my quest for the finest wand cores. After inheriting the family workshop, I vowed to use only the best materials in wand making." Mr. Ollivander showcased a wand to Chris as he spoke. Eventually, this aspiration became a reality. Through countless studies and experiments, I concluded that only 3 substances could produce cores that met the standards of Ollivander craftsmanship: unicorn hair, dragon heartstring, and phoenix feather. These 3 materials are exceedingly rare and expensive, each possessing its unique qualities. However, in the face of such a discerning customer as yourself, I am confident that I can find the most ideal, perfect one suited for you. Haha. Chris was equally delighted, feeling that the more wands he tried, the more extraordinary he became. Although he did not aspire to be as remarkable as Harry Potter, constantly in the limelight with astonishing achievements, he believed that possessing a modicum of prowess was always preferable. However, Chris found himself exasperated by Ollivander's incessant chatter. He could not fathom why this elderly gentleman seemed to be so perpetually verbose. Was it perhaps that he was simply too solitary? It appeared he had no companion to converse with, spending his days in this establishment with no one to engage him in dialogue. Why, upon encountering others, did he ramble so? "Ah, my dear boy, this one. I am certain it will suit you perfectly," Ollivander exclaimed, cradling a beautifully crafted wand with a dark yellow handle adorned with intricate floral filigree, presenting it to Chris. Chris grasped the wand with his left hand, and immediately a silvery spark burst forth from its tip, crackling with energy. Unfortunately, Ollivander, standing directly in front of him, was struck by the magical display, causing his unruly hair to explode into a wild array. Yet, he seemed unfazed, reveling in the moment like a child, exclaiming, "Ha! I knew it. It truly suits you. You are its rightful master." Ollivander carefully placed Chris's wand into a box, wrapping it in brown paper, while continuing to marvel, "Fascinating. The wood of the black poplar is notoriously difficult to bend. Yet I have observed that wands crafted from this material often find their ideal owners among those who are not obstinate, but rather helpful, considerate, and quite endearing. Most wand would seek owners with similar characteristics, yet the black poplar appears to desire those whose traits are starkly contrasting or markedly different. Once a black poplar wand has found a suitable companion, it becomes a noble and loyal ally to its master. Among all wand types, the black poplar wand is particularly adept at silent spells, thus earning a reputation among highly skilled wizards. My dear boy, it seems you are destined for greatness. Thank you for your kind words, but I seek no grand achievements. Peace and happiness will suffice, Chris replied, feeling a bit bashful. Indeed, my son has always been exceptional. He shall only grow more remarkable. Anath, seated nearby, expressed his unwavering confidence in his child. Now, that will be 9 galleons. Thank you for your patronage. Ollivander had already secured Chris's wand in the wooden box, wrapping it in leather paper. After paying Mr. Ollivander 9 galleons, Chris departed with his father, wand in hand. They had spent quite some time in the wand shop, uncertain if their mother and sister were growing impatient. Nevertheless, Chris felt a sense of satisfaction with his newly acquired wand. He had finally confirmed his identity as a wizard. This wand bestowed upon him a considerable confidence, serving as the foundation for his future endeavors. He took it out, holding it with a comforting sense of assurance. After reuniting with their mother and sister, the family ventured to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, a store located on the north side of Diagon Alley. This establishment offered a myriad of magical supplies, such as telescopes and hourglasses. They purchased the brass scales, brass telescope, and crystal potion vials from their list, totaling 15 galleons. There were additional items, such as a lunar chart, 5 galleons, and silver scales, 7 galleons. But Chris deemed them unnecessary for the present and refrained from excessive spending. On their way to the apothecary, Lisa, their mother, noticed Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potions and expressed a desire to explore. She was curious whether the beauty potions of the wizarding world were truly as miraculous as rumored, hoping they might rejuvenate her skin. Diana, too, was intrigued, leaving Chris and his father with little choice but to accompany them. Women, after all, often hold a keen interest in their own beauty, and there was little to be said about it. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the sales staff at Madame Pimpernel's, Lisa purchased a skincare set, which astonishingly cost 50 galleons. Indeed, it seemed the money of women was all too easily earned, lamented Chris inwardly. Chris effortlessly located the Patch Cauldron shop, the first establishment on the northern side of Diagon Alley. Inside, he procured a tin cauldron, size 2, which was not inexpensive, costing 15 galleons. Yet it was the most economical option available in the store. It is worth noting that there were brass cauldrons priced at 21 galleons, copper cauldrons at 25 galleons, as well as more extravagant silver cauldrons, gold cauldrons, automatic stirring cauldrons, and collapsible cauldrons. Oh, mother, look at this. Wizards even have travel agencies. Can our family sign up for a trip later? Diana exclaimed, pointing excitedly at an advertisement outside a shop. Let us discuss that later, Lisa responded, her expression darkening upon seeing the travel agency that Diana mentioned. Chris glanced at the travel agency, named Terrifying Journey. The sign proclaimed the provision of adventurous tours, offering exhilarating vacation experiences. Upcoming reservations for the following excursions are available at a 20% discount. Renting a Transylvanian vampire castle, hiking along the zombie trail, and exploring the Bermuda Triangle. The company disclaims any responsibility for potential injuries or fatalities during these trips. This foolish child, commenting on everything he sees, how terrifying it is. I wouldn't dare go. Truly, he should consider whether it's suitable before speaking indiscriminately. Chris felt an overwhelming sense of dread upon seeing it. Unsure whether his sister had not seen it clearly or simply possessed an extraordinary amount of courage. Chapter 8. A Taste of Enchantment. Upon arriving at the apothecary, a shop dedicated to the sale of ingredients essential for potion making, Chris was immediately assailed by a nauseating blend of rotten eggs and decayed cabbage wafting through the air. The repugnant aroma made him hesitate at the threshold, but necessity compelled him to venture inside. As he crossed the threshold, his gaze fell upon buckets of viscous substances strewn across the floor, while jars filled with an array of herbs and vividly colored powders lined the walls. The ceiling was adorned with bundles of feathers, strings of sharp teeth, and fuzzy cloths. The counter displayed a price list for various materials: black beetle eyes, 1 galleon; castor oil, 4 galleons; flobberworm slime, 1 galleon; honey, 4 galleons; horclump juice, 3 galleons; horn slug, 1 galleon; mugwort infusion, 1 galleon; dittany leaves, 5 galleons; two-eared grass, 5 galleons; lacewing flies, 2 galleons; bouncing fungus, 3 galleons; leeches, 6 galleons; water from the river leafy, 4 galleons; mistletoe berries, 1 galleon; peppermint, 3 galleons; poppy fruit, 2 galleons; porcupine quills, 2 galleons; aconite root, 1 galleon; rose essential oil, 8 galleons; rose thorns, 3 galleons; fire lizard blood, 2 galleons; snake fangs, 2 galleons; lionfish spine powder, 2 galleons; lavender sprigs, 1 galleon. Such bizarre and unheard-of items captivated Chris's attention, prompting him to examine them closely for future reference. Should he encounter any of them again, to consider whether they might be worth collecting and selling for a bit of pocket money. After procuring the necessary ingredients, Chris and his family ventured to Lehan Bookstore, where they acquired the tomes listed on their shopping list, along with other intriguing volumes and supplementary texts on the art of magic. He also purchased several books for his sister, aimed at young witches yet to begin their formal education, including collections such as the Tales of Peter Wondrous and the Grand Magical Adventures of Glade, as well as general knowledge books about the wizarding world to help bridge the gap in her understanding compared to her fellow young sorcerers. Chris had always cherished the act of reading. Now, confronted with an abundance of unfamiliar books, he longed to linger in the bookstore and select several volumes. However, considering the constraints of time, he ultimately decided to postpone his visit for another occasion. Subsequently, at the stationery shop adjacent to the Quidditch boutique, he procured a substantial quantity of parchment, quills, and ink, essential items indeed. Given that the 500 galleons he possessed would not last indefinitely, Chris and his family opted to forego the opulent-looking ready-made clothing store in favor of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, situated on the northern side of Diagon Alley. The garments here were quite commendable, and they also accepted custom orders for Hogwarts uniforms. The proprietor, Madame Malkin, was a short, plump witch with a warm smile, who quickly assisted Chris in selecting a suitable school uniform. Additionally, he resolutely purchased an automatic ironing robe and a self-repairing robe, which promised to alleviate a great deal of hassle. After all, it remained uncertain whether the responsibility of washing, ironing, and mending clothes at Hogwarts would fall to him or to the house elves. The prospect of undertaking such tasks without having mastered the necessary spells seemed exceedingly burdensome. Even if he did learn the incantations, the manual labor would still be required. In truth, Chris harbored doubts about whether the cleaning charm could truly render garments spotless, as it felt rather peculiar to rely on magic without water. For someone as fastidious about cleanliness as Chris, it seemed he would find himself perpetually occupied with such trivialities. Next on his agenda was the acquisition of an owl. To be candid, Chris was not particularly fond of birds, with their incessant chatter and unpleasant odors. While they might be delightful culinary fare, the idea of keeping one as a pet was somewhat intolerable. Nevertheless, living at Hogwarts without an owl as a means of communication would indeed be rather uncomfortable, so he resolved to purchase one after all. The Owl Emporium was adorned with numerous owls hanging outside, and the interior appeared somewhat dim, likely creating a favored atmosphere for the nocturnal creatures. Chris was immediately captivated by a flat, heart-shaped dish adorned with a dark chestnut border, reminiscent of a monkey's face, covered in soft fur, with a pair of large, deep-set eyes, a yellowish-brown beak that was not particularly pointed, an upper body of mottled orange-yellow, and a white underbelly tinged with pale yellow, speckled with dark brown spots, altogether resembling a white owl. The shop attendant informed them that this charming owl was a species known as the monkey-faced owl, belonging to the grass owl family, and required 10 golden galleons. Chris readily paid the sum. Impressed by his promptness, the attendant gifted him a bag of owl feed. As they concluded their shopping expedition in Diagon Alley, the sun cast a warm, golden glow, the oppressive heat of midday having dissipated. The Red family drove homeward, passing towering buildings and observing the bustling pedestrians, each engaged in their daily toil. It was indeed an extraordinary day. Upon returning home, Chris could hardly contain his excitement and eagerly delved into his reading. He was fervently eager to explore the magical tomes whose names he had encountered countless times in the Harry Potter series, yet remained oblivious to their intricate contents. With genuine curiosity, he opened the book titled Standard Spells, Beginner's Edition, skimming through it to discover the origins of various fundamental spells, their explanations, suitable context for their use, as well as the methods and precautions for casting them. Chris casually flipped to a page where the opening paragraph stated, "The charm differs from the transfiguration spell in the following aspects. A charm bestows specific attributes upon an object or creature, while a transfiguration spell transforms it into something entirely different. Minor charms are not particularly difficult to dispel. The effects of the charms you, as young wizards, have learned will often fade within a matter of days or even hours. Dark spells, hexes, and curses are collectively referred to as dark magic. This book will not delve into such incantations." Chris nodded. The book was quite good, providing a detailed introduction to various fundamental concepts, which proved beneficial for wizards from Muggle families. It not only facilitated the learning of spells but also helped them grasp essential knowledge. Upon reading about the Lumos spell, he was eager to try it, believing it to be one of the simplest incantations that any wizard could master. Moreover, using a wand at home posed no issues due to a small loophole in the regulations concerning underage wizards, which did not apply to those who had yet to begin their magical education but had already acquired a wand. Thus, he need not fear receiving a warning from the Ministry of Magic just for wielding a wand. Chapter 9. The school year begins. Lumos, Chris exclaimed, raising his wand high. To his astonishment, he felt a surge of energy converging towards the wand, an incredible sensation that he recognized as magical power. No sooner had he uttered the incantation than a luminous sphere appeared at the wand's tip, large enough to illuminate the room as brilliantly as daylight, leaving Chris unable to look directly at it. What was happening? This was not how it was supposed to go. In the films, the Lumos spell produced a faint glow, akin to that of a firefly. Why was his light so large? Chris felt bewildered. He diminished the energy he was channeling into the wand, and the brightness gradually waned. Yet, something felt off. The magical energy expended seemed less than a fraction of what he would have expected. Shouldn't a young wizard possess limited magical capacity, exhausting it with just a few spells? How could he conjure such a sizable light without significant depletion of his magic? Was he a prodigy? Did he possess an innate reservoir of magical power? Or was this merely a misconception on his part? Chris scratched his head in confusion. He flipped through the standard spell list, seeking a slightly more challenging incantation. After reviewing the precautions and the method of casting, he prepared to try again, eager to see if his assumptions held true. Defendo. He directed his wand at his pillow. Initially, there seemed to be no change, but upon closer inspection, he found his pillow had shattered into fragments. What the hell? Chris exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was this the power of a cutting spell? Surely, it couldn't be as destructive as a disintegration charm. Otherwise, his pillow would be reduced to ash. Remarkably, this had not consumed much magical energy at all. As a novice wizard stepping into the magical realm, he was astonished to wield such formidable power. With this level of magical output, he felt he could cast the spell 100 times over. Perhaps he was even more capable than those who had passed their OWLS. While he might not match the spells of students who had been studying for years in a duel, he could unleash this one spell repeatedly 20 or 30 times and see if they could withstand it. In that moment, Chris felt a newfound confidence in facing the impending challenges of the wizarding world. Though he knew he was no match for the more seasoned wizards, he believed that through years of magical study, he would undoubtedly grow stronger, enough to safeguard himself in times of crisis. Excited, Chris continued to practice several other spells, and unsurprisingly, he grasped them all with relative ease. It was late when he finally set down his wand, closing the book in preparation for sleep. Truth be told, he wanted to keep experimenting as he felt no fatigue, but his mother, Lisa, was displeased with his late-night antics and insisted he rest. Reluctantly, he yielded. Throughout the remainder of the holiday, Chris devoted himself to studying and practicing magic at home. His previously lackluster attitude towards learning had transformed, much to the astonishment of the Red family, who noticed his burgeoning interest in magic and apparent talent. Moreover, he began using magic to assist with household chores, which helped the family gradually accept the reality of their son becoming a wizard. However, his younger sister, Diana, was less compliant. Frequently, she would sneak his wand to conduct her experiments, but unlike her brother, she lacked his innate talent, which often resulted in chaotic outcomes. Her antics mirrored those of a character from the Harry Potter series, attempting to transform mundane items with non-spells. On one occasion, she attempted to make their cat, Nana, more docile with a spell, resulting in the cat's fur standing on end, reminiscent of a hedgehog. Outraged, Chris used the petrification spell to freeze her in place for an hour as punishment. Nevertheless, the little girl remained undeterred, often using her brother's cauldron to concoct various bizarre mixtures, intending to feed them to Rupert, the monkey-faced owl Chris had purchased. Fortunately, Rupert was clever enough to avoid her schemes. Overall, Diana was less a fairy tale sister and more a mischievous imp. However, the summer passed swiftly, and soon it was late August, with Hogwarts opening day just around the corner. To say Chris was excited would be an understatement. This was Hogwarts, a place countless individuals dreamed of but few could attain. King's Cross Station, Platform 9, the Hogwarts Express. Oh, how these familiar names thrilled him to the core. During the holiday, Chris diligently self-studied magic, having read through every book at least once. While some intricate details remained somewhat unclear, he felt prepared enough to engage with professors upon returning to Hogwarts. After all, he could always seek clarification on any doubts he had from the teachers or fellow students, which would surely be more beneficial than pondering alone. On the morning of September 1st, Chris awoke early. He had not slept well, having let Rupert out the previous evening. As an owl, Rupert could not be confined to a cage indefinitely. He deserved the freedom to stretch his wings. However, Rupert's return was rather bothersome, as he brought back a dead mouse, leaving it beside Chris's pillow, startling him awake. Although Rupert meant well in sharing his catch, the manner of doing so was hardly commendable. Furious, Chris nearly considered transforming him into a dish, but he resigned himself to catching up on sleep during the train ride. It puzzled him why the journey from London to Hogwarts took so long, departing at 11 o'clock and arriving only at night. Given the relatively small size of the UK, such travel distances should not take so long. In Europe, one could traverse borders within just a few hours by train. Thus, Chris found himself at a loss for words regarding the sluggishness of the train journey to Hogwarts. In Chapter 10, King's Cross Station, as Chris changed out of his pajamas and prepared to take down the 2 suitcases he had packed the previous day, he couldn't help but notice the sheer volume of items intended for school. With a total of 3 suitcases, it felt less like a return to academia and more akin to a relocation. Every time Chris ventures out, he meticulously ensures that he brings everything along, even packing a basin, as he cannot recall whether Hogwarts provides such an item. However, even if it were available, it would likely be a relic from previous students. For Chris, who harbors a slight inclination towards cleanliness, it is preferable to use his own belongings, as the thought of using something that has been touched by countless others leaves him feeling uneasy. As he descended the stairs, preparing to enjoy breakfast, he discovered that Einot had already opened the trunk of the car, ready to assist Chris in loading his suitcases. "Good morning, Dad." "Good morning, son. Wow, you've really packed quite a bit. How much did you manage to fit in here?" "It's remarkably heavy." Einot had initially intended to carry all 3 suitcases at once, but soon realized the impracticality of this endeavor, as the suitcase was indeed quite weighty, allowing him to manage only one at a time. "Chris, why on earth are you bringing so many items? You could leave behind the unnecessary ones, and some things can be purchased once you arrive at school," inquired Lisa, who was setting breakfast on the table. "Oh no, Mom, the school seems to be located in a mountainous area where transportation is inconvenient, and they lack many essentials. Wizards don't appear to be very particular, so there might be things that simply aren't available there," Chris replied. "I see. If you find yourself lacking anything, remember to have Rupert send me a letter. I'll purchase what you need and have Rupert deliver it to you," Lisa said, feeling a pang of sympathy for her son upon hearing his concerns. "All right, Mom, thank you." "It's nothing," Lisa replied, her face breaking into a gentle smile. Breakfast remained as sumptuous as ever, and Lisa prepared a generous box of food for Chris, meticulously crafted with care, as she worried he might feel hungry during his journey. She also advised him that should he have leftovers, he could share them with his fellow classmates, which would help him forge connections with the other children. Chris was certainly aware that food was available on the train. However, nothing could compare to the cleanliness, hygiene, and deliciousness of home-cooked meals. He vaguely recalled that the food on the train mostly consisted of snacks, suitable for dessert after a meal or for leisurely enjoyment, but hardly appropriate as a proper meal. After the family had breakfast, they set off, with Diana carrying Nana, expressing her desire to first see what the train station to Hogwarts was like. She was somewhat curious about how to reach platform 9 3/4. Chris refrained from offering an explanation, deeming there to be no significant issue, and suggested that his sister accompany him for a glimpse, allowing her a chance to warm up to the experience. Once the family had organized themselves, they set off in their vehicle towards King's Cross Station. Anna drove leisurely along the road, while Chris sat in the back seat. Gently stroking the cat and humming a tune, she played the fiddle in an Irish band, but she fell in love with an Englishman. What? Brother? Are you going to date a man? Oh, mother, this is shocking. Your son is gay. Huh. Diana, are you asking for a beating? This is merely a song, all right? Though my singing may not be melodious, there is no need to be so harsh. Chris, initially in high spirits, found himself vexed by his sister's teasing, pinching Diana's cheek in frustration. The little girl, however, seemed utterly unfazed, displaying an air of carefree innocence. Around 10 o'clock, the Red family arrived at King's Cross Station, one of the oldest railway stations in England and the busiest in the London Underground. Numerous routes headed towards the east and north of England, connecting major cities such as Cambridge, Peterborough, Kingston-upon-Hull, Doncaster, Edinburgh, Glasgow, and more. Anand assisted his son with the luggage cart, while Diana perched atop the bags. It's the 11 o'clock train, isn't it, son? Don't get it wrong now, Lisa inquired. Yes, mother, 11 o'clock, platform 9 3/4, Chris replied, brandishing the ticket as proof. Right, between platforms 9 and 10, correct? Exactly, Chris affirmed. Navigating through the sparse crowd, they approached the vicinity of platform 9. In the distance, they spotted a chubby little boy clad in a thick, cumbersome wizard's robe, pushing a cart that bore a birdcage with a brownish-gray owl inside. He appeared to be inquiring about something from a passing guard, who seemed to regard the boy with a perplexed expression. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be none other than his dear friend, Imk. Chris felt rather bewildered. What was happening? Was this fellow also a wizard? Wasn't he supposed to be attending Winchester Academy? How had he ended up here? Truly, the twists of fate were extraordinary. Hey, Imk, what is going on with you? What are you doing here? Are you also headed to Hogwarts? Chris approached and patted him on the back. Oh, good heavens, Chris. It's you. I came here to wait. Hogwarts? You know about Hogwarts? The chubby lad wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly surprised. Indeed, I received the letter from Hogwarts on the night of my birthday. So here I am, Chris shrugged nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. We can attend school together again. You truly are a wonderful brother to me, Imk. Imk exclaimed joyfully. However, Chris, I must share some unfortunate news. I fear I haven't seen any sign of platform 9 3/4. We might not be able to go. Imp glanced between platforms 9 and 10 as he spoke. You mean to say you don't know how to get to platform 9 3/4? Haven't you asked anyone from Hogwarts? Nevertheless, fret not. Do you see that pillar? Just run straight into it. Don't stop. Don't be afraid. It's crucial. If you feel nervous, just sprint. Chris reassured him. What? Chris, I consider you my brother. You can't be serious. Are you trying to get me killed? The chubby lad seemed skeptical. Rest assured, my friend, just charge right in. Chris chuckled at Imk's apprehension. Imk, still somewhat doubtful, cast a glance at Chris, gritted his teeth, and pushed his cart, quickening his pace to make a direct dash. Clearly, he did not collide. Instead, he vanished through the stone pillar. Chris also prepared to enter, glancing at his parents before signaling for Diana to disembark from the stroller. Well then, Mom, Dad, Diana, I shall take my leave now. Chapter 11. The Hogwarts Express and Nod enveloped Chris in a farewell embrace. Lisa planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, her voice tinged with concern as she urged. Be sure to unite with your classmates at school, study diligently, and remember to write home to assure us of your well-being. When you return for the holidays, tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. Rest assured, Mother, I will take good care of myself. Chris added, and Diana, please refrain from causing trouble at home, and do not bully your classmates at school. Be cautious of that boy you once colored with markers. He might report you to the teacher. All right, I understand. Hurry along now. I will definitely join you next year. Diana replied impatiently. However, Chris noticed her eyes were already reddened. After a decade of companionship, Her brother was about to depart. Although she did not voice it, her heart was heavy with reluctance. Chris pushed his luggage cart and waved as he hurried towards a pillar situated between platforms 9 and 10. Upon passing the stone column, he spotted a deep crimson steam locomotive parked beside a bustling platform filled with travelers. The sign on the train proclaimed Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The adjacent platform bore the inscription Platform 9. The thick smoke from the locomotive swirled above the chattering crowd, which was already teeming with young wizards. The first few carriages were packed with students clad in Hogwarts uniforms. Some leaned out of the windows conversing with their families, while others frolicked in their seats. A variety of peculiar pets scurried about, and the air was pierced by the shrill cries of released owls soaring overhead. Numerous oddly dressed adult wizards mingled in the throng, their murmurs blending with the clamor of heavy luggage being dragged along, rendering Chris's surroundings dreamlike. As Chris stood entranced by the scene, a plump boy named Imk leaned out of a carriage window, beckoning him. "Hey, Chris, come over here. I've saved us a seat." Entering the carriage, Chris located the compartment Imk had reserved near the rear of the train. He released Rupert, who was eager to join the multitude of his kind in the sky, desperate for interaction with his fellow creatures. Subsequently, Chris levitated his suitcase onto the luggage rack using a levitation spell, casually closed the compartment door, and took a seat opposite Imk. "Oh my goodness, Chris, how on earth did you do that? I mean, making the suitcase float? Did you just use magic?" Imk's eyes widened, already small, in astonishment. "Is there a problem, Imk? Don't tell me your enthusiasm for studying has waned." Chris replied, bemused by Imk's ignorance of such a simple spell. "It's the levitation charm, a standard incantation. It's in the beginner's textbook. Didn't you see it? But isn't it said that young wizards can't perform magic outside of school? I've only been able to read about it. I haven't even touched my wand." Imk protested, looking quite put out. "I dare say, among all the first years, no one can wield magic as adeptly as you," he added, feeling a sense of grievance. "Oh, I see. Well, that's not your fault. Let me share a secret. It's perfectly acceptable for preschool young wizards to use magic. No one regulates it. Perhaps they believe that a wizard yet to enroll cannot perform any significant magic," Chris explained while retrieving a novel from his bag. "However, such liberties will not persist. In future holidays, magic will be prohibited until you reach adulthood." "What? Oh my goodness, Chris. How did you come to know this? You're truly remarkable," Imk exclaimed. "I wish I had known you were a wizard sooner. You have no idea how stifling this holiday has been for me. Ever since I received the letter from Hogwarts, I believed wholeheartedly, no doubts whatsoever. I knew I was special. However, my parents are so traditional, they simply refuse to accept it. I can't convey this to them. They think I must be mad. In desperation, I had to go to my grandparents, who supported me, allowing me to come here. Otherwise, I fear I would have missed this opportunity, which would have been a great pity." Imk, perhaps overly excited to see his good friend, began to pour out his woes to Chris. Chris, accustomed to Imk's loquacious nature, knew that once he engaged in conversation, it could lead to an endless exchange. Chris leaned back in his seat by the window, his gaze wandering over the eclectic array of wizards on the platform, as more young wizards boarded the train. Soon, he noticed a short, plump woman, one hand clasping a little girl and the other grasping a little boy, engaged in conversation with several boys sporting fiery red hair. "Fred, you best avoid trouble at school. If I hear from Percy about any points being deducted due to your mischief, your pocket money will vanish," the stout woman admonished. "I'm not Fred. I'm George," the red-haired boy interjected. "Honestly, you claim to be our mother, yet you can't even recognize me as George? Forgive me, George. However, you're just as troublesome." "Oh, mother, must you be so heartless?" "Just joking. I'm Fred," the boy chuckled. "Is this the Weasley family?" Chris mused, observing the group, their distinctive red hair unmistakable. Particularly striking was Ron Weasley, with his silly expression, freckled face, large hands, and feet, and long nose. He was quite the sight to behold. Beside Mrs. Weasley stood a girl, presumably Ginny, who appeared somewhat discontented, perhaps saddened by the prospect of parting from her brothers. The Weasley family seemed to have arrived a bit late. The train was on the brink of departure. Yet, it seemed they were always a tad tardy. Chris averted his gaze, intending to immerse himself in a book for a while, should he feel drowsy. A brief slumber would be most welcome. The train commenced its journey, gradually accelerating as it departed from the platform. Chris had just turned a page in his book when the door swung open. "Hello, I hope you don't mind if we squeeze in two more." Two red-haired young boys stood at the entrance, the very twins from the Weasley family. One of them said, "We're a bit late." but all the other compartments are packed, leaving only this one. Before Chris and Imk could respond, the other twin interjected, "I'm Fred Weasley." "Oh, not at all. There is still plenty of room here," Chris replied. The compartment of the train was indeed quite spacious, if this were India. Not only 4, but perhaps 20 could fit comfortably. Chapter 12. We defeated the lion, however. Chris speculated that the Weasley twins' difficulty in finding a compartment was not solely due to their tardiness. Many of the older students had already claimed compartments, some sharing with friends and others occupying a compartment as couples. Even if there were available spaces, it was likely that newcomers would not be welcomed. Chris was delighted to become acquainted with the characters of the tale even before arriving at Hogwarts. Previously, while indulging in the Harry Potter saga, he had lamented the fate of the twin brothers. It seemed as though the two brothers, who shared an extraordinary bond, had been reduced to one. The survivor appeared to have lost half of his heart, destined never to find joy again. No one would ever confuse him for Fred or George again. Nor would there be anyone to share in his mischief and merriment, to bring laughter to those around them. Observing these two whimsical twins, Chris sighed inwardly, pondering the cruel twists of fate. How wonderful it would be if both brothers could reach the story's conclusion together. "This is my brother, George Weasley. We are identical twins," Fred remarked, seated beside Chris. "Oh my goodness, you two look absolutely identical, without a single distinction. I can hardly tell you apart. Do people often mix you up?" Imp exclaimed, gazing at the Weasley twins in awe. "Speaking of which, I must admit, at times even our mother struggles to recognize us," George replied, chuckling. "To be honest, if Fred hadn't pointed out that you were George, I might have thought you were Fred." Chris interjected. "By the way, I am Chris Red. And this fellow is Imk Lesko. Oh, it is a pleasure to meet you both. Are you new students?" "I don't believe I have seen you before," Fred inquired. Indeed, when I received the letter, Imp was clearly ecstatic to discover the twins and couldn't stop talking about it, Chris responded. The Weasley brothers, being quite the chatterboxes, instantly enlivened the atmosphere of the compartment. Chris found it impossible to focus on his novel. In all honesty, his intention to catch up on sleep would likely go unfulfilled. Before long, Imk and the Weasley twins were engaging in brotherly camaraderie. It was undeniable that their affable nature allowed them to easily make friends. "How is Hogwarts treating you?" "You've been here for a year now, so you must be quite familiar with it," Chris chimed in. "Haha, you've asked the right people. No one knows Hogwarts better than us, the Adventure Brothers. We've already uncovered 3 secret passages within the castle." The Weasley brothers burst forth with excitement on this topic. "What? Hogwarts has secret passages?" Imk exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Of course. Hogwarts is a castle with a millennium of history. It conceals countless stories," George replied. "My goodness, that's remarkable. I must investigate this once I arrive at Hogwarts," Imk said, filled with curiosity. "Then you can join us, haha." To avoid getting caught by Filch, he asked the caretaker of Hogwarts, always lurking and observing the students' behavior with a notoriously foul temper. He also has a cat named Mrs. Norris, who roams the corridors like him. If she spots a student causing even the slightest trouble, Filch will be there in a flash to apprehend you. His office is adorned with gleaming chains and handcuffs, and if you are caught, he'll hang you up with them and whip you with a wet strap. The Weasley brothers exchanged tales, each adding to the narrative. Imp turned pale, stammering, "My God, is this for real? What kind of school is this? Is this caretaker Filch a monster? Is it too late for me to turn back? Ha ha ha, so you must always inform us when you plan to make a move." "Do not get caught." Fred and George patted Imk on the shoulder, bursting into laughter. Upon hearing the alarmist remarks of the two brothers, Chris couldn't help but chuckle a little. These two fellows were truly amusing. "And what of the sorting? Surely you are aware of the particulars?" Imk inquired, having composed himself. Chris hesitated, already envisioning the fright the Weasley brothers would undoubtedly instill in Imk. Though he felt a pang of sympathy, it was undeniably amusing. He stifled the laughter that threatened to escape. Indeed, George and Fred commenced their antics to scare Imk once more. This matter was truly remarkable. Indeed, Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each distinct in its own right. Unsurprisingly, Gryffindor stands supreme. I am a proud member of Gryffindor. Our wizards are courageous, audacious, spirited, and generous, truly exceptional. Ravenclaw boasts a cadre of self-proclaimed wise scholars, while Hufflepuff, being the largest house, is populated by amiable and kind-hearted individuals. As for Slytherin, I can only lament that they are utterly wicked, devious, and treacherous. Regarding the sorting ceremony, it is a rather terrifying affair, isn't it, Fred? George winked. "Oh, indeed. You can scarcely fathom what awaits you. Have you glimpsed the Hogwarts crest? The lion represents Gryffindor, the eagle symbolizes Ravenclaw, the badger denotes Hufflepuff, and the serpent signifies Slytherin. You must confront them. You shall battle against them, and only those who triumph may gain admission. Indeed, look at us. We have bested the lion. Last year, my arm was nearly severed by one, yet I bravely vanquished it with magic. You cannot imagine the folly of one who, in a misguided attempt to emulate our courage, challenged the lion and met a grim fate at its jaws. George declared, his eyes wide and voice low. It must be said, the duo successfully frightened Imk, who stood frozen in fear, rendered immobile by their tales. After listening, Chris struggled to contain his laughter. I must say, these two are truly dramatic. If the wizarding world were to produce a film, casting them as the leads would undoubtedly result in a blockbuster. Chris pondered whether to say something to alleviate Imk's fear. Otherwise, he worried that the fellow might never set foot in Hogwarts, perhaps even contemplating a leap through the train window to escape home. Fortunately, at that moment, a loud clattering noise echoed down the aisle. Chapter 13. Lunch on the train. A cheerful woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door and inquired, "My dear, would you like to purchase any refreshments from the train? Please, bring me a selection of all the snacks and food available," Chris replied enthusiastically to the amiable witch. After handing the vendor 11 silver sickles, Chris was presented with an abundant assortment of treats, filling the table to the brim. Just in time for lunch. Allow me to treat everyone. I have yet to sample these delights. I wonder how the cuisine of the wizarding world differs from ours, Chris exclaimed, gesturing grandly. George, Fred, why don't you enlighten us on how to enjoy these delicacies? Oh, this is splendid. I'm rather hungry too, Chris. You see, I'm just a poor lad. My grandparents aren't wealthy, so after purchasing my school supplies, I have little money left. Imp beamed, instantly grabbing a bag of snacks upon hearing Chris's words. Oh. Merlin S-beard, Chris. Your family must be quite affluent. Surely you don't manufacture galleons? George and Fred were astonished at the sight of Chris's vast assortment of snacks, believing him to be quite the benefactor. Well, not exactly wealthy. My family runs a supermarket, Chris replied. What is a supermarket? It was evident that such a concept did not exist in the wizarding world. It's similar to Diagon Alley. A supermarket is like a shop, but it sells everything, akin to Diagon Alley, Chris explained in a manner they could easily grasp. By Merlin, that sounds like a paradise. If only my family had a supermarket, I could spend a year inside. George lamented. Nay, I could stay for a decade. Fred countered. Ha ha ha. But first, let us discuss what these treats are. Chris redirected the conversation. This is Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. They come in a multitude of flavors, anything you can imagine, and even those you cannot. There are flavors like spinach, dirt, and bitter melon. Oh, and there's even a vomit-flavored one, so be cautious. The rest are fizzing wispies, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and licorice wands. Look at this. This is the animal voice candy. After consuming it, your voice can mimic various animals. I once ate a dragon-flavored one that nearly ruined my throat. Be careful while eating. Upon hearing this, Imk opened the animal voice candy, popped one into his mouth, and suddenly emitted a series of kitten mews. With his chubby figure, it was utterly adorable, causing Chris and the others to erupt in laughter. It must be said, Imk could provide them with a year's worth of amusement. As they chatted and munched, Chris recalled that his mother, Lisa, had prepared a delicious lunch for him, and he hurriedly took it out to share with everyone. Inside were beef cheeseburgers, crispy fries, Woolen-style chicken wings, fried potatoes, baked cod, roasted chicken wings, and fried sausages. Seeing Chris's generous gesture, the others also retrieved their lunches. George and Fred unveiled a bulging paper box containing sandwiches and meat pies. Ah, I knew it would be this again. She has no time. She must attend to all of us. I doubt you'll enjoy this, George sighed. Oh, it's all right. I'll give it a try, Chris responded, taking a sandwich from George's hands. It's not bad. Your mother's cooking is quite good, Chris remarked, finishing the sandwich. Honestly, it's decent. Even if it doesn't compare to what's sold outside, at least it's clean and hygienic, without any strange ingredients. Haha, I'm glad you like it. I'll leave it on the table. Help yourself if you wish, George said, pleased with Chris's compliment. As their joyful lunch continued, the train sped past fields and meadows, the scenery outside the window growing increasingly desolate, with neatly arranged farmland vanishing. Soon, a forest appeared, accompanied by meandering rivers and dark green hills. And picked up a pack of chocolate frogs and asked George, they're not real frogs, are they? Oh, certainly not. They're chocolate frogs that can hop and are edible, Fred replied. Look inside for the trading card. Whose is it? I'm missing a Newt's Commander card. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. What? Oh, you wouldn't know. Each chocolate frog comes with a trading card. You can collect them. They feature famous wizards and witches. We've amassed nearly 100, but we're missing the Newt's Commander card. Once we complete the set, we can sell it to our little brother Ron, who adores these cards. He'd trade his entire year's allowance for a complete set. Imp opened the chocolate frog, and the chocolate frog jumped out, leaping onto the floor, then onto the seat, and finally onto the window. Quick as a flash, Imp caught it and popped it into his mouth. Merlin, how can you eat that? Isn't it dirty? Fred asked. Well, it looks clean enough. It shouldn't have picked up too much dust. Imp mumbled through a mouthful of chocolate frog. Fred took the box from Imp and retrieved the trading card. It depicted a man with half-moon glasses, a crooked long nose, silver hair, and a flowing beard. The name at the bottom read, Albus Dumbledore. Oh, another Dumbledore, Fred exclaimed. Chris took the picture, flipped it over, and saw inscribed, Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, widely recognized as the greatest wizard of our time. Dumbledore's renowned contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945 and discovering 12 uses of dragon's blood, as well as achieving remarkable success in alchemy alongside his partner Nicholas Flamel. Professor Dumbledore has a penchant for chamber music and the game of gobstones. When Chris turned the picture back to its original side, he noticed that Dumbledore's portrait had vanished, which was truly remarkable. Here you go, Chris. We already have dozens of Dumbledore cards. His cards are the easiest to acquire. Now you can start your collection too, Fred remarked. No, thank you. I'm not particularly interested in these cards, Chris replied. Well, then hand it over to me. I'd like to try collecting them, perhaps once I complete the set. I could sell it for some pocket money, Imp chimed in, having just finished a chocolate frog. You don't know, but in our world, once someone is photographed, they remain unchanged in that image forever. It's a pity such animated cards cannot be sold in our realm. Otherwise, this one would surely fetch a handsome price. Is that so? I believe I've heard my father mention this. He has a keen interest in Muggle artifacts and spends much time studying them. There's even a room in our home dedicated to his collection of Muggle items. When the opportunity arises, I would love to introduce you to him. He would be thrilled, George added. When Imp obtained the Dumbledore card and saw Dumbledore return to the image, smiling gently, he couldn't help but express his awe for quite some time. Children are often captivated by novel and amusing things. Amidst their laughter and playfulness, time passed swiftly. Outside the train window, the twilight deepened into shades of purple, revealing rolling hills and dense woods, and the train seemed to decelerate. 5 minutes until we arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on board. We will ensure it reaches the school intact. A voice echoed through the train's loudspeaker. By Merlin's beard, we've finally arrived. Huh. Chris, where's your school uniform? It seems you haven't changed yet. Hurry and put it on. You need to wear it, Fred yawned. Noticing Chris still in his casual clothes and kindly reminding him. Oh, right. I forgot to change. I'll do it right now, Chris replied, hastily retrieving his black Hogwarts robe from his suitcase and putting it on. As the train slowed to a stop, the four of them exited their compartment, joining the throng of passengers pushing toward the doors. The scene outside was quite chaotic. Chris and the others squeezed their way to the exit. Upon stepping out, the crisp night air made the plump boy beside Chris shiver. Oh, it's really cold in these mountains, Imp complained. Haha, it's not the time to be talking about the cold. Just think about the sorting hat ceremony ahead. I hope you all end up in Gryffindor. Indeed. Good luck to you all. We'll be on our way now. The Weasley brothers waved cheerfully at Chris and Ink as they strolled off in another direction. Left behind were the shivering Ink and Chris, who stood still, glancing around. However, they didn't wait long before Chris heard a voice calling out. First year students. First year students. This way. A tall figure stood on the platform, waving a lantern above the crowd to attract the newcomer's attention. What are you doing? Let us go, Chris nudged Ink. Just a moment. I need to fasten my buttons, Ink replied. The surroundings were somewhat dim, and the path was not easy to navigate. Chris pulled out his wand and called out, Lumos. Chris lifted his glowing wand, guiding Ink as they approached the figure waiting for them. As they drew closer, they beheld a remarkably tall man. His face was nearly obscured by a wild mane of unkempt hair and a tangled, bushy beard. Yet his beetle-like eyes shone brightly from beneath the tangle, exuding an intimidating aura. This must be Hagrid, Chris mused. He certainly appears formidable. I am Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. The bearded giant introduced himself. With a smile breaking through his facial hair, he inquired whether all the first-year students had gathered. If so, let us depart. Hagrid announced, leading them away from the platform. The evening air was decidedly brisk, prompting Chris to tug at his robe, wrapping himself more snugly. They followed Hagrid, slipping and stumbling along a steep, narrow path that wound downward. "Watch your step," Hagrid called out, but the warning proved futile. The path was treacherously muddy from the rain, and numerous students fell along the way. "Oh, Imk, are you all right? Stay close to me. I'll light the way for you. Don't fall again," Chris exclaimed as he rushed to help Imk, who had tripped. "Thank you. This path is quite treacherous," Imk replied gratefully as he regained his footing. "Let us hurry," Chris urged, illuminating the nearby trail with his wand as they proceeded cautiously. Not long after, Chris overheard a small boy behind him muttering curses, having been knocked down by someone nearby, leaving him covered in mud. The darkness enveloped the sides of the path, but the glow of Chris's wand revealed dense woods flanking them. "Be careful, we're going downhill," Hagrid called from ahead. He paused at the bottom to ensure no students slipped on the steep incline. This proved to be a wise choice, as several young wizards nearly fell. But Hagrid was quick to catch them. "Pay attention. We will soon reach the lakeside. Once we turn this corner, you will catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts," Hagrid shouted back. The young wizards erupted in a chorus of awe. As they descended, Hagrid led them around a bend until they finally arrived at a dark lake. Towering upon the high banks across the water stood an imposing castle, Hogwarts Castle. Its spires reached towards the night sky, and the myriad windows twinkled under the stars, strikingly prominent against the darkness. The sight elicited gasps of wonder from everyone, even from Chris, who had somewhat prepared himself for the spectacle. "Each boat must not exceed 4 people. Remember, no more than 4, Hagrid bellowed, pointing at the seemingly unsafe little boats along the shore. Chris and Imp followed the group onto the boat. They boarded a small vessel that already carried a girl, a charming Chinese girl with 2 ponytails, exuding an innocent allure. As Chris and Imp settled in, a little boy clambered aboard, grunting and puffing, had it not been for Chris lending a hand. The unfortunate child might have tumbled into the water. The small boat creaked under the weight of 4 passengers, threatening to capsize at any moment. Chris felt a flicker of concern, pondering whether Imp was too heavy, wondering if he should switch places with someone else. It seemed precarious to be traversing such a distance in a small boat. What if they fell in? "Hey, Chris, we aren't expected to row ourselves, are we?" "Goodness, I certainly hope not," the chubby boy murmured anxiously upon noticing the absence of a boatman. "Oh, I doubt it. This boat appears to possess some magic, allowing it to navigate on its own." "Do not fret," Chris reassured him. "That's a relief. Otherwise, what if we paddled too slowly and fell behind?" The boy sighed in relief. Chapter 15. The children were terrified. "Everyone, hurry aboard." "Is there anyone left?" Hagrid called out. Once he confirmed that no one was left behind, he boarded a boat by himself. "Excellent. Then let us proceed." The fleet of small boats glided across the lake's placid surface, moving forward effortlessly. With no oars in sight, the boats propelled themselves across the water. Chris felt an urge to sink, envisioning a little white boat sailing through the blue sky and the Milky Way, with 4 little wizards on board heading to school. The oars are nowhere to be seen, and there are no sails to billow, drifting westward, crossing the river of the Milky Way en route to Hogwarts. However, he was acutely aware of his lack of vocal talent and refrained from singing aloud, opting instead to hum quietly to himself. Consequently, the atmosphere remained hushed, with everyone gazing up at the towering castle that pierced the clouds. As they approached the cliff where the castle perched, it loomed ominously above them. "Duck!" Hagrid bellowed as the first batch of boats neared the precipice. Everyone bowed their heads as the boats glided through the ivy-clad facade of the cliff, arriving at a hidden, expansive entrance. They traversed a dark tunnel, seemingly delving into the castle's depths, ultimately reaching a place akin to an underground dock, then climbing onto a surface strewn with gravel and small pebbles. Next, they ascended a tunnel illuminated by Hagrid's lantern, finally emerging on a damp, flat stretch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. The group climbed a set of stone steps, gathering before a colossal oak door. "Is everyone accounted for?" Hagrid inquired. And upon confirming their presence, he raised a massive fist and knocked 3 times on the castle's grand entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The door swung open, revealing a tall, dark-haired witch clad in a flowing emerald robe, her demeanor grave. Chris recognized her. It was Professor McGonagall, who had visited his home not long prior. "All first-year students are present," Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she said, pulling the door wide open. "First-year students, follow me." Professor McGonagall led the way into the castle. Chris surveyed the castle, which boasted a history spanning a millennium. Upon entering, the foyer revealed itself to be expansive, with the stone walls adorned by flickering torches casting a warm glow. The ceiling soared to an almost unimaginable height. A height that could easily accommodate several additional stories if it were a residence. At the front of the castle, a lavish marble staircase ascended gracefully to the upper levels. They followed Professor McGonagall along the flagstone floor, and the murmurs of hundreds of voices could be discerned emanating from the door on the right, likely filled with students from other years. However, Professor McGonagall did not usher them directly inside. Instead, she led the first-year students to a small, vacant room at the far end of the hall. As everyone crowded in, jostling against one another, they anxiously examined their surroundings. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall proclaimed. Her expression was markedly serious, devoid of any semblance of warmth, and these young wizards were not oblivious. They could sense that the elderly witch was not one to be trifled with. Consequently, they fell silent, attentively listening to her words, refraining from whispering amongst themselves. The annual Hogwarts sorting feast was imminent, yet before they could enter the dining hall, they needed to prepare themselves for the pivotal moment of selecting their respective houses. The sorting ceremony was of utmost significance, for during their time at Hogwarts, their house would serve as their home. They would attend classes with fellow housemates, share accommodations in the house dormitories, and spend leisure time in the communal lounges. The four houses of Hogwarts are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each possessing a rich legacy and having nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. Throughout their studies, exemplary conduct would earn points for their house, while any misconduct would result in a loss of points. At the year's end, the house with the highest score would be awarded the prestigious House Cup, a great honor. I hope that regardless of the house you are assigned to, you will bring pride to your house. In a few moments, the sorting ceremony would commence in front of the entire school. I suggest that while you wait, you take a moment to alleviate your nervousness and compose yourselves, she advised, her gaze lingering briefly on a boy who had just stumbled and appeared rather disheveled. "When everything is ready over there, I will come to fetch you. Please maintain silence while you wait." Once she departed, the young wizards exhaled a collective sigh of relief. "Do you know how they sort us?" one asked. "How can they possibly determine the right house for each of us?" It had not been long since Professor McGonagall left the room, and already the young wizards began to chatter restlessly. "Perhaps there will be some sort of test." "Yes, it's always a sort of examination," another replied. "My uncle said it's quite daunting. My uncle is Tiberius McLaggen, and he is well acquainted with Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office at the Ministry of Magic. I believe he knows what he is talking about." A boy, claiming to be called Connor McLaggen, munched on what appeared to be an egg, commenting, "Chris, did you hear what Connor said? A test? It must be just like Fred and George said. In front of the whole school? But I don't know any magic at all yet. What am I going to do?" The chubby boy, already anxious, felt his nerves heighten further upon hearing the others, trembling slightly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Chris wiped the sweat from his forehead, contemplating that if Ink heard anything more unsettling, he might very well faint from fright. "Do not worry, Ink. I believe these individuals are utterly unreliable. Do you know how people meet their demise? They frighten themselves to death. Truly, there is nothing to fear," Chris reassured him. "You cannot fathom the tremors within me at this moment. Before arriving here, I never anticipated encountering such a situation. I wonder if learning a spell would still be of any use. Chris, please teach me a spell." Ink's gaze was fixated on the door, convinced that Professor McGonagall might return at any moment to usher him towards his impending fate. Observing this scene, Chris felt an urge to laugh, but also a tinge of exasperation, and thus casually imparted a spell to Ink. Was it a tradition at Hogwarts to leave new students in the dark about the sorting ceremony? The dark humor of these individuals was quite excessive. Did they derive joy from scaring young children to tears? Chapter 16. The poor sorting hat. "You do not appear to be nervous at all," remarked a girl named Autumn Zhang, who sat beside Chris, her curiosity piqued by the slight upward curve of his lips. She was the same Asian girl who had shared the boat ride earlier, appearing somewhat anxious as her pigtails swayed back and forth, her large, watery eyes fixed on Chris. "Oh, greetings. I am Chris Red," he replied. "To be honest, I feel indifferent. Whichever house I am assigned to is merely fate. I have no particular preference. I would be content with any house." However, Chris was not entirely truthful. In reality, he hoped to avoid both Slytherin and Gryffindor. Slytherin was certainly out of the question. As a Muggle-born wizard, he would rather steer clear of its members. Even if Slytherin extended an invitation, he would decline. For what good could come from such a perilous place, especially when that serpent-faced individual returned? As for Gryffindor, the risks were even greater. Numerous incidents often transpired within that house, rendering it far from safe. While Chris admired Gryffindors for their willingness to take risks and selflessly contribute to the peace and stability of the magical realm, that did not imply he was equally inclined to such altruism. With little sense of belonging in this place, why should he jeopardize himself for trivial matters? Ultimately, the narrative would conclude with the triumph of the righteous, so what was there to fear? The world would not cease to exist without him, even in his absence. Voldemort could not dominate the magical world. Therefore, why take such risks, engaging in life and death struggles, uncertain of even securing a warm meal, only to possibly gain nothing in the end? One must always consider oneself. When the heavens fall, there are those tall enough to bear the burden. He was not the tallest, so why wade through murky waters? Would it not be better to fish in troubled waters, safeguarding oneself while developing strength? There is a saying that encapsulates this sentiment. To preserve one's life amidst chaos, one does not seek fame among lords. To maintain his safety in this somewhat turbulent school while acquiring skills would suffice. By the time Hogwarts found itself in dire straits, Chris would have already graduated, swiftly whisking his family away at the first opportunity, indifferent to the impending flood. Thus, with such thoughts in mind, Chris felt no apprehension. As long as he avoided entanglements and trouble, he could steadily align himself with Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, diligently pursue his studies in magic, and savor life. Such a life would be exceedingly delightful. Just as Chris was lost in contemplation, he heard a commotion of high-pitched screams from behind. It was the frightened cries of several timid children. "Oh, Merlin, what is that?" Imp, too, was startled, leaping high in fright, struggling to catch his breath. As were those who turned to look ahead. From the wall behind them emerged a flurry of around 20 ethereal ghosts. These pearlescent, translucent apparitions glided across the room, whispering among themselves, oblivious to the first-year students. One ghost, adorned with a high, rigid collar encircling its neck, noticed them and remarked, "Ah, new students." The chubby monk-like ghost smiled at them, saying, "I presume you are here for the sorting ceremony?" Some students nodded silently. "I hope you were placed in Hufflepuff. I was once a member of that house." The ghost continued, "Now, please proceed forward." Moments later, a sharp voice announced, "The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Professor McGonagall has returned." The ghosts then drifted gracefully through the opposite wall, vanishing from sight. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall, the young wizard stirred into a slight buzz, though it quickly subsided. "Now, form a single file," Professor McGonagall instructed the first-year students. "Follow me." Beside Chris, Im's legs felt as heavy as lead, as if he were being led to the gallows. With Chris's support, he laboriously managed to join the line. The young wizards filed out of the room, traversing a narrow corridor, and passed through a pair of double doors, arriving in the grand hall of Hogwarts. It was indeed a magical, splendid, and magnificent place. Students from other houses were already seated around 4 long tables, illuminated by thousands of floating candles that danced in midair above the dining area. The tables were adorned with gleaming gold plates and high-stemmed goblets. At the head of the hall stood another long table, reserved for the faculty, where an eclectic array of professors, dressed in the most bizarre attire, took their seats. Professor McGonagall guided the first-year students to face the upperclassmen, who were lined up before them, with the teachers positioned behind. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, illuminating hundreds of faces that gazed upon them like pale lanterns. Ghosts mingled among the students, shimmering with a faint silver glow. Looking up, one could see a bewitched ceiling, appearing just like the night sky outside, dotted with twinkling stars. It was hard to believe that there was an actual ceiling above, and even harder to accept that the dining hall was not open to the elements. Professor McGonagall gently placed a stool in front of the first-year students and set atop it a pointed wizard hat. The hat was patched, worn, and exceedingly dirty. This was undoubtedly the famed hat of Godric Gryffindor, now known as the Sorting Hat. Chris couldn't help but marvel at the hat's shabby appearance, considering it a legendary magical artifact. Surely, such an ancient relic must hold countless secrets. However, Chris also felt a pang of sympathy for the hat, which had been sorting students for a millennium. Without pay, and with retirement nowhere in sight, it would likely have to continue its duties for many more years. All eyes in the hall were fixed upon the hat, and a profound silence enveloped the room. Then, the hat began to stir. Its brim parted wide like a mouth, and with a raspy voice, it commenced its song. "Oh, I am a hat incomparable, irreplaceable. Perhaps there are many hats in the world, but none as ancient as I. Come forth, child, wear me, and if my appearance does not please you, fret not, for once you don me, you shall surely revere my wisdom. I can see right through you, discerning which house suits you best. The 4 founders of Hogwarts entrusted me with this great task. Though a millennium has passed, their words remain vivid in my memory. Gryffindor told me, "My students are the most courageous lions." Ravenclaw declared, "My students are undoubtedly the wisest." Hufflepuff stated, "My students are all kind-hearted souls." Slytherin asserted, "My students are all exceptionally gifted. Trust me, dear children, only I can guide you. Do not be anxious, for I am here waiting for you. Today, I shall employ my millennia of wisdom and experience to help you rediscover yourself." Chapter 17, To Which House Do You Belong? After several agonizing minutes, the Sorting Hat finally concluded its self-proclaimed exquisite and enchanting song. The young wizards applauded enthusiastically, and the hall erupted with applause. The hat, oblivious to humility, proudly bowed to each of the 4 tables before becoming motionless once more. "Oh, my goodness, Chris. It turns out we really just need to wear this hat," the chubby boy exclaimed excitedly to Chris. "I must eliminate Fred and George. If I had listened to them, I wouldn't know if I'd even survive." At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. "I will call out names. When your name is called, come forth, don the hat, and take a seat to await your sorting," she stated. Marietta Eckley, a girl, not particularly attractive and with a head of reddish-gold curls, stumbled out of the line, donned the hat, which barely covered her eyes. Upon hearing the name, Chris felt a twinge of familiarity, as if she would soon become friends with Autumn Jean. It appeared that her mother was an employee at the Department of Magical Transportation's Flynn Network Authority, later joining the D.A., founded by Harry and signing her name on the list. Ultimately, she even reported to Umbridge. However, that parchment bearing her signature was bewitched by Hermione, causing her face to erupt in a multitude of purple pustules spelling out the word snitch in a grotesque manner, leading her peers to shun her. It seemed this young girl was destined for a rather unfortunate fate. When Marietta Edgecombe took her seat, there was a brief pause before the Sorting Hat proclaimed, "Ravenclaw." Applause erupted from the second table on the left, as Marietta joined their ranks. Several Ravenclaw students stood to shake her hand. Katie Bell, a rosy-cheeked girl with chestnut hair, who was quite attractive, hurriedly stepped out of the line to don the hat. Another familiar face in this narrative? Chris pondered. This Katie Bell was the unfortunate girl who nearly lost her life in her 7th year after touching Malfoy's cursed necklace. She seemed to possess considerable talent in Quidditch, having joined the team during Harry's first year as the youngest player, aside from Harry himself, serving as a chaser until graduation. What was going on? Was this cohort truly plagued by misfortune? With the previous 2 students' unfortunate tales and now Autumn Jean, who had lost her boyfriend, what was this madness? Chris felt a sense of unease as he noted that these unfortunate characters were all from his year. Gryffindor. The voice of the hat interrupted Chris's thoughts, prompting an eruption of cheers from the farthest table on the left. Chris observed as Fred and George attempted to approach Katie Bell for an embrace, only to be intercepted by a girl with long black hair styled in intricate braids. Next came Raby Eckett, a boy with a freckled face and an unappealing appearance, who tousled his hair, which resembled that of a dog-esque chew toy, before donning the Sorting Hat. Slytherin, the hat proclaimed, seemingly unable to endure the state of his hair. In an instant, the table on the far right erupted in raucous applause. The lad beamed with satisfaction and promptly made his way over. Before long, Professor McGonagall called out, "Imkleskow." The plump boy appeared quite anxious, wiping the sweat from his forehead. After casting a glance at Chris, he stepped forward and placed the hat upon his head. "Gryffindor," the Sorting Hat declared without delay. Once again, the people at the far left table erupted in cheers. As Imk, brimming with excitement, walked over, Fred and George sprang to their feet, each delivering a hearty slap on his back. A slightly taller red-haired young man, presumably the besotted Percy Weasley, shook Imk's hand. Soon after Imk, it was Chris's turn. Professor McGonagall announced, "Chris Reed." Upon hearing this, Chris took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He suddenly realized that the Sorting Hat could perceive one's innermost thoughts. Would it be able to uncover his memories, perhaps even those pertaining to the narrative of Harry Potter? That would indeed be disastrous, for he had yet to master the art of mental shielding. If this were to be reported to the headmaster, would he not risk being imprisoned and driven to madness by the use of legilimency and veritasrum? Chris, suppressing his anxious heart, walked forward under the watchful gaze of the crowd and took a seat, somewhat uneasily. He lowered his head slightly, allowing Professor McGonagall to place the Sorting Hat upon him. However, the hat's dilapidated condition was even more pronounced up close, adorned with numerous patches and emanating a peculiar odor. "Ah, yet another intriguing child. To which house shall I assign you?" The hat mused. "Slytherin does not seem suitable for you. Perhaps Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw." Chris silently pondered. What? The hat's sharp voice seemed incredulous. You wish to join Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw? You do not appear as intelligent as you imagine. Ravenclaw may not be fitting for you. Yet, it is evident that you are a kind-hearted, helpful, considerate, and likable child. No, that is not all. I also discern a bravery lurking deep within you. Yes, it is courage and tenacity. Therefore, Gryffindor. Huh? Gryffindor? How can you think I am brave? Tenacious? I appreciate your honesty, Chris thought, feeling quite bewildered. Was the Sorting Hat not adhering to the expected criteria? Although it seemed incapable of uncovering his memories, what was this arbitrary sorting? How could he possibly be placed in Gryffindor? What was the reasoning behind this? What madness was this? Gryffindor? He could hardly fathom such a turn of events, rendering him utterly speechless and disillusioned. However, his disillusionment was swiftly overshadowed by the cheers of the Gryffindors, who were all exceedingly delighted. Chris approached the Gryffindor table, where the front row had been deliberately left vacant, evidently reserved for the new students. Fred and George noticed his arrival and stood up to joyfully embrace him. We never imagined you would be sorted into Gryffindor. We thought you'd end up in Ravenclaw, exclaimed Imp with a broad grin. Well done, Chris. A nearby freshman also offered him a gentle smile. Once Chris settled in, the sorting ceremony continued. Next, Val Stebbins, Professor McGonagall announced. A boy, appearing rather clumsy, made his way to the stool and sat down. Hufflepuff, the sorting hat declared after a brief pause. The table on the right erupted in applause and cheers, welcoming him to their ranks. The fat friar ghost also waved cheerfully in his direction. Observing this somewhat bumbling lad, Chris mused that beneath his unassuming exterior lay a less than pure character. During the Triwizard Tournament, he had attended the Yule Ball with a Ravenclaw named Fawcett. Their antics amidst the rose bushes had caught the attention of Professor Snape, resulting in every participant losing 10 house points. It was true what they said. Appearances could be deceiving. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, with all students assigned to their houses. As Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat away, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet. He gazed upon the assembled students with a beaming smile, arms outstretched, as if nothing brought him greater joy than witnessing the full gathering of students. Welcome, he proclaimed. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I wish to share a few words. May you all dedicate yourselves to your studies, live earnestly, and relish every joy that life presents. Now, let the feast begin. Thank you. He settled back into his seat, and the young witches and wizards erupted into applause and cheers. It seemed that every year brought a different speech. Astonishingly, Dumbledore had omitted the classic phrases of nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. To be frank, these words remained one of the unsolved mysteries within the Harry Potter narrative, with no definitive explanation provided thus far. The official stance appeared to leave a hint of intrigue, perhaps to spark conversation. Some suggested that those words, when translated into Latin, meant, "May Merlin bless you." However, the majority of dedicated fans dismissed this notion as mere rumor. Many Westerners, well-versed in Latin, confirmed that such a phrase had never existed, leading to the conclusion that it was merely an individual speculation, mistakenly taken to heart by many. The most credible interpretation posited that these words represented the various attitudes of the four houses. In the vernacular of Chris and his companions, those four words were nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. The term nitwit belonged to Ravenclaw, as its members, known for their intellect, often deemed those who did not qualify for their house as foolish. Blubber, a term typically used by youth in English-speaking countries to mock those who are overweight, reflected the less kind sentiments of the Gryffindors, who prided themselves on their bravery, viewing their peers from other houses as lesser. Oddment, derived from the textile industry, referred to scraps of fabric deemed unusable, echoed the Slytherins' belief in blood purity and disdain for those they considered impure. Lastly, tweak, representing Hufflepuff, signified their diligent nature and desire for others to adjust their approach to life. Ultimately, the truth behind these enigmatic words remained elusive to all but Dumbledore himself. Perhaps one day, Chris would glean the answer from the headmaster. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as his plate was now brimming with an abundance of food: roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb shanks, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some inexplicable reason, peppermint candies. The new students gasped in amazement at the sudden appearance of the feast, utterly bewildered by the magic behind it. Though Chris understood that house elves had prepared the meal and magically transported it from the kitchens below the Great Hall, he He felt no need to elaborate on this knowledge. There was no merit in appearing overly knowledgeable. Besides, after a long day, the prospect of finally enjoying a warm meal was a welcome relief. And Chris was eager to partake. Chris picked up a fork, pierced a piece of chicken, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing contentedly. To his surprise, the little elf had indeed put considerable effort into the cooking, and the food was quite delectable. The others were also indulging heartily. A girl sitting opposite him showed no regard for her ladylike demeanor as she devoured a chicken leg, appearing rather uncouth. "How about some steak?" Imp suggested as he sliced a piece of beef, recommending, "The steak at Hogwarts is rather delightful, far superior to what they serve at Old John's across from our school." "All right, I shall have some shortly. To be honest, Imp, I never imagined I would be sorted into Gryffindor. You see, I don't consider myself particularly brave," Chris mused, still perplexed as to why the sorting hat had placed him in Gryffindor when he had no desire to be there. "Oh, Chris, it seems to be the case for many of us. I too am unsure why I fit into Gryffindor. Honestly, when I donned the hat, I felt completely dazed, unaware of how I was sorted. It truly is quite a marvel," Imp replied between bites. "Don't overthink it, my friends. The fact that you are in Gryffindor signifies that you are, like us, courageous lions. Imp, let us venture out for a midnight exploration of Hogwarts." "Chris, you should join us too," Fred chimed in. "Huh? A midnight adventure? Isn't it possible to explore Hogwarts during the day?" the stout boy questioned, puzzled. "Oh, my friend. What joy is there in the daytime? With so many people around, how could the secrets of Hogwarts reveal themselves in plain sight? If one wishes to uncover the mysteries of Hogwarts, surely there is no better time than night," George interjected eagerly. "But what about Filch?" The stout boy hesitated. "Fear not. Trust us, we will undoubtedly evade him. Let us not forget our title, the Hogwarts Adventure Brothers. However, once you two join us, we shall be the Hogwarts Adventure Brotherhood," Fred exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 19. "I love eating eggs all right. If the opportunity arises, let us go together," Imp contemplated before responding. Chris remained silent while savoring his steak. Engaging in such illicit activities was entirely out of character for him. It contradicted his principles and approach to life. If caught, not only would he face a deduction of points, but he could also be subjected to confinement. Surely, dedicating oneself to the pursuit of magical knowledge would be far more beneficial. Why indulge in such reckless behavior? A loss of points would only invite ridicule or disdain from others, who would admire a mischievous student. Yet, it seemed that Imp possessed a certain Gryffindor audacity, as he boldly accepted a challenge despite the terrifying tales of Filch shared by Fred and George on the train. Such bravery was remarkable. Typically, newcomers to Hogwarts would be too apprehensive to consider nocturnal escapades within the castle walls, still adjusting to their new environment. Just as Chris was lost in thought, a ghostly head emerged from beneath the table, startling him and diminishing the appeal of his steak. It was none other than the fabled nearly headless Nick. Chris harbored little fondness for apparitions. In the West, they are termed ghosts, while in the East, they are referred to as specters. Having been exposed to numerous suspenseful and horrific tales since childhood, his perception of these entities was predominantly negative. They were far from auspicious and rather repulsive. It was unsettling that, rather than being properly exorcised by a skilled master, they lingered in the mortal realm. Was it not terrifying? The very idea of dining peacefully while such beings hovered nearby was utterly disconcerting. "Looks rather splendid, doesn't it?" a ghost with a ruffled collar observed as it watched the rotund boy devour his steak. "Oh, indeed, it's delectable. Would you care to join?" Imp, surprisingly unafraid, even ventured to touch the ghost. It was perplexing how this chubby lad oscillated between timidness and audacity. It seemed Gryffindor was indeed a fitting house for him. "I have not dined in 400 years, the ghost remarked. "I do not require sustenance, though I certainly reminisce about its exquisite flavors. I believe I have yet to introduce myself. Mincy, Sir Nicholas of Poppington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower." "Ah, greetings, sir. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Ink Lesko, but you may call me Ink," the boy introduced himself, noticing the tension among the other young wizards. The ghost did not linger for long before drifting away. "How cool is that?" Ink exclaimed, still in awe. "There is an even cooler one, though he belongs to Slytherin. Look over there." Fred pointed to a table nearby where a ghost sat. It was a terrifying sight, with vacant eyes and a gaunt visage, its robe stained with silvery blood. "Well," the chubby boy gasped in astonishment. "I must say, are you not at all frightened?" "I find it quite nauseating," Chris admitted, struggling to maintain his appetite. "Ha ha ha, it's rather amusing. Besides, they can't do anything to us, except for Peeves, of course." "Peeves? What sort of ghost is that? Imp inquired. His curiosity piqued. He is Hogwarts' mischievous poltergeist, also a ghost, but unlike others, he possesses a tangible form and can interact with objects. He delights in playing pranks. Much to the chagrin of the caretaker, Filch, who was perpetually vexed by him, Fred explained. Chris found the situation utterly dreadful. He deemed it essential to take some time to investigate suitable spells that could effectively manage these beings, if not compel them to obedience. At least to engage in some productive activities rather than incessantly tormenting the students for amusement. In such a precious place as Hogwarts, every individual ought to contribute their worth, enriching our beloved Hogwarts, thus enhancing the overall experience of magical life. Just consider these individuals, aimlessly wandering about without engaging in any meaningful endeavors. How can this be acceptable? It is simply intolerable. Once everyone had their fill, the remnants of the meal vanished from the plates as if by magic, leaving them pristine once more. After a while, pudding arrived, an array of ice creams of every conceivable flavor, apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate soufflés, jam-filled donuts, sherry trifle, strawberries, jelly, and custard. Upon seeing this delectable spread, Chris felt his appetite awaken, sampling a bit of each to discern their flavors. The conversation then shifted to familial matters. The boy across the table, Cormac McLaggen, seized the opportunity to boast once more, reiterating tales he had already shared numerous times. Do you know who Tiberius McLaggen is? Yes, my uncle. My uncle, Tiberius McLaggen, is an incredibly powerful wizard. He is quite familiar with Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office at the Ministry of Magic. And my father, he is also a formidable wizard, though perhaps not quite as accomplished as my uncle, but still impressive. By the way, I am Cormac McLaggen. While I may not match my uncle's prowess, I firmly believe I will become a great wizard. I have a particular fondness for egg dishes. So if you wish to befriend me, feel free to treat me to some. McLaggen boasted while munching on a spherical morsel, noticeably smaller than the one he had before the sorting. However, it appeared that no one was paying him any mind. He seemed to be rather unpopular. Chris, being quite kind-hearted, attempted to ease the awkwardness by saying, "Oh, is that so? I believe you will surpass your uncle in the future. Here, have this." It seems to be filled with egg yolk and cheese. Chris handed the pie in his possession to him, concealing the fact that he was merely unable to finish it and wished to avoid waste. How wonderful. I adore custard, exclaimed McLaggen with delight. Thank you, Chris. You are truly a kind-hearted individual. I will ensure to introduce you to my father when the opportunity arises. My uncle, however, is rather occupied and may not be able to meet you just yet. Chris found himself at a loss for words. The underlying implication of this fellow's behavior was clearly that he expected Chris to continue treating him with greater kindness. Only by enhancing his goodwill could he hope to be introduced to the man's uncle. Goodness gracious, who would be eager to meet his uncle? It was truly exasperating. One must admit this young man was indeed a peculiar character. Chapter 20. Absurd Lessons. Chris shook his head, holding a cup of hot milk as he sat in his seat, listening to their conversation while scrutinizing the professors on the high platform. Hagrid occupied the nearest corner, indulging heartily with a fork in hand. At the center of the guest seating, perched upon a grand golden chair, was Professor Albus Dumbledore. Clad in an exquisite purple robe adorned with peculiar symbols, his formidable wizardly presence was undeniable, yet his taste in attire left much to be desired. His flowing silver hair shimmered like that of the ghosts, and he sported a meticulously trimmed long white beard, exuding an aura of benevolence. Most striking, perhaps, was his lengthy, hooked nose, which appeared to have been broken several times. Behind a pair of crescent-shaped spectacles, his bright blue eyes held an intense, penetrating gaze, one that one would dare not meet directly. Beside Dumbledore was an empty seat, presumably reserved for Professor McGonagall. On the opposite side sat a slender figure with straight, somewhat greasy black hair and a sallow complexion, his prominent hooked nose accentuating his features. Dressed in a black robe and cloak, he rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, while his eyes conveyed a sense of coldness and inscrutability. This was Professor Severus Snape, a man who would sacrifice all for love, now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Yet Chris found him rather handsome. He wondered if Lily had been blind. Surely, Snape was far more appealing than James, who was a mischievous braggart that likely attracted women more due to his roguish charm than any genuine allure. Perhaps, as the saying goes, there is someone for everyone. Ultimately, there were no second chances in life, and the love story between him and Harry's mother, Lily, had tragically drawn to a close. As the last morsels of food vanished, Professor Dumbledore rose once more, and the hall fell into a hushed silence. Oh, now that everyone is well fed and satisfied, I wish to impart a few words. At the commencement of this term, I must address some important matters. First, your students. Take heed, the woods on campus are strictly off limits. Other students should also take note of this. Dumbledore's keen gaze swept towards the Weasley twins. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has requested I remind everyone that magic is not permitted in the corridors during breaks. Additionally, students below third year are forbidden from visiting Hogsmeade, a rule Mr. Filch will enforce diligently. The selection process for Quidditch players will take place in the second week of this term. Those interested in joining the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, allow me to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore gestured towards a bald, middle-aged man on the far right. Professor Mad-Eye Moody. The tall, bald wizard stood to wave and smile at the audience. He appeared to be in his 40s, with only a few sparse strands of hair adorning his shiny head, giving him an approachable, somewhat disheveled appearance. Dumbledore initiated a round of applause, and the others joined in to welcome him. Oh, we have a bald professor this year. Every year. We guess what the new defense against the dark arts teacher will be like. I expected an old man, yet here we have a middle-aged fellow. Jordan, I owe you a copper canute, Fred remarked, clapping with a hint of regret. A young black man across from him flashed a bright smile, clearly delighted. I told you it would be a middle-aged man. Last year's old professor was pulled into the Black Lake by the giant squid during a stroll and returned with only half his life. What? Didn't he, your professor, know how to use magic to save himself? Imp inquired curiously. Oh, don't mention it. Perhaps others could, but our professor definitely could not. He was far too old, trembling even while holding his wand. There were times in class when he would fall asleep, one student chuckled. Indeed. We felt too guilty to wake him. After all, we must respect our elders. However, he was a decent old chap. He even forgot our names and mistook us for Hufflepuffs. Once, he even deducted points incorrectly. George laughed. How absurd. How could Hogwarts hire someone like that? Shouldn't he be enjoying retirement instead of teaching because of financial struggles? Imp, a responsible and portly fellow, expressed zero tolerance for such negligence towards students. Who knows? After all, something always seems to happen with the defense against the dark arts professors. They say the position is cursed, so perhaps he is just filling in, was the consensus. This is utterly incomprehensible. I must ask the headmaster about this. Instead of risking such incidents, it would be better to abolish the course altogether, the portly boy declared, angered by Fred's explanation. Chris finds himself in complete agreement with Imp's sentiments regarding the defense against the dark arts class. Aside from Lupin and the faux Mad-Eye Moody, the other instructors are wholly negligent in their duties. Even Severus Snape's tenure as the professor of this subject did not yield significant improvement. It seems a matter of fate. Should one be fortunate enough to encounter a competent teacher during their studies, they might glean some knowledge, while the unfortunate would merely squander their time under the guidance of an irresponsible instructor. Is this truly fair for those earnestly pursuing education? These professors merely regurgitate textbooks, delivering lessons devoid of substance, resulting in students learning nothing and wasting precious time that could be better spent resting, as a good night's sleep may prove more beneficial than such futile endeavors. Moreover, in the narrative of Harry Potter, many professors who briefly grace Hogwarts are often driven by ulterior motives, rather than a genuine desire to educate. Thus, one might argue that Dumbledore, as the headmaster, exhibits a degree of irresponsibility in his selection and oversight of faculty and curricula. Consequently, it would be more advantageous for students if such a superfluous course, which offers less value than self-study, were simply abolished. Chapter 21. The Enigmatic School Song. Furthermore, the abolition of this course could effectively nullify Voldemort's purported curse associated with it. If the class is no longer offered, what significance does the curse hold? Additionally, this would preclude the presence of dubious individuals masquerading as educators from plotting within Hogwarts, thereby ensuring a safe environment for learning and living. The introduction of a more beneficial course, one that imparts useful knowledge to students, would surely be a welcome alternative. However, this remains mere speculation, as the complexities surrounding the issue may be far more intricate than they appear. It is likely that dissenters of this course extend beyond just Chris and Imp. Numerous others may harbor similar grievances. Yet their silence, or perhaps their previous attempts at voicing concerns that went unaddressed, invites contemplation. There may exist a myriad of entangled issues behind the scenes, shrouded in obscurity. Perhaps this course has endured for centuries, with wizards being indoctrinated from a young age, and prior to Voldemort's curse, it had not been mired in controversy. Abolishing it would necessitate broad consensus. If only a minority deemed it necessary to discontinue, while the majority opposed the notion, it would undoubtedly be futile. Additionally, institutional regulations might dictate that this course remains a compulsory subject at Hogwarts, rendering any unilateral decision to abolish it impractical. Moreover, in the realm of wizarding examinations, such as the O, W, L, S, and N, E, W, T, S, this course is likely a requisite, thus intertwining it with other academic obligations. In summary, the prospect of abolishing this course is far from a simple endeavor. Such thoughts can remain as mere musings, as the execution of such an idea would encounter formidable resistance, rendering it nearly impossible. Therefore, one might as well indulge in some internal lamentation, contemplating the matter in silence. As the applause dwindled, Dumbledore proclaimed with vigor, "Now, before we retire for the evening, let us join together in singing the school song." Upon hearing Dumbledore's request, the smiles of the other professors seemed to stiffen. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon soared from it, gracefully twisting and coiling above the dining table, forming lines of text. "Choose a melody of your liking," Dumbledore instructed. "Ready, sing." Thus, the entire faculty and student body raised their voices in unison, singing, "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts. Teach us something, please, whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling." Chris had long anticipated the opportunity to sing this song with everyone, so he delivered it in his own peculiar tone. He recalled the scene from the film The Goblet of Fire, where, prior to any edits, everyone sang the school song together. It had stirred him deeply at the time, and he had longed to experience it himself. This occasion was a serendipitous fulfillment of that desire. However, many of the young wizards were merely going through the motions. Some first-year students had never even heard the song, and thus could not sing along, while older students were simply too apathetic to participate, displaying expressions of disdain or even disgust. They believed it was far cooler not to sing, perhaps hoping that a certain young witch might notice them instead. They might be mistaken, for during those fleeting years of youth spent within the school, participating in shared experiences could become cherished memories in their later lives. Years down the line, when they reflect on their present actions, they may very well feel a twinge of regret. As the group concluded their rendition of the school song in a disorganized manner, only George and Fred Weasley continued to sing along to the solemn strains of the funeral march. Dumbledore used his wand to conduct the final few measures for the duo, and upon their completion, his applause was the loudest. "Ah, music," he remarked, wiping his eyes, "is far more enchanting than anything we do here. It is now time for bed. Everyone, return to your dormitories. First years, follow me." Leading the Gryffindor newcomers was the head boy, a blond lad who had just shaken hands with Chris. He guided the first-year Gryffindors through the chaotic throng, exiting the dining hall, and after ascending the marble staircase, they parted ways with the first years from other houses. Beside Chris, Im's legs felt as though they were laden with lead. He had indulged excessively and, after a day fraught with anxiety, he was utterly fatigued. As they traversed the corridor, the figures in the portraits whispered conspiratorially, pointing and gesturing, some even greeting them as they passed. The head of Gryffindor House led them through concealed doors hidden behind sliding panels and draped curtains on 2 further occasions. Indeed, Hogwarts was rather vast and somewhat convoluted, presenting a veritable calamity for first-year wizards newly arrived. For instance, a staircase that appeared ahead would mysteriously shift as they approached. Certain doors required one to touch a precise spot to unlock, while others were obscured behind tapestries or portraits. Moreover, some treacherous staircases were particularly deceptive. They seemed identical to ordinary steps, yet at a certain point, one had to leap over, lest one's foot become ensnared within. Chris indeed wished to memorize the path to Hogwarts, for he understood that navigating the myriad corridors and staircases during class and mealtimes could easily lead to disorientation. However, despite his diligent efforts, he found it nearly impossible to commit every route to memory, as the castle was simply immense, and his sense of direction was not particularly keen. Thus, with a resigned shake of his head, Chris decided to take his time, recognizing that there was no rush. As the young wizards yawned widely and trudged up numerous flights of stairs, they finally arrived at the 8th floor. They traversed a long corridor and came to a halt at its end. "We have arrived," announced the prefect. At the corridor's terminus hung a portrait of a rather portly woman clad in pink attire. This was the Fat Lady, the guardian of the Gryffindor common room entrance. She was an exceptionally diligent portrait. "What is the password?" she inquired. "Apple fritters," the prefect replied. The painting swayed forward, revealing a circular opening in the wall. You must remember this password. Do not forget it. Only by uttering the password to the fat lady may you enter the common room. If you forget, you shall be left outside to spend the night, the prefect cautioned the young wizards. Chapter 22. The Gryffindor Common Room. With that, the prefect led the young wizards through the walls opening into the Gryffindor Common Room. It was a cozy circular chamber adorned with plush armchairs. While not overly spacious, it exuded warmth, with flames steadily flickering in the fireplace. The prefect then guided the girls through a door to their dormitory, followed by leading the boys through another entrance. At the top of a spiral staircase, it was evident they were situated within a tower. The doors to the bedrooms were marked with nameplates. Chris and his companions found their designated dormitory, and to their delight, it accommodated only 2 occupants, likely due to the smaller number of boys in this year's Gryffindor. Conveniently, Chris and Imk, whose surnames were adjacent alphabetically, ended up sharing a room, which was quite fortuitous, as they avoided the company of the egg-loving McLaggen. The dormitory was spacious and impeccably clean, presumably attended to by house elves. The beds were exceedingly comfortable, draped with deep red flannel curtains. Their trunks had already been delivered. And after Chris opened his leather case and changed into his pajamas, he began to organize his belongings, laying out essentials, neatly stowing clothes in the wardrobe, placing books on the desk, and setting toiletries in a designated compartment before sliding the trunk beneath his bed. Once he finished tidying up, he noticed that the weary little fellow had already succumbed to slumber. Initially intending to invite him to wash up together, Chris decided against it. Thus, feeling somewhat fatigued himself, he ventured alone to the washroom. Upon returning, he had scarcely settled into bed when he fell into a deep sleep. The following morning, Chris awoke to find the dormitory still shrouded in darkness due to the drawn curtains. Chris rubbed his eyes, rose from the bed, and stretched languidly. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already 9 o'clock. Since yesterday, September 1st, fell on a Saturday, today was Sunday, and with no classes to attend, he felt no concern about the possibility of being late. Chris lifted the blanket, rose from the bed, and approached the window. He drew back the curtains to reveal a pleasant day, unmarred by rain. It was the perfect opportunity to explore the castle, to familiarize himself with the surroundings, lest he find himself lost when classes commenced the following day. By the time Chris had completed his morning routine and donned his robe in preparation for breakfast in the Hogwarts hall, the plump boy still showed no signs of waking. Chris hesitated for a moment about whether to wake him, but ultimately decided against it. Children often relish their slumber, and it is rather uncommon for them to rise before noon. They seem oblivious to hunger. Thus, it was best not to disturb him, for dealing with potential morning irritability would be quite cumbersome. After exiting the bedroom, he made his way to the communal lounge. The room was sparsely populated, with only 7 or 8 students present, likely due to the absence of classes today. Most were still in their slumber. Some students engaged in a game of wizard chess. Others were engrossed in their books on the sofas, while a few were engaged in conversation. This scene exuded a warm and comforting atmosphere. Chris felt that there was no need to remain in the dormitory during idle times. Instead, he could simply find a sofa in the lounge, sip some coffee, and engage in light-hearted conversations with friends, which was a delightful and relaxing way to spend his time. Chris pushed open the door to the public lounge and crawled through the round entrance. The plump lady was already exercising her vocal cords in the morning light. After she belted out a few notes, she inquired about her singing, eagerly seeking affirmation. "It sounds fantastic, madam," Chris replied, unwilling to dampen her spirits. Smiling as he did so. Satisfied, the plump lady suggested that next time, she might sing a song for him to showcase her skills. This left Chris in a rather awkward position. He felt hesitant to agree or decline, ultimately deciding to make a hasty exit. However, misfortune befell him as he lost his way on his journey to the dining hall for breakfast. One could hardly fault Chris, for when he descended the stairs, he had not navigated through the proper passage, resulting in him wandering to the opposite side. By the time he attempted to retrace his steps, it was impossible. Reluctantly, he chose an alternate route, one he had never traversed before. As he wandered, he found himself meandering through a labyrinthine path, utterly disoriented, unsure of which direction to take next. To be candid, Hogwarts boasted a staggering 142 staircases, varying in width and height, some broad and sturdy, others narrow and rickety, with some shifting to different locations at unpredictable times. A few would abruptly vanish midway, while numerous doors stood before him. Unless one politely requested their opening or precisely prodded the right spot, they remained obstinately closed. Additionally, Some of these doors were mere illusions, solid walls masquerading as entrances. Remembering the locations of various things proved a formidable challenge, as everything appeared to be in constant flux. Even the portraits seemed to engage in perpetual visits, and suits of armor could be seen wandering about. Just as Chris found himself in a state of bewilderment, a gentle voice broke through his reverie. "Are you lost?" He turned to see a girl, perhaps 14 or 15 years of age, with delicate features and cascading curly hair. "Oh, hello, miss. I believe I am. I just arrived at Hogwarts yesterday. So, you understand," Chris stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed in the presence of the lovely young lady. "Haha, I suspected you were a newcomer, as I have never seen you before. You're almost at the Ravenclaw Tower. Where are you headed? Allow me to assist you," she said with a soft laugh. "Really? I would be most grateful. I wish to go to the dining hall for breakfast." "I am Chris Red of Gryffindor," he replied. "Is that so? How fortuitous. For we are headed in the same direction. I am Penelope Clearwater. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Red," the girl responded, extending her hand in greeting. Chris extended his hand to grasp the young lady's, and indeed, it was smooth. To be honest, Chris never anticipated encountering Penelope Clearwater, who was also heading to the hall for breakfast. She is, after all, the girlfriend of Percy in the original narrative. One must admit, Percy's taste is quite commendable. Judging by his future self, he likely possesses a certain charm. It is noteworthy that throughout the summer of 1992, Percy Weasley penned numerous letters to Penelope. During the subsequent academic year, they clandestinely met in various corners of the school. On one occasion, Ginny Weasley happened upon Penelope sharing a kiss with Percy. Percy, it seems, was indeed fortunate. However, in the end, they were unable to be together. Chapter 23. Percy, you truly are a dog. Crewat, a girl of remarkable beauty and intelligence, is ambitious and kind-hearted, possessing few flaws, yet misfortune seems to shadow her. During her academic year in the Chamber of Secrets, the hidden chamber within Hogwarts Castle was breached, unleashing a monster that began to attack Muggle-born students. One day, Penelope encountered Hermione Granger near the library. Just as Hermione had deduced that the creature was a basilisk and was preparing to inform Harry and Ron to avoid gazing directly into the basilisk's eyes, Penelope followed Hermione's advice and used a mirror to observe the corridor's turn. However, they inadvertently caught sight of the creature's eyes through the reflection, resulting in their petrification. Ultimately, under the influence of the Mandrake restorative potion, Penelope and the other victims of the attacks were revived. Her intelligence and kindness are evident in the original text, where Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, in their second year, transformed into Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle using Polyjuice Potion to glean information about the chamber from Draco Malfoy. They coincidentally crossed paths with Penelope while searching for the Slytherin common room. Ron, disguised as Crabbe, approached her to inquire about the direction to their common room. Penelope kindly informed him that she was a Ravenclaw student and cast a suspicious glance back at them as she departed. It is worth noting that Ron, who failed to recognize his own brother's girlfriend, mistakenly assumed she was a Slytherin. Penelope, with her keen intellect, likely sensed something amiss but chose to remain silent and refrain from revealing their ruse, a commendable act in itself. Moreover, Percy Weasley was not particularly well-liked, and few were inclined to engage in lengthy conversations with him. However, Penelope, as his girlfriend, displayed remarkable patience by listening to his incessant chatter about his aspirations of working at the Ministry of Magic and proposing various law enforcement enhancements, topics that might hold little interest for most girls. It is akin to a boyfriend discussing political theories while one is preoccupied with discomfort from menstruation. Percy's rapid change in demeanor is notable. During the summer, he was utterly infatuated with Penelope, writing her letters at an astonishing frequency, far exceeding the typical pace of correspondence. Ginny remarked that Percy spent the entire summer indoors, penning letters, possibly sending multiple missives in a single day. This fervent dedication might have worn out the family's elderly owl, who could have otherwise continued its service for a year or two longer. The owl may have been exhausted from flying back and forth, perhaps also carrying gifts or tokens, prompting its early retirement. Initially, when they began dating, everything seemed well, and upon learning of Penelope's petrification, Percy, despite his inaction, at least felt sadness. However, as time passed, his demeanor shifted. For instance, Penelope had a keen interest in Quidditch. Before a match between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, she wagered 10 galleons with Percy that her house would triumph. She even approached Harry Potter to borrow his firebolt. Percy, standing nearby, appeared overly excited, watching as Penelope examined the broom while cautioning her against any potential damage. Such behavior raises questions about his trust in her capabilities. After Ravenclaw's defeat, Percy approached Harry to celebrate and subsequently sought Penelope to claim the 10 galleons he had won from her. This audacious act is almost unheard of, even among friends. One typically does not demand the stakes of a bet, particularly from a girlfriend. Percy's insistence on retrieving the money from his girlfriend was an extraordinary display of insensitivity. Ultimately, during his 7th year, Percy achieved his ambition of becoming the head boy. On September 1st, at Platform 9, he approached Penelope with a bold stride, purposefully puffing out his chest to display his gleaming head boy badge. While this was somewhat more acceptable than demanding money, it still bordered on the ludicrous. It is natural to take pride in one's accomplishments, yet flaunting them in front of one's girlfriend is rather absurd. Given Percy's character, one must question whether he would be a commendable official in the Ministry of Magic, particularly considering the contrasting facets of his personality and his relationship with Penelope. It is fortunate they ultimately parted ways. Otherwise, it would have been a disservice to such a wonderful girl. You must quickly familiarize yourself with Hogwarts. If you consistently arrive late or mistakenly wander into forbidden areas because you are lost, you will lose points. Additionally, you are aware of Filch, right? If there is anyone worse than Peeves, it would have to be Argus Filch, the caretaker. Oh, I know, but I doubt it could be that bad. Oh, it certainly can. You must believe me. Last year, a boy named Kenneth Towler, also from Gryffindor, was caught attempting to force open a door. Filch did not believe he was lost and threatened to lock him in the dungeons. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall happened by and intervened. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous for him. Penelope chuckled. One must admit, this girl has a captivating smile. Chapter 24. Kind-hearted Chris Filch also has a cat named Mrs. Norris. The reason behind such a peculiar name remains a mystery. This gaunt creature, with dark gray fur and bulbous eyes reminiscent of Filch's, often patrols the corridors alone. Should anyone commit an infraction in its presence, even a mere toe over the line, it swiftly scurries off to summon Filch, who arrives panting and wheezing moments later. However, he sometimes appears out of nowhere like a ghost. The classmates harbored an intense hatred for him, with many wishing they could deliver a swift kick to his beloved Miss Lolita. Did the senior feel the same way? Chris couldn't help but inquire. What? Me? I certainly wouldn't go that far. After all, I am a commendable student of Ravenclaw. How could I entertain such thoughts? Penelope seemed quite taken aback by Chris's words, having initially intended to offer a gentle reminder, only to find her integrity questioned by this little rascal. Oh, I must have misinterpreted your words. I thought you included yourself among those many. Please forgive my misunderstanding, senior. Humph, do not entertain such thoughts in the future. Though Penelope still felt a touch of dissatisfaction, she chose not to press the matter further, especially since Chris had already apologized. Before long, the two arrived at the hall. After expressing his gratitude once more, they parted ways. The hall was sparsely populated, likely due to the fact that many were still adjusting to the school routine after the summer break. Chris approached the long table of Gryffindor and casually selected a seat to partake in breakfast. The morning repast was not particularly lavish. If one wished to indulge in a more personalized culinary experience, they would have to venture to the kitchen and request the house elves to prepare a bespoke meal. However, few would take such an initiative, for aside from the true gourmands, not many cared to delve into the mysteries of Hogwarts' kitchen. Chris had a fondness for food, yet he was rather indolent. As the breakfast remained available in the hall, he felt content with whatever was offered. If there were truly nothing to eat, he could always search the kitchen and request the house elf to prepare a meal for him. After savoring a bowl of pumpkin porridge and consuming 2 chocolate croissants, Chris decided to cease his breakfast as he anticipated a more substantial lunch. Breakfast served merely as a light prelude, after all. It was unwise to leave his stomach empty until noon, for it would be detrimental to his health. After finishing his meal, Chris thoughtfully brought 2 slices of bread for Ink, his longtime friend. It was indeed a rare blessing to share the same school and dormitory after all these years, and gifting the child some food was a gesture of goodwill. However, as Chris rose to return, a concern crept into his mind. What if he got lost again? Perhaps he should ask Penelope to guide him once more. No, that seemed rather inappropriate. He resolved to navigate his way back on his own. Surely he wouldn't stumble again. Following the path he had taken yesterday, Chris successfully returned to the lounge, which relieved him greatly. The prospect of getting lost again would have been quite embarrassing. When he entered the room, he found the chubby boy already awake and dressing. With a look of surprise, he gazed at Chris standing in the doorway and inquired, "Where have you been? I noticed your absence upon waking and feared you had been captured by a ghost in the castle." I ventured to familiarize myself with the surroundings and took the opportunity to have breakfast in the hall, Chris replied with a smile. I was concerned you might be hungry, so I brought you some bread. Here, enjoy. Chris extracted the slices of bread from his pocket and handed them to Imk. Oh, this is splendid. I was just feeling peckish and intended to wait for lunch before eating anything more, Imk exclaimed, eagerly devouring a slice. Chris, what are your plans for today? Imk continued. George and Fred mentioned that they are participating in the Gryffindor Quidditch team tryouts today. They said I could join them if I had the time to cheer them on. Are you familiar with Quidditch? I only learned about this sport yesterday, and I must say, it is quite different from what we have back home. A brand new version. Imk appeared genuinely intrigued by the wizarding sport. Quidditch, indeed, was the most significant athletic pursuit in the wizarding world. Every witch and wizard followed this exhilarating game, which involved players riding enchanted brooms. Similar to conventional sports, it unfolded on a pitch surrounded by spectators. At each end of the field stood 3 golden poles, soaring 50 feet high, adorned with hoops. Teams, each comprising 7 players, 1 keeper, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, and 1 seeker competed against each other in aerial combat. The Weasley brothers were eager to audition for the position of beater, claiming it was the coolest role. Quidditch featured 2 smaller, more aggressive balls known as bludgers, which zoomed about with a mind of their own, attempting to knock players off their brooms. The beater's responsibility was to protect their teammates from these rogue balls while directing them towards the opposing players. George remarked that this task was formidable, and they were the most suited for it. Oh, and you might not know what a bludger is yet, Imk added. In this sport, 3 distinct balls are employed. One is a red ball, similar in size to a soccer ball, known as the quaffle. The chasers pass the quaffle among themselves, aiming to score by getting it through the opposing team's hoops, with each successful attempt yielding 10 points. The keeper guards their own hoops. Imk animatedly gestured, despite still holding a slice of bread. And let us not forget the golden snitch, which is the size of a large hazelnut and adorned with silver wings. It moves with lightning speed, and the seeker's task is to capture it. When the golden snitch is caught, the team that seizes it is awarded 150 points. And the match concludes. The Weasley brothers expressed a desire for a good broomstick, lamenting that their lack of a quality broom hindered their training efforts. If they had a decent broom, they claimed they could dominate the field, Imk wistfully remarked, yearning for the opportunity to experience the thrill of soaring and competing in the skies. Though he lamented that he would have to wait until his second year for such an experience. Chris could only listen helplessly as Imk prattled on about various facts concerning Quidditch. This little chubby fellow had done well in his studies and possessed an impressive memory for certain things. However, his athletic abilities left much to be desired. Chapter 25. A Grand Enterprise. Chris could not assert with absolute certainty that Imk would be incapable of playing Quidditch. However, based on his previous performance during their school days, it seemed rather unlikely. When the time comes for him to audition for a place on the Quidditch team, he might be granted a pity substitute position at best. The prospect of becoming a full-fledged team member appears remote unless he dedicates himself entirely to the sport, practicing diligently day in and day out, with relentless effort. Perhaps he might eventually earn an opportunity to participate in a match. Chris, however, harbored little interest in Quidditch and had no desire to partake in the sport. Riding a flying broomstick through the skies was indeed delightful, yet the roughness and peril associated with Quidditch were unappealing. Such wildness did not suit his refined and easygoing nature. Well, perhaps you should go and see for yourself, Imk. Please extend my regards to George and Fred. While your descriptions sound enticing, I prefer to explore the school and familiarize myself with the classrooms for tomorrow, lest I find myself lost, Chris said, refraining from further diminishing Imk's enthusiasm. All right. I shall convey your greetings, Imk replied, a hint of regret in his voice. However, this may work to your advantage. Once you are acquainted with the layout and have grasped the school's intricacies, perhaps you could create a map for me. You know my sense of direction leaves much to be desired. Indeed, once I have familiarized myself, I can certainly draw a map for you. By the way, speaking of maps, I just remembered that George and Fred are quite knowledgeable about Hogwarts. Perhaps I could enlist their assistance in crafting one. And we could sell copies to younger wizards for a bit of pocket money, Chris mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Hey, that idea seems rather promising. But will anyone actually buy it? Imk inquired, a note of uncertainty in his tone. Trust me, there will definitely be buyers. After all, not every first-year wizard possesses a remarkable memory or sense of direction. With our map in hand, they will no longer fear getting lost. Moreover, older students might also be curious about Hogwarts, as they too may not have explored every nook and cranny. Some second-year wizards might still find themselves wandering astray. Additionally, we could sell it to each new cohort of first-year students every year that would surely be interested. This could become a sustainable source of income. Chris was convinced that this venture was undoubtedly a surefire profit. The new young wizards would surely require some time to acclimate to Hogwarts, and possessing this map would be an immense aid for them. Furthermore, some of the upperclassmen would certainly be inclined to purchase a copy of the map. Much like Harry and Ron, who, in their second year, were oblivious to the location of the Slytherin common room. Had they possessed a map, they would not have been foolishly lost. Additionally, for the curious souls who relish exploring Hogwarts or seek a tranquil, secluded spot for a rendezvous, having a map is an indispensable asset. Wow, hearing you articulate this makes me feel that this endeavor is truly promising. Chris, this is simply magnificent. You are a genius for conceiving such a brilliant idea, exclaimed Ink, giving Chris a thumbs up in admiration after listening to his analysis. Chris, feeling a bit embarrassed, ran his fingers through his hair and glanced at the clock. It was nearly time for lunch. He looked up at Imp and said, "All right, it's about time. Let us head to the hall for lunch, and afterward, we can discuss this plan with George and Fred. We need to act swiftly. The sooner we start, the more we'll learn." This time, Chris and his companions did not lose their way and successfully arrived at the auditorium. Coincidentally, George and Fred were also present. One cutting potatoes on his plate with a dinner knife, while the other was nibbling on corn. "Hi, good afternoon. How did you sleep last night?" "Oh, splendidly. I was exhausted even before reaching my bedroom. I fell asleep as soon as I got into bed. However, just now, Chris and I discussed a lucrative venture. Would you two like to join us?" Imp said mysteriously. "What venture?" "Sit down and elaborate." Fred, intrigued, urged them to take a seat. Chris explained. "We could create a detailed map of Hogwarts and sell it to the new students or those in need. I believe this undertaking holds great potential." Imp, with enthusiasm, elaborated to the Weasley twins. "Wow, that sounds fascinating. But what will we need to do?" George inquired, intrigued. "Well, since we are not very familiar with Hogwarts, but you two should be well acquainted, I need your assistance in detailing the specifics of Hogwarts. For example, the locations of certain places on each floor, where the common rooms of each house are, as well as some hidden arrangements," Chris added. "Oh, I think we can manage that. I can't think of anyone who knows the school better than us," the Weasley twins exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, you're the right people to ask, Chris. I'm sure we can help you. But how do you plan to sell it once it's completed?" George queried. "I have some ideas about that. Once the map is ready, the four of us can sell it together for 1 silver sickles. It's not too expensive. Everyone can afford it. And it will be helpful to them. I believe this venture could provide us with a sustainable income." Chris replied. "Absolutely. I imagine that once we expand, we could even create different versions of the map. Perhaps we could start with a basic version that highlights the general locations within Hogwarts to help young witches and wizards acclimate quickly, ensuring they don't find themselves lost or inadvertently entering restricted areas. The upgraded version could include more secret classrooms and hidden passages, which I believe would help us earn even more." It must be said that the Weasley twins possessed a remarkable acumen for business. Their foresight and thoroughness delighted Chris, who was pleased to have such partners. "All right, we'll settle on that for now. If any other issues arise, we can reconvene later. By the way, I heard you have Quidditch practice this afternoon, so I want to watch. I'll take a stroll around Hogwarts to familiarize myself with some key locations and will make additional notes once you return," Chris stated. "Sounds good to us." They all agreed, and Chris quickly finished his lunch before parting ways with them, commencing his exploration of Hogwarts. This endeavor was quite extensive, as it required not only surveying and documenting the main castle but also examining the surrounding areas, such as the routes leading away from the castle, the path to the Quidditch pitch, the trail to the Forbidden Forest, and the way to the Black Lake. After all, many paths needed to be traversed to ensure a detailed representation. Subtle nuances required careful depiction. A mere crude sketch with a few houses and lines would hardly entice buyers. It must be acknowledged that making money is never an easy task. To thoroughly cover these areas could take several days. So Chris planned to focus on surveying the main castle today. He was not afraid of losing his way. After all, he intended to traverse it all. As long as he didn't get trapped, a little wandering wouldn't deter him. He just needed to allocate extra time to find his way back. As for the other areas, he would wait for the others to be free so they could divide the tasks. It wouldn't be fair for him to undertake it all alone, nor would it be feasible for him to complete it promptly. If the new students became familiar with the school too soon, wouldn't that affect sales? The castle itself, including the basement, comprised 9 floors and 5 towers. Chris first ventured into the basement, where various rooms, such as the potions classroom and Severus Snape's office, were located, along with the Hogwarts kitchen, the Hufflepuff common room, and the Slytherin common room on the other side. As he approached Professor Severus Snape's office, a chill enveloped him, leaving him to ponder whether Snape, who frequented this eerie space, might one day succumb to rheumatism. Chris did not linger long in this unsettling environment, fearing an encounter with Snape might lead to an unwarranted reprimand. Soon, he had grasped the general layout of the basement. As for the first floor, it was rather straightforward to depict, encompassing the entrance hall, the Great Hall, the faculty lounge, Argus Filch's office, and several vacant classrooms. The passing students were intrigued by Chris, the young wizard, who was diligently sketching on parchment within the castle. However, their curiosity waned upon discovering that he was merely illustrating scenes of Hogwarts. Being newcomers, they were naturally filled with wonder about their surroundings and soon lost interest. Approximately 2 hours later, Chris arrived at the 4th floor. To his astonishment, near the corridor of the charms classroom, he discovered a hidden passage concealed behind a tapestry. Chris hesitated momentarily before stepping inside, reasoning that aside from the Chamber of Secrets, Hogwarts harbored little else in the way of peril, thus there was no need for excessive concern regarding potential threats lurking within the passage. This concealed corridor was rather short. Before long, Chris emerged from it. To his surprise, the exit was located in the corridor on the left side of the 4th floor, near the trophy display room. So, this was the destination, he mused. It seemed that the passage was not particularly well hidden, as anyone with a modicum of curiosity could likely discover it. The door was unlatched, and upon entering the trophy room, Chris beheld an array of trophies, shields, medals, and statues displayed within crystal glass cabinets. There was also a list documenting the names of past male and female student presidents of Hogwarts. Indeed, the collection of trophies was substantial. Chris spotted the Triwizard Tournament trophy, the Quidditch Cup, the House Cup, and even Voldemort's former accolade, the Special Contribution Award bestowed upon Tom Riddle. Additionally, he recognized the Quidditch Cup awarded to Charlie Weasley and Harry's father. Thus, Chris spent the entire afternoon traversing the expansive castle. He did lose his way at times, but fortunately, he managed to find his way out each time. Upon returning to the Great Hall on the 1st floor, Chris distinctly felt a dull ache in his calves. Nevertheless, the expedition proved fruitful, as he had sketched a rough map of the castle in his mind. However, he had yet to discern any patterns regarding the shifting positions of certain staircases within Hogwarts, and he would have to wait until evening when George and Fred returned to inquire if they had discovered any such. During dinner, Chris savored a delectable steak while noting that the Weasley twins had not yet returned. Evidently, the Gryffindor Quidditch team took the selection of players quite seriously. After finishing his meal, Chris retreated to the Gryffindor common room, brewed a cup of tea, and perused his textbooks. Classes commenced the following day, with the first lesson being none other than Professor Snape's potions class. It was perplexing how the school had scheduled such a daunting subject as the first course for this cohort of young wizards. Surely, it was an attempt to establish a formidable impression. Thus, Chris found it imperative to review the relevant potions textbooks to avoid any mishaps when tasked with concocting brews in class. Chris was engrossed in 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, written by Felida Spore. This book proved to be quite beneficial, enhancing Chris's understanding of various herbs and offering intriguing insights into the remarkable plants it detailed. It meticulously described numerous species, outlining their characteristics, uses, and methods of preparation, complemented by vivid illustrations. This resource was particularly useful for the herbs and materials employed in potion making, akin to a supplementary guide. Among the herbs discussed was blackroot, a plant characterized by its black stem and white flowers. This potent herb possessed the remarkable ability to counteract spells when ingested. Just as Chris was contemplating this herb, the Weasley twins and Imp returned to the Gryffindor common room. Despite their weary appearance, their faces radiated joy. "Hey, mate. George and Fred performed splendidly. They've successfully secured a position for our Gryffindor beaters, and their match will be coming up soon. Let's go watch it together." The chubby Imp was elated, seemingly happier than if he had been chosen himself. "Hey, Chris, how was your exploration this afternoon? Do you need any assistance?" Fred inquired, taking a sip of Chris's red tea. "I've nearly completed the drawing of Hogwarts' main castle, but there are still some details that require your input," Chris replied, handing over a parchment on his left. Chapter 27, Potions Class, The Great Terror. The group gathered around the map, scrutinizing it closely. They could clearly see some hidden passages and classroom markers, along with indications of stairs that needed to be traversed. It was quite commendable, though not overly detailed. However, if they settled for the current version, it would suffice for now, with further refinement and the application of some magic to enhance its dimensionality. Perhaps they could sell it for a handsome sum. Fred furrowed his brow, suggesting some excellent ideas. You're absolutely right, Fred. However, if that is the case, producing a map may require considerable effort. For now, I believe we should focus on making the map more detailed, ensuring that locations and routes are clearly marked. This way, we could mass-produce a portion for sale, earning some money to invest in creating a more refined and accurate map later, Chris thoughtfully responded. Nevertheless, Chris felt that Fred was perhaps thinking too far ahead. While it was good to be ambitious, they had yet to establish the basics and lacked proper channels. Was it not a bit lofty to dream so grandly at this stage? Furthermore, Chris sensed that Fred's ideas had already reached the complexity of the Marauder's map. From what Chris understood, the Marauder's map was indeed a rare and well-crafted magical artifact. At first glance, it appeared to be a blank piece of parchment, but it required a specific incantation to unveil its secrets. Using brute force spells or other means would not suffice to unlock the map. The enchantment encrypted it. This was akin to a password-protected program, a feat that was no small task. Once successfully activated, the Marauder's map revealed a three-dimensional, animated depiction of Hogwarts, including secret passages, and could display routes based on the viewer's perspective, along with the locations of everyone within Hogwarts. It also indicated how to access the hidden passages. This map employed numerous obscure spells, such as making it interactive and pinpointing individuals' locations. As long as one was within the map's known range, it would reveal their presence, meaning that the holder of the map could easily locate anyone and infer their movements. It was an astonishing tool, far superior to GPS, with applications beyond mere pranks. Of course, given their current skill levels, they were not yet capable of creating such a masterpiece. They would need to take it step by step, focusing on solidifying the fundamentals first. All right, but I believe this route you've drawn needs some adjustments for accuracy, George remarked, picking up a quill to make modifications to a corridor on the 5th floor. Indeed, there is actually an abandoned classroom here that is easily overlooked, Fred added in agreement. Throughout the night, the group diligently revised and enhanced the map, refining Chris's initial sketches of the main castle. They had nearly completed their work, leaving only a few areas to verify the following day for a job well done. As for the rest of Hogwarts, they would need to explore during their spare time in the coming days. They had meticulously assigned locations for each member to survey, with him having the most to cover, as he had not yet contributed significantly to the task. After a busy evening, the group soon parted ways to wash up and rest. For the next day marked the first day of school, and they could not afford to be unprepared. The following day, after breakfast, Chris and Imk made their way to the potions classroom located in the dungeon. The classroom was modest in size, lined with numerous glass jars containing various specimens of animals submerged in unknown potions, lending an eerie atmosphere. This potions class was to be shared with the Slytherin students. Although Snape had yet to arrive, many students were already present. Cormac McLaggen and his fellow Gryffindor wizards had also arrived early, occupying the front rows and chatting with others. Cormac was amusingly eating an egg while laughing. With the prime seats already taken, Chris and Imk settled into a seat at the back. This potions class feels a bit like our biology class. Perhaps we'll even have to dissect some animals, Imk remarked, eyeing the dilapidated cauldrons on the wooden tables. Honestly, I'm more concerned about spending the entire morning in this gloomy classroom. It's quite unbearable. Anywhere else would be preferable. Learning potions here is truly a challenge, Chris complained. Oh, that is certainly true. This classroom is rather chilly, Imk conceded. Imk expressed his agreement. Although the environment here leaves much to be desired, Chris remains quite intrigued by the art of potion making. Even though the substitute professor may be a tad stern, this subject is undeniably fascinating and immensely beneficial. There is no reason to harbor disdain for it simply due to the professor's demeanor. While awaiting the commencement of class, Chris occupied himself by observing the various items within the classroom. In addition to the specimens, the long wooden table was adorned with a brass balance and an array of jars containing ingredients. In the corner stood a stone basin, complete with a peculiar gargoyle-shaped faucet, presumably intended for washing hands and utensils. Adjacent to the podium, there was a storage cabinet, and Chris mused that it might house the esteemed tome on advanced potion-making by Snape, which is replete with invaluable insights, Snape's clever tips, and the incantations of the legendary spells. He resolved to seize the opportunity to study it when the chance arose. Before long, Snape, clad in a voluminous black cloak, strode into the classroom and shut the door behind him. Upon entering, The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Snape ascended to the podium. Squinting as he surveyed the room, his gaze landing on McGonagall, who was furtively chewing on something. In a frigid tone, he remarked, "You, very well. On the first day of potion class, you dare to indulge in snacks. In all my years, I have never encountered a student like you." Humph. Air. Cough. I apologize. Cough. Professor, McGonagall stammered, visibly flustered, as he struggled to swallow, his face turning crimson as he coughed and spoke. Chapter 28. Snape's inquiry. Snape regarded him with disdain, stating, "It appears that the students of Gryffindor possess an intellect inferior to that of a troll, merely preoccupied with their appetites. I shall have to suggest to the headmaster that we raise the admission standards." "Professor Snape," a student seated beside McGonagall exclaimed, rising to defend him. "I believe McGonagall did not mean to silence." 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape interrupted, cutting him off. "Do you not know to raise your hand when speaking in class? Is this the conduct expected of a student? Does Gryffindor possess no semblance of decorum?" Though the Gryffindors were reluctant to accept the penalty, they were cowed into silence by Snape's actions. Meanwhile, the Slytherins watched with amusement, stifling their laughter at Snape's treatment of Gryffindor. Snape's icy gaze swept across the classroom once more, and satisfied that silence had fallen, he picked up the attendance register and began calling names. It was evident that Snape wielded an effortless authority that ensured the class remained orderly. When Snape called out Chris's name, their eyes met. And Chris was met with a gaze that was cold and hollow, reminiscent of 2 dark tunnels, an unsettling experience. This mental occlusion was truly remarkable, Chris thought. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making," Snape declared, setting down the attendance register. His voice, barely above a whisper, resonated clearly throughout the room. "As there is no foolish waving of wands here, many of you may not believe that this is magic. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the marvel of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant vapors. You will not grasp the wondrous allure of a liquid coursing through human veins, enchanting and disorienting. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death, but there is one condition. You must not be the kind of imbecile who burns through cauldrons." Following Snape's succinct opening remarks, the entire class, including the Slytherin students, fell into a profound silence. Imk, seated beside Chris, straightened his posture, as if to assert his intelligence. "McGonagall," Snape suddenly interjected. "What is the purpose of bubotuber? What on earth is that?" "Bubotuber? Is it for blowing balloons, Professor?" McGonagall replied, bewildered. Snape pressed his lips tightly together, fixing a glare on McGonagall. The latter appeared somewhat flustered, uncertain whether his answer was correct. "Let us try again. Mr. McGonagall, could you explain the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" "Oh, I know this one, Professor," McGonagall exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Snape contemptuously curled his lip. "Do enlighten us." "They have different names, so they must look different," McGonagall proclaimed proudly. Several Slytherin students erupted in laughter at his response, while McGonagall remained blissfully unaware. Snape shot a cold glance at the Slytherins before addressing McGonagall. "I dare say you have not opened a single book before the term commenced, have you?" "Of course not. I have thoroughly studied 1,000 magical herbs and fungi," McGonagall retorted defiantly, refusing to acknowledge his ignorance. "Humph. Then tell me, what is the use of flobberworm mucus?" "I know this one. It can be used as glue. My uncle, Tiberius McGonagall, once gave me one, and when I touched it, my hand got stuck." A few Slytherin students could no longer contain their laughter. Snape, visibly displeased, thundered, "McGonagall, I must say, you are the most incompetent student I have ever taught, utterly talentless. Gryffindor will lose 10 points due to your foolishness and ignorance." The class fell silent, startled by Snape's sudden outburst. "Allow me to enlighten you, McGonagall. The pus of the bubotuber plant has special efficacy against troublesome pimples. Aconite and wolfsbane are the same plant, collectively known as aconite. The flobberworm is a 10-inch long, brown, toothless worm that inhabits damp ditches. It is herbivorous, and its secretions can be used to thicken potions. Do you comprehend? Why don't you jot all of this down?" Snape roared again, startling the students once more. Amidst the rustling of quills and parchment, Snape continued, "Today, I will teach you to concoct a potion to treat scabies. This is fundamental. I hope you do not disappoint me, otherwise with a flick of his wand." Numerous procedures and steps for potion making materialized on the blackboard. "Well, I have spoken enough. All the steps are written on the board, and the materials are on the desks. Pair up into groups of 2. You may begin." Thus, the potions class continued, yet the predicament of the Gryffindor students showed no signs of improvement. Snape strode about the classroom, his long black cloak trailing behind him. Chris also began to move, glancing at the method of preparation displayed on the blackboard. The materials and steps appeared rather intricate, yet there seemed to be some modifications compared to the textbook that could enhance the final product's perfection. "Oh, Chris, can you make this? I thought potion making was simple, but it seems so complicated," Imp inquired softly. Naturally, since Chris and Imp were seated together, they needed to collaborate on concocting this potion. "I believe we should review the steps several times to familiarize ourselves before we begin brewing the potion for scabies. To prevent any lapses in memory during the process, we must take our time, remain calm, and avoid haphazardly adding ingredients or stirring. Remember to follow the instructions on the blackboard. The methods for magical potions and elixirs do not seem as effective as those presented here. As long as we adhere to the steps correctly, we will surely succeed in our endeavor. First, please help me prepare the horned slug. This will take a considerable amount of time. Ensure it is thoroughly cleaned, and be cautious of the water boiling over in the crucible." Imp nodded obediently, taking a pair of tweezers to extract the rather repulsive horned slug from the box. Fortunately, being a boy, he managed to cope with such matters. Unlike Katie Bell in front of them, who turned pale at the sight of the creature, too frightened to utter a sound. Chapter 29. The Tragedy of McGonagall. After advising Imp, Chris took the scales to measure dried nettles and grind the venomous fangs of a snake. Each required an exact quantity and standard, neither too much nor too little. Indeed, potion making is akin to chemistry. It demands precise measurements to achieve the desired outcome, as even the slightest miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. As Chris and his group prepared their potion, Snape glided through the classroom in his black cloak, resembling a large bat, scrutinizing their every move. His imposing presence was palpable, standing beside anyone felt akin to being near a venomous serpent, causing even the most confident young wizards to question their competence, leading to frantic, nervous tremors. Almost every Gryffindor student faced his criticism, and Chris's group was no exception, with Imp receiving a reprimand while attempting to boil the horned slug. Half an hour later, just as Chris finished grinding the porcupine quills, Imp informed him that the horned slug had been thoroughly cooked. Chris leaned in, using a medicinal spoon to extract the horned slug, ensuring it was thoroughly boiled before proceeding with the next steps. He added powdered snake fangs and dried nettle to the crucible, gently stirring to ensure a complete amalgamation, watching as the concoction gradually transformed into a deep brown hue. Subsequently, he increased the flame from a gentle simmer to a robust boil, allowing the mixture to evolve into a rich green color, signifying the completion of this phase. "Is this the right color?" Imp inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. "Indeed," Chris affirmed, removing the crucible from the heat. He then introduced the ground porcupine quills into the mixture, stirring until the deep green potion lightened to a pale shade. Finally, with a flourish of his wand above the crucible, he completed the preparation of the scabious potion. "So is that it?" Imp asked, still uncertain. "Yes," Chris replied, pouring the prepared potion into a small vial. The color of the scabious potion matched the descriptions found in magical texts. "Ah, that was quite the challenge," Imp remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Professor, our group's potion is ready," Chris signaled to Snape. Snape approached, taking the vial in hand, his expression a curious blend of skepticism and contemplation, as if he sought flaws yet found none. After a brief glance at the scabious potion within, he remarked, "Barely satisfactory." Chris curled his lip in disdain. There was no hope of expecting Snape to grant any extra points or any such favor from others. Merely avoiding his ire was already a stroke of good fortune. After Chris and his companions submitted their works, other young wizards gradually presented their concoctions as well. To Chris's surprise, Slytherin's Drian Pusey received an additional 5 points for his effort. "Is this truly your potion? It appears you have squandered your materials, McGonagall. You are an utter fool." Snape scoffed derisively, brandishing the viscous black mixture that McGonagall had presented as if it were a prized possession. At least it was safely produced, Chris thought to himself, feeling relieved. However, fate had its own designs. At that moment, a noxious green vapor erupted from Katie Bell's cauldron, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Her cauldron warped into a twisted mass, and the potion splattered onto the stone floor, burning a hole in the robe of a girl nearby. The calamity unfolded in mere seconds, but thankfully, Chris, sensing the impending disaster, hastily vacated his seat and retreated to safety at the back. The chubby boy beside Chris reacted swiftly, standing atop a stool to evade the splattering potion. However, when the cauldron was overturned, McGonagall, who had just been reprimanded, was not so fortunate. Bewildered, he was oblivious to the chaos around him, and a considerable amount of potion splashed onto him, leaving his neck and back covered in red, swollen welts, causing him to wail in agony. What an imbecile! Snape bellowed, brandishing his wand to clear the potion from the floor. Bell, I presume you did not remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills, did you? Katie Bell began to sob, having escaped the potion splatter entirely. Indeed. The girl was remarkably fortunate. Take him to the hospital wing, Snape commanded sharply to the boy next to McLaggen. He then turned to Chris, Imk, Red, and Lesko. Why did none of you inform her when to add the porcupine quills? Do you think you can just complete your task and stand above it all? Her mistake only highlights your incompetence, doesn't it? Gryffindor loses 2 points for your negligence. This is utterly unfair. The chubby boy exclaimed angrily, ready to protest. But Chris tugged at him from behind. All right, let it go, Chris whispered. Half an hour later, they climbed out of the underground classroom, with him still seething. This is outrageous. Though Snape is the head of Slytherin, his bias is blatant. Why are we penalized for executing our potion correctly while he refuses to award us points? True, we did not catch Bell's mistake in time, but how can that be our fault? He failed to notice it himself, which led to such disastrous consequences. McLaggen is in that state because of the potion. Isn't that his fault? Furthermore, the potion that Slytherin brewed was inferior to ours, was it not? Their concoction was undeniably darker in hue, while ours matched the textbook precisely. How dare he act this way? Imk was practically on the verge of exploding with rage. Oh, it's all right. Don't take it too much to heart. Snape hardly favors any students. I'll let you in on a secret. I suspect he might be going through a midlife crisis. Just look at him. He is practically middle-aged, with greasy hair and a dull complexion. It's quite possible he is suffering from hormonal imbalances associated with such an ailment. We ought to be compassionate towards those who are unwell. What? Is that true? Imp chuckled. I thought so. He dresses like an old bat, glaring at everyone as if they owe him money. Chris, you are spot on. He must be having a midlife crisis. The chubby boy, upon hearing Chris's explanation, found it quite reasonable and seemed less angry, nodding and smiling in agreement. At lunchtime, the Weasley twins settled beside Chris. Hey, Chris, are you all right? The news of Snape's inexplicable point deduction this morning spread rapidly throughout Hogwarts. Nearly everyone is aware of it. Especially those like Fred and George who are always in the know. How fortunate. What's wrong? Chris skillfully sprinkled black pepper on his steak. Oh, that's good to hear. We're used to being penalized frequently. It's no big deal. That fellow is consistently like this, particularly towards Gryffindor, Fred remarked, biting into a piece of bread with a smile. Do you have classes this afternoon? Chris inquired leisurely. What? Oh, no, of course not. We plan to head outside the castle shortly to explore and map out other areas. Fred quickly understood Chris's intent. All right, just remember that for the Forbidden Forest. We only need to map the outskirts. There's no need to venture inside, Chris cautioned, concerned that the twins might get carried away and stumble into danger. We never said we would go in. That was your suggestion. George replied with a grin. Good, Chris thought, knowing that the Weasley twins might not always adhere to caution. Who could tell if they had ventured there before, given their insatiable curiosity? Why can't we enter the Forbidden Forest? Imk asked, puzzled. Because it is perilous, and besides, didn't he, the headmaster, declare it off-limits at the start of the term? Chris explained. What Forbidden Forest? George, Fred, if you dare enter the Forbidden Forest, I will write to Mom. Percy Weasley happened to pass by just in time to overhear the twins' plan, glaring at them fiercely. Oh, don't worry, Percy, we won tea. The twins hastily assured him, sensing his threat. Very well, Percy nodded as he walked away. In the afternoon, Chris and his friends split up to work on their mapping assignments. According to the tasks assigned the previous night, Chris was to survey the expansive lawn to the south of Hogwarts, the Black Lake, and the surrounding walls. Imk, having contributed little thus far, faced a more challenging task. He needed to investigate the Hogwarts towers, the North Tower, Astronomy Tower, West Tower, and Ravenclaw Tower. The top floor of the North Tower housed the divination classroom, as well as Professor Sybil Trelawney's quarters. The Astronomy Tower, as its name suggests, was where astronomy classes took place and was the tallest tower at Hogwarts. The West Tower served as the Ollery, with the top floor designated for the Owl's habitation. Naturally, Ravenclaw Tower was the location of the common room and dormitories for Ravenclaw students. After surveying these towers, Imk would also need to check the Quidditch pitch. It must be said that by the time the chubby boy completed his rounds, he might very well shed 5 pounds. As for the Weasley twins, their tasks were plentiful as well, including the greenhouses located to the north of the castle, the Whopping Willow, Hagrid's hut, the vegetable patch, the periphery of the Forbidden Forest, and the castle's main entrance. Fortunately, they had each other. Exploring separately was manageable enough. With no other choice, time was of the essence. They had to expedite their cartographic efforts. The sooner they began selling, the sooner they could start earning. Finally, after a busy afternoon, the four returned one by one for dinner. Chris was undoubtedly the earliest to arrive, basking in the afternoon sunlight, which illuminated the lawn and the shores of Black Lake, making his exploration feel akin to a leisurely stroll. However, the others did not share in such tranquility. Ink appeared almost incapable of walking, trembling and dazed. He entered the hall with a weary expression. With great effort, he settled into a seat beside Chris, gulping down a large mouthful of water, exclaiming, "Oh, my Merlin, I feel as though my legs are about to give way." "Imk, you have truly endured much," Chris remarked, gently patting the chubby boy's shoulder. "You simply don't exercise regularly, and today you've run about too much. Shall I escort you to the infirmary for some potion?" "Oh, let's not." Im shook his head in trepidation at the mention of the infirmary, perhaps recalling some past unpleasant experiences there. The Weasley brothers, who had just returned not long ago, could not suppress their laughter. Fred, sipping on pumpkin juice, suggested, "Hey, mate, I've learned a massage technique from an Indian brother in our house that can significantly alleviate soreness. Would you care to give it a try?" George chimed in. "Rest assured, it is quite professional and entirely free." Ink regarded them with skepticism, sensing something amiss, yet he acquiesced. Immediately, George and Fred approached, their hands vigorously patting Ink's back. Instantly, Ink yelped in pain, jumping up. "Ha ha." The Weasley brothers and Chris roared with laughter at his woeful demeanor. "Oh, it hurts terribly. Can't you act like decent human beings?" Ink complained, massaging the areas that had been struck while glaring at them. "All right, enough of that. Let us take a breather and finish our meal. Afterwards, we'll put in some hard work to finalize the map," Chris advised. "Alas, you have no idea. Today, as I was about to open a door, Bloodman Barrow suddenly sprang out from behind it, giving me quite a fright. He didn't even apologize before drifting away. Later, on my way to the North Tower, I encountered Peeves, who loves to play tricks. He tipped a wastebasket onto my head and then yanked the carpet from under my feet, causing me to stumble. When I got up, he was hiding behind me, pinching my nose before I could react. I had no way to retaliate. Thankfully, nearly headless Nick passed by and helped me. Otherwise, I would have been in a dire predicament, implemented while rubbing his thigh. With no recourse, Chris and the others could only offer kind words of encouragement. Indeed, Imk had performed admirably today, overcoming challenges to produce commendable maps of several locations. Once the four had finished dinner, they returned to the Gryffindor common room to further develop the maps. On the first day of classes, there were no pressing assignments due, allowing them to devote their time to cartography. They shared their findings from the day along with Chris's contributions from the previous day, discussing the shortcomings and issues collaboratively. After deliberation, they all agreed that the map was complete and ready for mass production. This finalized version was quite detailed, save for some secret passages and obscure locations that remained unmarked. They planned to sell this initial map and subsequently release an upgraded version that would include secretive passages suitable for discreet rendezvous. Chapter 31. Learning the Art of Selling Maps. As for the more advanced maps previously suggested by the Weasley brothers, Chris felt they currently lacked the capability to create them, intending to acquire further knowledge in that area before attempting such endeavors. That night, the group retrieved their parchment and, in Chris's bedroom, employed the duplication spell to reproduce the maps. Chris, Imk, and the Weasley brothers quickly mastered the incantation. It is worth noting that the Weasley twins were quite adept at the duplication spell, having repeatedly been discovered by professors for duplicating assignments in their first year. They had gained considerable insight into the spell. For instance, the duplicated text could be verified using other spells, and the writing would gradually fade as the magical energy dissipated. Furthermore, one could not directly copy text from spellbooks as they were protected by counterspells. After Chris learned the spell, he attempted it on the British pound, only to discover that it was ineffective as well. There must be a countercurse, otherwise those who cannot thrive in the wizarding world would become wealthy tycoons in the Muggle realm, causing chaos and enjoying an easy life. In summary, while this spell appears formidable at first glance, its limitations are indeed considerable and not as impressive as one might imagine. Imk, how many have we completed? Chris inquired while casting the spell. Approximately 70 or 80, I believe. Should we continue producing? Imk counted the finished maps. That should suffice. I think it would be remarkable if we could sell them all, Chris replied, placing the freshly completed map aside and putting away his wand. Tomorrow, we should each take a few maps to class and attempt to sell them to our fellow students. In the end, we can divide the profits into 4 shares. One for each of us. What do you think? That could work, but what about Slytherin? I doubt they would purchase from us. And nearly no one in Gryffindor has good relations with them. George posed a challenging question. Ah, that is indeed a dilemma. Regardless of whom we sell to. We cannot overlook those affluent Slytherins, Chris remarked, since selling directly to them from Gryffindor may be difficult. Perhaps we could enlist a student from another house to act as a sales representative for Slytherin. What do you think? Chris envisioned an indirect approach. While the Gryffindors might struggle to engage with Slytherins, they could easily find an intermediary, someone from Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff willing to earn some extra pocket money. That's a splendid idea. But who should we approach? Imk asked. Not only do we need a student from another house, but they must also be someone adept at communication and clever. Capable of selling to those Slytherins, George added. However, it seems we do not know anyone like that. Indeed, the Weasley brothers found themselves in a quandary. Well, I do have someone in mind, though I'm uncertain if it will work. Chris suddenly thought of a candidate. A senior, intelligent, and friendly, who likely knows many classmates and might even have friends in Slytherin. However, they were not well acquainted, and it remained uncertain whether this individual would agree to help. Who is it? The group was curious about how Chris had managed to make such connections in a brief time. Well, it's a senior from Ravenclaw. I believe they would meet our criteria. I won't disclose the name just yet. I'll inquire tomorrow and let you know, Chris replied. How mysterious, the others remarked, as Chris refused to reveal further details. After tidying up, they each returned to their dormitories for the night. Chris donned his pajamas, preparing for a restful night. As he climbed into bed, he casually tossed his recently changed clothes into the basket in the bedroom. The house elf would ensure the garments were laundered and returned promptly. Thus, Chris's earlier concerns were unwarranted. Such trivial matters required no worry from them. Students at Hogwarts were relieved of many burdens, allowing them to focus solely on their studies. The following morning, around 8 o'clock, Chris and his companions made their way to the Great Hall. Today marked the commencement of their map-selling endeavor. And excitement buzzed in the air. After all, who could resist the allure of earning some coin? They hastily consumed a bit of breakfast before setting out to peddle their maps to the young witches and wizards. Hey, mate, would you like a Hogwarts map? Just one silver sickle for a copy. Imk enthusiastically showcased the map to a fellow Hufflepuff, a young black lad. The boy regarded him with a bemused expression, seemingly finding the chubby fellow a bit peculiar, and shook his head before walking away. Imk, disheartened by his initial failure, scratched his head in confusion. What went wrong with my pitch? Well, Imk, Chris comforted, patting him on the shoulder, perhaps that approach isn't the best. Our map is excellent, but they might not be aware of its value. You shouldn't present it to them right away. Allow me to try. Chris then approached another Hufflepuff, a blonde lad. And with an air of mystery, he said, Hey, friend, would you be interested in a map? The young lad, momentarily distracted by his sandwich, looked up at Chris in bewilderment. This is the mysterious map of Hogwarts, a rare item I acquired for 5 silver sickles. It contains records of numerous lesser-known secret locations within Hogwarts. I sense a connection between us. As a gesture of friendship, if you express interest, I will sell it to you for just 1 silver sickle. Chris stealthily slipped his hand into the wizard's robe, as if concealing a precious treasure, and then glanced conspiratorially at the golden-haired youth. Captivated by Chris's words, the young lad retrieved a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to Chris, exclaiming, All right, I'll take it. Thus, Chris successfully sold his first map. Chris pulled Imk aside, squinted his eyes, and inquired with a smile, So, what have you learned? Well, it's impressive, but somehow you seem rather sleazy. Imk felt as though he was unable to achieve it. TCH, let me show you in another way. Chris felt quite displeased upon hearing this fellow describe himself as lewd. However, it was merely one approach among many. Surely, there were alternative methods available. Could anything truly confound me? Chris stretched his neck and surveyed his surroundings, beginning his quest for the next target. Upon spotting another Hufflepuff boy entering the hall, he recognized that an opportunity had presented itself. Chapter 32. History of Magic. Hey there, brother, good morning. How has your time at Hufflepuff been? Chris approached the boy, enthusiastically patting him on the shoulder. Good morning. May I ask who you are? I don't believe I know you. The boy scrutinized Chris, feeling certain he should not be familiar with this individual. Oh dear, have you forgotten me already? We shared a boat to Hogwarts. You were marveling at the grandeur of the castle back then. Chris feigned surprise, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance, as though deeply wounded. Upon witnessing Chris's expression, the boy promptly slapped his forehead, as if struck by a sudden realization. He chuckled and said, Ah, it's you. My apologies, it's entirely my fault. Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm a bit disoriented this morning. With that, the boy warmly shook Chris's hand. Ha ha ha. No worries at all. Just make sure to rest well. I understand it can be quite an adjustment coming to Hogwarts, but do try not to stay up too late. It's not good for your health. Chris exhibited a genuine concern. All right, thank you, he said. Upon hearing Chris's caring words, the boy felt a warmth in his heart. Yet he also felt a twinge of regret for having forgotten such a kind individual. Well, I recently met an upperclassman who created a Hogwarts map to assist newcomers like us in becoming familiar with the surroundings. When I saw the map, I realized it was truly a remarkable item. After much pleading, I finally managed to purchase 2 copies from him, and I thought of you immediately. Here, take one. As he spoke, Chris produced a map from his pocket and handed it to him. No, I cannot accept this. How can I take your belongings? The small boy was deeply moved by Chris's kindness, not just in his words, but in his generous offer of the map. It's all right, take it. I bought 2. And I can't possibly use both. Can I? Chris insisted, pressing the map into his hands. Then how much did you pay for it? I can give you the money, the boy inquired, pulling out a handful of coins. No, we are friends. We are all new little wizards here. And it's not easy for any of us. How could I accept your money? Besides, it wasn't much, Chris declared, adopting a resolute demeanor. That won't do. If you consider me a friend, I cannot simply take your gift. I must pay you. You mentioned it wasn't much, so if you refuse, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my friend. He counted out 3 silver sickles and firmly handed them to Chris. You needn't give me so much. 1 will suffice. Chris returned 2 of the silver sickles back to him. All right then, thank you. I can't believe you thought of me. Next time, I shall treat you to chocolate frogs. The boy said with a shy smile. Okay then, I shall take my leave now, and we will chat again soon. Chris waved goodbye as he exited the hall. Once Chris disappeared from sight, the Hufflepuff boy gazed at the map in his hands, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. He never expected to encounter such a friendly companion at Hogwarts. However, what was that kind fellow's name again? Standing there in confusion, the boy pondered. Did you see that? This time you must have learned something. Chris remarked with a hint of pride. Well, but you knew him. I don't have that many acquaintances to sell to. The chubby boy mumbled. Who said anything about acquaintances? He was just a random passerby. We were on the same boat together. There were only 4 of us. You don't think he would remember whether you were on that boat, do you? What? Is this even permissible? Aren't you misleading him? What if he realizes the truth? Imk exclaimed in astonishment. How can this be misleading? Although I didn't share a boat with him, he wouldn't recall it. It was dark and everyone was tense. You're not a celebrity, so how could he possibly remember who you are or whether you were on the same boat? Besides, do you think he was at a disadvantage? Isn't our map splendid? Chris countered. That's not the point. We have a clear price, and you didn't charge him extra. Moreover, the map is a product of our hard work, unique to Hogwarts, and he will surely find it useful. He won't be at a loss. Nevertheless, is this method truly acceptable? We are merely offering him a map out of kindness. Although some aspects may not be perfect, we haven't committed a grave error. Rest assured. Furthermore, if you are uncomfortable with this approach, you need not adopt it. I only offered it as an example. To sell the map effectively, you must demonstrate your goodwill and the advantages of our map. People will be more inclined to buy if you don't come across too directly, asking if they want to purchase right away, as that may frighten them. Chris was aware that deceiving others was not commendable. However, when it came to selling, one often resorted to a few benign words to persuade customers to make a purchase, which hardly constituted moral degradation. At this nascent stage, with everyone being unaware and unfamiliar with the quality of the maps, it was truly a matter of necessity. Once the populace had utilized their maps and established a reputation, such tactics would no longer be required for promotion. Very well, I believe I have a grasp of what needs to be done. Just wait and see. Nevertheless, we ought to attend class first. If we delay any longer, we shall be late. It seemed that Imk had come to an understanding, nodding in agreement. The first class of the morning was History of Magic, a subject that genuinely piqued Chris's interest. Prior to the commencement of the term, he had already perused the History of Magic, authored by the esteemed Bashida Bahat, which was quite well crafted. For Chris, the content was vibrant and engaging, far from tedious. Upon entering the classroom, the sole ghostly professor, Professor Binns, glided through the door, his pearlescent form trailing behind. Professor Binns appeared exceedingly ancient, seemingly the oldest among specters. Legend had it that he had fallen asleep by the fireplace in the staff room and, upon forgetting to take his body to class the next morning, had become a ghost. His dedication was remarkable. Even in death, he continued to teach. Bound to serve as the history of magic instructor unless he voluntarily resigned or was dismissed by the school. Look at this admirable educator. However, his teaching methods left much to be desired. For centuries, his approach had remained unchanged, monotonously reciting from the textbook. With labored breathing, he droned on, his voice a mere whisper against the cacophony of screeching birds, making it nearly impossible for the eager young wizards to concentrate. As he recounted tales of giants brandishing their clubs to shatter the hall, while harpies glided about in search of children to devour content that was inherently captivating, the students' heads began to droop, akin to chicks pecking at grains, on the verge of succumbing to a drowsy slumber. Chapter 33. What? Is it on fire? Chris initially managed to pay attention, taking notes diligently. However, Professor Bin's monotonous and droning voice soon lulled him into a state of half-sleep, particularly when the professor recounted the incident of the speaker who, upon standing to preside over the meeting, slipped on a pile of droppings and skidded out of the hall. Chris succumbed to the temptation of slumber. By the time class concluded, he awoke, lamenting that this was far more tedious than Snape's potions class. His companion, Imk, was still in a daze, only rousing when Chris playfully patted his round face. "Class is over. Wake up," Chris exclaimed. "What? Is there a fire?" Imk seemed instantly alert, springing to his feet. "Ha. What nonsense. You're not still dreaming. Class is done. Let's go." Chris laughed heartily. "Well, I thought there might be a fire. I truly intended to pay attention, yet somehow dozed off," Imk murmured, still somewhat foggy. Ha. Perhaps the professor's voice is so enchanting that it has a hypnotic effect," Chris suggested. "What do we have next?" he inquired. "Let me see. It appears to be charms class," Imk replied, glancing at the timetable. Thus, the two hurried to the charms classroom on the 4th floor. Upon entering, they noticed a considerable number of students were already present. Professor Phileas Flitwick, a diminutive figure, stood atop a stack of books to reach the lectern. Yet no one mocked his stature. Curiosity lingered in the air. Many wondered if he possessed a trace of fairy blood, as rumored. Before commencing the lesson, Professor Flitwick took out the attendance sheet and began to call the roll. This year's cohort contained no prominent figures, so he did not react as dramatically as described in the original text. Once class began, the diminutive charms professor emphasized the significance of the subject while demonstrating various spells. The applause echoed warmly as Flitwick showcased his remarkable skills, captivating the young wizards who yearned to delve into spellcasting immediately. However, much to their dismay, Flitwick informed them that they could not cast spells just yet. A great deal of foundational knowledge was required first. He continued, "Now, please open your textbooks. For the next few weeks, you will need to master some theoretical aspects of spells. Only once you grasp these theories can you begin to cast." For the majority of the class, Professor Flitwick elaborated on the complexities of spell theory, prompting the students to take extensive notes filled with intricate details. Subsequently, he instructed them on the correct wand movements and pronunciation of incantations. To prevent any potential mishaps from enthusiastic wand-waving, Flitwick prohibited the use of wands during practice, leaving the students to hone their skills with quills instead. Chris had nearly mastered self-study and could indeed cast spells. However, he preferred not to flaunt his abilities, so he diligently took notes and practiced with a quill alongside his peers. His movements were notably more refined than those of the other young wizards, which prompted Professor Flitwick to award 5 points to Gryffindor. At noon, the two of them made their way to the Great Hall for lunch, where a lively atmosphere prevailed, nearly filled to capacity. Undoubtedly, it was an opportune moment for selling maps. Indeed, one could clearly observe a throng of students gathered around the Weasley twins, drawn in by their enticing offers. One had to admire their entrepreneurial flair. After all, business relies heavily on eloquence, a talent that the Weasley brothers undoubtedly possessed. With their engaging banter and captivating explanations, the young wizards eagerly purchased maps, leading to a rapid sell-out of the stock they had on hand. This left Ink in a state of distress, as he had yet to sell even a single map. The plump boy could hardly pause to eat, shoving a few bites into his mouth before rushing off to find prospective buyers for his own maps. Chris leisurely savored a delectable lamb chop, having just entrusted his map to Penelope Clearwater, the enchanting sister of Ravenclaw. When Chris approached her, she was initially perplexed as to why he sought her out. However, upon revealing the matter of selling the map to Slytherin, she readily acquiesced. After Chris handed over the map, Penelope examined it and found it quite impressive. There were several routes she was unfamiliar with. Consequently, she believed the map would sell quite easily and confidently claimed she could dispose of them all today, suggesting that should there be further interest, Chris could be approached again tomorrow. As for her compensation, Penelope expressed her desire for 10% of the profits. Chris was quite generous. He informed Penelope that if what she claimed were true, he would be willing to give her 20% if the sale were completed today. This delighted Penelope immensely, and she planted a kiss on Chris's forehead, declaring him a truly good person. Chris, still somewhat bewildered, wiped his forehead. Was it really necessary to receive a good conduct card without any apparent reason? In the afternoon, there was a lengthy transfiguration class, taught by the head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall. The young wizards, including Chris, arrived at the classroom early, acutely aware of Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor displayed during the sorting ceremony at the opening feast. Undoubtedly, transfiguration was a subject that Chris eagerly anticipated. He had absorbed a considerable amount of knowledge about it over the summer. As expected, the professor proved to be quite formidable. At the outset of the class, she set the tone with a stern introduction. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am Minerva McGonagall, your transfiguration teacher," she declared in a serious tone. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous branch of magic you will encounter at Hogwarts. Anyone who dares to misbehave in my classroom will be asked to leave and will not be permitted to return. Consider this a warning. Her admonitions effectively silenced the newly admitted young wizards, rendering the classroom as silent as during potions class. Chapter 34, Transfiguration Class Then. She transformed her desk into a pig and back again. The students were captivated, eager to begin their own transformations. However, she cautioned, you cannot simply start transforming objects with your wands. Understand that changing one object into another is a rather intricate process. To achieve the kind of transformations I just demonstrated, you will require a significant amount of study. She further advised, do not attempt to use transfiguration on yourselves or others. Every few years, someone suffers a disability or even death due to failed transfiguration. As far as I know, over 1,000 wizards have perished in transfiguration accidents throughout history. Nearly 5,000 others have been left disabled, and such issues cannot be remedied by even the most skilled healers or the finest potions. Therefore, I implore you to approach transfiguration with utmost caution. Do not repeat the mistakes of the past. With that, she cast a meaningful glance over the young wizards seated before her. It must be acknowledged that Professor McGonagall's words were quite persuasive. The atmosphere in the transfiguration classroom became exceedingly quiet, and the students no longer dared to treat the subject lightly. Now, please open your beginner's guide to transfiguration. Today, we shall discuss the theoretical principles. The theoretical knowledge was undoubtedly dull and tedious. As Professor McGonagall had previously stated, this course was not easily mastered. Some students found themselves nodding off, yet they dared not succumb to sleep, instead feigning note-taking with heavy eyelids. Chris listened intently, fully engrossed in the discourse. Although he had self-studied these theories, there remained certain aspects that eluded his understanding. After Professor McGonagall's elucidation, he felt a significant enhancement in his grasp of transfiguration theory. Over an hour had elapsed, and the young wizards, dazed and overwhelmed, had diligently recorded a plethora of intricate and profound notes. Perhaps Professor McGonagall had discerned that the students had reached their limits, for she set aside her textbook and announced, "Now that we have absorbed a portion of the theoretical knowledge, we may attempt the simplest form of transfiguration." Instantly, a wave of joy washed over the students, and the drowsiness that had enveloped them dissipated as they sat up straight, eagerly awaiting the next instruction from Professor McGonagall. Subsequently, she distributed a matchstick to each student and instructed them to attempt transforming it into a needle. Observing the eager students brandishing their wands, Professor McGonagall felt a twinge of concern. She reminded them, before casting the transfiguration spell, it is vital to vividly envision the matchstick transforming into a needle in your mind. Furthermore, as you perform the transfiguration, it is crucial to wield your wand with firmness and decisiveness. Avoid unnecessary flicks or rotations of the wand, for such actions will surely result in failure. Vera, Verto, Vera, Verto, Verea, Vertu. Soon, the classroom resonated with the incantations being chanted as everyone fervently waved their wands, striving to transfigure their matchsticks into needles. However, thus far, none had succeeded, including Chris. The reason Chris did not transform the matchstick into a needle was not due to his incompetence or his inability to translate theory into practice. Rather, he sought to challenge himself and see if he could transform the matchstick into a needle using a silent incantation. Consequently, he opened his mouth, pretending to recite a spell. Yet no sound emerged. Unfortunately, this approach yielded no results, and the matchstick remained unchanged. Chris persevered in his practice, undeterred by the challenges he faced. Beside him, The chubby imp was also making earnest attempts, yet his matchstick remained just that, a mere matchstick. Though it had become slightly slimmer than before, it still lacked transformation. Vera, Virtu, exclaimed the recently recovered McGonagall, loudly reciting the incantation that had lost its original charm as he jabbed at his matchstick with fervor. In an instant, the matchstick underwent a change, but instead of successfully morphing into a needle, it ignited instead. Professor McGonagall could only shake her head in exasperation as she handed him another matchstick, urging him to exercise greater caution this time. After half an hour of unwavering effort from Chris, the matchstick vanished, and a needle materialized upon the table. Although it was not entirely flawless, one end still bore a slight thickness, it could nonetheless be deemed a success. "Well, how did you manage that?" Imp asked, his eyes brimming with envy at Chris's accomplishment. "Shoo, keep it down. I'd rather not attract attention," Chris replied hurriedly, giving Imp a gentle nudge in hopes of preventing any notice from others. Unfortunately, it was somewhat too late. Just as Imp, puzzled, was about to inquire about the reason for Chris's caution, Professor McGonagall approached them. She picked up the needle Chris had just conjured and gestured to the class, declaring, "Look, everyone, Mr. Reed has succeeded. 5 points for Gryffindor." "Wow, that is amazing. How did you do it?" The young wizards marveled at the needle in McGonagall's hand, erupting into a chorus of admiration. McGonagall returned the needle to Chris, regarding him with rare approval and softly saying, "Well done." Once McGonagall had departed, Imp finally voiced his earlier confusion. "Why didn't you want anyone to see? Isn't this a good thing?" Chris was at a loss for words, as Western children often failed to grasp his doctrine of moderation. The more he explained, the more muddled it became. Thus, he decided to change the subject. "Do you know how I achieved success?" Indeed, the young chubby boy's curiosity about Chris's accomplishments overshadowed his confusion regarding Chris's reluctance to showcase them. The boy fell silent, his eyes alight with expectation as he gazed at Chris. "You must envision the shape of a needle in your mind and maintain that focus without distraction. Keep your eyes fixed on the matchstick, unwavering in your gaze. At this moment, wield your wand, remember the proper movements, and clearly articulate the incantation. It will successfully transform into a needle." Upon hearing Chris's explanation, the boy immediately set about attempting the task. As class drew to a close, Imp had also managed to induce some changes in his matchstick, which had begun to take on the rudimentary form of a needle. Professor McGonagall was pleased with Imp's performance. As the class concluded, Chris remained the only student who had yet to succeed. However, now another Gryffindor had triumphed, much to her delight. Consequently, she awarded Gryffindor an additional 3 points. After class, the young wizards gradually exited the classroom. "Mr. Red," Professor McGonagall called out, halting Chris in his tracks. "Is there something you require, Professor McGonagall?" Chris inquired, pausing to listen. "Mr. Red, you performed admirably today. Historically, most students take quite some time to transform a matchstick into a needle, and while your transformation is not yet perfect, it is commendable." Chapter 35, The Heart is Truly Weary. I never would have expected that even in a mundane family devoid of magic, there would be a gifted young wizard such as yourself, Professor McGonagall remarked approvingly. Upon hearing the professor's praise, Chris felt compelled to respond. He was determined not to give Professor McGonagall the impression that he was exceptionally talented in transfiguration, as such attention could lead to undue favoritism, which was contrary to his intentions. Moreover, Professor McGonagall was a steadfast member of the Order of the Phoenix. Should she inform Professor Dumbledore of the emergence of an exceptional young wizard in Gryffindor this year, it might draw the attention of the Master of Legilimency before he had even mastered the art of mental occlusion. Thus, Chris quickly replied, "Oh, thank you for your kind words, Professor McGonagall. I actually prepared in advance during the summer and studied diligently. Furthermore, I paid close attention to your instructions, which enabled me to grasp the concepts so swiftly." "You studied during the summer?" Professor McGonagall inquired, her surprise evident. Chris nodded. "Indeed, I studied it during the summer. It was truly remarkable, Professor McGonagall. I never expected you to be not only talented, but also diligent. Most young wizards of your age tend to indulge in playfulness, and even those with talent seldom devote time to their studies. I hope you continue to maintain this dedication. Over time, I believe you will excel in your 7th year in EWT examinations. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your transfiguration studies, feel free to consult me." Professor McGonagall's gaze brimmed with approval as she patted Chris on the shoulder and departed, leaving Chris in a state of bewilderment. "This was not at all what I intended to convey. I meant to express that I possess no innate talent, and my accomplishments stem solely from prior study. How could this misunderstanding have deepened? Could it be that I have issues with articulation? This simply won't do. I must find a way to master the art of mental clarity. But where should I begin? Chris shook his head, uncertain of where to begin. Unlike Harry, he could not seek out Snape for lessons. It was likely that he would be dismissed before he could even speak, even if he were not expelled. Suspicion would inevitably arise. Why would an 11-year-old wizard wish to learn a clemency? What secrets could a child possibly wish to conceal? Moreover, during the instruction, it would be impossible to avoid the use of legilimency. What if he were inadvertently discovered? Wouldn't that spell his own doom? Thus, this matter could not be resolved through the guidance of another. He would have to devise a solution on his own. Consequently, Chris currently found himself devoid of any viable ideas. He decided to put it out of his mind. Overthinking could easily lead to frustration. Chris returned to his bedroom, drew the curtains, and declared, "Do not disturb me. A delightful slumber begins now." 2 hours later, he lazily opened his eyes. The room was enveloped in tranquility, shrouded in darkness, while the soft blanket exuded a subtle fragrance. Chris reveled in the exquisite sensation of awakening, feeling remarkably refreshed and comfortable. His recent days at Hogwarts had been profoundly fulfilling, filled with a medley of emotions, anxiousness, joy, excitement, and trepidation. Upon first encountering the enchanting castle, each sentiment too complex to articulate. Forming friendships with his peers, attending classes, engaging in studies, selling maps, and immersing himself in a plethora of intriguing experiences had consumed an abundance of his energy. After all, he was not a typical 11-year-old. He could not approach every situation with the same exuberance and curiosity as they did. Nor could he jubilantly celebrate minor events or be perturbed by trivialities. Having been granted a second chance at life, while aspiring to live brilliantly and joyfully, he occasionally found himself weary and drained, susceptible to moments of melancholy. Consequently, Chris gradually cultivated a habit of solitude, sipping tea, reading, napping, daydreaming, and organizing his thoughts, activities that bestowed upon him a sense of ease and delight. Chris was acutely aware of his own mediocrity. He had never considered himself extraordinary. The opportunity bestowed upon him to experience magic was indeed rare, and he yearned to cherish everything within this realm, be it family, friends, magic, or any other marvels. Thus, he wished to avoid any unforeseen occurrences, desiring instead to live joyfully and immerse himself in the wonders of this magical world, the mountains, waters, flora, fauna, and everything in between. This longing was deeply rooted in his desire to remain unnoticed by others, until one possesses the undeniable strength to carve a niche in this world. Embodying humility and ordinariness serves as the best protection. However, circumstances seemed to diverge from his expectations. He was no master thespian, effortlessly navigating life as if in a perfect performance. Events, like the one unfolding today, occasionally drew attention to him. Hence, in order to safeguard himself, he resolutely made a decision. After a brief moment, Chris gradually rose, poured himself a glass of water, donned his coat, and exited the Gryffindor common room to partake in dinner at the Great Hall. As he approached the long table of Gryffindor and took his seat, the jovial imp spotted him and rushed over from the Hufflepuff table. "Hey, brother, where have you been? I sold 12 maps this afternoon. You know, after class, I stationed myself in the castle's maze-like areas, and sure enough, many first years got lost. I seized the opportunity to sell them maps. One map to guide them. And if someone buys two, I can even escort them to their desired location. What do you think? Not a bad idea, right?" Imp beamed, brandishing a shiny silver sickle in front of Chris. "Oh, congratulations," Chris replied nonchalantly. "What's wrong? Feeling down?" Imp noticed Chris did not exhibit the admiration and envy he had anticipated. "Not really. I was just a bit tired earlier and took a nap in the dormitory." "Perhaps I'm still waking up," Chris replied, sipping his pumpkin juice. "Well, as long as you're all right." "Hey, Chris, I didn't see you earlier. I heard from a first year that Gryffindor has a brilliant student who recently earned us points in Charms class and transformed a matchstick into a needle in the first transfiguration lesson. When I inquired, I discovered it was you. Truly impressive." George and Fred joined them, wearing expressions of admiration. "Haha, it's nothing extraordinary. It's not too challenging. I assume you both learned it fairly quickly as well?" Chris modestly remarked. "Not at all. It was exceedingly difficult. We practiced for quite some time before mastering it." George retorted. "Exceedingly difficult?" Chris pondered, recognizing that for novice wizards, it could indeed pose a challenge. "That's true. It can be somewhat tricky, but with diligent practice, it is certainly achievable. Once you become proficient, it becomes considerably easier. Look at Ink. Through persistent effort, He is nearing success before class ends. That is thanks to your guidance. If you hadn't shared those techniques with me, I'd still be struggling tomorrow, Imk explained. Well? Chris's attempt to redirect the conversation faltered. Merlin, you even distilled the essence of spellcasting. I've always sensed you were a thoughtful individual, but I never imagined your insights were matched by your remarkable abilities. George expressed his admiration further. I assume you must have self-studied quite a bit. For it's unfathomable that you could achieve such proficiency in just 2 days, Fred inquired. Undeniably, Fred was astute. He had begun to piece together the clues. Chris's ability to manifest such exceptional talent in such a brief period was indeed bewildering. It could only be the result of prior practice. Chris found Fred's question quite insightful. A stroke of genius. He promptly replied, Indeed, I too dedicated a considerable amount of time to diligent study during my vacation to master some of it. I must confess, I am rather slow-witted and not as remarkable as you all believe. I have merely learned a bit more than others, so you have truly misunderstood my abilities. Then, how much magic have you currently mastered? Fred continued to inquire. I have experimented with most of what is in the textbooks, Chris answered candidly. Have you succeeded with all of them? Fred pressed on. Well, the majority, though some are indeed quite challenging, Chris admitted. The group seemed to fall into a stunned silence. Their eyes fixated on him, and Imk even forgot to close his mouth in astonishment. What is wrong with you all? Chris asked, puzzled by their expressions. Nothing at all, Fred exclaimed. My goodness, I never would have imagined you were this capable. You are destined to become a formidable wizard. George marveled. Chris felt justified in his beliefs, as it was through his holiday studies that he had gained a slightly better grasp of certain spells compared to others. Why all the astonishment? Just like Hermione, who was also exceptionally talented, yet no one seemed to marvel at her abilities. What did his accomplishments amount to? It was indeed peculiar. The thoughts of wizards were truly inscrutable. Nevertheless, this only solidified Chris's resolve regarding the decision he had just made. May I ask for your assistance? Chris inquired. Without hesitation, he resolved to act promptly, no longer willing to delay. Oh, what is it? Several of his friends inquired, intrigued by Chris's request for help. I have heard that the restricted section of the Hogwarts library contains many fascinating books. This evening, I plan to explore it in hopes of finding a volume on map-making. Fred, your and George's idea was splendid, and I believe we could create a map along those lines. This was the determination Chris had firmly established. Without the aid of an invisibility cloak or the skill of disillusionment, he was prepared to undertake the perilous adventure of sneaking into the restricted section of the library. However, Chris did not reveal that his true intention was to seek out books related to the obscure art of mind-blocking. Instead, he opted for the pretext of searching for materials on map-making. After all, explaining the study of such an esoteric subject would be cumbersome. Even if they did not suspect him, the risk of an inadvertent slip of the tongue could lead to unwanted complications. Thus, the excuse of seeking books on map-making seemed more prudent, though he genuinely needed to find resources in that area. Without further magical knowledge, they would struggle to create the sophisticated map he envisioned. As for the tantalizing prospect of acquiring the Marauder's map still with Filch, it posed risks, and he could not clearly explain how he knew of its existence. Moreover, it would not aid him in learning the mind-blocking technique. Therefore, it was best to defer that endeavor for another time. The Weasley twins would eventually obtain it. For now, the priority was mastering the mind-blocking spell. Once he had that under his belt, he could finally breathe easy. Otherwise, he would remain in a state of perpetual anxiety. Wow, Chris, you're quite something. Indeed. That idea is splendid. We're all in. The enthusiasm among his friends surged. Shoo, keep your voices down. We mustn't be overheard. Let us meet in the common room tonight. It'll be up to you two to lead the way, Chris urged, ensuring they spoke softly to avoid alerting a professor, which could lead to their downfall. Rest assured, we are professionals. Yes, this will mark the inaugural mission of the Hogwarts Brothers Club, and we shall see it through successfully. The twins vowed. Chris could only hope it would go as planned. At midnight, Chris and Ink donned their robes and grasped their wands, stealthily traversing the castle's chambers. Descending the spiral staircase and entering the Gryffindor common room. The fireplace flickered with the remnants of its glow, while the armchairs loomed like dark shadows. Where were the Weasley twins? Surely they hadn't dozed off and forgotten their commitment? Chris and Imk did not see the Weasley twins. Just as they were about to sit down and wait for a while, they heard a rustling sound near the chairs. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, we're over here." It turned out to be the Weasley twins, who had concealed themselves beneath a dark, shrouded fabric. Apparently, their concealment charm was quite effective. as they had not been discovered. George emerged from beneath the black cloth, grinning as he exclaimed, "Nice. You really are something," and felt a sense of admiration for the Weasley twins and their cleverness. "This is for you. Put it on quickly," George said, producing 2 more pieces of cloth and handing them to Chris and Imk. Chapter 37. Come Catch Me. Once Chris and Imk had donned their disguises, the 4 of them made their way to the portrait corridor, pushing aside the fat lady's portrait and crawling through the opening. As they exited, the fat lady muttered, "Who's there?" But no one responded. They hurried through the corridor, swiftly arriving at the 2nd floor of Hogwarts, where the library was located. The library was shrouded in darkness, eerie and foreboding, filled with thousands of bookshelves housing countless volumes. Chris and his companions stealthily navigated through the rows of bookshelves. The restricted section lay at the rear of the library. They cautiously stepped over the rope that separated these volumes from the rest of the collection, wielding their wands to cast a flickering charm, emitting a faint and discreet glow to peruse the titles. Be careful while searching. Some of these books contain material quite unsuitable for young students, and even enchantments, such as powerful dark magic, Fred cautioned. Chris cautiously wielded his wand, meticulously searching through the layers for the tomes he sought. However, after examining an entire level, he found no volumes pertaining to the art of mental closure. Some books bore faded, peeling gilded titles that seemed to be inscribed in ancient magical script. Others lacked titles altogether. One particular book bore a dark, ominous stain that resembled blood, evoking a chilling sensation that raised the hairs on the back of his neck. Chris sensed a faint whisper emanating from the book, as if the tome itself were aware of the presence of an unwelcome intruder. Whether this was merely a figment of his imagination or something more tangible remained uncertain. It was likely a volume on dark magic, certainly not the one he sought. Time was of the essence. Chris needed to act swiftly. Should they locate the desired book, or if anyone were to approach, they would have to make an immediate exit, rendering their visit futile. Chris carefully ascended the ladder to examine the books arranged on the upper shelf. Following Chris's gaze, he suddenly spotted a slender volume, approximately 12 inches in size, adorned in a deep green and silver hue. Chris extracted the book and illuminated its cover with his wand, revealing the inscription, "Close your mind, Queenie Goldstein." Indeed, it was the very tome he had sought. He hurriedly tucked it into his cloak. However, just as Chris was about to descend the ladder, a chilling and blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. It emanated from the large black and silver book that Imk held. The book was wailing. "Quick, shut it," Chris urged. Imk seemed paralyzed by fear, rooted to the spot, unable to move. George, noticing his distress, rushed over and forcefully closed the book. Yet the scream persisted, a high-pitched, unending, deafening wail. It was only then that Imk regained his composure, stumbling backward in panic. Amidst his turmoil, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. George swiftly returned the screaming book to the shelf and exclaimed, "Quick, hide." The group extinguished their wands, donned dark cloaks, and dispersed to conceal themselves throughout the library. Just as they found their hiding spots, Filch appeared at the doorway, his furious pale eyes scanning the vicinity. "They must be hiding somewhere around here," he muttered, likely to himself. "Sniff them out, my dear," he instructed Madame Dolores, who obediently searched, drawing ever closer to Fred and George's hiding place. At that moment, Chris saw Fred and George leap to their feet and dash toward the library entrance. "Come catch me, Filch." "You can't catch me, old man," they shouted defiantly. Filch, incensed by the audacity of the 2 awake students, charged after them. Unfortunately, their efforts to flee were in vain. Filch seized each Weasley by the collar, triumphantly declaring, "Ha! It's you 2 again. I knew it. This time, you won't escape." He then dragged them away, presumably to report to Professor McGonagall. Regrettably, the 2 distinguished members of the Hogwarts Brotherhood met a valiant end in their quest to protect their comrades. Yet, their deeds would forever remain etched in the hearts of every member. After a while, when the library fell silent once more, Chris and the terrified Imk cautiously emerged, successfully returning to the Gryffindor common room. Imk appeared as if he had just survived a harrowing ordeal, still reeling from the experience. "We failed, and I have no idea what happened to George and Fred. It's all my fault," he lamented, filled with guilt and self-reproach. "It's all right, Imk. I believe George and Fred won't blame you. You did exceptionally well. The books in the restricted section are indeed perilous, some beyond our control." "Don't be too hard on yourself," Chris reassured him. Yet, the chubby boy seemed eager to express more. "It's fine. Perhaps you can apologize to them tomorrow. I'm certain they will forgive you. For now, let us get some rest. We have classes early in the morning." "All right," Imk sighed. The following morning, Imp dragged Chris to the Great Hall, eager to discover the fate of George and Fred. It was evident that the sleep-deprived imp bore the marks of a restless night. Upon entering the hall, they quickly noticed that Gryffindor's points had been entirely deducted, leaving them with nothing. This unfortunate turn of events meant that Gryffindor, which had just begun the term in second place, now found itself at the bottom. Many were left to ponder what had transpired to bring about such a consequence. However, their curiosity was soon satisfied. At the Gryffindor table, George and Fred were animatedly conversing with other young wizards, appearing to be in high spirits. "Hey, you're here. How are you?" George greeted with a grin as he spotted Chris and Imp approaching. "Of course, but what about you? Are you all right?" Chris inquired with concern. "Oh, it's nothing serious. We just lost 20 points each and had to write a 10-inch essay. Today, however, we've been assigned to clean Filch's filthy office." Fred added nonchalantly. Chapter 38. Herbology Class. George, "Fred, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me," Imp said, bowing his head in remorse as he quietly apologized to the Weasley brothers. "It's nothing, Imp. I'm sure you would have acted the same way in that situation. Right? We are the Hogwarts Brotherhood." "Yes, indeed. We are in this together," Imp affirmed, nodding resolutely. "However, if we wish to venture back, we must wait another 2 days. The situation is likely too tense for action," Fred whispered to the group. "All right, this time we have gained experience. We will surely succeed next time." "Indeed. I promise I won't repeat my mistakes," Imp chimed in. It seemed the chubby boy was deeply moved by the Weasley brothers' camaraderie and was determined to steadfastly follow them in the future. Chris, much like his brother, was pleasantly surprised by the unwavering loyalty displayed by the two siblings. He had come to appreciate this small group significantly. After breakfast, Chris and Imp made their way to the greenhouse located at the rear of the castle for their herbology class. Herbology is a compulsory subject at Hogwarts, attended by students from 1st to 5th year, where they delve into the various species of magical plants. Naturally, the greenhouse designated for their lessons is determined by the students' year levels. As their studies progress, they encounter increasingly intricate and perilous flora. However, for novices like them, the greenhouse dedicated to cultivating advanced and dangerous plants remains beyond their reach. Chris was indeed eager to explore, for there existed numerous splendid herbs there, quite valuable in nature. Was it not Slughorn who frequently ventured to the greenhouse to gather herbs to sell? Just as Chris had stepped out of the castle en route to the greenhouse, they were intercepted by Penelope. She appeared exceedingly delighted, exclaiming that the maps they had created were truly remarkable. Many of the new students from Slytherin were keen to purchase a copy, and even some who were familiar with the paths wished to acquire one as a keepsake. I did not sell them at the price of a single silver sickle. Rather, I bought them for 2 silver sickles each. 20 copies were sold out, and some students still expressed interest. "Could you possibly provide me with another 20 copies?" With that, she produced 2 galleons and 6 sickles from her pocket and handed them to Chris. After Chris took over, he pocketed the 2 golden galleons and handed her 2 silver sickles instead, saying, "This is your reward. I can only give you the remaining map tomorrow. Today's schedule is quite packed, and I might not have the time." "Are you really deceiving Slytherin?" Chris inquired, astonished. If they discover that students from other houses can acquire it for merely 1 silver sickle, they might tear you apart. It's fine. There are plenty of people eager to purchase it, and the supply is limited. I informed them in advance. It's first come, first served, and they agreed." Penelope cheerfully accepted the silver sickle. "Also, thank you, Chris. It would be best if you could bring me a few more tomorrow. I'll check to see if anyone else is interested today." After Chris nodded in agreement, Penelope waved her hand and left, visibly delighted. On the side, Imp was no longer composed. "Wow, you managed to find such a lovely sister to help you sell the maps, and at the impressive price of 2 silver sickles. Chris, you are truly remarkable. Hey, what's the big deal? I mentioned this to you all last time, didn't I? I sought someone who could communicate with Slytherin on our behalf to sell the maps. What do you think? The results are quite satisfactory," Chris replied, grinning as he weighed the 2 golden galleons in his hand. "You really are something. Shouldn't we consider raising the price? I've noticed quite a number of people interested in buying the maps. Just yesterday, someone purchased 3 copies at once, claiming they wanted to send them home to show their family what a magical school looks like. Just a moment ago, someone else asked me about the maps." Chris shook his head, saying, "No, I believe it is not quite appropriate at this moment. We have already sold a portion at a uniform price. And if we raise the price now, how will others perceive us? We are all classmates, and such actions would be detrimental to our standing. Let us postpone this discussion until we sell to the next year's freshmen." "All right, I shall defer to your judgment," Imp replied, finding Chris's reasoning quite sound, and nodded in agreement. The two continued their stroll towards the greenhouse. As they walked, Chris suddenly recalled Imp's mention of someone who had purchased a map and sent it home. He thought he should also send one back for his family to see. He had been at Hogwarts for 3 days now, and aside from a letter sent on the first day to reassure his family, he had not communicated since. This was rather neglectful of him, although the novelty of Hogwarts had captivated him. Preventing frequent contact with his family was unwise. Having lived with his family for 11 years, seeing them daily without issue, he realized now that his absence must be deeply felt by his parents and sister. It was indeed thoughtless of him. Therefore, he resolved that in the future, he would send back anything useful or enjoyable to share with his family. And he would write them letters to keep them updated on his experiences at school, ensuring they would not worry about him. Upon arriving at the first greenhouse, Chris and Imp found Professor Sprout already present. She was a short, plump witch with a kindly demeanor, serving as the head of Hufflepuff House. Once the lesson commenced, Professor Sprout provided a detailed introduction to the subject of herbology, which studies magical and ordinary plants and fungi, akin to the Muggle discipline of botany. Naturally, their studies were considerably more advanced than those of Muggles. In herbology, you will learn how to care for and utilize plants, while understanding their magical properties and applications. Many plants serve as ingredients for potions and medicines, while others possess unique magical effects. I encourage you to familiarize yourselves with the textbook, as it contains numerous plant descriptions. If you become well acquainted with the material, I am confident you will achieve commendable results in herbology. At this remark, several Gryffindor students chuckled, casting glances at McLaggen. Indeed, they recalled McLaggen's earlier boast that he had thoroughly studied 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Observing the Gryffindor students' amusement, Professor Sprout appeared perplexed, as she had not misspoken. What was the cause of their mirth? Noticing the attention directed at McLaggen, she regarded him with curiosity. McLaggen, feeling the weight of their gaze, found his face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, I am the nephew of Tibulus McLaggen, and I have thoroughly acquainted myself with the textbook over the summer, he asserted, mustering his courage. The sight of his flustered demeanor only provoked further laughter among his peers. Chris couldn't help but shake his head at the audacity of this fellow, who seemed incapable of refraining from boasting. Moreover, he remained utterly unrepentant, unabashed to such an extent that it felt hopeless. However, perhaps in the future, he might indeed become a prominent figure, all thanks to his shamelessness. Very well, Mr. McGonagall, splendid. Today we shall delve into the topic of dittany. Please enlighten us about this herb. Professor Sprout expressed her delight at having a student who had familiarized himself with the textbook ahead of time. This dittany, right? McGonagall appeared to be hearing the term for the first time. Yet he quickly composed himself, standing tall and facing Professor Sprout, narrowing his eyes as he began. Dittany, as the name suggests, is a plant that is, of course, white. This plant is quite remarkable. Its flavor is exquisite. Once, my uncle took me to a soiree for high-ranking wizards where I savored chicken soup made with this herb. It was the most delectable dish I have ever tasted. To this day, it lingers in my memory, and I can assure you that none of you have ever experienced it. With that, McGonagall cast a proud glance at his classmates, appearing to elevate himself above them. Well, we have certainly never tried it that way. Thank you, McGonagall, Professor Sprout replied. Her initial anticipation dashed. Being a kind-hearted individual, she refrained from uttering any harsh words and merely indicated that he was mistaken. Yet, McGonagall felt triumphant, believing he had spoken correctly, which invigorated him, especially after Professor Snape had previously berated him thoroughly. At last, he felt vindicated. However, his answer prompted laughter from classmates who either knew about dittany or, even if unaware, had caught on to Professor Sprout's implications. This incited McGonagall's ire, as he perceived their amusement as envy of his supposed brilliance. Observing the situation, Professor Sprout swiftly picked up a sprig of dittany and introduced. Dittany is a plant imbued with magical properties, possessing significant value. It can be used to concoct potions and has powerful healing capabilities. Now, who can tell me what potions it can create? Upon hearing Professor Sprout's question, McGonagall eagerly raised his hand, ready to respond that it could be used to brew a potion for longevity. However, before he could voice his answer, a Hufflepuff student interjected. It can be used to create dittany essence, which directly aids in the healing of superficial wounds. A mixture of dittany and silver powder can also be utilized to treat werewolf afflictions. Oh, splendid. You are absolutely correct, Val Stebbins. 5 points to Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout exclaimed in delight, surprised that this young wizard from Hufflepuff possessed such knowledge. Stebbins' response had been quite comprehensive. Yet she felt compelled to elaborate on some points he had not mentioned. Long ago, wizards already understood how to use dittany for self-treatment. They would grind it into a powder to sprinkle on their wounds. As for the dittany essence that Stebbins mentioned, its effects are even more potent. Just a small amount can effectively heal wounds without leaving scars. However, dittany has become quite rare. You will need to learn how to cultivate it this semester. After absorbing Professor Sprout's insights about dittany, Chris realized the necessity of acquiring either dittany or its essence. Just like in the original story, when Harry used Sectum Sempra on Malfoy, Snape had informed him that prompt application of dittany could prevent scarring. Such a severe cut could indeed heal without a mark, truly astonishing. Furthermore, in 1997, during their escape from the Ministry of Magic, Ron had sustained injuries during a splinching incident. Hermione used dittany essence to treat Ron's wounds. Later, after fleeing Godric's Hollow, Hermione employed dittany essence to heal Harry's injuries inflicted by Nagini. When the trio infiltrated Gringotts and suffered burns from the Fiendfire curse in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, they once again relied on dittany essence to remedy their numerous wounds. It was undoubtedly an essential potion for any household, although dittany was relatively scarce. Hermione had only brought a small vial with her when searching for Horcruxes with Harry and Ron. Fortunately, the quantity required was minimal, and a small vial would suffice for quite some time. Chris felt that, in the event of an injury, the timely application of certain remedies could potentially save his life. Even in the absence of serious issues, utilizing the medicinal properties of the white fresh herb could prevent unsightly scars from minor wounds. He also considered purchasing some to send home, believing that his mother, Lisa, and sister, Diana, both of whom took great pride in their appearance, would appreciate such a thoughtful gift. Thus, he resolved to compose a letter for Rupert the Owl to deliver to the apothecary in Diagon Alley the following day, inquiring about the purchase of a small quantity. Alternatively, he contemplated cultivating young white fresh seedlings himself. The herbalism class progressed swiftly, with Professor Sprout patiently imparting her knowledge on cultivation, greatly benefiting the young wizards. The sole drawback was the prolonged standing. After a morning of lessons, their legs felt somewhat weary. In the afternoon, all the Gryffindor students eagerly anticipated their flying lesson. The plump imp was already brimming with excitement, chattering incessantly with Chris throughout lunch. Chris found it puzzling why Imp was so captivated by the idea of soaring on broomsticks in the sport of Quidditch. Imp had even borrowed a book on the origins of Quidditch from the library, hoping to glean additional techniques from its pages. Chris, why aren't you nervous at all? Have you ever ridden a flying broomstick before? Imp asked, observing Chris's calm demeanor. Never, Chris replied decisively, shaking his head. But you needn't worry. I believe riding a flying broomstick won't be too difficult. Every endeavor begins with a first attempt, much like your first experience skateboarding 2 years ago. With practice, you became quite adept at it, didn't you? Chris attempted to reassure Ink, hoping to alleviate his anxiety. But this is different, isn't it? Ink responded, momentarily taken aback. Not really, it's just a different form of play. What is there to worry about? Trust me, you can do it, Chris encouraged. Really? Ink still seemed skeptical. Absolutely. No problem at all, Chris affirmed with a nod. Chapter 40. Silence is golden. At 3:30, Chris and the other Gryffindor students hurried down the steps, making their way to the grass in front of the castle, ready for their inaugural flying lesson. Chris, why aren't we having our flying lesson over at the Quidditch pitch? Ink queried, perplexed as to why their lesson was taking place on the lawn. Perhaps the view here is more picturesque, Chris suggested, glancing towards a flat expanse of grass where the blades swayed gently beneath their feet. Beyond the lawn lay the forest, with dark trees swaying in the breeze. Today's lesson was to be conducted alongside the Slytherin students who had already arrived, with dozens of flying broomsticks neatly lined up on the ground. Chris and his companions had long overheard Fred and George lamenting about the flying brooms at school, mentioning that some would tremble when soaring to great heights, while others always veered slightly to the left. Their teacher, Madame Hooch, approached. Her short, gray hair framed her face, and her piercing yellow eyes resembled those of a hawk. Well, what are you all waiting for? She commanded sharply, everyone, stand by a broomstick. Hurry, hurry. Time is of the essence. Chris gazed at the broomstick assigned to him, which lay on the ground beside him, tattered and worn, with several twigs protruding awkwardly. He pondered whether it would hold up. He felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of mounting it and potentially tumbling down. Everyone, extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick, Mrs. Hockley proclaimed from the front, then commanded the broom, rise. Ascend. Everyone echoed her words in unison. Chris, emulating the demonstration by Madam Hooch, called out to summon the broom. However, the broom at his feet remained utterly still, as if it had not heeded his words. When Chris attempted a second time, it merely spun in place on the ground, showing no inclination to rise. Most of the Gryffindor students had succeeded by now. Gripping their brooms tightly in their hands, Chris now felt a tinge of anxiety. Was this wretched broom determined to embarrass him? Did he truly lack the gift of flight? Chris couldn't help but ponder. A sense of shame washed over him. What if he were the only one who failed? The thought alone was mortifying. At this moment, Chris's emotions were somewhat tumultuous, yet he cast aside his concerns and shouted vehemently at the broom beneath his feet, "Rise up." In an instant, the broom sprang to life, the handle striking against his arm. This fleeting moment left Chris with little time to react, and the pain nearly brought him to tears. However, he found solace in the fact that he had successfully grasped the broom in his hand. Chris rubbed his arm and glanced at Imk, who had just shouted for the broom as many times as he had, yet it remained stubbornly still. The chubby boy was growing increasingly anxious, feeling utterly helpless and uncertain of what to do next. Don't panic, give it another try. Perhaps adding a touch of emotion when you're vague might prove more effective, Chris suggested to Imk. However, it was to no avail. The broom lay undisturbed on the ground. Look at that lazy Gryffindor. What a useless fellow, ha ha ha, scoffed the Slytherin student, Dorian Pusey, pointing at Imk and laughing heartily. His mockery elicited a chorus of laughter from his fellow Slytherins. Imk's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his gaze, feeling as though he could sink into the ground and disappear. Hey, you can take your insults and shove them. You little brat, mind your own business. Upon witnessing this, Chris felt a surge of irritation. Initially vexed by the disobedient broom, he could hardly tolerate the audacity of the little spirit mocking his friend. What on earth are you saying to me? How dare you? Who has granted you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Are you courting death? Dorian Pruce was infuriated, incredulous that a mere Gryffindor mudblood would dare to address him so insolently. In an instant, he was ablaze with fury, yearning to charge at Chris and deliver a thrashing. His tongue was tied, and his throat felt constricted. Chris drew his wand and, without uttering a word, cast a spell with remarkable precision, striking directly at Dorian Pusey's face. If you cannot speak, then refrain from doing so, Chris stated coldly. In an instant, Dorian Pusey's mouth and tongue were ensnared by the enchantment, rendering him unable to utter a sound as he covered his mouth, mumbling helplessly. The other Slytherins, witnessing their classmate being subjected to a spell by a Gryffindor, swiftly drew their wands, poised to retaliate. Observing the Slytherins' actions, the Gryffindors instinctively followed suit, resulting in a tense standoff between the two factions. Chris stood at the forefront of the Gryffindors. He had no desire to provoke trouble, yet he was unafraid of it. They had already been pushed to their limits. What else could they do? Surrender? Play the fool? Throughout his life, and in his past life, he had never been bullied, and under no circumstances would he back down. What are you all doing? Disperse. Everyone step back. At that moment, Madam Hooch parted the gathered crowd and approached with evident displeasure. She had not anticipated that anyone would dare to cause a disturbance in her class. Put away your wands. What is happening here? Madam Hooch pointed at Dorian Pusey and inquired. Dorian Pusey could only whimper, unable to utter a word. It was him, this Gryffindor. Another Slytherin student shouted, pointing at Chris. You. What is your name? How dare you act this way? Madam Hooch glared at Chris, her anger palpable. Chris read, Madam Hooch. He insulted my classmate, in Glasgow, which compelled me to respond accordingly. Chris replied with dignified composure. That does not justify your actions. He is your classmate as well. I shall report this to Professor McGonagall. So be prepared. Madam Hooch reflected on the situation. The Gryffindors and Slytherins had always been at odds, yet no one had ever dared to behave so disruptively in class. This young wizard was severely lacking in discipline. Therefore, Madam Hooch remained incensed. You, Red, is it? Release the spell on him at once. Chris shrugged and lifted the spell from Delian Pugh's lips. Upon feeling the enchantment lifted, Delian refrained from uttering further words under Madam Hooch's formidable presence. Yet he cast a seething glare at Chris, as if wishing to devour him whole. Furthermore, 20 points shall be deducted from both Gryffindor and Slytherin. From now on, I shall keep a vigilant eye on all of you. Return to your positions at once. Madam Hooch addressed the assembly, witnessing her fury. Everyone quickly regained their composure and obediently returned to their places. Chapter 41. Come now, let the duel begin. Chris obediently stood up, patted Imk on the shoulder, and picked up Imk's broom, handing it back to him. Here, just take it. It's no trouble at all. Don't be upset. Oh, thank you, Chris. Truly. Thank you. Imk accepted the broom, somewhat astonished by Chris's gesture, yet still lost in the events that had just transpired. It's nothing. Those Slytherins are simply dreadful. I could no longer contain myself and acted as I did. But if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had to. Don't blame yourself. I feel utterly useless. Because of me, George and Fred faced punishment last night, and now you. It's all right, Imk. We are friends. And friends ought to support one another, should they not? Do not take it to heart. We harbor no resentment towards you, especially since today's incident was not your fault. Chris reassured him. During the subsequent flying lesson, everyone was particularly attentive, fearful of incurring the wrath of Madame Hooch, who still appeared quite upset. Madame Hooch continued to demonstrate how to mount the broom without slipping off, walking amongst the students to correct their grip. Chris had a commendable grasp of the situation, thus sparing himself further admonishment from Mrs. Hawkridge. Otherwise, he might have found himself penalized as the troublesome student in her eyes. However, Imk was not as fortunate. Having endured the earlier ordeal, he was wholly out of sorts. Mrs. Hawkridge continually criticized his missteps, yet the more she admonished him, the more perplexed he became. In exasperation, Mrs. Hawkridge resorted to hands-on instruction, allowing Imk to tenuously manage the broomstick. The Slytherins, particularly Dorian Pusey, observed this scene, stifling their laughter, undoubtedly reveling in his discomfort. Now, when I whistle, you shall thrust your legs and lift off the ground. Be sure to exert yourself, Mrs. Hawkridge instructed. Grip the broom firmly, ascend a few feet, then lean slightly forward to descend vertically back to the ground. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1, fly. This time, no untoward incidents occurred. All brooms lifted from the ground, gently hovering in the air. After a while, those most adept at riding the brooms were granted permission by Mrs. Hawkridge to fly freely, albeit at a lower altitude. Chris's skills in flight were rather mediocre, and thus he continued to float slowly, becoming acquainted with the surroundings. This was of little consequence to him, as he was unperturbed by his inability to swiftly master the art of flying. He believed that with time, he would improve. However, Imp's situation was less favorable. The broom he rode trembled slightly. It was uncertain whether this was due to the broom's age or perhaps his own weight exceeding its capacity. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue, provided that no further incidents occurred. Soon, the afternoon flying lesson passed amidst the practice of the young wizards, and thereafter, everything proceeded smoothly, with no one daring to cause trouble again. On the way back to the castle, the chubby boy remained in his earlier demeanor, head bowed and enveloped in silence. Chris felt that it was best not to urge him further at this moment, allowing him some quietude. He would be fine in a couple of days. However, as they approached the castle, a group of Slytherins confronted them. At the forefront was none other than Dorian Pusey, the very individual they had presumed would not dare to provoke them again so soon. Yet, here he was, seeking trouble. Dorian Pusey resumed his earlier bravado, arrogantly declaring, "Hey, Red, is it? You think you're quite something, don't you? Taking me by surprise like that. You humiliated me in front of so many classmates during class. Do you have a death wish? Huh? Show me what you've got. Don't whine like a coward. Come on, draw your wand, and let us have a duel." Chris brandished his wand, unwavering in his resolve. De Leon Pusey observed Chris's audacious demeanor and, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Humph, I won't be deceived by your antics. You merely wish to ensnare us in a trap here, hoping to have our Slytherin points deducted. After all, your Gryffindor scores have already been depleted beyond repair. Do you think you can drag us down with you? I assure you, that will not happen. If you possess any semblance of courage, meet me in the trophy room tonight. I challenge you to a wizard's duel. No, I refuse. If we're to duel, it shall be here." Chris shook his head defiantly. "What are you thinking? Just yesterday, George and Fred were caught, and the school is bound to be vigilant these days. Do you really wish to court trouble? Have you lost your senses? Huh? Are you frightened?" De Leon Pusey and his Slytherin companions laughed brazenly. "I have no interest in engaging in a late-night duel with a clueless child. If I have that time, I would rather converse with my sister. Isn't that far more enjoyable?" De Leon Pusey's face darkened upon hearing Chris's words. Though he did not comprehend the reference to Chris's sister, he was acutely aware that he was being mocked. "Very well, we shall see. I assure you, this matter is far from over." With that, he stormed off, his companions making faces at Chris and his friends as they departed. "These wretches are insufferable. I must speak with Professor McGonagall about this. Today's events must be clarified. This is not solely your concern." Imk clenched his fists in frustration. "Do not fret, Imk. Next time, I shall seize the opportunity to impart a lesson they will never forget. Worry not, and cast aside any burdens on your mind. Chris reassured the visibly agitated Imk. With classes for the day concluded, Chris and Imk returned to their shared dormitory. After calming Imk, Chris took the book he had retrieved from the restricted section the previous night and stepped out of the common room, traversing a corridor. Ahead stood a large vase, flanked by a tapestry depicting a troll mercilessly pummeling a hapless figure. The fabric illustrated a motley assembly of grotesque trolls, some wielding clubs, others unarmed, striking bizarre and contorted poses. Among them was a bald man clad in a richly medieval attire, begging for mercy as he knelt, besieged by their blows. Opposite this tapestry loomed a bare wall, devoid of decoration. Chris approached the white wall, extending his hand to touch its surface. The wall was remarkably hard and smooth. Yet it yielded nothing, nor did it reveal the entrance to the fabled Room of Requirement. Chapter 42, The Room of Requirement. Indeed, Chris's intention to locate this legendary chamber was not driven by mere curiosity about its appearance. There would be ample time in the future to uncover its secrets. Rather, he was fervently eager to practice the elusive art of mental concealment. The urgency was palpable. Today, he had failed to restrain himself, leading to an incident that would likely result in Professor McGonagall inviting him for tea, with unpredictable consequences. Thus, it was imperative to hasten his mastery of the mental concealment technique. He recalled that upon standing before this wall, the user must concentrate intently on the desired location. Subsequently, after walking past the wall 3 times, a smooth door would materialize, granting access to the Room of Requirement. Please grant me a place to learn magic. A place to learn magic. Chris endeavored to focus his mind, reciting softly to himself as he paced back and forth along the wall. Upon his 3rd passage, an extraordinary transformation unfolded before him. Intricate and resplendent magical runes emerged from the white wall, gradually morphing into a sleek door. Excellent, he succeeded. A sense of joy welled up within Chris. Gazing at the door, he refrained from impulsively stepping through. Instead, he turned his head, scanning the surroundings cautiously. After confirming the absence of any onlookers, he grasped the doorknob, pulled it open, and stepped inside. The interior revealed an expansive room, approximately 1,000 square meters in size. As he entered, the torches adorning the walls ignited simultaneously, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Scattered throughout the room were various tables, chairs, and implements for practicing magic. At the far end of the chamber stood several bookshelves, laden with a collection of over 100 tomes. Chris stepped forward and observed a myriad of tomes encompassing spells, transfiguration, and even the darker arts. Prominently displayed on the bookshelf was a sign that proclaimed, "Knowledge is the most precious treasure of a wizard. Please refrain from removing these books, yet you may leave any that you deem beneficial for future generations to peruse." It appeared to be a hidden gem of Hogwarts, accessible only to those fortunate enough to discover the Room of Requirement and possess a genuine passion for learning. How marvelous this was! Chris was utterly delighted, for this place was brimming with knowledge that piqued his interest. Although he could not carry any of it away, he could visit frequently to indulge in its treasures. Moreover, before he finished perusing these tomes, there was no need for him to venture into the restricted section in search of books that captivated him. Consequently, Chris did not linger by the shelves any longer. After all, he had ample time ahead to explore these volumes at his leisure. At present, his foremost priority was to master the book titled The Art of Closing Your Mind. The author, Queenie Goldstein, was indeed the very same individual who sparked his recognition upon first sighting the book. She was the sister of Tina Goldstein, the protagonist from Fantastic Beasts. Known for her affection towards a nomage, a natural adept at reading emotions and thoughts, it was no surprise that she possessed a profound understanding of the art of mental closure. Yet, it was somewhat unexpected that she had authored such a work. As he opened the slender volume, he noticed the inscription on its front page, "Preventing the mind from external invasion. This is an obscure yet immensely useful branch of magic." Chris meticulously turned the pages, absorbing the content, which, though sparse, was profound and intuitive, comprehensible to anyone without reading obstacles. After an hour and a half, Chris felt he had grasped the theoretical aspects sufficiently. Essentially, it boiled down to a few key points regarding the art of mental closure, a magical technique designed to shield the mind from external psychic infiltration. It allowed for the sealing of the brain to resist magical incursions and influences. Thus, the foremost task for Chris was to relinquish all emotions, discarding every sentiment he harbored. He aimed to purge his mind of all thoughts and feelings, rendering it impossible for the psychic intruder to establish any emotional connections related to the memories the subject sought to conceal. He was to refrain from thought, recollection, or sensation. Chris endeavored to empty his mind, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that plagued him, striving to attain a state of complete mental clarity. Thus, he diligently practiced the art of mind closing, while time slipped away unnoticed. During this period, Chris occasionally found himself distracted, even growing somewhat drowsy, yet he persisted in his efforts. He refused to believe he could not measure up to either Malfoy or Harry. It is worth noting that Malfoy, under the tutelage of Bellatrix Lestrange, swiftly mastered the mind-closing technique, enabling him to secretly assassinate Albus Dumbledore. Malfoy wielded this skill with remarkable ease, allowing him to shield his thoughts and resist Snape's legitimacy. After what seemed like an hour, Chris finally sensed he could begin to lock away his thoughts and emotions. In that moment, he experienced a profound tranquility, as if nothing in the world could captivate his interest. He perceived that his cognitive processes were significantly accelerated, and many concerns that once troubled him seemed to dissipate. However, this was merely the rudimentary form of mind closing. When Chris employed this technique, he had to avoid direct eye contact or other suspicious actions to evade others' attempts at legitimacy. To attain a more advanced level of mind closing, he realized he would require much more practice. It is known that masters of high-level mind closing can counter the Imperius curse or suppress certain emotions and memories, creating an impeccable illusion for the legilimens. As Chris gradually restored his emotions, he retracted his mind closing and turned to leave the room of requirement. Upon his exit, the door vanished once more, reverting to an ordinary white wall, concealing the existence of the magical chamber. It was late, and curfew was approaching. Only then did Chris feel a pang of hunger after being absorbed in his studies. However, he had no time to eat dinner and could only return to his dormitory for a quick drink. Upon hastily returning to the Gryffindor common room, Chris discovered Imp and the Weasley brothers engaged in an animated discussion. "Hey, Chris, where have you been? We've been waiting for you for ages." George inquired curiously as he spotted Chris entering the room. "Did you get into a fight?" "Haha, I just discovered a fantastic spot within the castle. I'll take you all there next time." Chris replied. "What spot?" The Weasley brothers chorused in unison. Before Chris could respond, Imp handed him a parcel wrapped in brown paper. "Chris, I noticed you hadn't had dinner, so I specially packed you a meal." Chris unwrapped the brown paper parcel that Imp had given him, revealing a delightful meat pie within, which filled him with both joy and a tinge of guilt. After all, the last time he had brought breakfast for Imp, he had returned empty-handed, without any packaging at all. It was truly thoughtful of Imp to take such care in wrapping this gift for him. Clearly, he would need to be more considerate in the future when bringing meals for Imp, ensuring that he would not repeat the same oversight as before. As Chris savored his beef pie, he remarked that he had discovered a remarkable location opposite a portrait on the 8th floor of the castle. This house could be conjured to meet one's needs. Within its confines, we could delve into the arcane arts or engage in various pursuits of our choosing. Moreover, it appeared merely as a blank white wall at all other times, rendering it exceedingly discreet. "What? Is that the place?" exclaimed the Weasley brothers, seemingly aware of something significant. "You know about it?" Chris could not help but inquire, as he had assumed they were unaware. "Indeed, we are familiar with this place and have visited it before. Although it was during a nocturnal adventure when we inadvertently collided with the armor in the corridor, leading to Felch discovering us. In our frantic state, we stumbled upon a storage area for flying broomsticks. We hastily concealed ourselves within it and did not emerge until much later. Subsequently, when we returned, that room had vanished, just as you mentioned, leaving only a solitary wall. Thus, we are convinced that this location harbors some mystery. After numerous explorations yielding no results, we never anticipated that you would unravel it today. You are truly remarkable. Tomorrow, we shall accompany you to investigate further." Christopher had to concede that the two brothers possessed a remarkable familiarity with Hogwarts. They seemed to have knowledge of even the most clandestine corners. Perhaps, in due time, they would uncover the secrets of the Room of Requirement. Before Christopher could utter a word, George inquired, "By the way, Christopher, we heard from Imp that you took down a Slytherin student?" "Huh? What do you mean I took down a Slytherin?" Christopher was momentarily bewildered. "You know, this afternoon, there was a rather arrogant Slytherin. Didn't you cast a spell on him? He was furious and wanted to duel you." George gazed at Christopher in confusion, unable to comprehend why the principal party seemed oblivious to the situation, prompting him to explain. "Oh, you mean that insufferable fellow? He insulted Imp, and I was so incensed that I cast a spell on him. I didn't cause him any real harm. Who would have thought he would develop such a grudge against me?" Christopher replied with a sense of resignation. "Ha ha ha, Christopher, you did brilliantly. In fact, what we admire most is not merely that you taught him a lesson, but that you had the audacity to act during class. You have no idea. Word is spread throughout Gryffindor that you fought a first-year Slytherin during class. Even students from other houses are aware that Gryffindor has a formidable new student who dared to engage in a brawl during lessons, nearly inciting a clash between two houses. George and Fred looked at Christopher with unabashed admiration. Is it true that the news spread so swiftly? At this moment, Chris felt a twinge of regret. He had never anticipated that a hasty action could spread so swiftly. In retrospect, it truly seemed unwise. Impulsiveness is indeed a devil. Yes, you are now somewhat of a renowned figure, although still slightly inferior to us. However, Imp mentioned that they wished to challenge you to a duel. Next time, you could invite us along as your aides. We would relish the opportunity to confront those Slytherins. George exclaimed excitedly. Let us defer that discussion for another time. What about you? I assume you didn't fare well in Filch's office today? Chris intended to change the subject. Oh, no. Today we made a significant discovery, Fred said, cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was watching before continuing. While we were tidying up Filch's office, we noticed one of his cabinets. Within it was a drawer labeled, confiscated items, highly dangerous. So we shared a silent understanding, exchanging knowing glances. Fred deliberately threw a dung bomb at the entrance of Filch's office to divert his attention. Seizing the moment, I swiftly opened the drawer and retrieved the item inside. Then, George stealthily produced a folded parchment from the lining of his school uniform. It was an ancient piece of parchment, and upon unfolding it, it bore no inscriptions whatsoever. Placing the parchment on the table, George whispered, "This is quite a treasure, undoubtedly an extraordinary magical artifact." Chris gazed at the parchment before him, instantly recognizing it as the fabled and illustrious Marauder's map. The Weasley twins had certainly impressed him by procuring such a remarkable artifact at this moment. Nevertheless, Chris concealed his awareness of the map's secrets and feigned curiosity, inquiring, "Do you know what this is?" Fred, delighted by Chris's demeanor, patted the parchment and replied with a grin, "Of course. This is a map of Hogwarts." Just a map? It can't be one of our creations, can it? Yet. Why does it appear so blank? Has the magic we cast faded? That seems unlikely, Ink interjected, gazing at the map with a perplexed expression and firing off a barrage of questions. No. This is certainly not one of our maps. Do not underestimate it. This is a magical map, just as we originally conceived, and, in fact, it surpasses our initial imaginings. I truly had no idea someone had envisioned such a creation before Hogwarts. The individual responsible for this map must be a genius, George explained to Imp. Oh, is that so? How extraordinary. Imp remained somewhat skeptical. George continued with a smile. Indeed, it not only reveals every classroom and secret passage within Hogwarts, but the magic employed in its creation is remarkably advanced and astonishing. We believe that Filch has never discovered how to utilize this parchment. However, he likely has an inkling of its significance. Otherwise, he would not have confiscated it. This map also incorporates the human presence revealing charm, enabling its possessor to track the footsteps of everyone within the castle. Oh, you surely do not know what the human presence revealing charm is. It is a spell. When this charm is invoked on the map, the locations of all individuals within its vicinity are displayed as ink dots, continuously shifting as each person moves. Of course, we were previously unaware of this charm. The map revealed it to us. Chris had previously heard of this remarkable spell. The trace, possessing formidable power, cannot be deceived by various methods of concealment. Whether it be Harry using the invisibility cloak, young Barty Crouch transformed into Mad-Eye Moody through the Polyjuice potion, or Peter Pettigrew, who had undergone a Nimigish transformation, as well as the ghosts of Hogwarts, this spell is capable of accurate identification. Subsequently, George drew forth his wand, pointed it at the parchment, and declared, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Instantly, a drop of ink appeared at the tip of his wand, and the ink line began to extend gradually, revealing a map of Hogwarts. The level of detail on this map far surpassed that of the one Chris and his friends had created. It was akin to a work by a university student compared to that of an elementary school pupil. This map illustrated every classroom, corridor, and corner within the castle, showcasing every inch of the school grounds, as well as the hidden secret passages, including the 7 secret routes leading from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. Upon closer inspection, Chris noticed that the Marauder's map did not depict all locations within the school, such as the Room of Requirement and the Chamber of Secrets. Perhaps the individuals who crafted the map were unaware of these places, while it might be understandable that they did not know about the chamber. It seemed implausible that they were ignorant of the Room of Requirement. Thus, the only explanation was that these locations had been enchanted to render them untraceable. Setting aside other considerations, the most extraordinary aspect of this map was the multitude of small black dots moving across it, each labeled with a minuscule name. The group leaned in for a closer look, and in the upper left corner, a dot representing Professor Dumbledore indicated that he was pacing in his office. While Argus Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, was prowling the third floor, and the mischievous Peeves was currently bouncing around the trophy room. Look here. It must have been created by these individuals, George pointed out, indicating a line of small text at the top of the map. It read, Moony, Wormtail, Patfoot, and Prongs. Hereby presenting the Marauder's Map, a tool for those who partake in magical mischief. Chris, gazing at the text with curiosity, inquired, how did you uncover the secrets concealed within this parchment? After all, it still bears the incantations you mentioned earlier, which surely cannot be guessed so easily. Oh, indeed. How could one possibly discern it merely by guessing? The reason we were able to unveil the secrets of this map is that it actively revealed them to us. Did I not mention this before? It disclosed the method of its creation, which includes the human presence charm, George elucidated. Yes, the moment George and I activated it. The map unveiled all its intricacies, revealing that because we successfully obtained it from Filch through our prank, it was willing to serve us. After Chris and the others had perused the map, George tapped it gently with his wand and declared, prank concluded. Instantly, the contents of the map were concealed once more, reverting to a blank parchment. Oh, by Merlin's beard, how marvelous. It is fortunate you acquired this today, as it compensates for the loss we suffered in the library last night. Otherwise, I would have felt immense guilt, Imk remarked with a sigh. Indeed. I believe we cannot remain perpetually unfortunate. Fate must eventually smile upon us. George concurred. Can we then upgrade our map according to the method provided? Chris inquired. Well, I think we cannot yet learn everything depicted on this map. After all, it contains not only profound spells like the human presence charm, but also other intricate magic that is challenging to master and wield. Therefore, to fully comprehend this map will require considerable time. However, I believe we can create our own upgraded version of the map. We can add some concealed locations and lesser-known passages that were absent in the first edition, Fred proposed. That is true. One point to note is that we should only supplement a portion of the new map with hidden passages, if we intend to continue using it. Revealing it to too many would be unwise. Moreover, our second edition will undoubtedly command a higher price than the first. If we were to suddenly include so many detailed elements, others might think we did it intentionally to fetch a higher price, which would be counterproductive. By releasing portions gradually, we can maintain our exclusive use of the passages while allowing others to believe that our persistent and diligent exploration of Hogwarts yielded these discoveries, thus justifying a higher price. In this way, once the sales of each map version reach saturation, we can unveil new editions, potentially releasing 10 or more versions. What do you think of this strategy? Chris shared his analysis and thoughts with the group. Wow, splendid. I wholeheartedly agree. This is truly remarkable. I concur as well. Indeed. Chris, you are a genius. The crowd was utterly astonished by Chris's ideas, believing that selling maps was an exceptional venture. They anticipated that, over time, they would reap considerable profits. Shall we start production today? The atmosphere was electric with excitement. No, we only need to supplement the first edition of the maps for now. Once the market for this edition becomes saturated, we can release the second. Chapter 45. Purchasing white ginseng the following day, Thursday. Chris arrived at the hall and handed over several completed maps to Penelope before sitting down for breakfast. During breakfast, he entrusted a letter to Rupert, requesting that it be delivered to the apothecary's owner inquiring about the purchase of some white ginseng. Afterward, Chris attended his transfiguration class with Imk, which consisted of both theory and practice. After 2 days of study, some astute young wizards had begun to achieve minor transformations with their matchsticks. Imk had managed to transfigure his matchstick into a needle, albeit not perfectly. As for Chris, the needle he produced using the silent spell was quite impressive. It was highly likely that he could present it to an elderly lady for embroidery without issue. However, who could say how long it would last? One could only hope that it would not one day revert to a matchstick, igniting and setting fire to the fabric in the process. Of course, that was merely a jest. The others had not noticed that he had employed the silent spell, as he continued to feign the incantation quite convincingly. Regrettably, Professor McGonagall did not award Chris any additional points. Perhaps it was because she had already given him extra points in the previous lesson. Or perhaps Chris's actions the day before had displeased her. As anticipated, at the end of the class, Professor McGonagall once again retained Chris for further discussion. Chris, feeling anxious, employed the brain-closing technique he had only just begun to master the previous day. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall merely chastised him, stating that while his intentions were commendable, his actions were inappropriate, and she hoped he would refrain from such behavior in the future. She then assigned him a punitive task, to compose a paper on the subject of transfiguration. There were no restrictions on the content. He was simply to express his thoughts regarding the topic, with a requirement of 20 inches in length. This punishment might seem rather harsh for other young wizards, likely leading to tears and lamentations. However, Chris found it manageable. After all, writing was not particularly challenging. He did not need to consult external sources, as he could directly reference his textbook, extract a theoretical passage, and then articulate his perspective. He approached it casually, treating it as if he were merely jotting down notes, and anticipated completing it in just a few hours. During lunch, Rupert returned, bringing with him a small vial of white fresh and a letter. The letter stated that they typically only had ingredients for potion making available. Unfortunately, they did not possess seedlings of white fresh, but if Chris required them, he could order from other shops. He was also warmly invited to place further orders for herbs and materials. Chris pondered for a moment and decided against it. The small vial of white fresh had cost him 2 gallons. It would be wiser to concoct it into a potion before utilizing it, as this method would yield superior results compared to using the raw herb directly. As for the seedlings, Chris ultimately concluded not to purchase them. They were indeed rather expensive, and he was uncertain if buying seedlings would prove even more costly. The thought of pilfering seedlings from Professor Sprout's greenhouse crossed his mind, but Chris felt incapable of such an act. Unlike stealing books from the library, which was justified by the pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement, and could be returned undamaged, stealing seedlings was a different matter entirely. Once taken and nurtured, they could not be returned, and utilizing them for commercial purposes would be even more unethical. Therefore, Chris considered it more prudent to explore the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest during his free time. He planned to invite the Weasley twins and Imp to join him. A larger group would ensure safety and facilitate their search. Should they find wild white fresh, it would be splendid. If not, it was of little consequence. Subsequently, Chris pinned a letter for Rupert to deliver home, including some sweets and magical snacks for his family to share. The letter contained little more than a recounting of his recent experiences at Hogwarts, his studies, and the praise he received from professors, assuring his family not to worry about him. He also reminded Diana to enjoy the treats at home and not to bring them to school to share with Muggle children, to avoid causing them distress. In the afternoon, during a brief charms class, Chris attracted the attention of many upon entering the classroom, as he had become somewhat of a known figure. The small wizards admired his actions during the flying lesson the previous day. Standing up for a friend, though it resulted in punishment, was viewed as a heroic deed. Therefore, wherever Chris went, he garnered a portion of attention. However, he did not relish this newfound notoriety, preferring to remain an inconspicuous figure. It was indeed troublesome, and he could only wait for the attention to fade gradually. During the charms lesson, Professor Flitwick began with a theoretical explanation of spellcasting. However, as the class progressed, the young wizards grew visibly impatient, some even dozing off. The experienced professor noticed this and decided to cease the theoretical discourse, instructing everyone to take out their wands. He assigned them the practice of the simple spell, Lumos. Chris, however, was already adept at casting this spell silently, demonstrating a level of proficiency not shared by the majority of his classmates, who were still unfamiliar with it. Thus, the latter part of the class concluded amidst a flurry of glowing lights. It is worth noting that Imp was the first to successfully cast the spell, earning an additional 3 points from Professor Flitwick. This recognition brought him great joy, particularly after the recent setbacks he had faced. It reassured him that he was not entirely without merit. Imp's spirits visibly lifted, and he even indulged in an extra bowl of pumpkin soup during dinner. "Hey, Chris, how many floors have we ascended?" Imp remarked, regretting his earlier indulgence as nausea began to set in. "I'm not sure. We should be nearing the top," Chris replied, panting. "Oh, I can hardly manage anymore. I remember when we surveyed the map last time, this place didn't seem so high." Imp wiped his brow. "Who knows? Perhaps next week during class, we could borrow a flying broom and ascend directly, sparing us this exertion," Chris sighed. "That's a splendid idea. I'll ask George and Fred about it next time," Imp responded enthusiastically. Undoubtedly, Chris and his companions were not climbing the tower merely for exercise after a hearty meal. They were en route to astronomy class, held at the top of the astronomy tower, the tallest tower at Hogwarts. The astronomy tower was indeed lofty, and students attending class there were required to bring telescopes, quills, and parchment for observation. Unless, as Chris suggested, they flew up. Students had no choice but to ascend the spiraling staircase. Eventually, Chris and his friends lost track of time as they climbed, but after what felt like an eternity, they reached the summit. Phew, we really ought to incorporate more exercise into our routines, Imk. We must make a habit of walking more often. It'll help with your weight loss. Chris took a breath and spoke. At this moment, Imk had lost all desire to converse and lay on the ground, despondent. Once the students had gathered, Professor Aurora Sinistra, the astronomy instructor, called them over. I understand that many of you are unfamiliar with astronomy, a magical discipline dedicated to the study of the movements of stars and planets. In this course, you will not need to wield any spells. Instead, you will learn the names of stars, constellations, and planets, along with their positions and movements, and gain an understanding of the environments on these celestial bodies. That night, the wind atop the astronomical tower was fierce, and not everyone could clearly hear Professor Sinistra's words. For instance, Chris, standing at the back, could only catch fragments of what she said. However, he could easily surmise that it was merely an introduction to the course, followed by an opportunity to peer through telescopes at the stars and make some notes. What more could there be? Thus, due to Chris's lack of attentiveness, by the end of the class, he remained ignorant of which star was Saturn and which was Mars. He didn't particularly care. Most likely, the exam would involve sketching diagrams and labeling the stars' names. He figured he could just glance at Imk's notes when he found some free time and memorize a few key points to pass. There was no need to strive for high marks. He had no desire to be at the top of his class in subjects he deemed uninteresting. Friday was the day these young wizards anticipated the most. It was not solely because the weather was splendid, but because after their morning classes, they would enjoy a 2.5-day respite. This prospect brought many young wizards great joy, their smiles considerably brighter than they had been during their time at the astronomical tower. The entire morning was devoted to defense against the dark arts. Everyone seemed eager for this class, convinced they would learn something extraordinary. Of course, Chris was not among them. He knew the instructors of this course were unlikely to impart any genuinely useful knowledge, and as long as he didn't cause any trouble, he'd be content. Once class commenced, the balding and somewhat disheveled Professor Martipin Leandres entered, clutching a book and a cage. The students were filled with curiosity about what lay within the cage. Perhaps it contained a dragon. This was McGonagall's speculation. Naturally, no one believed his assertion. There was no way a dragon could fit in such a small cage. Even a baby dragon, maybe a small snake, would suffice. Before long, Professor Leandres began his lesson. Please take out your textbooks. Which is this one? Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense. Yes. Precisely. That Gryffindor student over there. It seems you are not holding the correct book, he pointed out, directing his gaze at McGonagall's red-covered book. McGonagall, bewildered, looked at the fresh egg he had just pulled from his bag and said, I believe I didn't bring that book this morning. Laughter erupted among the students. Undoubtedly, one of his roommates had played a prank on him, swapping his textbook for this one. It appeared that McGonagall's relationship with his roommate was not particularly amicable. It was understandable. A person like him would struggle to have friends. All right, everyone, please stop laughing, Professor Leandres said, somewhat helpless in the face of the students' amusement. Nonetheless, given their youth, they held a natural fear of their teacher, and his words seemed to have some effect. Just remember to bring the correct textbook next time, he added, not deducting any points and letting McGonagall off with a gentle admonition. To Chris, Professor Leandres did not seem particularly impressive. His soft-spoken manner matched his disheveled appearance. Perhaps he could attempt to cultivate a good rapport with him, as it might prove helpful in the future, say, for borrowing a book from the restricted section. Professor Leandres then proceeded to introduce the content of the textbook. He began reading aloud. Redcaps, a troublesome little creature resembling a goblin, can be found wherever there is blood. They typically lurk in castle dungeons and the trenches of battlefields, waiting to ambush those who have lost their way. The students listened with a mix of boredom and restlessness, and some daring young wizards began to engage in mischief. However, Professor Leandres remained oblivious, continuing to read from the book without interruption. Chris perceived that Professor Leandres seemed to revel in the sensation, becoming increasingly animated as he spoke. This gnome, can you believe it? Dwelling in the ancient battlefields or stained with the blood of the fallen. Through incantations, indeed, that is precisely it. Drive them away. They pose a grave threat to muggles. What muggles? The solitary muggles. They will, under the cloak of darkness, what will they do? Strike them down with a hefty club. Where are the red hats? In the Nordic lands. Yes, indeed. He spoke with increasing rapidity, transforming from a monotonous recitation devoid of emotion to a cadence akin to song, rivaling even the most skilled of rappers. Chris felt he had somewhat misjudged the professor. It appeared he was not as lacking as he had initially presumed. If there were live broadcasts, he might even surpass that so-called Diagon. Overall, this professor was indeed an eccentric character. Chapter 47. The Snot Spell. Invincible. It seems that one cannot reach Hogwarts without a certain level of skill. Perhaps it was this very unique style of teaching through rap that led Professor Dumbledore to approve his request for a teaching position. Initially disinterested, the young wizards began to engage as they listened to the professor's rap, their previous distractions ceasing as they leaned in with enthusiasm. This was advantageous, for at least through his rap, they absorbed knowledge from the texts and learned about various dark creatures, preparing them for potential encounters in the future. After the rap concluded, the professor finally unveiled a cage that had piqued everyone's curiosity. To their surprise, it contained a group of small mice. The young wizards exchanged puzzled glances. What was the professor planning? A game of cat and mouse? Once each young wizard received a mouse, Professor Leanlos announced, "Today, we will proceed to the second segment of our defense against the dark arts lesson. Please take out your wands." The students complied, bewildered as they looked towards him. "Today, I shall teach you a rather remarkable spell, at least in my opinion. It is the Snot Spell," Professor Leanlos declared. The students were at a loss for words. They had drawn their wands, only to learn this? "Please do not underestimate this spell," he urged. "If used correctly, even a troll could be left dripping with snot. Not to mention those dark wizards. Imagine encountering a dark wizard wielding formidable dark magic, and you find yourself powerless against it. But then, at that moment, yes, you recall the snot spell, and you cast it, causing his snot to flow uncontrollably. In that distraction, he would drop his wand to wipe his nose, giving you a chance to escape. Is that not useful, my dear students?" Professor Leanlos said with palpable enthusiasm. "Moreover," he continued, "I must share an adventure I once had in a forest where I encountered a particularly powerful dark wizard. I was truly terrified, utterly at a loss. You cannot fathom the dread I felt at that moment. His dark magic loomed over me like a storm, and I thought I would never see my beloved again. But suddenly, inspiration struck. In a flurry, I unleashed a barrage of snot spells. He was quick to react, but one spell slipped through, catching him off guard. The result was a torrent of snot, which allowed me to cast the sleep spell and incapacitate him, turning him over to the local horror department. Later, I learned that he was a notorious dark wizard, known for robbing unsuspecting adventurers, with numerous lives claimed at his hands. I felt truly fortunate to have survived that ordeal. Consequently, I received a reward of 50 galleons. Thus, the snot spell is my secret weapon. Do not take it lightly." Professor Leanlos animatedly recounted his heroic tale. The young wizards were captivated, relishing such adventurous stories. They were left in awe of the bald professor, who received a resounding applause after his tale. "Wow, Chris. I never thought this professor would be so impressive. We must learn this spell thoroughly," exclaimed Dick, his face alight with admiration. Chris was struck by lightning. And Professor Leanlos truly spoke without thinking. What a ridiculous dark wizard, easily dealt with by a mere snivel spell. Surely, this fellow was just boasting. He might fool the little wizards, but attempting to deceive others is utterly implausible. As for the dark wizard, a single blow from a seasoned practitioner would have dispatched him without a trace. The snivel spell is hardly a worthy counter. After experiencing it, he could very well try it on himself. Professor Leanlos is even more boastful than the author Gilderoy Lockhart, who, at the very least, could write with finesse. His spells, such as the Forgetfulness Charm and the Bone Removal Curse, were executed with remarkable skill, showcasing some genuine talent. As for this bald man, he seems adept only at verbal bravado. It would be hard to find anyone who would oppose his title as the King of Bluster at Hogwarts. Now, let us unleash the snivel spell upon these detestable little rodents. Imagine them as dark wizards and make them snivel profusely. Remember, be merciless. Professor Leanlos took the initiative, casting the snivel spell on a small mouse on his podium. Upon being struck by the spell, the tiny creature erupted with regretful sniveling. "Why must I fall into the hands of these terrifying humans? I truly do not wish to snivel." The little wizards, witnessing the mouse's tragic state, eagerly began to cast the snivel spell on their own mice. Thus, amidst a swirl of green light in the classroom, the little mice suffered, sniveling painfully. It was somewhat nauseating. Chris found it unbearable and refrained from touching the mouse he had been given, opting instead to petrify it to the table to prevent it from scurrying away. Beside him, Imp was far less merciful. After casting the snivel spell, he felt the mouse's sniveling was insufficient and relentlessly cast the spell again and again, resulting in a veritable deluge of mucus covering the table. It was a ghastly sight. Yet, despite this, Professor Linloss awarded him 5 points, deeming Imk's performance the best. Consequently, Imk was elated and hurled 2 more spells at the unfortunate mouse. Alas, Chris thought this was even more brutal than the Muggle students' dissection lessons. Of course, not all students could wield their spells with the same proficiency as Imk. Take our classmate McGonagall, for instance. When his incantation struck the mouse, instead of mucus, the creature's nose erupted with bright red blood. The mouse wailed in despair, spinning helplessly on the table as blood gushed forth from its nostrils. Reminiscent of a punctured milk bag, its blood splattered everywhere, drenching every little wizard around McGonagall. Such an unforeseen calamity left McGonagall flustered, unsure of what to do. Grabbing the mouse, heedless of the blood splattered across his face, he stuffed it into his robe, thinking smugly, this should stop the bleeding. Remarkably, this action seemed to have some effect. The mouse gradually ceased its bleeding. However, it also fell into a state of lifelessness. It could no longer sing, feel the warmth of sunlight, or joyfully partake in oil thefts with its fellow mice. All of this was due to McGonagall's cruel spellcasting, which had mercilessly extinguished the life of an innocent little creature. Such malevolence warranted imprisonment in Azkaban. Naturally, this perspective was solely from the viewpoint of the mice. Others did not express much concern over the mouse's demise. Instead, those splattered by its blood harbored deep resentment, resolving to keep their distance from McGonagall in the future to avoid being caught in similar misfortunes. Chris observed that the bald professor appeared somewhat flustered upon witnessing Macrack's antics. He seemed utterly at a loss, merely standing by and watching silently, exuding an air of ineffectiveness. Naturally, Chris was equally incapable of resolving the situation, as he had yet to learn any spells pertaining to staunching blood flow. However, he found merit in the bloodletting spell that Macrack had just executed. He pondered that if he could inquire about it and practice to refine it, it might evolve into a formidable incantation. Thus, the first defense against the dark arts class concluded amidst Macrack's farce. By midday, Chris had completed his inaugural week of classes at Hogwarts. The young wizards were elated, joyfully scampering back to the Gryffindor common room, eager to commence their delightful weekend. Of course, aside from Macrack, who emerged from the classroom drenched in blood, he was met with the curious stares and whispers of his fellow students. Those unaware of the circumstances might have surmised he had been attacked by some beast, frightened to approach him. In the afternoon, Chris was diligently working on the essay assigned to him by Professor McGonagall as a form of punishment. While articulating lengthy discourses might seem effortless, the sheer volume of words was indeed overwhelming, leaving Chris feeling drowsy. This prompted a twinge of envy for the plump little Imk, who was blissfully napping. No, I cannot allow him to slumber peacefully while I toil, Chris resolved. Consequently, he lifted Imk's covers and shouted, "Wake up! It's raining. Time to put away the blankets." What? Where's the rain? Imk mumbled, half opening his eyes in confusion. Ha ha ha, no rain at all. Imk, you must rise. Please go and inquire if George and Fred have any plans for the afternoon. I wish to undertake a certain task and need to extricate you from accompanying me. I'm still engaged in my essay, so I must rely on you to ask for me. Once I finish, we shall set off. Fine, Imk replied, rubbing his eyes and sitting up, likely grumbling about Chris's insistence on waking him. After a short while, Imk returned with the Weasley twins. Hey, Chris, what are you up to? Is there something you need from us? George and Fred inquired, pausing their work on the map to address Chris, who was still penning the final paragraph. Upon noticing that everyone had gathered, Chris promptly set down his quill and remarked, I propose we venture to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest to see if we can find some white ginseng. I intend to cultivate a few seedlings and, once they mature, either distill them into essential oil for sale or use them ourselves. To the Forbidden Forest? What a splendid idea. Let us go. But when did you become so knowledgeable about potions and herbs? Indeed, while we can comprehend your interest in herbs, it is quite astonishing that you can tolerate that old bat, Snape, enough to diligently study potions. Upon hearing the Weasley twins refer to Snape as that old bat, Chris inadvertently spewed a mouthful of red tea. Are you serious? Do you routinely call him that? Aren't you afraid he might overhear and punish you when he unexpectedly appears nearby? Chris inquired. Ha, it's all in good fun. We refer to him as such privately. Weren't you the one who told Imk he had some sort of muggle ailment known as menopause? Indeed, the notion of menopause paired with the old bat is simply brilliant. Menopausal old bat, huh? The Weasley twins chuckled heartily. Chris took another sip of tea to calm his nerves, hoping that Snape would remain oblivious to his actions. The last thing he desired was to be subjected to Snape's lethal curse. Hey, George and Fred, just search around the outskirts. It's perfectly fine if you don't find anything, but please, do not venture too deep, Chris cautioned as the group departed the castle and traversed the fields. Arriving at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds. Oh, we understand. No worries. In fact, we've been slightly further in before, the Weasley twins replied nonchalantly. Indeed. We will certainly assist you in your search. Chris found himself at a loss for words, as these two individuals were exceedingly untrustworthy. He could not ascertain whether enlisting the help of these brothers was a grave error. Yet, the die was cast, and there was no turning back. He could only hope for the best. Consequently, the group dispersed to search the periphery of the Forbidden Forest. Before long, George returned with a peculiar plan in hand. Hey, Chris, look what I've discovered. Is this rue? Indeed, it is a potent herb for detoxification. If you can concoct it into an essence, it possesses remarkable antidotal properties. Once, my foolish brother Ron was bitten by a venomous snake while playing in the garden, and it was this very essence that my mother used to counteract the poison. George recounted. Oh, that's splendid. Perhaps we can take it back and cultivate it, so we may have it on hand when we need to prepare the antidote, Chris replied. After Chris placed the rue into the pot they had brought, they resumed their search for the elusive white fresh. An hour passed, yet their efforts yielded no results. By this point, Chris and his companions had scoured nearly the entire perimeter of the Forbidden Forest. It appeared that if they did not venture deeper, they would be unable to locate the white fresh. It seemed that such a rare herb was not easily found, and they were not fortunate enough to stumble upon it. Chapter 49. The secret base. Just as Chris was about to instruct him to summon the Weasley brothers back, he heard barking in the distance, accompanied by a rather gruff voice. Hey, you two red-haired rascals, what are you up to? Why are you back here again? Is that Hagrid? Chris pondered. Sure enough. Moments later, he spotted an extraordinarily tall man, clad in an oversized moleskin coat, approaching with one of the Weasley brothers in tow. Hey, Hagrid. I told you I'm merely assisting my friends in gathering some herbs. I have no intention of venturing inside. Please don't be like this, Chris implored. Yes, you must trust us, the Weasley brothers replied, appearing quite helpless as Hagrid hoisted them along, unable to resist his grip. Enough. I don't believe you. This isn't the first time. Last time, you claimed you would just be around the edges, and look what happened. This time, I refuse to be deceived. If you two utter another word about being careful, I shall write to Molly, Hagrid asserted with a skeptical expression. Upon entering the area, they spotted Chris and Ink, prompting the Weasley brothers to hurriedly explain, Look, Hagrid, this is my friend Chris Red and Ink. Let's go. We came with them to search for herbs. Indeed, Hagrid. Please set us down. Hagrid, noticing the pot and herbs in Chris and Ink's hands, began to feel he had misjudged the Weasley brothers. He felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly released them, scratching his unruly hair. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. I misunderstood your intentions. But you two always seem to sneak into the forest, he remarked. Hagrid then turned to Chris and Ink, saying, Hello, I'm Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Hello, Hagrid. I'm Chris Red. You can simply call me Chris. We've known you for quite some time. When we visited Hogwarts a few days ago, you were the one who welcomed us. We haven't yet expressed our gratitude for guiding us. Chris replied. Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha. Every year, it's my responsibility to welcome you. It's nothing extraordinary. It's part of my duty as a Hogwarts staff member. Hagrid chuckled heartily. So, you truly are here to collect herbs in the Forbidden Forest? Please do not venture into the woods. I cannot permit you to enter. It's my responsibility to ensure your safety, Hagrid continued. Oh, rest assured, we wouldn't dare to go inside. It appears far too perilous. We merely sought some white fresh, but alas, it seems to be in short supply, so we shall have to return empty-handed, Chris lamented. Oh, so you are in search of white fresh? I know where some can be found, but you cannot go there. However, I could assist you in gathering a bit. But you must promise me never to think about entering the Forbidden Forest, especially not you two, Hagrid warned, casting a stern glance at the Weasley brothers. You have my word, we won tea, they assured him. Ah, I truly appreciate your kindness, Hagrid. Chris was genuinely delighted to hear that Hagrid was willing to assist them in finding some rare herbs. He had never anticipated that Hagrid could be so kind-hearted, willing to extend his help to other young wizards besides Harry. Previously, he had believed that Hagrid's kindness was reserved solely for Harry, and that he would not be as amiable towards the rest. It seems he was mistaken. That's fine, just come to find me this Sunday. But you should head back now. It will soon be dark, and this place isn't safe, Hagrid said kindly. That evening, Chris and a few others gathered around the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room, comfortably engaged in a game of wizard's chess. It must be said, this version of chess was quite entertaining. Although the moves of the pieces were akin to those in conventional chess, these pieces were alive, capable of moving to their designated squares at the command of the players. Playing chess felt akin to commanding an army, and the pieces would even offer their opinions. Therefore, one must thoroughly understand the temperament of each piece to avoid encountering any difficulties during the game. Chris is truly a dreadful player, exhibiting a lackluster performance while maintaining an unfounded air of enthusiasm. Even after losing several games to the Weasley brothers, he remained obstinately dissatisfied. During Imk's turn, he incessantly proposed dubious strategies, resulting in the loss of numerous pieces, which were subsequently toppled by the opponent as pieces and dragged off the board. This infuriated Imk, to the point where the knight nearly leaped off the board, brandishing its oversized blade with intent. However, it must be acknowledged that the Weasley brothers possess remarkable skill in chess. Perhaps this is a testament to familial inheritance, much like Ron, who excels at wizard's chess as well. Thus, the group spent an enjoyable evening, reveling in merriment. It seems the joy of these young wizards is effortlessly simple and pure. On Saturday, the young wizards slumbered until nearly noon, and Chris was no exception. The week at Hogwarts had indeed been taxing, although the coursework was not particularly demanding. An inexplicable fatigue lingered. At last, when they finally arose for lunch, the four friends, as previously arranged, accompanied Chris to the room he spoke of that grants every wish. Chris led them to the 8th floor of the castle. After ensuring that no one had discovered their presence, they entered the chamber designated for the study of magic. "Wow, this room is truly magnificent," exclaimed one of them. "I always thought it was merely a broom closet, but how surprising." The group marveled in unison. "There are numerous magical tomes here, filled with invaluable and rare knowledge. We can come here whenever we have free time. Even if you are not fond of reading, you might find a few intriguing books to peruse, making the visit worthwhile," Chris remarked, gesturing towards the volumes. "All right. I shall see if there are any books on better pranks." Haha, George chuckled. "Indeed, this will henceforth be the exclusive secret base for our Hogwarts Brothers Club. Besides us, no one else must know." Fred surveyed the surroundings, pleased with what he saw. Seeing everyone content with the place filled Chris with immense joy. Chapter 50. Fancy a snack? The group then busied themselves, moving unnecessary tables and chairs to a corner, thereby clearing more space for activities. Once tidied up, the Weasley brothers sought a spot to examine the Marauders map, as they intended to swiftly develop their second edition of the map. "Chris, look. Why doesn't the map show our current location?" George observed, puzzled that their position was absent from the map even though they were right there. Almost as if they had vanished into thin air. "Well, I suspect that this place may be enchanted, which is why the map cannot detect it," Chris hypothesized, recalling a similar thought from before. Lacking a better explanation, he felt this was the most plausible answer. "I see. That makes sense," one of the brothers replied. "This is fantastic. Such a hidden spot means no one will discover us." The Weasley brothers were overjoyed by this revelation. They resumed their study of the map, and Imk assisted and learned alongside them. Despite their playful nature, the Weasley twins maintained commendable academic performance and enjoyed reading books that piqued their interest, delving into subjects they loved. Meanwhile, Chris busied himself with concocting essence of white ginseng. He intended to transform the purchased ginseng into potions, saving some for himself and sending a portion home. The process of creating the essence was not arduous. Having familiarized himself with the steps and methods, Chris felt confident in his ability to succeed. Thus, as Imk and the Weasley brothers diligently studied the map and Chris meticulously brewed his potion, time flew by. Once Chris completed the potion, he noticed that his companions had long ceased their research on the map. They were all feeling quite hungry. But in order to ensure Chris's potion was a success, they had been enduring their hunger. Chris shook his head in astonishment, realizing that he had been so engrossed in his task that he had overlooked his own hunger. Indeed, when one is deeply focused on a particular endeavor, time and the necessity of nourishment can easily slip from one's mind. On the following day, Chris, along with Imk and the Weasley brothers, arrived at Hagrid's quaint wooden cottage on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. They could hear the low, rumbling barks of dogs emanating from within. At the entrance lay Hagrid's stone crossbow and a pair of oversized rubber boots. "Wow, those boots are enormous. I could fit my entire self inside them," Imk exclaimed, pointing in awe at the colossal footwear. Chris approached and knocked on the wooden door, which was soon followed by Hagrid's voice. "Step back, Fong, step back." Hagrid opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded visage. "Wait a moment," he said, urging Fong to retreat. He ushered them inside, while struggling to hold onto the collar of a massive black hound. The small cabin consisted of a single room. Ham and game birds hung from the ceiling. A copper kettle simmered over a fire, and a large bed, adorned with patchwork quilts, occupied one corner. "Make yourselves at home," Hagrid said, releasing Fong. The dog immediately leaped towards Imk, affectionately licking his nose. Like Hagrid, Fong appeared far less intimidating than his appearance suggested. "Good afternoon, Hagrid," Chris greeted him. Hagrid was busy pouring boiling water into a large teapot, while placing rock cakes onto a plate. "You didn't venture into the Forbidden Forest yesterday, did you?" Hagrid inquired, casting a glance at the two Weasleys. "I feel as though I've spent half my life trying to keep you twins out of the Forbidden Forest." "Not at all. We are very obedient," the twins quickly retorted, though their claims were likely to be met with skepticism even by Merlin. Hagrid warmly offered them rock cakes to enjoy. Chris declined, expressing that his appetite was not particularly robust and that he preferred softer foods such as cakes. Of course, Chris was well aware of the arduous nature of such fare. Unless one possessed the formidable teeth of a steel-eating beast, it would be prudent to refrain from attempting it. "Oh, I see. Well, next time an opportunity arises, I shall invite you all to savor the cakes I bake. My skills in confectionery are rather commendable." Hagrid, observing Chris's refusal of the rock-hard biscuit he had offered, turned instead to Imk. "Come now, little chubby one, your appetite must still be good. Do indulge a bit more." Although Imk was not particularly interested, he could not refuse and reluctantly accepted. To his dismay, upon taking a bite, he nearly shattered his teeth. Nevertheless, he had to conceal his discomfort and feign delight in the taste, while Yaya rested his head on Imk's knee, drooling and dampening his long robe. Seeing Imk's apparent enjoyment, Hagrid was overjoyed and remarked that he would bring some back for the little chubby one to eat when hunger struck. Faced with such fervent enthusiasm from Hagrid, Imk found himself at a loss for how to decline. Fortunately, Chris interjected, "So, Hagrid, have you found the white fresh? If not, it's quite all right." "Oh, Merlin's trousers, I nearly forgot. What a memory I have," Hagrid exclaimed, slapping his forehead before retrieving a burlap sack from a corner of the room. "Look, it's all here. I wonder if it's sufficient for your needs. If not, I shall gather a bit more." Chris and his companions were astonished to behold an entire sack filled with white ginseng. "Is white ginseng a type of wild herb?" "Merlin, an entire sack of white ginseng. What could its worth be? Surely it must amount to several hundred galleons, if not more. If it were to be crafted into potions, the value would be truly extraordinary." "Hagrid, this is far too much. Where on earth did you procure such an abundance? You must realize, this substance is exceedingly rare and commands a high price in the market." Chris was uncertain whether Hagrid was aware of the matter, for given his nature, it was possible he might not be well informed. Perhaps such things are scarce outside, but within the Forbidden Forest they abound. "Fear not. I have merely gathered a small portion. Moreover, I have already collected it. You cannot expect me to replant it, can you? It's quite all right. You sought it out for a purpose, did you not? Take it, take it." Hagrid appeared rather unconcerned. "Oh, we initially intended to find just enough to brew potions for our own use, but with so much available, how about this? Once we have crafted the potions, we could gift you a portion, or sell some and share the galleons with you." Chris conceived this idea. Chapter 51. A sackful. "Oh, no need for that. In truth, I have no use for these items. I am half-giant, as you may not know. My father was a wizard, and my mother, Fredwulfa, was a giantess. Unfortunately, she was not a good mother." At this point, Hagrid's tone turned somber. Just as the others were about to offer him comfort, he interrupted, recalling how heartbroken his father had been when she left for the giant community. "I was merely 3 years old then, and my father was quite short. I remember by the time I turned 6, I had already outgrown him. If he ever vexed me, I would lift him and place him atop the wardrobe, always provoking hearty laughter from him. Alas, he is no longer with us. Were he alive to see his little Rubius grown so large, he would surely be proud." As he spoke, Hagrid retrieved a tattered handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away his tears. "Hagrid, do not be sad. The past is behind us." Young Pudge was also touched by Hagrid's story, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Indeed, Hagrid, I believe your father looks down upon you with pride." Chris quickly added words of comfort. "Precisely, Merlin shall bless him," chimed in the Weasley twins. "It's fine. I am all right, thank you all." Hagrid set down the cloth, visibly moved by the young wizard's kindness. Thus, Chris and his companions departed, carrying a hefty sack of white mushrooms. Of course, this was not taken without thought. Chris resolved to brew potions from the mushrooms for sale, intending to share half the proceeds with Hagrid or purchase equivalent items for him. He understood that Hagrid did not place much value on money. As the keeper of keys and grounds, he graciously allowed the young wizards to harvest such a bounty of mushrooms. Hagrid had ample opportunity to scavenge valuable materials like Professor Slughorn, who was known to collect and sell rare items around Hogwarts. However, he chose not to do so, partly due to his loyalty to Hogwarts and Dumbledore, and partly because he did not covet material wealth. This clearly illustrates that Hagrid is indeed a rare gem of a person. Upon returning to the castle, Chris and his friends selected several viable seedlings to nurture in pots. Observing the abundance of mushrooms, Chris felt elated and deeply grateful to Hagrid. He believed that if ever Hagrid needed assistance, he would be obliged to help. However, not everyone shared in the joy. For instance, Imp was dismayed as he gazed at the pile of rock cakes. Naturally, these were gifts from Hagrid, who remarked that a chubby fellow like him would often feel hungry while growing, recalling his own experiences. After all, Hogwarts did not always provide meals. So Hagrid suggested Imp snack on the cakes when hunger struck. Thus, Ink was left with the task of carrying them back. George and Fred erupted into laughter, jesting that Ink should eat his fill, lest he disappoint the kind-hearted Hagrid, and one day he might grow to be like him. Ink found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the attention. Perhaps this is what it feels like to be cared for. Time at Hogwarts passed swiftly. Perhaps it was the busyness that contributed to the fleeting moments. In addition to the homework from various subjects, Chris busied himself with potion making, absorbing knowledge from the Room of Requirement, collaborating with the Weasley twins on map research, and persistently practicing his occlumency. As Chris grasped more knowledge from the Room of Requirement, his spellcasting ability and command over incantations steadily improved. He increasingly perceived magic as an astonishing and ineffable force, one that would require a lifetime of study to fully comprehend. Indeed, apart from a few moments of rest, Chris found his days completely occupied. However, this was a blessing, as a busy life spared him from overthinking. After all, as a reborn individual in another realm, one often grapples with feelings of loneliness. Many thoughts remained unspoken, and he had to tread carefully to avoid revealing his true nature. Chris often pondered how other reincarnated souls navigated such psychological hurdles. Having been here for over a decade, he found it increasingly challenging to suppress those feelings. Thus, keeping busy seemed a preferable option, for the less time he had to dwell on it, the easier it became. Humans, it appears, have a penchant for the dramatic. When time is scarce for such sentiments, life feels far more comfortable. Notably, Chris and the Weasley twins dedicated considerable time to their map research. In their spare moments, apart from the 3 evenings dedicated to Quidditch practice each week, they spent nearly all their time in their secret base, engrossed in study and experimentation. Under such circumstances, their 2nd edition map was released at Hogwarts. As anticipated, this map, which contained various hidden locations and secret passages, garnered widespread acclaim. They sold it for 6 sickles apiece, ultimately selling several hundred copies, allowing each of them to earn over 20 galleons. This delighted the Weasley twins, as it surpassed the savings they had accumulated over the past decade. Perhaps, by next year, they will acquire new wizarding robes, which only heightens their enthusiasm for the endeavor. Of course, the sale of maps encounters its own set of challenges. The maps have led to a surge in nocturnal escapades and clandestine rendezvous within Hogwarts. Everyone perceives their maps as potent tools, prompting these naturally boisterous individuals to become increasingly restless. Consequently, the workload for Filch has escalated significantly. On one occasion, he apprehended over 20 young wizards in a single night. Yet, this was under circumstances where many young wizards managed to evade capture thanks to their maps. This not only robbed Filch of the joy he once found in catching wayward students, but also caused him considerable distress due to the sheer volume of mischief. Much like Superman tirelessly battling crime, he too experiences fatigue, and unlike Superman, Filch's challenges are even more pronounced. In light of these circumstances, Filch reported the situation to the professors, though they were already acutely aware of the issue. Thus, the 2nd edition of the map was prohibited by the professors. Chapter 52. I am merely a kind-hearted individual. This situation impacted their sales, though it mattered little, as those who wished to buy had already fulfilled their desires, rendering any further sales unnecessary. Moreover, this was only the 2nd edition. They planned to release additional versions. If the 2nd edition was no longer viable, there would still be a 3rd, and should the 3rd falter, a 4th would follow. In essence, as challenges arise, solutions will invariably present themselves, requiring no undue concern. As the damp chill permeated the castle and the weather grew increasingly cold, Chris found himself astonished at having spent 2 full months at Hogwarts. The environment felt ever more familiar, and his interactions with friends grew increasingly harmonious, rendering Hogwarts more comfortable with each passing day. Thus, October arrived. In recent days, Hogwarts Castle has been enveloped in a relentless downpour, with temperatures plummeting. The young wizards, already frail, found themselves besieged by colds that silently infiltrated the castle. Among them, the Weasley twins were the first to fall ill, though it remains unclear which one succumbed first. By the time Chris learned of their plight, both had already received a dose of cold remedy from Madame Pomfrey, and its effects were immediate. However, a minor drawback was that those who consumed the potion would intermittently emit smoke from their ears for several hours. This prompted the chubby imp to revel in their misfortune, boasting about his robust constitution and exclaiming, "Look at me. Is this flesh? No, this is armor." Yet, it was not long before he too caught a cold. Whether it was Imk's contagion or simply Chris's oversight remains uncertain, but eventually, all 4 of them succumbed to illness. Outside on Sunday, the sun remained hidden, with the frigid English rain continuing to batter Hogwarts's iron windows. Within the Gryffindor common room, the fireplace blazed warmly and comfortably. At this moment, Chris and his companions sat huddled by the hearth, diligently working on their homework. "Oh, Chris, why has T. Snape assigned you any homework? This is utterly unfair. How can he do this? Have you ever seen a Gryffindor treated this way?" Imp complained while grappling with Snape's lengthy, tedious assignment. Meanwhile, Chris was engrossed in a wizarding adventure novel, having grown immune to Imk's incessant grievances. After all, what else could one expect from someone who perpetually lamented? Perhaps this is simply the privilege of being a prodigy. After all, who among the professors would dare to challenge someone as accomplished as Chris? George, who had just borrowed Angelina's transfiguration essay, remarked while copying, "Indeed, Haven T. You noticed that, thanks to Chris's presence this semester, our Gryffindor house has risen from the bottom of the House Cup standings?" Fred chimed in, his focus so intense on copying that he barely looked up. "That's true. Aside from that old bat Snape, which professor has T given Chris extra points? Especially Professor Sprout, who seems to have awarded him over 30 points. One might mistakenly think he belongs to Hufflepuff." After some contemplation, Imp concurred with their assertions. "Oh, come now, perhaps it's just that I am particularly amiable. It truly isn't as remarkable as you claim." Chris found himself in a rather helpless situation. His sole motivation for seeking guidance from Professor Sprout was his desire to nurture the white fungus. During lectures, he diligently absorbed knowledge on how to cultivate it better. This earnest dedication pleased Professor Sprout, who regarded Chris as a genuine enthusiast of herbology. Consequently, it was only natural that he was frequently called upon to answer questions in class. Faced with the professor's inquiries and expectations, could one consistently admit ignorance? Certainly not. When Chris provided the correct answers, he was often rewarded with additional points from Professor Sprout. This was a common practice. Any professor would reward a student for an outstanding response. However, it seemed that Chris occasionally received a few extra points. Hence, his exemplary performance in class consistently earned points for Gryffindor. In potion classes, he faced no undue challenges or deductions from Snape. What began as minor critiques had evolved into a situation where points were neither deducted nor awarded, yet some trivial assignments were exempted. A remarkable occurrence in the eyes of his peers. In addition to his academic prowess, Chris was also known for his willingness to assist others, sharing candies and chocolates typically enjoyed by Muggles, which greatly enhanced his social connections. It is worth noting that the distribution of chocolates and sweets was not entirely his own initiative. They were gifts from his mother, Lisa, delivered through Rupert. These treats were often nearing their expiry date and were not purchased, but rather sourced from their family supermarket, thereby alleviating the burden of disposal. In fact, Lisa had been practicing this long before Chris even attended school in the Muggle world. This strategy yielded no loss, as unsold items would eventually be discarded, while simultaneously fostering goodwill and enhancing her son's reputation among his classmates. As a result, Chris had never been bullied throughout his life. In the past, there were a few misguided individuals who attempted to rob or trouble him, but the network of friends he cultivated through his kind gestures always came to his aid during such predicaments. Thus, this pattern of interactions discouraged anyone from crossing him. Young wizards are invariably drawn to sweets, and the same principle applied here. Those who benefited from Chris's generosity naturally held him in higher regard. However, Chris did not seek to attain such notoriety at Hogwarts. He simply wished to enjoy his treats without being singled out. He had matured past the stage of indulging in childish candies, and the thought of overindulging was unappealing, as it could lead to annoyance or worse, dental issues. It was an unfortunate predicament, one that stemmed from having a somewhat overbearing mother. Consequently, this situation resulted in Chris being recognized as a first-year prodigy among the young wizards, with a reputation even outshining that of Cedric, a second-year student from Hufflepuff. Chapter 53. The Mouse Eats the Human. After several days of dreary rain, the young wizards gradually recovered from their colds, and the skies finally cleared. In the blink of an eye, October came to a close. Hey, Chris, good morning. Hello. The pumpkin pastries are delightful today. Do indulge in a few extra servings. Chris held a half-eaten pumpkin pastry in his hand, responding amiably to a student who greeted him. Indeed, today was November 1st, Halloween. Upon arriving at the hall early in the morning, they were greeted by the sweet, enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridors. It was a Thursday, and they had a transfiguration class scheduled for that morning. The subject had evolved beyond the simplicity of transforming matches into needles. Today, they would embark on a new endeavor, transforming a living mouse into a small storage box. As usual, Chris's performance was unimpressive, particularly since he was practicing the silent spell casting technique. Consequently, at the outset, none of them succeeded. However, Imk, having benefited from Chris's regular guidance and his own diligent studies, was not particularly weak, and on his first attempt, he managed to alter the appearance of the mouse. Indeed, he successfully made the mouse's tail disappear. This approach was perfectly acceptable. It was merely the first step in the transformation process. Yet, not every young wizard possessed the precision to follow the steps correctly. For instance, McGonagall, who constantly boasted about his uncle, had found himself increasingly ostracized, even by the friendliest Chris, who now only exchanged curt greetings with him. Some Slytherin students even resorted to throwing dung at him, a typical bullying tactic against Gryffindor, which, under normal circumstances, would have prompted someone to defend him. However, in the case of the notoriously unpopular McGonagall, not a single person was willing to come to his aid. Consequently, he had become the laughingstock of all the first-year wizards. Yet, he remained unrepentant, continuing to act as if nothing was amiss. As the transfiguration class progressed, McGonagall began to act up again. He disdainfully lifted his wand, shouted a spell, and pointed it at his mouse. To his surprise, the mouse transformed into a box resembling a storage cabinet. He promptly raised it high, gesturing to Professor McGonagall and his classmates, exclaiming, "Look, I have succeeded. The McGonagall name is not just hot air. Behold my prowess." Professor McGonagall, taken aback by McGonagall's performance, felt that this young wizard had finally grasped the concept. An admirable feat. Just as she prepared to commend him and award him points, an unexpected incident occurred. In an attempt to showcase the box as a storage container, McGonagall placed his hand inside to demonstrate its interior space. In that instant, the box reverted to its original form, with McGonagall's finger positioned directly in front of the mouse's mouth. The bewildered little mouse, unaware of the sudden turn of events, instinctively bit down on the finger. The mouse, unafraid, seemed to express, "Do you take me for mere air?" In an instant, a significant chunk of flesh was bitten off McGonagall's left index finger, exposing the bone beneath, as blood flowed profusely from the wound. The shock of the incident left McGonagall, who merely fancied himself a bit of a braggart, pale and trembling. He cried out, "Ah, my hand! My hand! Oh no, the mouse is attacking me! I will not let this go." Professor McGonagall swiftly drew her wand, applying a charm to staunch the bleeding, and instructed a fellow wizard to escort him to the infirmary. The young wizard, exasperated, had no desire to accompany McGonagall, having already visited the infirmary with him 7 or 8 times this term. It seemed that every class brought some mishap or injury courtesy of McGonagall. No one was more weary of him than himself. To avoid accompanying this troublesome individual, he had taken to sitting at a considerable distance, yet Professor McGonagall insisted he assist. Perhaps after his initial enthusiastic escort, she had assumed they were good friends? No, he thought. I have no intention of befriending this person. Reluctantly, he complied with the professor's request, begrudgingly supporting McGonagall as they exited the classroom together. From a distance, McGonagall's plaintive voice could be heard. "Slow down. Don't rush. Support me." Professor McGonagall shook her head in resignation and signaled for the other students to continue practicing. As the class neared its conclusion, Chris successfully completed his transfiguration, transforming a somewhat crude, gray-brown storage box that matched the mouse's appearance. Professor McGonagall praised him and awarded him 5 points. However, Chris remained dissatisfied. Without the silent spell, he could have conjured any design or color he desired. With the silent spell, he felt confined to the most basic form. Though his achievement was commendable, Chris aspired to master the silent spell with complete freedom. It seemed he would need to practice diligently upon returning home. After class, Professor McGonagall once again called Chris over. With a serious demeanor, she stated, "Mr. Reed, I recognize your remarkable talent as a young wizard. It is indeed a rarity at your age." However, Chris braced himself, anticipating the customary admonition. "You cannot continue to disrupt the school alongside those 2 Weasleys. I have already reprimanded them. I urge you to dedicate more time to your studies. For instance, you could delve deeper into Transfiguration, read more literature related to the subject, and contemplate how to execute spells with greater finesse." "Are you familiar with the magazine Transfiguration today?" Professor McGonagall inquired. Chris had indeed heard this name. He was aware that in the 1890s, while still a student at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore exhibited remarkable talent in Transfiguration. He had published several papers in this journal, at least one of which addressed interspecies transformation. This is truly noteworthy. From this, one can discern the extraordinary prowess of Dumbledore, a genuine genius, rare in a century. Furthermore, Bashir Abad held this paper in high regard, which served as the catalyst for his acquaintance with the Dumbledore family. Chapter 54. What do you wish me to do? Chris recalled that Tina and Queenie Goldstein, characters from Fantastic Beasts, were subscribers to this magazine. In the original narrative, during the summer of 1993, Harry Potter resided at the Leaky Cauldron in London, and one morning he noticed several esteemed wizards engaged in a spirited debate over the latest article in Transfiguration Today. However, as a young wizard from a Muggle family who had only recently enrolled, Chris was not expected to possess such knowledge. He feigned ignorance, shaking his head in anticipation of Professor McGonagall's explanation. Transfiguration Today is an academic journal focusing on the latest developments in the field of transfiguration. It publishes articles as well as the viewpoints of distinguished and knowledgeable scholars in this domain. The journal also awards the most promising newcomer accolade to particularly talented Hogwarts students in Transfiguration. Therefore, I trust you grasp my intent. Professor, what do you mean? Chris continued to feign a look of bewilderment. You must understand that decades ago, when I was still a student, I was honored with the most promising newcomer award from Transfiguration Today. Later, after becoming a Transfiguration instructor at Hogwarts, I would edit articles for the magazine in my spare time. Even now, the remarkable Professor Dumbledore remains a devoted reader of this journal. Professor McGonagall sighed, observing Chris's perplexed expression, seemingly frustrated that her extensive explanation had not illuminated his understanding. What I mean is, I hope you can devote more time to your studies, particularly in Transfiguration. I have thoroughly reviewed the papers you previously wrote. In my opinion, you possess considerable insight into Transfiguration. So, why not attempt to write a paper related to Transfiguration and submit it for my review? I believe you stand a good chance of being published in this magazine. Professor McGonagall articulated her thoughts directly, uncertain if Chris would comprehend her intent otherwise. Upon listening to Professor McGonagall's words, Chris comprehended entirely. Was this not the aspiration of an exceptional teacher to elevate her disciple? With Professor McGonagall reviewing the journal, if he were to submit a paper, he could benefit from her guidance prior to submission. Would this not ensure his success? Subsequently, if his paper were to be published, he might even earn accolades akin to the most promising newcomer award, much like Professor McGonagall. This would undoubtedly draw the attention of Professor Dumbledore, and his reputation would extend beyond mere whispers among the younger wizards, catching the eye of older students and even some members of the Wizarding Society. Would this not propel him to fame? However, such aspirations seemed ill-fated. It starkly contradicted his own standards. He needed to maintain composure. Life was fraught with challenges, and seeking fleeting recognition could lead to a dismal fate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chris immediately interjected, No, Professor McGonagall. I believe I am not yet equipped with the necessary prowess. I feel I must continue to learn and cultivate my abilities. Rest assured, I shall devote more time to my studies and refrain from frivolities. Let us postpone this matter for the future. Upon hearing Chris's words, Professor McGonagall perceived the humility of this young lad. His performance in class consistently surpassed that of his peers, and his submitted assignments reflected insightful perspectives on Transfiguration, far removed from the haphazard and incoherent submissions of others. The essays written by Chris are remarkably coherent, seamlessly flowing from beginning to end, adeptly capturing the essence of a problem and elaborating upon it, a feat not easily accomplished. This level of insight is unattainable by most students, indeed. It could be said that among the current students at Hogwarts, none possess essays as insightful as those of Chris. Consequently, Professor McGonagall holds high hopes for Chris, believing that if he can demonstrate such extraordinary capabilities in his first year, with proper guidance and nurturing, he may well emerge as another Dumbledore in the future. Thus, Professor McGonagall perceives Chris's humility as merely modesty, stating, "No matter, Mr. Reed, do give it a try. Discuss your thoughts on transfiguration. I recall your last assignment mentioned some intriguing ideas. Please submit your draft for my review next week." Concerned that Chris might take this lightly, Professor McGonagall has set a deadline for him. Chris was utterly speechless, unsure of how to respond. He contemplated that he could only agree for the time being and then procrastinate further. When Professor McGonagall inquired, he would simply claim he had not yet determined what to write, trusting that she would be at a loss for how to handle him. However, now Professor McGonagall had not only assigned him a specific topic but also imposed a time constraint. This was truly beyond his capacity to manage, leaving him in a state of despair. In the afternoon, the dejected Chris made his way to the charms classroom. Chris swore that today, under no circumstances, would he exhibit any exceptional performance in the charms class. Absolutely not. Otherwise, after the lesson commenced, Professor Flitwick announced that he believed they could begin levitating objects. Ever since witnessing the professor make a rabbit soar around the classroom, the students had eagerly anticipated the opportunity to attempt this skill themselves. Professor Flitwick divided the entire class into pairs for training, and naturally, Chris's partner was none other than Imk. The chubby boy brimmed with confidence, convinced that together with Chris, they would surely be the first to succeed and earn points for Gryffindor. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Chris was poised to disappoint him. Now, let us not forget the delicate wrist movement we have been practicing. Professor Flitwick, as usual, stood atop his stack of books, exclaiming in his high-pitched voice, "A swish and a flick. Remember, a swish and a flick." Pronouncing the incantation correctly is equally crucial. Do not forget about the wizard Baruffio, who mistakenly pronounced the F as and Zan found himself on the ground with a buffalo standing on his chest. With that, Professor Flitwick meticulously advised everyone, and the young wizards began their eager practice. Chapter 55. Learning? Yet, putting it into practice proved to be quite challenging. Chris feigned a delicate flick and shake, repeating the motion time and again, yet the feather he intended to send soaring remained inert upon the floor. This was due to the fact that Chris had no genuine intention of utilizing the spell, resulting in the feather's complete lack of response. Imk, on the other hand, practiced with great diligence, though his fortune appeared to be rather lacking. "Wingardium Leviosa," the chubby boy exclaimed loudly, while energetically waving his long arms like a windmill. Chris felt it necessary to remind Imk to avoid any potential mishaps. "Hey, mate, your pronunciation seems rather off," he remarked. "It's you Gia e Daimler way OSA. Make sure to articulate the Gia clearly and at length." "Oh, is that so? All right, I shall give it another attempt." The plump boy rolled up his sleeves and waved his wand, continuing to practice. Just then, our classmate McLagan, who had managed to perform a decent spell that morning, spoke up loudly, "Yukadi Ruhowe Aotua." With a thrust of his wand toward the feather, it took flight, leading one to believe that he had finally succeeded. However, that was far from the truth. Instead, the feather morphed into a massive stone in midair. Indeed, it was no mistake. Who knows how he managed it? While others summoned cows, he transformed a feather into a rock. In a transfiguration class, he might have earned Professor McGonagall's praise for his remarkable transformation skills. Yet this was a charms class, where the objective was simply to levitate a feather, not to conjure a boulder. Naturally, McLagan's initially smug expression faltered, as his classmates had thought he had finally turned a corner and accomplished something right. Little did they know, he remained as inept as ever, unworthy of anyone's trust. It was evident that McLagan could not sustain the stone's levitation. The stone wobbled precariously, threatening to plummet at any moment, although it gave the impression of imminent descent. The exact moment of its fall remained uncertain. McLagan struggled to control the stone, but his efforts were in vain, only yielding contrary results. Astonishingly, the stone drifted towards Chris and his companions, ultimately coming to rest directly above Chris's head, where it seemingly lost its magical properties and crashed down. Yes, it was indeed that absurd. Bewildered, Chris and the others stood beneath the nonsensical spectacle. Chris certainly could not allow this rock to come crashing down upon his head. Sustaining a serious injury would be the least of his worries. The real terror lay in the possibility of a direct blow to the skull. Should fortune abandon him, it could easily lead to his untimely demise. Chris was free from any lingering apprehensions. He raised his wand and shouted towards the heavens, Wingardium Leviosa. Fortunately, he succeeded. However, it was a close call as the stone now hovered perilously 4 feet above his head. Chris finally let out a sigh of relief. In such a critical moment, he could no longer afford to consider anything else. His safety was of paramount importance. After catching his breath, Chris gently placed the stone on the ground. "Oh, well done," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, raising his wand. In fact, Professor Flitwick had been prepared to act as soon as he sensed the situation was dire, yet despite his readiness, he was unable to catch the stone's sudden descent. This momentarily left him taken aback, but he was nonetheless impressed by Chris's quick reflexes. "Mr. Riddle, I award Gryffindor an additional 20 points for your splendid performance." "Wow. My goodness, 20 points, Chris." The young wizards of Gryffindor, with the exception of McGonagall, were utterly delighted. Chris smiled helplessly. However, others did not share this sentiment. They believed he was merely being excessively modest, failing to take pride in his remarkable performance. Unlike that McGonagall, who, despite being half-hearted, always presumed himself to be quite capable. If he had any real skill, why not confront the old bat? After class, Professor Flitwick also retained Chris. "Chris, I have long recognized your considerable talent and charms. I believe your proficiency has already surpassed that of a first-year wizard, has it not? Do not be overly shy or reserved. You must have the courage to speak up in class and showcase your abilities. In my opinion, you are even more exceptional than some students from Ravenclaw. You must dedicate yourself to your studies. The map that has been circulating around the school was crafted by you and the Weasleys, correct? Do not squander your time on trivial matters. Immerse yourself in the study of magic and appreciate the beauty it encompasses. I have faith that you will undoubtedly become an outstanding wizard in the future. Keep up the good work." Professor Flitwick earnestly urged Chris, wishing for this talented young wizard not to waste the most precious time of his educational journey on inconsequential pursuits, only to regret it for the rest of his life. Chris found himself at a loss for words. What was happening today? His day had been so unfortunate. How could he have been singled out by 2 professors for detention? This was intolerable. With a tumultuous heart, Chris returned to the Gryffindor common room, collapsing onto the sofa. Feeling utterly despondent, he truly had no desire to study any further. Study, what a futile endeavor. Hey, have you heard? Heard what? It seems that during the first-year Wizard's Charms class, that McGonagall caused quite a stir again. He turned a feather into a stone, aiming to crush Chris Red. What the hell? Has he gone mad? Right? It's incomprehensible, isn't it? Let me tell you, McGonagall is driven by an intense jealousy and cannot tolerate anyone surpassing him. It was quite intentional. He wants to either eliminate Chris or render him senseless, ensuring no one can compete with him. But even without Red, there are others who excel. I believe anyone from their year could outshine him. Oh, you're unaware. Although that McGonagall is no match for anyone, he needs a target, and Chris, being the standout among the first-year wizards, is naturally the chosen one. My Merlin. Poor Red. He is such a kind-hearted individual. Every time he shares snacks, it's always that McGonagall who snatches the most. In the end, he claims he has tea taken any and swears on his uncle's name. It's as if his conscience has entirely decayed. Chapter 56. The Halloween Feast. Indeed. How can such a young child be so malicious? Perhaps his uncle is not a good person. He could secretly be a deranged dark wizard. Oh, that is terrifying, but who knows? Haven't you heard that McGonagall cruelly killed a cute little mouse during his first attempt at the Snidget spell? How atrocious. That little mouse was so adorable. How could he bring himself to kill it? Perhaps he is a spy from Slytherin sent to infiltrate our Gryffindor, specifically to wreak havoc. As Chris lay on the sofa, resting his eyes, he overheard the gossiping of the upperclassmen, Aaliyah Spinnet and Patricia Stinson, near the window. Sighing, he thought how absurd it was that these individuals could leap from one idea to the next so wildly. What a peculiar talent they possessed. In the evening, Chris descended the stairs with Ink, heading toward the dining hall to partake in the Halloweeny feast. Wow, this is splendid, exclaimed Ink upon seeing the hall's decorations. The hall was adorned with vibrant Halloween decorations. Hagrid had contributed the enormous pumpkins he had grown, each carved into magnificent lanterns. 1,000 bats flitted across the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining tables, causing the candle flames nestled within the pumpkins to flicker wildly. As they passed, The utterly detestable Peeves hid within one of the pumpkins, then suddenly burst forth from the lantern. This infuriated Chris even further. His day had already been so dismal, and now this cursed poltergeist was causing trouble. Although it was their holiday, he could not let this affront go unpunished. Chris drew his wand and cast a newly learned banishing spell, effective against specters, upon Peeves. Perhaps in his fury, Chris unwittingly channeled excessive magical energy, sending Peeves hurtling out of the hall. From afar, one could still hear his cries, "I shall return. Each encounter shall be met with a strike." Observing the spell's evident efficacy, Chris contentedly stowed away his wand, remarking, "Impressive, isn't it, Chris? Truly remarkable. Just moments ago." Several were tormented by him, and we were utterly powerless. The nearby young wizards gazed at Chris with adulation. However, Chris felt a pang of exasperation. He had inadvertently revealed his prowess yet again. Alas, one cannot be too cautious. Before long, the banquet commenced. Delectable dishes materialized upon golden platters, reminiscent of the feast at the beginning of term. Even more splendidly, today's festivities included performances for the young wizards' amusement. The inaugural act featured Professor Flitwick and his Toad Ensemble. One must admit, Chris was utterly enamored by their rendition of Double Trouble, a song he had long cherished and often listened to. Now, he was finally able to experience it live. The Toad musicians began to softly hum the classic tune, "With toil and trouble, the cauldron bubbles, with toil and trouble, the wicked shall come." As the performance concluded, Chris exuberantly clapped his hands, akin to an ardent fan, fervently calling out, "Encore! Encore!" The young wizards stared at Chris in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how this Toad ensemble could be so enchanting. It's merely passable, not nearly as appetizing as the chicken leg in hand. Yet, Chris's wishes remained unfulfilled. For the next act was the true highlight. Professor Dumbledore had invited the renowned witch songstress, Celestina Warbeck, to perform for everyone. "Celestina, we welcome you." Dumbledore was the first to rise, applauding. Following his lead, both teachers and students joined in the ovation. The witch's thunderous voice stirred excitement within all present. Chris was peeling a potato when he observed the fervent expressions of those around him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He could imagine that he had likely appeared just as perplexed moments before. Ah, how awkward indeed. Though the witch sang quite well, it didn't seem extraordinary, did it? Perhaps it was simply a matter of taste, or perhaps he was just out of touch. Preferences always vary from person to person, much like how he used to enjoy Susong's music, while most others favored Kuan Kuan, who excelled in singing, dancing, basketball, and rap. It was difficult for him to comprehend. Consequently, he found it challenging to connect with others on the same wavelength. Fortunately, the witch's performance concluded amidst the enthusiastic applause of the audience. "Chris, what's wrong? Don't you like Celestina Warbeck's songs?" George inquired from beside him. "Not at all. I think they are quite good. But is she very famous?" Chris admitted his unfamiliarity with the witch. "Of course," George replied without hesitation. The enchanting songstress, Celestina Warbeck, was born on August 18, 1917, in Wales. Her father was a wizard and her mother a muggle. Celestina's father held a minor position in the Muggle liaison office, while her mother was an unsuccessful actress. Her musical talent manifested itself at a very young age. She was once a student at our very own Gryffindor house. George seemed quite knowledgeable about this artist, even recalling her date of birth. "You have no idea, Chris. Our Weasley family are all fans of hers, especially my mother. Our home is filled with her songs during the holidays," Fred chimed in, stuffing his mouth with steak. "Indeed. Our mother has always wanted to attend one of her live concerts, but tickets are often snatched up immediately. She even held a concert sponsored by the Wizarding Cauldron Company in Exmoor. Tickets for that event cost a staggering 5 galleons each. Yet, her fans fervently bought them. In fact, 3 loyal fans collided on their broomsticks above Liverpool, fearing they would miss her concert," George continued. "Such an impressive figure. She must be truly remarkable." Chris could only echo their admiration. Chris found the witches singing rather unimpressive, or perhaps it was simply a style that did not align with his aesthetic sensibilities. He mused that the expenditure was hardly justified. What was so remarkable about Dumbledore being the headmaster? Could one merely invite renowned performers for commercial appearances simply because they had the funds? "If I were the headmaster, I would focus on cultivating our school's band. I believe the frog choir conducted by Professor Flitwick is quite splendid." Chapter 57. The Smokescreen Charm. Ultimately, amidst the merriment of the young wizards, the banquet drew to a close. Professor Dumbledore gestured for Professor McGonagall to tap her goblet, signaling for the attention of all present in the grand hall. He had something to convey. Tonight has undoubtedly been a splendid evening, has it not? I hope everyone remembers that music is truly an essential balm for life. Dumbledore continued. However, it is now time for everyone to return and rest. The students felt that the night had not yet reached its culmination, but with the headmaster's decree, there was little choice but to depart in a gradual procession, returning to their respective common rooms. In the dormitory, the ever-enthusiastic and energetic imp suggested to Chris, "Shall we invite the Weasleys for a nighttime adventure?" No, we have classes in the morning. If we do not retire early, we shan't rise in time." Chris set down the watering can he had just used to tend to the flower pot and let out a yawn. On this Friday morning, it was yet another session of defense against the dark arts. Today, Chris arrived early to class, having enjoyed a restful night. Upon his arrival, no other students were present, so he chose a favorable seat. Almost as soon as Chris settled in, the rather infamous Professor Leanras entered the classroom. Indeed, due to his remarkable expertise in the sniveling charm, he had earned himself a more distinctive moniker, as the students no longer referred to him as the bald professor. Instead, they affectionately dubbed him this new title. Upon discovering that his students had taken to calling him this, he did not react with indignation or embarrassment. Rather, he expressed delight at the cleverness of the name and graciously accepted it, encouraging others to adopt the same. This gesture aimed to foster a closer rapport with the students and illustrate the amicable relationship he shared with them. Surprisingly, it had a positive effect, as many students began to perceive him as more approachable and friendly, shedding their prior disdain for his greasy demeanor. However, there remained some who considered him a coward. They found it absurd that he could be pleased by such mockery. Yet, Chris believed the professor possessed a certain depth, a character not to be underestimated, and someone with considerable cunning. "Good morning, Professor Leanras." Chris greeted the professor, not expecting him to engage in much conversation. However, the professor warmly initiated a dialogue. "Ah, Chris, good morning. I have heard that you are among the most outstanding first-year students, and your progress in the study of the snot spell in my class has been commendable. Arriving this early for class, are you here to study in advance? Quite impressive." Thank you for your kind words, Professor," Chris replied modestly. "But I am rather ordinary. It is merely hearsay. You need not take it to heart." Ha. There is no need for such modesty. Should you encounter any difficulties in the study of defense against the dark arts, feel free to approach me anytime. I would be more than happy to assist you." Professor Leanras chuckled. Chris politely expressed his gratitude, yet internally he was exasperated. What nonsense is this? Not only is he reluctant to reveal his own shortcomings, but he is also seeking my counsel. Am I losing my mind? What could he possibly wish to consult me about? Rap? After the class commenced, the young wizards gradually retrieved their wands, eagerly awaiting Professor Leanras to distribute the small mice for further practice of the snot spell. Indeed, since the beginning of the term, they had been engaged in this peculiar study, and it seemed that this professor, known for his expertise in the snot spell, had imparted little else to them. Ahem. Today we shall not continue with the snot spell. I will teach you a new and powerful incantation. Before Professor Leanras could elaborate further, the young wizards erupted in cheers. They had anticipated this day for quite some time. To be frank, aside from students like McGonagall, the entire year group had already mastered this particular spell with remarkable proficiency. They had even begun to employ it flexibly in their everyday disputes. During conflicts, the young wizards would unleash the snot spell upon each other, determining the victor based on the length and volume of the resulting nasal discharge. Chris found this to be quite foolish. However, the young wizards were, after all, still children. Some were capable of doing things as absurd as urinating in the wind. So what was the fuss about a little snot? Once the students settled down, Professor Leanras continued. "Today, I shall teach you the smokescreen charm." Upon hearing the name of this incantation, the young wizards were somewhat perplexed. What was its purpose? Could it be consumed? Upon hearing this, Chris realized he could indeed wield this incantation. However, its primary utility lay in serving as a mere smokescreen. Could it truly incapacitate foes? Professor Leanras, this time, did not leave the audience in suspense. This particular spell conjured a veil of smoke, obscuring vision and making it exceedingly difficult for adversaries to accurately target their spells. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. I recall my youth, a time of novet, when I still had a full head of hair. As Professor Leanras reminisced, he absent-mindedly patted his bald head, eliciting hearty laughter from the young wizards. In my days as a bartender in a French tavern, there was a remarkably skilled sorcerer who employed this spell to create a continuous smoke effect over the stage. Surely, you little ones have never witnessed a cabaret performance. Have you? Allow me to enlighten you. The stage, enveloped in a misty enchantment, captivated the patron's attention, leading to an almost perpetual overflow of customers. My employer at the time reaped substantial profits. Alas, such prosperity was fleeting. The tavern's booming business attracted the envy of some dark wizards who plotted to rob us. I was filled with dread, prepared to defend the establishment with my very life, ready to bleed and even sacrifice myself. At that moment, the sorcerer sprang into action. He raised his wand, directing it at the group of dark wizards, and from its tip emanated an unceasing stream of black smoke. This smoke coalesced into grotesque, fearsome skulls, howling and screeching in terror. The sight was so alarming that the dark wizards, convinced they were facing some formidable black magic, fled in panic, never to return to that tavern again. The young wizards were utterly captivated by Professor Lienraz's riveting tale, deeming the spell nothing short of extraordinary. This professor was indeed impressive. The initial snot spell was merely a preliminary exercise. Do any of the esteemed wizards wish to learn? A single recommendation will secure you a one-on-one lesson with Professor Snot. Chapter 58, The Displacement Spell. And here it is, truly remarkable. Thus, do not underestimate the smoke spell. You must earnestly study it. I firmly believe that one day, you too shall master it, Professor Lienraz proclaimed, raising his wand with enthusiasm. The young wizards erupted into applause, filled with confidence in their potential to succeed. Chris was at a loss for words. The veracity of this tale remained uncertain. Could the smoke-conjuring spell truly be as formidable as he claimed? It seemed that these fledgling wizards could scarcely manage to produce a mere wisp of smoke. The sorcerer from the tavern, clearly adept, had honed his craft through relentless practice over the years, mastering the intricacies of the incantation. As for them, what fanciful embellishments were they attempting? Skeletons? Perhaps they were simply overthinking it. Professor Lienraz took up his wand and demonstrated the spell, and indeed, as Chris had suggested, the man could conjure nothing more than a common display of colorful smoke. It could be said that the bald man excelled in grandiloquence, spinning tales more intricate than the spell itself. Yet, whether he believed it or not, the young wizards were utterly convinced. They practiced diligently, though today. Due to an excess of eggs the previous night, McGonagall was absent, possibly stricken with a stomach ailment, and thus no mischief would ensue. Nevertheless, some young wizards continued to provide amusement. A Hufflepuff student, after considerable effort, managed to summon a thread-like wisp of smoke and proclaimed it a smoke whip, threatening to strike anyone who dared to bully him with it. Ironically, his own breath dispersed the smoke as he boasted, leading to an excruciatingly awkward moment. By the conclusion of the defense against the dark arts class, not a single young wizard had succeeded in producing a complete smokescreen, Chris included, as he had no desire to draw attention to himself. This was hardly surprising. After all, Harry had struggled with this incantation in his second year. It was only reasonable that these first-year students would find it equally challenging. In the afternoon, Chris ventured alone to the room of requirement, seeking a space to study magic. He resolved to complete the essay assigned by Professor McGonagall that very afternoon. Although time was on his side, Chris was inherently impatient. He preferred to finish tasks promptly when they loomed on his agenda. Moreover, it was unwise to postpone work during a rare moment of leisure. However, this essay was no trivial endeavor. It required original insight and could not merely reiterate common knowledge. Chris understood that the transfiguration spell was a transformation incantation that allowed for the mutual conversion of two objects. Fourth-year students at Hogwarts would encounter this spell in their transfiguration classes. The prodigious Hermione Granger had earned points in her first year simply for knowing of this incantation, though she could not wield it. In October 1994, Neville Longbottom faced Professor McGonagall's ire for failing to master the conversion spell, which she deemed exceedingly simple. In 1995, during the written portion of the O.W.L. exam in Transfiguration, Harry forgot the definition of the conversion spell. Thus, it became clear that this was no easy spell to master, let alone for Chris to compose an essay on it. Previously, in his submitted assignments, he had only skimmed the surface of the topic without delving deeper. He could not fathom why Professor McGonagall had directed him to approach this aspect. Did she truly regard it as elementary? Was it merely a foundational concept? This was perplexing. As a master of transfiguration, could she not offer more guidance? It was reminiscent of university professors who assume students have already grasped certain concepts. Surely you learned this in your introductory courses, they might say. Now, let us move on. It was indeed frustrating to contemplate how first-year instructors often conveyed similar sentiments, deeming certain topics too challenging to address, leaving students to grapple with them in later specialized courses. Alas, there was little to be done. Chris sat in his chair, contemplating for several hours how to approach this paper, Yet he remained utterly perplexed. Just as he was on the verge of despair, a thought struck him. In the plot of the Goblet of Fire, Hermione Granger pondered whether it was possible to transmute a dragon's fang into something akin to jelly, thereby rendering the dragon less perilous. However, she dismissed the idea due to the extreme difficulty of penetrating the dragon's hide with spells. Could he perhaps explore this avenue? Strengthening the penetrative power of spells? How might one achieve that? Chris found himself in a quandary should he combine this incantation with others, or... Without further ado, Chris cast a transfiguration spell, transforming a table into a dog and then reverting it back. He mused that if it were himself, using a transfiguration spell to convert a dragon's fang into jelly-like substance should not pose much of a challenge, since penetration was not an option. He considered infusing more magical energy into the spell to amplify its effect. Surely, he could breach the dragon's defenses. A regular bullet may not penetrate a bulletproof vest, but an armor-piercing round surely would. However, another issue arose. Not everyone possessed magical strength akin to his own. Over time, Chris had come to realize that if his magical capacity was rated at 10, other young wizards like Imp would be at 1, and those slightly older than him, like George, would be around 2. Therefore, as he matured, while his magical prowess might not reach the staggering levels of dark wizards like Voldemort or Dumbledore, it would certainly not lag far behind. If he could experience some fortuitous encounters or discover means to enhance his magic, it was quite possible he could match or even surpass them. Thus, in his view, the question of whether this spell could penetrate defenses was merely a matter of how much magical energy was employed. As for combining this spell with others, Chris felt he had not yet reached that level of expertise. Attempting such experiments recklessly, without sufficient knowledge, could lead to futile efforts, or worse, accidents that could prove fatal. Therefore, until he had mastered enough knowledge, Chris would refrain from undertaking such endeavors. Would esteemed wizards care to learn the transfiguration spell? For those who have yet to experience it, this brand new version from Chris can be yours with but a recommendation. Chapter 59, Experiment Successful. Now, the pressing question was that once Chris resolved the issue regarding the magnitude of magical energy within the transfiguration spell, everything would fall into place. In the ensuing days, Chris immersed himself in relentless experimentation and deep contemplation. He altered the method of casting the spell, the incantation style, and various other factors to gauge the output of magical energy. Should he sense even the slightest anomaly during the process, he would immediately cease his efforts. Thus, an entire afternoon and evening passed as Chris dedicated himself to this task. It was not until curfew approached that he returned to his bedroom, utterly exhausted. Undoubtedly, he had not yet succeeded. Although he had made some progress, it was minimal, and he would have to continue his trials over the upcoming weekend. On Saturday morning, Chris first visited the Olery. He sent a letter to the apothecary in Diagon Alley, confirming the delivery date for the white fresh essence potion they had previously discussed. Afterward, he returned to the room of requirement to conduct his experiments. By this day, Chris had learned to harness 80% of his magical energy to achieve the desired effect, thanks solely to a minor adjustment in the intricacies of his spellcasting. In that fleeting moment after Chris completed the incantation, he made a subtle adjustment to the wand gesture. Do not underestimate the significance of such a minor alteration. Magic is inherently capricious and elusive. This seemingly insignificant action resulted in a staggering reduction of his magical output by a full 20%. Thus, by the end of the day, Chris had made commendable progress. He believed that with just one more day, he would master this spell. The reason for not completing it today was quite evident. Transfiguration is, after all, distinct from ordinary spells. It demands the utmost rigor and precision. Any hint of hesitation or distraction could lead to unforeseen complications in Chris's attempts. Even a slight tremor while wielding the wand could result in failure. Therefore, it is imperative to concentrate fully and cast decisively during experimentation. Moreover, one must exercise caution. Each attempt is fraught with danger as the object undergoes continuous transformation. Any single failure could yield irreversible consequences, inflicting significant harm upon the spellcaster. Numerous wizards have faced dire repercussions due to a lack of the necessary caution, resulting in spells backfiring and their bodies becoming irreversibly deformed. Others have suffered lifelong disabilities or even death due to the instability of their magical output at critical moments. Hence, it is clear that both experimentation and even seemingly trivial spellcasting can lead to profound repercussions. This underscores the fact that being a wizard is, indeed, a perilous profession. On Sunday, Chris continued his endeavors. He was a person who would not relent until he achieved his goal, and he was determined not to postpone matters until the following week. uncertain of what other tasks might await him. Thus, he firmly believed that success was within reach today. Having already made significant strides in enhancing the spell's magical output the previous day, today was dedicated to amplifying those improvements further. He aimed to explore whether he could reduce the magical output even more. Fortunately, after meticulously experimenting with various details, Chris discovered that by elongating the final syllable of the incantation and precisely adjusting the wand gesture, he could diminish the magical output to an astonishing 65%, saving an impressive 15% of his magical energy. Viewed in this light, the spell could be deemed a resounding success. This discovery greatly enhanced the practicality of the transfiguration spell. If the magical output remained at the original level, its potency would increase to 1.35 times that of the previous version. One must not overlook the significance of this figure, as it would considerably amplify the spell's effectiveness. Imagine utilizing 10 times the magical energy of the original spell, where the original value is 1 point, resulting in a tenfold output of 10 points. With Chris's improved incantation, one could achieve the same effect with merely 5 points of magical energy, thus effortlessly penetrating the defenses of magically resistant creatures like fire-breathing dragons, while conserving energy for subsequent actions, avoiding exhaustion from casting a single spell. This illustrates the remarkable success of Chris's experiment. However, this spell does come with a drawback. The casting time may be slightly longer than before, and the gesture has become somewhat more intricate. Yet, it is a classic case of no pain, no gain. As magic cannot be as simple as mere words, it must adhere to certain principles. Nevertheless, Chris was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. He promptly compiled his thoughts, experimental procedures, data, and final conclusions into the paper assigned to him by Professor McGonagall. That evening, weary from his exertions, Chris returned to the Gryffindor common room, where he found Imk and the Weasley brothers animatedly discussing something. "Hey, Chris, back from studying?" Imk inquired. "Yes, I'm exhausted," Chris replied, grabbing a chocolate frog and promptly biting off its head. "We had no idea you were so talented. How come you're still working so hard? We hardly saw you during the weekend. Indeed, if we didn't know you were in the secret base, we might have thought a creature from the Forbidden Forest had captured you." The Weasley brothers chimed in, fiddling with some contraption. "What's that?" Chris asked, pointing curiously at the object in George's hand. "Oh, this? It's a nougat candy," George replied, looking somewhat puzzled. "Right. Would you like one?" "I have plenty," Fred said, pulling several from his pocket and offering them to Chris. After Chris received the nougat candies, he scrutinized them closely, sensing something amiss. The wrappers appeared rather poorly made, lacking the polish of commercially manufactured confections. They resembled shoddy handmade items, far inferior to the sweets he usually procured from the supermarket. In an instant, Chris grasped the truth. These individuals were undoubtedly up to no good, thinking that after a long day, he would be too weary to notice their ruse. They were sorely mistaken. Chapter 60, A Nosebleed. "Hey," Chris said, peeling open one of the candies and feigning deep contemplation. What's wrong? You don't find our candies unappealing, do you? Although they may not compare to what you typically share with us, they represent our heartfelt gesture." Indeed. The group watched Chris intently, eager for him to take a bite. Their anxiety grew as he merely held the candy without tasting it. "Oh, of course not. It's just..." Chris feigned the intent to place the candy in his mouth, pausing just an inch from his lips. "This candy seems a bit foul. Would you care to take a whiff?" he inquired. "What? No way. Could it be spoiled? Let me see." Before the two could finish their sentences, Chris abruptly thrust the candy into George's mouth, who had leaned in for a closer inspection. "Ha ha ha, you should eat it." Chris chuckled. "Cough, cough. How could you know?" George sputtered, expelling the candy. "Hey, are you all trying to trick me? Look at those shifty eyes. You clearly mean no good. How dare you plot against me? Speak. What are your intentions?" Chris feigned anger as he questioned them. "Oh dear, Chris, we were wrong. It was our folly to play such a prank on you," the two brothers quickly explained. "Indeed, we merely wished to test the effects of this concoction. We had no ulterior motives. This candy is called Nosebleed Chewy Candy, made from the money we earned selling maps," one of them clarified. "Yes, we had previously tested its effects on ourselves, but we needed to determine if the results would be consistent across different individuals, which is why we asked you to try it. Just a moment ago, Imk had one as well, right, Imk?" George turned to Imk. Yes, that is correct. However, it seems to have little effect on me," the plump boy chuckled. "So this candy induces a nosebleed?" Chris inquired. "Indeed. Once consumed, it will cause a nosebleed." "Isn't that splendid?" George exclaimed excitedly. It's not hazardous. The nosebleed will only last a short while. What inspired you to create such a confection? Is it merely for the sake of mischief? Chris pondered. Chris felt a twinge of confusion. He recalled that this item was one among a series of rapid-response skipping class candies, which later became a highly sought-after product at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. This confectionery could render the user appearing ill. Most of these rapid-response skipping class candies were divided into two distinct colored sections. Consuming one portion would induce illness in students, while the other, taken after leaving the classroom, would restore them to their normal state. At that time, these fellows had even tested their concoctions on younger students. Indeed, it was rather inhumane to treat the little ones as mere guinea pigs, an act that infuriated Hermione immensely. She promptly intervened to halt the Weasley twins from conducting experiments on unsuspecting classmates. George and Fred attempted to persuade Hermione of their prior self-testing, but Hermione insisted they cease their actions. Initially, Fred and George scoffed at the notion that Hermione could stop them, yet they retreated when Hermione threatened to inform their mother, whose wrath they found utterly terrifying. Subsequently, after Fred and George departed from Hogwarts, many students began utilizing this skipping class candy to feign illness, enabling them to escape Dolores Umbridge's lessons. The old toad-like woman was incensed and sought to trace the origins of these mysterious ailments. But the students maintained that it was merely Umbridge syndrome. Thus, the old hag found herself powerless. Consequently, this incident would not transpire until 5 years later. And Chris was perplexed as to why they would contemplate such things now, merely because he had helped them earn a bit of money. Hence, Chris posed these inquiries. Ha ha ha. The inspiration for this creation stemmed from an incident in class when your year S. McLaggen used a nosebleed jinx during defense against the dark arts, causing a mouse's nose to bleed profusely until it ultimately perished, right? McLaggen wouldn't he stop boasting about how his nosebleed jinx had reached a level of mastery. But the professors learned of it. Upon discovering this, the professors believed that nosebleeds could pose a life-threatening risk to students, thus allowing students to visit the infirmary if they exhibited such symptoms during class. Therefore, building upon this incident, we devised this product, which we have dubbed Nosebleed Nougat. It is the inaugural item in our planned series of rapid-response skipping class candies. The efficacy, however, remains uncertain. After hearing the Weasley brothers' explanation, Chris understood that the origin of this idea was indeed that wretched McLaggen. Were it not for him, the Weasley twins would not have conceived this notion so swiftly. He merely served as a catalyst, enabling them to embark on independent development due to the modest profits he had facilitated. Fortunately, he was not the instigator of this potential butterfly effect. I believe that since this idea arose from the mouse's nosebleed, why not experiment on the mouse itself? Chris suggested. Huh? Can that even work? A mouse cannot be compared to a human. George responded, somewhat incredulous. Both experience nosebleeds. If it works on humans, why not on mice? Moreover, testing on humans is exceedingly perilous. Even testing on yourselves is not entirely safe. What if you injure yourselves? How can you be certain that what you have created is foolproof? In the realm of magic, nothing comes without risk. If you experiment on others and something goes awry, the responsibility falls upon you. Do you wish to be confined in Azkaban? Chris admonished seriously. Chris felt that the Weasley brothers had indeed acted without sufficient consideration. Recently, having experimented with the enhancement of spells, he was acutely aware that all matters pertaining to magic inherently carry risks. To all esteemed wizards, isn't a mere sweet and a vote of recommendation quite a trivial price? So let us proceed. Chapter 61, The Forgetfulness Potion. How can one be certain that such a diminutive sweet cannot be fatal? What if someone is genuinely allergic to these materials? Is that not a possibility? Very well. Very well. I shall procure some mice tomorrow and conduct an experiment. Upon hearing Chris's kind admonition, these reckless individuals came to realize the gravity of the situation, vowing never again to partake in such perilous endeavors. Yet, Chris could not help but concede that these two were indeed inventive geniuses and adept businessmen. Perspectives on any matter can vary significantly. While others may perceive it as merely entertaining or somewhat unsafe, these two managed to derive benefits and conceive novel ideas. A feat not easily accomplished by all. Truly admirable. Monday dawned, heralding the start of a new week. The prospect of attending the dim and damp potions classroom early in the morning compelled Chris to cast a warming charm upon himself, lest he suffer from the chill within the potion class. Fortunately, Chris felt no pressure in his current potions lesson. He and Imkia successfully concocted their brews, to the extent that even a teacher as harsh and biased as Snape could not find malicious words to undermine him. This lesson will focus on the creation of the Forgetfulness Potion, which may prove to be quite an advanced potion for you at this stage. Professor Snape's frigid voice echoed throughout the classroom. I harbor no confidence in your ability to successfully brew it. I merely hope you do not fail to, embarrassingly. The young wizards trembled as they began their work under Snape's watchful eye. The other students fared relatively well, pairing up as usual. However, McGonagall was not so fortunate. His potion-making endeavors consistently met with mishaps, which Snape could no longer tolerate. Consequently, Professor Snape relegated him to the last row, ensuring his seat was distanced from the others to prevent any inadvertent harm while he brewed his own exclusive concoction. Thus, he was left to entertain himself in solitary amusement. Chris possessed a profound understanding of the potion of forgetfulness. As its name implies, this potion causes one to forget all memories upon consumption. Moreover, it lacks an antidote. One must simply wait for its effects to wane. Thus, the potion of forgetfulness bears a resemblance to the love potion, as both typically do not offer a remedy. In the original tale, Voldemort's mother, Mermaid, ceased her use of the love potion under the misguided belief that Tom Riddle, Voldemort's father, was enamored with her. The astonishing outcome ensued when the effects of the potion faded, and he fled. Chris speculated that this might not be entirely accurate, for antidotes are concocted here, and one individual could potentially create an antidote with a mere utterance of disapproval. That individual is none other than Professor Snape, a master of potions endowed with remarkable talent. This led Chris to ponder a question. Given that the dashing Snape harbors such affection for Lily, why did he not simply employ a love potion to enchant her? His obsession with Lily could only be described as fervent, and while such an act may be beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, could it truly be beyond one consumed by love? Indeed, love remains an enigmatic force, better left to the crafting of potions. As the class approached its conclusion, Chris poured a small vial of powdered ingredients into the cauldron. A vigorous transformation ensued within the cauldron as a pale green mixture began to decompose, ultimately yielding a clear, pure green liquid. Once again, a flawless potion had been created. Well done, Professor Snape remarked dryly as he examined the potion submitted by Chris. Clearly, no extra points were awarded, but the assignment was likely exempt. Noticing that Chris's group was the sole one to successfully concoct the potion, Dorian Pusey from Slytherin donned a contemptuous expression. Indeed, this was the same individual whom Chris had previously taught a minor lesson, whenever Slytherin and Gryffindor shared a class. If Dorian observed Chris completing a task more swiftly or earning points from the professor, he would invariably adopt a snide demeanor. Were it not for Professor Snape's class, he would have surely uttered something acidic. Chris understood that this individual was intent on provoking him, hoping to incite Chris into striking first, thereby allowing him to feign innocence afterward and falsely accuse Chris of unjustly assaulting a fellow student. This Dorian Pusey was undoubtedly filled with malice. However, Chris had no intention of remaining submissive to this individual. He had been exceedingly occupied lately, leaving him unable to spare the time to confront him physically. Chris planned to wait another 2 days to teach that scoundrel a proper lesson. Of course, his exceptional skill in potion-making was not solely due to his diligence and meticulousness, nor merely his preparatory studies and practice. There was a pivotal element involved. He had acquired a tome of profound significance. This tome belonged to Severus Snape and was annotated by him during his tenure at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, specifically concerning advanced potion-making. Entitled Advanced Potion-Making and authored by Libatius Borage, this textbook was utilized in the N.E.W.T. level potions course at Hogwarts. It encompassed numerous potion recipes, many of which Snape had refined, augmenting the original processes with his own annotations in the margins. The book itself was quite worn, leading Chris to suspect that Snape's family had not been affluent during his schooling, resulting in his acquisition of a second-hand copy. However, Chris also entertained the notion that this book might have belonged to Snape's mother, Eileen Prince. Chris's acquisition of this book was serendipitous. One day after class, Snape had kept him behind to assist in organizing the potions and leftover materials crafted by students. He instructed Chris to tidy up and place everything into the storage cabinet, which happened to be where the book was stored. Seizing the opportunity while placing the items inside, Chris discreetly extracted the book and concealed it within his cloak. He was astute enough not to take it outright. Instead, he employed his remarkable transfiguration skills to transform an item into a replica of the book, infusing it with substantial magical energy to ensure the decoy would endure for an extended period. Chapter 62. This young master has been poor since childhood. He intended to thoroughly comprehend the contents of the book before seeking an opportunity to return it. However, he felt little concern regarding being discovered. as he believed Snape would not be inclined to nostalgically peruse an old tome from decades past, reminiscing about his lost, humiliating youth. On the back cover of the book, Snape had inscribed the title Half-Blood Prince. In some blank spaces, he had scribbled various spells, such as Sectum Sempra and Levi Corpus, which he had either created or learned. In summary, this book was an extraordinary treasure. One could glean its immense utility from a statement made by Harry Potter. The knowledge imparted by the prince far exceeded that provided by Snape. Since Harry had obtained this book in Horace Slughorn's N.E.W.T. potions class, he had unlocked a veritable treasure trove of knowledge akin to having Snape's father teaching him the art of magic. Consequently, during the remainder of the academic year, Harry's potion-making prowess surpassed even that of Hermione Granger, earning him continuous praise from Professor Slughorn. This enabled Harry to win a vial of Felix Felicis in the first lesson. And even when Ron Weasley was poisoned, Harry promptly remembered to use the antidote. Moreover, after mastering the powerful and lethal spell Sectum Sempra, Harry's combat abilities soared. Previously, his duels with Malfoy had been evenly matched, but after learning this spell, a single incantation left Malfoy gravely injured. He was truly on the ascent to greatness. Thus, Chris's possession of such an invaluable book signified a monumental enhancement to his own capabilities. At present, he had only grasped a portion of the potion-related knowledge, with some concepts remaining rather obscure and complex, necessitating further study and improvement in the future. As for the spells, Chris had mastered the incantation techniques but had yet to practice them. He believed that he could afford to hone these skills later, as the magical world was relatively safe, provided he refrained from causing trouble. After class, Chris gathered his belongings and intended to join Imp for a meal in the Great Hall. However, the Slytherin, Dorian Pusey, sauntered past him with ostentatious arrogance. Chris and his companions could distinctly hear the clinking of coins colliding within the man's pocket. Wow, this fellow is quite wealthy. Chris couldn't help but think. Hey, Reed, where are you off to? Dorian Pusey inquired, intercepting their path. Chris gazed at the insufferable expression of the fellow before him, his irritation barely contained. I suppose you have no authority over me, do you? Pusey, instead of wasting time here, you ought to keep a vigilant eye on your galleons, lest you find yourself bereft one day. But I doubt you need to worry about that. Though I hail from a modest background, with merely 6 estates and a dozen house elves, I pride myself on my integrity, far surpassing your facade of being the perfect student. Dorian Pusey flicked the waterproof, moisture-resistant robe he had custom-tailored at the prestigious wizarding attire shop, disdain evident in his tone. Oh, so you think wealth is so impressive? Isn't there a Quidditch match between our Gryffindor and your Slytherin this week? Why not wager on which house will emerge victorious? Indeed, I was just contemplating that. What shall the stakes be? Chris responded, intrigued by the prospect of a bet on the Quidditch match. You claim to be of humble means. I shan't press you further. Let us wager 200 galleons each. Surely, you can muster that amount? Chris chuckled. 200 galleons is a trivial sum for me. I shall bet on Slytherin's victory. Then I shall wager on Gryffindor. Just remember, when you lose, do not attempt to evade your debt. Chris warned, casting a pointed glance at Dorian Pusey. Rest assured, I want tea. I only hope you don't speak recklessly. Should you fail to produce that 200 galleons, you shall face the consequences. Dorian retorted, his irritation palpable. Very well, let us await the outcome. Chris replied, unfazed, before departing with ink. I am confident of my victory. You Gryffindors are in for a surprise, he mused, still hearing the derisive tone of his adversary echo in his mind. Chris, do you truly believe Gryffindor can win? George and Fred claim Slytherin's team is exceptionally strong. Imk, the portly companion, expressed concern. Moreover, you've wagered so much, it must represent your entire savings. You could have used that money to buy us some sweets instead. Do you really doubt me? I assure you, victory is within my grasp. It's merely a game of Quidditch. I refuse to believe we cannot triumph. I have devised a strategy that I shall share with George and Fred, and it will surely succeed. Just wait until I treat you to sweets with Dorian Pusey's galleons after my victory, Chris declared with unwavering confidence. To be frank, such a sum of money is too tempting to ignore, especially since studying magic and conducting experiments inevitably demands considerable funds. I have already spent a significant amount over the past few months, and the funds from selling my potion have yet to materialize. Thus, this unexpected windfall is an opportunity one cannot afford to overlook. As the old adage goes, heaven bestows wealth. If one does not seize it, misfortune will follow. When fortune knocks, one must not turn it away. Chris has secured the funds. In the afternoon, Chris arranged for Fred and George to bring their Quidditch gear to the training grounds. Chris, are you inviting us here to indulge in a bit of Quidditch fun with you, or is there another reason? George asked, donning his Quidditch attire, somewhat perplexed. The thing is, I made a wager with Slytherin's Darian Pusey, asserting that our Gryffindor team will undoubtedly triumph in this match. Before Chris could finish, Fred interjected. Oh my goodness, Chris, I truly admire your audacity. What makes you so certain of our victory? Aside from my brother's singular win in the Quidditch Cup years ago, we have consistently lost to Slytherin in recent years. Indeed, Chris, I mentioned earlier that this is a miscalculation. It's truly unfortunate about that 200 galleons, and concurred. What? 200 galleons? Good heavens, Chris, you are quite wealthy. Truly, running a supermarket has its perks. The Weasley brothers were astonished, their eyes nearly popping out at the revelation of such a substantial wager. Hey, lads, listen. I understand the seriousness of the match, but I am not jesting either. While I may not play Quidditch, it does not imply that I lack knowledge of some of its strategies. You all call me a genius, after all, and I possess some excellent tactics that could aid you in securing victory, don't you think? Chris, feeling helpless, remarked that he never expected these few individuals, who usually behaved well, to express such distrust in him today. All right, please share your thoughts. We are all ears. George nodded in agreement. Well, it is like this. Are you not both batters? Your primary responsibility as batters is to utilize the bat to shield your teammates from the assaults of the wandering ball. Therefore, you are generally expected to hit the wandering ball as far away from your team as possible, which naturally includes directing the ball towards the opposing players, correct? Chris pondered for a moment before speaking. Indeed, that is correct. But what does it matter? I understand that igniting an opponent's broomtail, striking their broom with a stick, deliberately colliding with them while flying, or using one's elbow to jostle them, as well as grasping an opponent's broomtail to impede their speed or obstruct their progress, all constitute fouls, am I right? Yes, absolutely, came the reply. Then, I believe we might consider an alternative approach. Chris's voice dropped slightly. An alternative approach? What exactly do you mean? Fred inquired, eager to understand. Yes, I have thought of other methods. Have you heard of the Transylvanian feint? I am familiar with it. I read about it in a book on Quidditch. This tactic first emerged during the Quidditch World Cup in 1473. It involves feigning a punch aimed at the opponent's nose to confuse or distract them, as long as one does not actually make contact with their nose. This tactic is deemed legal. However, executing such a maneuver accurately while soaring on a broom is no easy feat, exclaimed the plump imp, brimming with enthusiasm as he prided himself on his knowledge of these intricacies. We are aware of that, but it is somewhat challenging to implement. A misstep could easily result in a foul. Although we are not afraid of fouls, considering that the Slytherin fellows often commit them, we naturally must retaliate. Yes, I understand. So, that is merely one of the strategies. There is another method. Aren't you both quite skilled at hitting the ball? Chris nodded and then inquired, Indeed. The probability of us successfully striking the incoming ball together is quite high. George responded. Then, I wonder if you could direct the wandering ball straight towards the bludger, thereby ensuring that the bludger strikes the Slytherin players, knocking them down. Even if it fails to bring them down, it could still disrupt their actions. Chris tentatively expressed his uncertainty regarding the feasibility of the proposed method. Well, this idea is quite splendid. I believe we might indeed give it a try. I can lure the Slytherins over and seize the opportunity to strike them. Indeed, even if we are unable to overpower them, we can certainly create chaos on the field to disrupt their game. Perhaps we could even thwart Slytherin's Seeker when he attempts to catch the Golden Snitch, thus creating an opportunity for our Gryffindor Seeker. Absolutely, this is simply marvelous. My brother Charlie is set to graduate from Hogwarts this year, and his greatest wish is to win another Quidditch trophy in his final year. Oh, Chris, you are truly remarkable. This strategy not only adheres to the rules, but also enhances our chances of victory. Bravo. It is indeed astonishing that you, Chris, could propose such an excellent suggestion. You truly are the genius wizard of Gryffindor. George and Fred found this plan exceedingly viable, and thus their praises flowed freely from their lips. Chris also breathed a sigh of relief, uncertain whether his proposed solution would prove effective. After all, this method was highly practical. Not merely a theoretical concept that could be resolved through idle speculation, it necessitated the batter's capability to execute it for success to be feasible. It must be acknowledged that it was fortunate that George and Fred, the twin brothers, were the batters. Not only were their skills commendable, but they also shared an unparalleled synergy, their minds attuned to one another. Chris believed that on the field, they would undoubtedly perform well together, especially with their captain. Charlie Weasley possessing commendable skills. Thus, success seemed inevitable. The two then dedicated themselves to rigorous practice of their strategy on the Quidditch pitch. Initially, they could only strike stationary objects, but as time progressed, the rotund imp joined their efforts, albeit merely as a target. The Weasley twins instructed him to fly slowly across the field, attempting to hit him. It must be noted that poor Imp was somewhat unfortunate. Although their accuracy was not particularly high, there were still instances, perhaps 1 or 2 out of 10, where George and Fred mercilessly knocked him off his broom. Fortunately, Chris was always on standby below, ready to cast the levitation charm to catch him safely whenever he fell. Thus, they trained for an entire afternoon, with George and Fred displaying remarkable diligence. Although they had yet to meet their ambitious standards, significant progress was evident. One could only imagine how deeply moved Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, Charlie Weasley, would be upon learning that his team members and siblings were diligently utilizing their spare time for practice. Throughout that week, aside from their regular training, Chris and Nick assisted the Weasley twins, which surely proved to be a challenge for the two of them. However, they had no choice, as newly recruited members. They lacked practical experience. They were determined to secure victory for their brother in the upcoming match. During their training, the duo's coordination improved remarkably, and the likelihood of Imp being knocked down had significantly increased. Acknowledgements to all the esteemed wizards for their support, and a humble request for more recommendations. Eternal gratitude. Chapter 64. The match begins. Of course, this could also be attributed to Imp's novice flying skills. The situation might have been quite different with more seasoned players. After a week of reflection, Chris pondered whether he had been too impulsive at the time, blinded by the allure of gold, leading him to devise such a scheme to deceive Dorian Pusey. This matter could easily backfire. After all, the dynamics of the arena are notoriously unpredictable, and a single misstep could spell disaster. Alas, what is done. At worst, he would face the consequences later. On Saturday morning, Chris awoke early. As Hogwarts transitioned into November, the weather turned exceptionally cold, and Chris, who was sensitive to the chill, found himself reluctant to rise. However, there was no choice. The match between Gryffindor and Slytherin was scheduled for 9 o'clock that morning. Clad in a trench coat and enveloped in a scarf, Chris made his way to the Quidditch pitch. From this vantage point, the mountains surrounding the school appeared shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface gleamed with the unforgiving chill of tempered steel. As the match had yet to commence, Chris spotted Hagrid, swathed in a lengthy moleskin coat, adorned with rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots, wielding a large broom to tidy the Quidditch field. "Hey, Hagrid, how have you been lately?" Chris greeted him with enthusiasm. "Oh, it's you, Chris. Good morning. What brings you here so early?" Hagrid paused in his task to inquire. "Today is Gryffindor's match, and it's my very first time watching a Quidditch game, so I'm a bit excited and came ahead of schedule." Chris replied with a laugh. "Oh, I see. But I remember when I was at Hogwarts, I too arrived early for every Quidditch match. I even aspired to join the Quidditch team. In my second year, I participated in the tryouts, but sadly, due to my physique, I wasn't particularly agile on a broomstick and was regrettably eliminated." Hagrid chuckled. "Wow, I had no idea you were so interested in Quidditch," Chris exclaimed, slightly taken aback, as he did not recall this aspect of Hagrid's past. "Indeed," Hagrid laughed softly, choosing not to elaborate further, hinting at a story untold. Nevertheless, Chris refrained from prying further, engaging in light conversation before making his way to the Gryffindor stands. To enhance his viewing experience, Chris had brought along a pair of binoculars. Not long after he settled in, students and faculty alike filled the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. Many students, like Chris, had also brought binoculars, for although the seats were elevated, it was still occasionally challenging to discern the details of the match. Through his telescope, Chris observed the Slytherin students across the field adorned with green badges, brandishing flags emblazoned with the emblem of the Slytherin serpent. Some were even hoisting grand banners, their vibrant colors shimmering in the sunlight. In contrast, the Gryffindor Lions proudly displayed their red badges, with the Gryffindor Lion roaring fiercely on their flags. Naturally, Chris had also received a small flag, which Imp had mysteriously procured. "Hello, dear friends. Welcome to the inaugural match of the year, featuring the Gryffindor versus Slytherin Quidditch match. Let us now welcome our two teams to the field," announced an unnamed Gryffindor commentator. The atmosphere instantly ignited with excitement as young wizards fervently cheered for their respective houses, many waving their flags with unrestrained enthusiasm. Amidst the jubilant uproar, The Gryffindor team in their red uniforms and the Slytherin team in their green attire soared onto the field on their enchanted broomsticks, provoking another wave of fervent applause and cheers. "Oh, behold our Gryffindor team," the commentator exclaimed. "This squad is undoubtedly the Sea Army de la Sea Army." The Weasley brothers Charlie, George, and Fred formed the core of the team, with one as the seeker and two as beaters. And let us not forget our seasoned goalkeeper, Oliver Wood, alongside chasers Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Kenneth Toller. While the Weasley twins, Angelina and Alicia, are all fresh faces in their second year, they are undeniably gifted players. With fervor, the commentator declared, "Gryffindor is widely recognized as the strongest team, the finest that Hogwarts has seen in recent years." It was apparent that the commentator held a bias towards his house, extolling the team with exaggerated praise. Chris noted that the team seemed almost synonymous with the Weasley name. Given that the captain hailed from that family, alongside two beaters, it was undeniable that these red-haired individuals possessed remarkable Quidditch talent. Slytherin students scoffed at the commentator's introduction, expressing their dissatisfaction, for they were the ones who had claimed the Quidditch Cup most frequently in recent years. However, the commentator appeared unfazed by these details, continuing, "Now, let us turn our attention to the Slytherin team. Observe their captain, who seems to have indulged in a fair amount of supplements, tall and robust, clearly aiming to overpower the competition. And let us not overlook the Slytherin seeker, Terrence Higgs. His flying skills are indeed formidable. Oh, look at Marcus Flint, their chaser, making a face to intimidate the Gryffindor players. Referee, should he not be penalized?" the commentator questioned, noticing Flint's antics. Unfortunately, his remarks went unnoticed by Madame Hooch, who seemed immune to his frequent outbursts. "Enough of this delay. Let us commence the match." Professor McGonagall interjected sternly, clearly unable to tolerate the commentator's incessant chatter. "All right, then. Best of luck to all," the commentator quickly concluded. Madame Hooch took her place at the center of the pitch, broomstick in hand, addressing the players. "Listen, I expect everyone to participate in this match fairly and honestly." The players gathered around her as she continued. "Captains, shake hands." Charlie Weasley and the Slytherin captain firmly clasped hands. After the handshake, Madame Hooch instructed, "Now, mount your broomsticks." Upon hearing her command, the players swiftly took to their brooms. Once everyone was prepared, Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with great vigor. The 15 broomsticks ascended into the sky, marking the commencement of the match. "Ah, splendid. We can now see Slytherin and Gryffindor in action," the commentator exclaimed with palpable excitement. The quaffle was swiftly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, a newcomer who proved herself to be a remarkable chaser. "Excellent." She passes the quaffle to Alicia Spinnet, another player of outstanding talent, who is now charging toward the Slytherin goal. Look at her surge forward, effortlessly breaking through Slytherin's defenses, thin as parchment. What astonishing speed. "Go, Alicia." However, just as the commentator finished his sentence, Alicia's throw was intercepted by the Slytherin goalkeeper. He smirked at Alicia before tossing the quaffle to Marcus Flint. Regrettably, Flint's seasoned experience shone through, and with Wood unable to defend, Slytherin scored, gaining 10 points. Cheers erupted from the Slytherin supporters as the match continued. "Look, Angelina has the quaffle again," the commentator announced. She's flying with remarkable agility, executing a splendid pass to Kenneth Toller. Truly, she is a valiant member of Gryffindor. Yet, alas, the Slytherin team has snatched the quaffle. Marcus Flint is on the move, darting down the pitch like an eagle. Will he score? But wait, Gryffindor's goalkeeper Wood makes an impressive save. Now, Gryffindor had possession once more, with Kenneth reclaiming the quaffle. As he maneuvered around Flint, he was struck by a bludger. Now, the quaffle was stolen by Slytherin, racing toward Gryffindor's goalposts, yet was thwarted by another bludger. Oh, this seems to be a new tactic devised by Fred or George Weasley, deliberately drawing the bludger toward this side. The twins were notoriously difficult to distinguish, but Gryffindor's beaters executed their strategy perfectly. Chris felt a surge of joy witnessing the tactic succeed. The Weasley brothers had successfully diverted a bludger to take out a Slytherin player. The bludger did the work, not them. After all, it was simply the nature of the game. It appears that the Slytherin player has met their unfortunate end. Substituting in another player would surely result in a decline in skill. Now, Angelina, clutching the quaffle, faces no resistance ahead of her. She races forward with the fervor of flight, deftly evading a bludger, the goalpost looming ahead. Ah, splendid. Angelina has outmaneuvered the Slytherin keeper, who lunges but fails to intercept, allowing Gryffindor to score. The jubilant cheers of the Gryffindor supporters echo in the frigid sky, interspersed with the furious roars and groans of the Slytherins. In an attempt to thwart the Gryffindor chasers, Slytherin's beaters target Angelina and Spinette, their brooms veering off course by several meters. Foul! Foul! The young lions in the stands erupt in a chorus of indignation. Slytherin has committed a deliberate foul. The commentator bellows, their scheme foiled. The bludger is awarded to Gryffindor by Madame Hooch. The free shot is taken by Alicia, who passes the ball smoothly, and the match continues with Gryffindor maintaining possession. Oh dear, Slytherin intercepts the quaffle once more. Flint seizes it, but is struck squarely in the face by a bludger. Remarkably, he still clutches the quaffle, though one might jest that his nose may not survive the encounter. The Slytherins rejoice as their team scores. The match presses on. George and Fred employ various tactics to disrupt the Slytherin players, utilizing feints effectively. They approach the Slytherins repeatedly, feigning punches aimed at their noses in a bid to distract them. However, the endeavor is perilous. George nearly tumbles from his broom just moments ago. As time progresses, the score between Gryffindor and Slytherin stands at 30-80. Indeed, Gryffindor finds it challenging to contend with the devious Slytherins, despite George and Fred's relentless efforts. This match is far from a typical training session. Moreover, it is their first time on the pitch, and their performance thus far is commendable. None can fault them for their efforts. Chris, witnessing the unfolding situation, felt an urgent desire to substitute for his teammates. Yet, reality remained unchanged. The hope of Gryffindor's victory now rested solely on whether Charlie Weasley could capture the golden snitch. At present, the Slytherin reserve seeker had deftly evaded the two bludgers launched by the Weasley twins and was racing alongside another chaser. "Wait, is that the snitch?" exclaimed the commentator, his keen eyes alight with excitement as he pointed to a nearly imperceptible golden sphere. A streak of gold flashed past Angelina's left ear, and fortunately, Charlie Weasley had also spotted the elusive snitch. He dove down, pursuing the shimmering glimmer. The Slytherin seeker had likewise caught sight of it. The two raced side by side towards the snitch, while the chasers seemed to forget their own duties, hovering in the air, transfixed. Clearly, Charlie, as the captain, was swifter. That tiny orb, with its fluttering wings, zipped ahead as he surged forward. Charlie Weasley was on the verge of grasping it. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed behind him, "Stop! Give me the money!" accompanied by a chorus of furious shouts from the Gryffindors below. However, he could afford no distractions. The golden snitch remained his singular focus. With remarkable ease, Charlie captured the snitch, lifting it triumphantly above his head. Glancing back, he noticed Marcus Flint from Slytherin had fallen to the ground. It turned out he had deliberately collided with Charlie to prevent him from seizing the snitch. At that critical moment, George and Fred executed their tactical maneuvers flawlessly. First, George struck a bludger towards the quaffle that Slytherin had intended to launch toward the goal, redirecting it precisely into Flint's path. Fred, poised and ready, sent another bludger hurtling forward, providing the perfect assist to the quaffle, which accurately struck the nefarious Flint. It must be said, united as brothers, victory in Quidditch was assured. "Foul! Foul!" The Slytherins protested vehemently. Yet Madame Hooch disregarded their objections. The Weasley twins had not breached any rules. Consequently, Gryffindor triumphed with a score of 180-80. The young wizards of Gryffindor, reveling in their team's victory, joyously waved their flags. Imk, standing beside Chris, was even more exhilarated. He warmly embraced Chris, exclaiming, "Ah, we have triumphed. Splendid. Chris, you have won 200 gold gallons." Chris was filled with excitement, still somewhat dazed, as he witnessed the Weasley twins being hoisted into the air by their brother Charlie and a group of others. They had triumphed. Those Weasley brothers were truly remarkable. Of course, Chris was not the only one captivated by the match. Darian Pusey, who had wagered against Chris, was equally invested. He had previously arranged with the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team that, should they emerge victorious in their match against Gryffindor, he would reward each player with 10 galleons. Thus, whenever Slytherin scored, he would leap from his seat, cheering with unrestrained enthusiasm. He eagerly anticipated Slytherin's victory, imagining the moment when that insufferable Gryffindor, the detestable Chris, would be compelled to surrender every galleon, leaving him destitute, and wondering if he would dare to flaunt his arrogance again. Of course, if the fellow were to kneel and beg for mercy, Darian Pusey mused, perhaps he might show a modicum of kindness and bestow a single canute upon him. Alas, when Madame Hooch declared Gryffindor the winners, Darian Pusey sat there, utterly dejected, motionless. His sorrow was not merely over the loss of those galleons, after all. 200 galleons represented just 2 months of his allowance. easily recoverable with some frugality. What truly gnawed at him was the bitter reality of having once again lost to Chris Red, that insufferable half-blood. Infuriatingly so, Darian Pusey seethed with resentment. As the match concluded, the young wizards descended from their respective stands, each brimming with elation, as if they themselves were the athletes on the field. Meanwhile, Chris awaited below the Slytherin stands, specifically to confront Darian Pusey. Who could say whether this fellow would attempt to weasel out of his debt? Upon spotting Chris at the exit, Darian Pusey's expression soured even further, as if he had just consumed an inordinate amount of something distasteful. "Hey, Darian Pusey, how's it going?" Chris chuckled, finding the fellow's demeanor exceedingly amusing. Darian Pusey, hand over the 200 gold galleons. At this moment, Imk was equally exhilarated. He harbored a profound disdain for the individual who had insulted him, and witnessing this person's downfall brought him immense joy. No need for your reminders. I can certainly produce a mere 200 gold galleons. Darian Pusey extracted a pouch of coins from his pocket and handed it to Chris. Chris grasped the money and weighed it in his hand, astonished to find that this fellow was indeed wealthy, casually carrying such a substantial sum in his pocket. "And you? Read, with your meager means, perhaps this sum represents a decade's worth of savings for you? Do not presume that this modest amount I have bestowed upon you will impoverish me. Such gold galleons are but trifles to me. Our friendship will endure, like the mountains and rivers that remain unchanged," Dalion Persay proclaimed with feigned ferocity. "Ha ha ha, indeed. How could we possibly compare ourselves to a gentleman of your humble background? In the future, do remember us when such generous opportunities arise, Master Persay." Chris, having received the money, was in high spirits and could not resist teasing him. Just you wait." Dalion Persay, incensed by Chris's growing audacity, felt irritated, but with so many onlookers present, he thought it best to depart, retorting defiantly before leaving. "Ha. Let us return and celebrate with George and Fred." Chris laughed, watching the retreating figure of the young lad alongside Imk. Upon their return to the Gryffindor common room, Chris and Imk were greeted by the jubilant cheers of students calling out the Weasley name. The young witches and wizards were aflame with excitement over Gryffindor's triumph. On the common room table, remnants of cake and meat pies lay scattered, alongside a large barrel of butterbeer, the source of which remained a mystery among the upperclassmen. In light of this joyous occasion, Chris, not to be outdone, retreated to his dormitory, emerging with an abundance of snacks, which he triumphantly piled upon the table. "Please, do not stand on ceremony. These are all for you to enjoy. Help yourselves to whatever you fancy." Witnessing Chris's generosity, the atmosphere in the room grew even more vibrant, with young wizards cheering and celebrating. It was evident that many had gathered around the Weasley brothers. With Percy standing tall and proud, basking in the glory of the moment, Chris also approached to congratulate them. George and Fred's brother, Charlie, warmly shook his hand and said, "Well done, Chris. I've heard from George and Fred that had it not been for your brilliant tactics, I might never have caught the golden snitch." "Thank you," Chris replied with a chuckle. "Oh, not at all. I merely played a minor role. It was primarily their agility, teamwork, and your prowess that made the difference. You all are indeed the true heroes." Chris modestly remarked that he was merely seeking a bit of money, having no desire for fame. He believed such pursuits were better left aside. Chapter 67. Butterbeer brings me joy. Ha, you are far too humble. Fred and George have long told me that you are the standout among our Gryffindor newcomers. Indeed, not only are you exceptionally talented, but your humility is truly commendable. Charlie Weasley praised with a smile. "So, would you be interested in joining our Gryffindor Quidditch team next semester? Although I will be graduating next year. My capable assistant Wood is expected to take over as captain of the Gryffindor team. I merely need to mention your name to him. I trust your flying skills must be quite impressive as well." Charlie Weasley inquired further. Well, let me think about it. But my friend Imlesko is very eager to join our Quidditch team. Perhaps we could offer him a chance?" Chris was aware of his own limitations, thus he declined the offer. However, being inherently amiable, he opted to express his reluctance in a more tactful manner, suggesting that he needed further contemplation. Yet, he recognized that the little chubby boy had always harbored aspirations of participating in a Quidditch match, so he introduced Ink, who was seated beside him, to Charlie. "Is that so? What a pity. I truly believe you would make an exceptional Quidditch player, Chris." It was evident that Charlie was not oblivious to the underlying implications of Chris's words, yet there was little he could do. One cannot compel someone who is unwilling. He then turned his attention to Imk. "Hey, it's a pleasure to meet you, Imk. You should certainly try out for the Quidditch team during next year's selection. Who knows, you might become an outstanding seeker." Charlie's words filled Ink with immense joy, leaving him momentarily speechless with excitement. After a prolonged gaze at Charlie, he finally stammered, "Me? Really? Can I truly? I will absolutely participate in the tryouts." "Excellent. I look forward to hearing good news from you," Charlie replied with a smile. "Hey, Chris, would you care for a glass of butterbeer? It's absolutely delightful." Fred approached with a cheerful demeanor, having just finished conversing with a few girls, and handed Chris a glass of butterbeer. "Oh, sure. I must admit, I've never had this before. I've been eager to try it. Can it actually get you drunk?" Chris examined the butterbeer that George had given him and inquired. "Well, I'm not certain. We've never gotten drunk from it," George responded. "All right," Chris replied. Chris took a delicate sip of the butterbeer in his hand and exclaimed, "Goodness, this flavor is delightful. Indeed, wizards truly know how to indulge." The butterbeer was sweet, with a taste reminiscent of caramel candies that danced upon his palate. However, it seemed to possess a hint of alcohol, albeit with a lower alcohol content than that of ordinary beer. Chris could sense that the cream's flavor essentially subdued the bitterness of the beer, leaving only a rich aroma to savor. It was delightful. He thought to himself that he could alternate between milk tea and butterbeer in the future. However, this beverage was rather difficult to procure, as it seemed that underage wizards were not permitted to purchase it. He wondered if Fred and George, those remarkably resourceful individuals, would be able to obtain it. Thus, the Gryffindor young wizards reveled joyfully for an entire afternoon before eventually dispersing. Chris returned to his bedroom, feeling quite fatigued. It must be said that he had been rather exhausted lately, and today, he truly wished to forego his studies. After all, balance between work and rest is essential, and children ought to indulge in ample relaxation. Over the ensuing weeks, all subjects progressed steadily. The potions class, needless to say, was exceptional. As Chris grew increasingly adept at understanding Snape's textbook, his proficiency in potion-making soared. Each potion he concocted during class was flawless, leading Snape to exempt him from homework assignments entirely. During this time, as Ink was paired with Chris, he too performed admirably in potion-making. Emboldened, the chubby lad dared to forego his own assignments in an attempt to test Snape's limits, resulting in an inevitable punishment of a week's confinement. This incident further fueled the astonishment surrounding Chris. As a Gryffindor student, his exceptional favor with Snape was indeed rare. Naturally, this only intensified the jealousy of Diagon per se. However, he found himself lacking in viable schemes. A confrontation with Chris was unlikely to end in his favor, especially after losing a bet previously. Attempting to ensnare Chris was futile, as he proved as slippery as an eel, unlike other Gryffindors who would easily rise to the bait of provocation. Reluctantly, he resolved to bide his time, awaiting a more advantageous opportunity. As for transfiguration, there was no doubt that Chris excelled in class. He found himself at a loss, having submitted his paper. Professor McGonagall lavished praise upon it. She was genuinely astonished that Chris had managed to refine the transformation spell, significantly enhancing its efficacy. Such an exemplary student brought her immense satisfaction. Initially, she presumed Chris would merely discuss the transformation spell and present his conjectures, never anticipating he would achieve such remarkable results. Thus, when Professor McGonagall conveyed this to Chris, he found himself inwardly exclaiming in disbelief. Was it truly necessary to perplex him so? What he had assumed was a question of insurmountable difficulty turned out to be deceptively simple. Had he merely overthought the matter, complicating what should have been straightforward? Oh, the injustice of it all. Chris could not help but hum a few lines of snowflakes falling, the north wind howling. Alas, there was no choice but to ponder what more he could possibly conceal in transfiguration. Professor McGonagall surely recognized that his skills far surpassed those of a mere first year. Yet he still feigned ignorance. Wouldn't it be dreadful if this only piqued Professor McGonagall's curiosity? Thus, Chris consistently earned praise and extra points from her in every transfiguration class, and his classmates could not help but admire him all the more. It was exhausting, of course. In other subjects, Chris's performance was not as exceptionally flawless, though it remained commendable. In herbology, for instance, he also excelled, garnering considerable appreciation from Professor Sprout. After their lesson on the Ashwinder, Professor Sprout instructed them on distinguishing between the wrinkled fig and the boat-shaped aconite, and introduced them to perilous plants such as the devil's snare. Speaking of Ashwinders, the batch Chris acquired through Hagrid had already been sold at the apothecary in Diagon Alley. Receiving a favorable response, the shopkeeper mentioned a willingness to continue their collaboration in the future. Through the sale of Ashwinders, Chris earned nearly 200 galleons, which was quite satisfactory. Consequently, he intended to give half of this sum to Hagrid, considering it was he who sourced the ingredients. However, Hagrid adamantly refused, stating that if Chris insisted on offering him money again, he should cease visiting. As Christmas approached, Chris found himself contemplating a suitable gift for Hagrid. Thus far, Chris had accumulated nearly 600 galleons, even considering whether to open a vault at Gringotts to reflect his noble and elegant status. After all, as a wizard, wouldn't it be rather shabby to lack a vault? Although Chris was not particularly fond of the greedy goblins, having a secure place to store his wealth seemed prudent, for he rarely required such an abundance of galleons. Money, after all, is always attainable. Chris believed that during his years at Hogwarts, he could amass a significant fortune. When he graduated, he envisioned taking this wealth to enjoy a delightful life in other countries, all while evading Voldemort's terror in England. Was that not splendid? Thus, as his enriching academic life continued, December mid-month arrived, and snow began to fall across the skies of England, quickly blanketing Hogwarts in a pristine layer of white. The weather here was ever so unpredictable, often marked by rain and snow. Chris had always been sensitive to the cold, but the frigid climate of Hogwarts, nestled in the mountains, proved to be significantly chillier than the city. Consequently, he found himself unaccustomed to the necessity of donning multiple thick sweaters each day. Although the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall were ablaze with roaring fires, the corridors, afflicted by draughts, became bitterly cold, and the windows of the classrooms rattled under the assault of the biting wind. Fortunately, the end of the term was fast approaching, promising over 2 weeks of holiday. The students, having been away from home for quite some time, were eagerly anticipating the chance to return for Christmas. On the morning of the holiday's onset, Chris awoke to discover that several feet of snow blanketed the grounds, and the lake had frozen solid. The entrance of the castle had become a treacherous expanse, as the footprints of little wizards had compacted the snow into slick ice, causing many to slip and fall. Recently, numerous owls, tasked with delivering messages through the blustery sky, had suffered from exhaustion and illness, necessitating care from Hagrid before they could take flight again. Fortunately, Chris's owl, Rupert, remained in fine condition due to his diligent care, and he brought letters from Chris's family that morning. His parents and sister expressed their delight that Chris would be returning for the holiday, mistakenly believing that wizards did not celebrate Christmas. They eagerly awaited his arrival, promising to meet him at King's Cross Station. Otherwise, they would have to wait until summer to see him again. Curious about why wizards celebrated Christmas, Chris conducted some research and discovered that the holiday originally commemorated the winter solstice, rather than the birth of Jesus. During the era of the Roman Empire, ordinary muggles would celebrate Saturnalia a few days before December 25th, honoring the agricultural god Saturnus. On the day of the winter solstice, they would celebrate the rebirth of the sun, rejoicing in the gradual lengthening of daylight thereafter. Early Christian leaders sought to integrate their observances with those of the Romans, and thus, in 336 AD, the Roman Church formally began celebrating the birth of Jesus on December 25th. It was not until the 9th century that Christmas truly became a significant holiday for Christians. Therefore, the wizards' observance of this holiday bore no connection to Christianity. Instead, they celebrated Mithraism, honoring the sun god Mithra, whose name signifies contract, thus associating him with the concept of covenant. In medieval times, wizards believed that the discovery and refinement of this covenant marked the evolution of magic from chaotic innate abilities into a coherent, controllable force. Consequently, magic entered a period of rapid advancement. Ancient wizards forged contracts with magical beings such as fairies and giants, granting them the power of magic. Similarly, wands served to solidify these contracts, enabling wizards to master their abilities more effectively. Through these covenants, wizards could establish amicable relationships with magical creatures, securing their status. Even today, spells like the Unbreakable Vow reflect this notion of contract, with house elves serving their masters embodying the same principle. As for muggles, their celebration of Christmas is intertwined with the connections between the English magical community and the Roman Empire around the turn of the era. Mithraism began to spread throughout the Roman Empire in the 1st century BC, suggesting that many of the ancient Roman festivities were simply adaptations passed down from wizards. In the afternoon, Chris and his friends engaged in the joyous activity of building snowmen on the lawn. They crafted a rather peculiar figure, adorned with a branch that George humorously declared to be its wand. The lawn was dotted with numerous snowmen, each one a unique creation: dragons, fairies, centaurs, and portly Scottish creatures. "Are you all going home for the Christmas break?" inquired Imk, exhausted from the snowman endeavors, as he lay on the ground looking up. "Indeed. We're returning for the festivities. My mother will prepare a sumptuous Christmas dinner," Fred and George replied without hesitation. Me too, added Chris. Oh, how I envy you all. My holiday will be spent here at school, the chubby boy lamented. Chris was aware that last week, Professor McGonagall came to register the list of students who would remain at school for the holidays, and Imk had signed his name on it. The reason was likely that Imk's parents had yet to forgive their willful and obstinate son. Why? George and Fred inquired, perplexed. Due to certain familial circumstances, Imk vaguely replied. Seeing this, Chris deftly changed the subject, saying, Imk, once we return, I entrust the care of the white flowers to you. When I come back, I hope you haven't let them wither away. I'm not too confident about that. If I just leave them here and water them occasionally, they should be fine for at least half a month, right? Imk replied uncertainly. Did you not pay attention during your herbal medicine classes? Or perhaps you didn't observe how I tended to them? Chris inquired. My apologies, Imk said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chris sighed and patiently delivered a lengthy discourse to him. Chapter 69. Home is the greatest gift. Finally, the day of Christmas break arrived. Chris had already packed his belongings and was ready to embark on his journey. However, poor Imk sat at the table, clutching a quill and tugging at his hair in anguish. It was evident that he was laboring over his holiday assignments. Indeed, the professors had cruelly burdened the young wizards with a mountain of homework. Is it truly fair that I am left all alone, with so much work to do? Will I be able to enjoy Christmas at all? Imk lamented, gazing at the 2 lines he had managed to write on the parchment. Ha ha ha. Imk, do not despair. I shall present you with an unexpected Christmas gift. With a smile, Chris admitted that the volume of assignments during the Christmas holiday was indeed considerable. And he was not exempt from this burden. Half of the box contained books and homework. Oh, Chris, that sounds rather delightful. Perhaps this is my only solace, Imk remarked, displaying a flicker of interest at the mention of gifts. As the departure time approached, Chris made arrangements with several of the Weasley brothers to head to the station together. What about Percy? Is he not returning home? Chris spotted Charlie and the Weasley twins, yet notably absent was Percy. Alas, don't even mention it. Percy claimed he would be entering his 4th year next year, asserting that this was a critical period for him. Whether he could secure the position of prefect depended on his performance this year and the next. Hence he declared his intention to remain at school to study. George could not resist chiming in. Not at all. Let me tell you, I've noticed he has been incessantly trailing that Ravenclaw girl, Penelope. To the library lately, the one who helped us acquire the map. You know, Chris? And then? Chris felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Well, based on my observations, this young lady will be spending Christmas at Hogwarts, so you see where this is headed, right? Fred revealed with a knowing grin that suggested a shared understanding among them. Oh, well, it seems this is actually happening, Chris remarked, astonished that Percy had already begun pursuing Penelope during this time frame. Shouldn't that have been reserved for the summer of '92? Could it be that he had been ardently chasing her for over a year? Yet, considering how stunning she was, it was hardly surprising that she would be difficult to win over. There must be plenty of young wizards vying for her affection. Indeed. Fred's subsequent words validated Chris's suspicions. Not at all. This fellow is simply doggedly trailing after her, completely lacking in decorum. I can distinctly sense Penelope's growing impatience. Ahem, all right now, George interjected, having listened to the duo concoct tales about their other brother. After all, blood is thicker than water. It wouldn't be right to speak ill of him, would it? Oh, my dear brother, have you forgotten your own sibling? I am Fred. Indeed. I am your brother George. The 2 siblings chuckled. Well, if that is indeed the case, I offer my apologies, Charlie replied. He often mixed them up. So he couldn't discern the truth in their banter, and could only respond as such. As the group exited the castle and strolled across the lawn, Chris noticed a grand fir tree ahead, seemingly moving on its own. Upon closer inspection, he discerned 2 large feet protruding from beneath its branches. Soon after, a loud huffing sound reached his ears. Chris was well aware that behind the tree was Hagrid. Hey, Hagrid, do you need any assistance? Chris inquired, peering through the tangled branches. Oh, it's you, Chris. No need. I can manage. Thank you. You should head home, Hagrid replied, emerging with his tousled head from behind the tree. All right then, I shall take my leave. Wishing you a Merry Christmas in advance, Hagrid, Chris said with a smile. Merry Christmas, echoed the Weasley brothers. Hagrid felt a surge of happiness upon hearing their festive greetings. With renewed vigor, he hoisted the fir tree and strode towards the castle entrance without breaking a sweat. On the Hogwarts Express, a few students gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery while munching on snacks and engaging in light-hearted conversation about their plans for the Christmas holidays. George and Fred intended to continue developing their quick-acting skiving snapboxes and the Hogwarts map. Charlie, on the brink of graduation, found himself swamped with academic demands. Leaving little room for relaxation during the break, his time at home was solely devoted to studying. By this comparison, one might discern just how insincere Percy Weasley's school revision truly is. Can he possibly be busier than Charlie, who is on the verge of graduation? Percy was solely motivated by Penelope. By around 6 p.m., the train finally arrived at King's Cross Station. As everyone prepared to disembark, they were halted by an elderly guard on the train. He informed them that young witches and wizards needed to exit in an orderly manner, prohibiting too many from passing through at once. If a large group emerged simultaneously from the sturdy walls, it could attract the attention of muggles, and there was a risk of collisions among those who had not yet moved aside. Thus, they were required to proceed one by one. Goodbye, Chris. Don't forget to write to us. George and Fred waved farewell to Chris. Farewell, and Merry Christmas in advance to you both. Chris reciprocated their wave. Chris also spotted their mother, Molly, waiting for those rascally fellows in the distance, perhaps ready to deliver a well-deserved smack to each of the mischievous Weasley brothers. Meanwhile, Chris noticed his father, mother, and sister, who had long been waiting at King's Cross Station. With a beaming smile, Chris waved at his family as he approached them. Hey, it's been a while, Dad, Mom, and little sister, Chris exclaimed cheerfully. I don't want to see you, Diana retorted, pouting. Oh, my dear son, his mother, Lisa, felt her eyes well up with tears upon seeing Chris, and she instantly enveloped him in a warm embrace. Chris sensed the intense emotions emanating from his mother, and he felt a slight constriction in his heart. He softly uttered, Mom, Merry Christmas. Yes, my poor son, you have indeed lost quite a bit of weight, Lisa gently replied, caressing Chris's cheek. Oh, very well, Lisa, let us return home and discuss this further. Chris's father, Einot, spoke up from the side. He was not particularly adept at expressing emotions. He simply patted Chris on the shoulder and picked up Chris's luggage, leading the way to the parking lot. Chapter 70, Gift-Giving. A few minutes later, Chris settled into the car as his father, Einot, drove them home. Oh, Diana, it's been a while. Have you been behaving at home? Chris reached out to ruffle his sister's hair. Diana attempted to evade his touch but failed, enduring a couple of hearty pats. Hey, Chris, why do you always talk to me like you're the adult? I'm only a year younger than you. I'll be going to Hogwarts next year too. And stop messing with my hair, or I won't grow tall, Diana complained. While driving, Einot observed the playful exchange between his children and couldn't help but chuckle. He glanced at Chris through the rearview mirror and asked, How's school going? Pretty good. I've made new friends, and the professors are all quite nice, Chris replied without hesitation. You shared the snacks I sent with you, right? Don't hoard them all for yourself. It's important to share with your classmates, Lisa, sitting in the passenger seat, chimed in with a smile. Oh, don't worry, Mom. You know me. I'm always generous, Chris assured her. Throughout the journey, Chris recounted various amusing anecdotes from Hogwarts, both those mentioned in his letters and new tales. After all, narrating the experiences in person was entirely different from writing them down. Listening to their son's incredible stories, Einot and Lisa felt an immense sense of longing. It was a new world they had never witnessed, yet it was undeniably real for their son. Soon, their daughter would also embark on her journey to Hogwarts, filling them with pride. Look, our children are truly remarkable. The home was adorned much like any other Christmas, with a small pine tree beautifully decorated with lights, ornaments, and Santa figurines. Lisa had prepared an abundance of delicious food, including turkey, Yule log cake, and gingerbread. However, after indulging in the sumptuous dinner, Chris busied himself with wrapping gifts to present to his friends. This could not be overlooked. In truth, Chris delighted in both giving and receiving gifts. For reasons unknown, each time he engaged in this act, an indescribable joy welled within him. Receiving a gift that was precisely what he desired elicited a wonderful feeling, and gifting a long-coveted item to a friend and witnessing their heartfelt gratitude was equally fulfilling. For his father, Einot, Chris had prepared a small barrel of butterbeer. Indeed, you read that correctly. He had painstakingly obtained it from the Weasley twins, purchasing 2 barrels in total, one for himself at Gryffindor and the other as a Christmas gift for his father. These 2 barrels had cost him a gold galleon and 9 sickles. For his mother, he chose a stylish dress from the latest collection at the wizarding shop, which was not inexpensive at 10 galleons. As for his sister, Diana, the choice was simple, a book about Hogwarts and a history of the school. Being a child, she needed to read more. Diana was not particularly fond of studying, often finding herself at the lower end of her class rankings. and had a tendency to bully some of her classmates, exhibiting a rather bossy demeanor. The teachers often sighed, wondering how such an exceptional brother could have a sister so different, sharing the same surname of Red. Fortunately, this girl was a young witch, so Chris did not need to worry about her academic shortcomings leading her astray in the future. Attending Hogwarts with him nearby, Diana was unlikely to stray too far from the right path. As for his friends, Chris had prepared a Quidditch model set for Inc., which included a miniature Quidditch pitch and figures of Inc.'s favorite Chudley Cannons players zooming about on broomsticks, quite amusing and reasonably priced at 1 galleon and 5 sickles. Additionally, for Hagrid, who had been a tremendous help to Chris, he had selected a special gift, a Muggle motorcycle, the latest model released this year. It was, of course, rather expensive, costing £3,000, a sum Chris had saved from his pocket money over many years, now willingly spent for Hagrid. Chris was certain that Hagrid would appreciate this gift. As for George and Fred, Chris decided to present them with a single gift, not because they were inseparable, but rather due to the considerable expense of the item. It was a unique toad with a distinctive upturned nose and golden eyes, which could be procured at the Magical Menagerie in Diagon Alley for a hefty sum of 9 galleons. The rationale behind Chris's choice of such a pet was quite intriguing. Although toads are merely ordinary non-magical creatures, known to both muggles and witches alike, they are one of the few pets that students can bring to Hogwarts, alongside owls and cats. However, very few opt for them, as they have fallen out of fashion over the years, leading to a dwindling population of live toads at Hogwarts. Take Neville's pet toad, Trevor, for instance. Aside from frequently going missing and hopping about aimlessly, he possesses little else in the way of characteristics. So, when he finally encountered a fellow toad in the Great Lake, both his owner, Neville, and Trevor himself felt a sense of relief. Indeed, possessing a pet toad upon entering Hogwarts neither conveys a sense of style nor status, and the image it projects is rather unflattering. In fact, it often leads to a degree of embarrassment. Yet, toads serve as excellent subjects for practicing spells and testing potions, among other magical experiments. Their skin's ability to absorb liquids simplifies the process of testing various concoctions. Furthermore, toads are remarkably resilient, often surviving numerous experimental endeavors. Thus, Chris's gift of this toad was intended to aid the Weasley twins in their experiments. After Chris advised them against conducting tests on themselves or others, they heeded his counsel. But their experiments on small mice proved less than successful, as the mice did not cooperate well. Consequently, Chris conceived the idea of gifting them a toad, which could serve as both a pet and a valuable asset in their experiments, an ideal solution. As for others, Chris sent some sweets to the unfortunate Professor Snape, hoping these treats would bring him a modicum of warmth during the frigid winter months. Would you like to receive a Christmas gift delivered from Chris across the distance? Not expensive, just a recommendation ticket will suffice. Chapter 71. Reading? What book? After all, this old chap is rather pitiable. It is unlikely that anyone would think to send him a gift during Christmas, akin to his own plight. Thus, Chris's gesture stemmed from sympathy and gratitude for the professor's kindness over the past few months. Plus, it cost him nothing, as they were merely nearing expiration from his family's supermarket. For other classmates with whom he maintained a cordial relationship, Chris similarly bestowed a selection of sweets or snacks. As for Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore, Chris decided not to intrude upon them, with their attention fixed on him. It was possible that Professor McGonagall would soon return his revised paper for publication. An influx of notoriety would undoubtedly be a hassle. Hence, it was best to maintain a little distance and refrain from gifting. Thus concludes the list of individuals to whom Chris felt compelled to give gifts, quite a number, indeed. And the expenses were substantial. Yet, for the sake of family and friends, such expenditures are necessary. Such is the nature of social exchanges. You give, I give. And mutual generosity deepens the bonds of affection. Tonight, he would rely on his diligent owl, Rupert, to tirelessly ferry these gifts. Animal courier services are no trivial matter. The following morning, upon awakening, Chris's first sight was a small mound of packages resting on the rug beside his bed. Yes, Christmas gifts, many, many gifts. However, Chris was not inclined to rush into unwrapping them. He had outgrown the childish eagerness to immediately tear into presents. There was no harm in waiting a little while. They wouldn't fly away. Therefore, Chris opted to wash up first, then made his way downstairs to the living room for a cup of warm water, exhaling slowly to savor the comfort of home. Yet, sprawled on the sofa was his little cat, Nana, who seemed momentarily perplexed by Chris's presence. This strange fellow had invaded her territory. Wait a moment. He had even drunk from her water. Such an unforgivable offense. Nana rose in indignation, hissing as she prepared to confront Chris. Hey, little kitty, why are your eyes so round? And how are you so utterly adorable? Chris found Nana's antics utterly adorable. This little creature had particularly well-defined cheeks, and her round, sparkling eyes made her appear like an endearing kitten, even when she was upset. Then, Chris extended his hand towards the irate Nana, fully aware that this cat was rather timid and would never truly bite him. As for her claws, his mother, Lisa, frequently tended to them, ensuring they wouldn't cause him any harm. Indeed, upon noticing Chris's approach, Nana immediately became submissive, attempting to leap to the ground to evade his grasp. However, Chris was determined not to let her escape, swiftly pulling her into his embrace, where she surrendered to his gentle hold. Chris gently caressed the fluffy head of the kitten, scratching its chin, prompting the little feline to roll over in sheer comfort, exposing its belly for further affection. In that moment, the adorable yet fierce golden tabby, Nana, let out a blissful purr. How audacious of this human to embrace me. Yet, his massage skills are commendable. If he could just offer me some delectable fish treats, I might just forgive him. Oh, brother, are you a devil? Diana, clad in her pajamas and inexplicably barefoot, stormed down the stairs, her footsteps echoing with annoyance. What's the matter, Diana? Why are you unhappy so early on Christmas morning? Chris inquired. His brow furrowed with concern as he set Nana aside. Humph, just look at the gift you gave me. What is this? A book? I swear. It's the dullest thing I've ever received. The young girl threw Hogwarts, a history at Chris in frustration. Hey, Diana, this is a book related to Hogwarts. You'll be attending next year. Don't you want to learn more about it? Clearly, this is beneficial for you, so why the outrage? Chris suppressed a chuckle as he spoke. You did this on purpose. You know I despise reading. I'd rather indulge in delicious snacks at the supermarket than waste time on a book. Diana retorted, her cheeks flushed with anger. What is going on, Diana? Why are you throwing a tantrum so early in the morning? Elnott approached, having heard the commotion. Dad, look at him. He gave me a book for Christmas. Diana pointed at Chris, her tone laced with indignation. Elnott, remaining calm, picked up the book Chris had placed on the coffee table. Oh, this is a book about a magic school. It should be intriguing, don't you think, Diana? Don't you like it? Then I want to read it. Humph. With that, Diana scooped up Nana and retreated upstairs. The two men exchanged helpless shrugs, pondering why the girl was so averse to learning. It was a source of constant frustration for the household. Son, I saw the Christmas gift you got me. Excellent beer. Is this what wizards drink? It seems akin to what young girls would enjoy. Yes, Dad, this beer might indeed be favored by young wizards. If I get the chance, I'll bring you something stronger next time. Chris had momentarily forgotten that his father, Elnott, preferred robust spirits like vodka. Perhaps next time. He ought to procure a bottle with a higher alcohol content. Have you seen the gift Mom and I gave you? Do you like it? Oh, sorry, Dad. I haven't had the chance to look yet. Well, what are you waiting for? Go check it out. I am certain you will love it. Elnott affectionately ruffled his son's hair. All right, I'll go now. With that, Chris returned to his bedroom. Looking at the sea of wrapped presents, he pondered where to begin. Perhaps starting with a smaller one would be prudent, he mused. He carefully opened a tightly wrapped package, revealing a ring that appeared to be silver, rather ordinary and seemingly of little value. However, alongside the ring was a note. To his astonishment, it was a gift from Professor McGonagall. The note read, "To my dearest student, Chris Red. This is a magical ring imbued with a protective charm. You may use it in times of need. Yours faithfully, Minerva McGonagall." Stunned, Chris realized that this seemingly mundane ring could cast a protective spell, akin to a suit of armor. It might shield him from malevolent curses, though he wondered how many times it could be used and if there was an expiration on its power. Chapter 72. Oh, little ancestor, you are truly remarkable. Indeed. This item was invaluable, a necessity for Chris. It provided a safeguard when he lacked protection, preventing surprise attacks or unexpected confrontations. Sighing, he recognized that Professor McGonagall held him in high regard, willing to bestow such a precious magical item upon him. This was no trivial gesture. Perhaps she intended to cultivate his talents. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt for not having given her a gift in return. It would be wise to write a thank you letter and perhaps include a small token. But what could he possibly give? Chris found himself in a quandary, uncertain of what would be suitable for an elderly woman. Surely, he couldn't resort to gifting snacks. That would be utterly embarrassing. Life is challenging, he lamented. Why must it always be so difficult? Chris adorned the ring upon his finger, exhaling a sigh, his brow furrowed in worry. Chris, it's time for breakfast, called his mother, Lisa, from downstairs. An idea struck him. He could take some of the delightful pastries his mother had prepared to Professor McGonagall the last time she visited. She had praised their afternoon tea, indicating that it was to her liking. This would be a perfect gift for her. He would explain that during her last visit, she had expressed her enjoyment, prompting him to ask his mother to prepare some for Christmas, which he would deliver early in the morning, allowing Professor McGonagall to savor them. This gesture would also convey the gratitude of his family for her ongoing care of Chris. What a splendid idea! Elated, Chris hurried downstairs and inquired of his mother, "Mom, do we have any freshly baked cake this morning? I'd like to take a portion for my teacher." "Yes, we do. But why have you only now thought of a Christmas gift for your teacher? You should have mentioned it earlier," Lisa replied. "Sorry, Mom, I forgot last night," Chris admitted. "Oh dear, this child. Your memory is truly lacking. You can remember to bring snacks for so many friends, yet you forget about your teacher? Next time, make sure to prioritize gifts for your elders before those for your classmates. Do you understand?" Unbeknownst to Lisa, Chris harbored a thoughtful intention, and she scolded him for his perceived carelessness. Chris stuck out his tongue and murmured, "Got it, Mom, it won't happen again." Subsequently, Lisa retrieved a box and placed within it a selection of freshly made cheese cupcakes along with a roasted turkey intended for tonight's feast. Chris hurriedly took the box and dashed back to the bedroom, handing over the reply letter to Rupert, who was having breakfast. He said, "Thank you so much, Rupert. I am immensely grateful. When you return, I shall treat you to something delicious." Rupert was left speechless, wishing he could swat this fellow with his wings. What was the meaning of this? After flying all night and nearly exhausting himself, he was just about to take a break. And now Chris was asking him to run such a long distance again. Did Chris think he was impervious to fatigue? However, given Chris's kindness, Rupert felt he had no choice but to endure a little more hardship. After sending Rupert off, Chris arrived at the dining room, gently ruffling the hair of Diana, who was enjoying her juice. He smiled and said, "Do not be upset, my little sweetheart. How about I get you another lovely gift later?" Upon hearing her brother's words, Diana immediately lifted her head, her frown disappearing as she fluttered her large, captivating eyes and asked, "Really? You mustn't deceive me." "Absolutely. When have I ever lied to you?" Chris reassured her. "Then can I choose it myself?" she inquired. "No, it must be chosen by your brother. TCH, what good things could you possibly pick?" "Truly, Chris's words are as untrustworthy as a trickster. I would rather believe in ghosts than in what he says." Diana pouted. "Ha." Chris was so amused by his sister's antics that he nearly spat out his milk. All right. You two, hurry and finish your breakfast," Lisa interjected, attempting to mediate. With that, the siblings settled down to eat. "By the way, Chris, the clothes you sent me are of quite good quality. They don't wrinkle at all. Though the style isn't particularly appealing," Lisa remarked, setting down her fork. "Oh, really? Mother, do you not like them? I spent quite a bit of gallows on those high-end clothing brands in the wizarding world. They are the latest winter style, waterproof, moisture-proof, and wrinkle-free." Chris replied, astonished. "Well, that's all right. Mother still likes it. After all, the quality is indeed remarkable." Lisa thought her son's taste to be rather mediocre, seemingly a bit oblivious. And she wondered if he would ever manage to find a girlfriend, considering he was not unattractive. "Humph, Chris, you gave Mother such a splendid gift. Look at you. I am your dear sister, yet you treat me so poorly." Diana pouted, feeling left out after overhearing Chris and Lisa's conversation. "Oh, come now. I promise to get you a truly amazing gift shortly," Chris consoled her. There was no helping it. The little princess was indeed challenging to please. After finishing their meal, Chris returned to his room to continue unwrapping gifts. Little Diana, clutching a kitten, wanted to follow him inside to see, but Chris heartlessly denied her entry, knowing all too well that she might cause mischief. As he continued, he unwrapped 5 or 6 pieces of candy or trivial little toys, all gifts from mere acquaintances. Chris felt that his relationship with these individuals was not quite at that level. Why would they think of him during the festivities? Such thoughtfulness. It appears he should share a bit more of his snacks with them in the future. Subsequently, Chris unwrapped the gift Penelope had given him, a notebook for spell casting. It seemed to be filled with her personal notes from her own studies, undoubtedly useful and quite considerate. Im's gift was equally delightful, comprising 2 wizarding adventure novels that Chris had yet to read. It was clear that this fellow understood him well, knowing his penchant for captivating stories. This present truly resonated with Chris. As for George and Fred, they gifted him a set of wizard's chess and a red checkered scarf. The scarf had been lovingly knitted by Mrs. Weasley, given to him as a token of their close friendship with the twins. The craftsmanship was commendable, providing warmth and making it quite suitable for outings. Hence, Chris felt that Mrs. Weasley's skills were indeed admirable. He wondered why Ron disliked it. Perhaps simply because it was handmade by their mother rather than purchased from a store? Such disdain for humble origins is rather unfortunate. To all esteemed wizards, Chris had received a considerable number of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, bubblegum blasts, and Zizzy Bee honey drops. Thus, he intended to offer them at a low price, one recommendation ticket proportion. So act swiftly. Chapter 73. Return to school, of course. Chris also spotted the Christmas gift from Hagrid. It was nothing particularly extraordinary. The exterior was wrapped in thick brown paper, adorned with the flamboyant inscription, "To Chris, read from Hagrid." Inside lay a handcrafted wooden sculpture of a griffin, clearly a product of Hagrid's own labor, albeit with a rather rustic finish. Chris placed it on the bedside table. After all, it was a token of Hagrid's sentiment and could not be carelessly discarded due to its lack of aesthetic appeal. The final gift was a splendid watch from his parents, indeed. A remarkable piece. The Jaeger-LeCoultre Master Ultra Thin Moon, a moon-phase wristwatch from the Ultra Thin Master series in stainless steel, elegantly showcases the date and moon phase in a manner imbued with modern beauty, exuding nobility and grace. This exquisite mechanical timepiece, with its distinctive charm, is valued at approximately $7,000. It stands as the most precious possession aside from the ring gifted by Professor McGonagall. Truly, his parents have outdone themselves. Furthermore, this automatic movement, composed of 253 components, offers a power reserve of 38 hours, ensuring that there is no concern of running out of power while at Hogwarts. Simply splendid. Chris has always harbored a fondness for timepieces. He has a dream that one day he will possess a watch cabinet filled with an array of exquisite watches. Much like Doctor Strange in the Marvel films, changing styles daily and cultivating a joyful spirit. "Hey, Diana, look at what delightful treasure I've brought for you." Chris entered Diana's room, holding a gift for her. Upon seeing that her brother had not deceived her this time and had indeed brought her a Christmas present, Diana joyfully leaped from her chair. She took the item from Chris's hands, unwrapped a chocolate frog, and promptly bit off its head. Then, pointing at a large box, she exclaimed, "Wow, I certainly recognize these delightful and delectable snacks. But what is this?" "This, my dear sister, is a remarkable treasure." Chris replied with a smile as he opened the box. "Ah, I thought it might be something extraordinary, but it's merely a chess set." "Chris, are you teasing me again?" Diana asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "How could I possibly jest? This is indeed a splendid gem, known as wizard's chess. The pieces possess their own will, they move independently and can even converse with you. When you defeat an opponent's piece, yours will shatter it to bits. It's absolutely marvelous. If you don't believe me, let us take it out and play a couple of rounds." Indeed, Chris had repackaged the gifts he received from George and Fred for his sister. With no alternatives at hand to satisfy her sudden demand for a present, he resorted to this. If the Weasley twins inquired later, he would simply say that he had been playing at home during the holiday, and his pesky sister insisted he stay, crying if he refused, thus he had to leave it with her. With his considerable experience in chess, Chris was well acquainted with the nuances of wizard's chess. Even though his skill had not significantly advanced, he still played better than Diana. After 3 games, Diana found herself utterly defeated each time, her pieces annihilated. Frustrated, she cried out, declaring that she would never play with Chris again. Chris was filled with joy, for at last he encountered a fellow player whose skills were even more lacking than his own. However, his elation was short-lived, as Diana had summoned an external aid, Anot. While Anot's chess prowess was not particularly impressive, it was certainly on par with Chris's capabilities. In the initial stages, Anot struggled to adapt to this unique style of play, resulting in 2 losses. Yet, as time progressed and Anot grew more accustomed, Chris found himself on the losing end of the matches. Alas, Chris lamented in his heart. It appeared that wizard chess was indeed not suited for him. Overall, the holiday was undeniably a delightful respite for the soul and spirit. Aside from the prohibitions on magic and the irksome Christmas assignments that loomed over him, everything else was quite enjoyable. Each morning was a luxurious affair of sleeping in, followed by a leisurely breakfast, lounging on the sofa while petting the little cat, and watching the Muggle guests on television engage in their idle chatter. In the afternoons, he would take strolls, listen to music, exchange playful banter with Diana, tease her a little, then savor tea and delectable cakes baked by Lisa, pure bliss. Indeed, it seemed there could be no better life than this. However, the inevitable approached, and on the eve of the holiday's conclusion, Chris reluctantly bid farewell to his family and boarded the Hogwarts Express once more. "Hey, Chris, how was your holiday? The gift you sent us was truly splendid. We all adored it. If it weren't for this little toad, we would have used Ron's pet rat for our experiments during the break, they exclaimed. Indeed. Look at how well we've cared for it. It's in perfect health, and we even named it Duke. It was evident that the Weasley twins were quite fond of the toad Chris had gifted them, valued at 9 galleons, serving as both a pet and a companion for their school days. Yet, one could only wonder if this little creature would survive the various experiments concocted by the Weasley brothers. Well, as long as you enjoy it. Have you completed your holiday assignments? Chris inquired, eager to avoid lingering too long on the topic of gifts, lest they inquire about the wizard chess he had sent them. Ah, thank you for the reminder, Chris. We were just planning to tackle our assignments on the train. Every train ride is so dreadfully boring and interminable. It's the perfect opportunity to get our work done, they replied. Is it really necessary? Chris pondered, finding it rather excessive. A train ride is exhausting enough without the added burden of assignments. Not at all. You see, every Christmas at home, we are hardly afforded a moment's respite. We have to assist Mother with cleaning, fend off the garden gnomes, tend to our troublesome siblings, and conduct our product research. It's truly exhausting, they lamented. As George and Fred expressed their grievances to Chris, well, it sounds like quite the challenge. Caring for such a large family must be no small feat. Do have some snacks before you get back to your assignments. Don't wear yourselves out, Chris kindly offered, handing a generous portion of treats he had brought from school to George and Fred. As evening descended, the Hogwarts Express finally arrived at the platform. As Chris and his companions emerged from the platform amidst the throng of people, he found himself freed from the need to row to school this time. Outside the station, a series of horse-drawn carriages awaited them. Specifically, they were nocturnal steeds, though Chris was yet unable to perceive the majestic creatures before him. Together with the Weasley brothers and their friend Jordan, a young man of African descent who shared a close bond with the twins, he boarded one of the carriages. The carriage traversed the entrance and glided down a spacious driveway. Soon, the imposing gates of Hogwarts Castle came into view. Within a mere 10 minutes, the carriage came to a halt before the stone steps leading to the grand oak doors. After disembarking, they ascended the steps and entered the castle's cavernous foyer. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, the air was filled with the excited chatter of young witches and wizards greeting classmates they had not seen for over a fortnight. Enthusiasm radiated from everyone as they exchanged tales of their recent adventures. Some recounted their Christmas visits to their centenarian grandparents in France, where they had indulged in escargot and hard baguettes, lamenting the unpalatable experience that nearly cost them their teeth, pondering why their grandparents possessed such robust dental health. Others shared stories of family escapades to the enchanting peaks of the Swiss Alps, where they had skied alongside their dog. The Swiss staff, upon learning of their British origins, graciously invited them for coffee, and they even captured a photograph at a location where James Bond had once battled in a 007 film. Listening to these enchanting experiences, Chris felt a twinge of regret for his own lack of adventure, pondering whether he and his family had been too reclusive. The festive season had offered a splendid opportunity to explore the diverse landscapes of Europe, perhaps even to toss a coin into the Trevi Fountain in Rome. It seemed imperative to discuss with his parents the possibility of venturing somewhere, even if just to broaden their horizons and witness the world. Amidst this excitement, the portly Inc., upon seeing Chris and his friends return, enthusiastically embraced each of them, as if they had not seen living souls in centuries. You have no idea how much I missed you. During your absence, I truly suffered. You are closer than family to me, not blood brothers, yet akin to them. Each day I counted down, longing for your return. Without you, life felt devoid of color. My days were merely consumed by eating and sleeping, he lamented, tears mingling with his heartfelt confessions about his solitary existence at Hogwarts. Ah, brother, fear not. We are back now, Chris reassured him. Indeed. Let us embark on a nocturnal adventure. George and Fred chimed in. Ah, yes, a night excursion? What nonsense. I shall not partake. Initially, Chris nodded in agreement, as he too struggled with words and was uncertain how to comfort him. He thought it best to let eloquent individuals like the Weasley brothers take the lead. However, he was taken aback when those two could never remain still. A simple act of consolation spiraled into a discussion about nocturnal escapades. This was certainly unacceptable. Chris, why not go? It's been half a month since we've been at school. There might be new secrets waiting to be uncovered. Indeed. Wouldn't it be a shame not to explore? I'm not sure about being at a loss, but I certainly know that not going guarantees no loss. Oh, Chris. You really are dull. Exactly. We have a map. What is there to fear? The group continued to persuade. Ah, yes, the map. How could I have forgotten? Perhaps the dreary weather has affected my intellect. Very well then. I shall see you all in the evening. Chris rubbed his eyes and remarked. How could he forget that with the active map in their possession, they need not fear that fellow Filch any longer? It truly seemed that during the holiday, he had allowed himself to become somewhat dull-witted. Shaking his head, he resumed enjoying the beef pie on his plate, lamenting that the school dinners were still not as sumptuous as those at home. He had anticipated that returning to school after the Christmas holidays would resemble the grand opening feast at the beginning of the term. Once they finished their meal, everyone returned to their respective dormitories to prepare for the evening's exploration. They lacked a definitive destination, intending merely to meander through the castle. However, Chris suggested a visit to the restricted section, hoping to discover some intriguing spell books that might assist them in studying the map or other matters. This way, he could conveniently return the book he had borrowed last time, Close Your Mind. Chris had thoroughly comprehended this tome, as the mind-closing spell only required some additional practice on his part. Thus, it seemed unnecessary to retain the book any longer. Returning it promptly would bring him peace of mind, wouldn't it? At midnight, the group reconvened in the Gryffindor common room, donning the black cloaks previously lent to them by the Weasley twins. After traversing the passage guarded by the fat lady, Chris anxiously turned to George and inquired, How does the map look? Is there anyone nearby? Oh, rest assured, it's all clear, George replied. With that, they ambled their way to the library. Yes, they had grown quite audacious, entirely unconcerned about being caught. At that moment, Filch was still in the entrance hall, tending to his little cat. Hey, Imp. Be careful this time. Refrain from indiscriminately touching the books here. First, check the titles to ensure there is no danger. Only open them if they are not sinister tomes of dark magic, Chris cautioned. All right, I assure you, I will not repeat my previous mistakes. I shall keep watch with the map while you all search, Imp declared, taking the map from George. It appeared that the chubby boy had learned his lesson well from his earlier encounter. Soon enough, they began to search cautiously through the library's shelves. Chris pretended to browse through the books, then climbed the ladder to return the volume he held to its rightful place. Cough, have you found any useful books? Imp reminded them, noticing that Ferky had ascended the stairs and seemed to be approaching. Oh, for heaven's sake, I haven't seen a single worthwhile book yet. How did he get here so quickly? I found nothing, George and Fred lamented. Well, let us depart. It appears our efforts have been in vain, Chris declared as he descended from the ladder. With no other option, the group cautiously slipped out of the library. Why don't we head to the Hogwarts kitchen and procure some delectable treats? George suggested, unwilling to concede defeat. Oh, what a splendid idea. My brother George truly is the most imaginative among us, Fred exclaimed, appreciating the notion. Indeed, I haven't had my fill this evening. A bite to eat sounds perfect. And concurred. Reluctantly, Chris followed, uncertain of how the house elves in the kitchen would receive their unexpected visit. Before long, they found themselves before a grand portrait depicting a massive silver bowl brimming with fruit, concealing the entrance to the kitchen behind it. In truth, we knew the kitchen's location even before acquiring this map, George remarked. How did you discover it? Imp inquired curiously. It was, of course, out of hunger. Indeed, one day, after chatting in class, Professor McGonagall detained us for cleaning her office, which caused us to miss our meal. Exhausted and famished afterward, we resolved to seek out the cooking quarters of Hogwarts, for even the most powerful magic cannot conjure food from thin air, can it? He continued, thus, we stumbled upon this place. Did you not notice how peculiar the arrangement is here? Driven by curiosity, we touched that pair, and lo and behold, the kitchen was revealed. My goodness, you are remarkable. I would never have thought so deeply, and marveled. So, the secret to entering the kitchen lies within the pair? Chris feigned ignorance. Indeed. Fred reached out and gently tapped the verdant pear. Miraculously, it began to quiver and giggle, suddenly transforming into a large green doorknob. Grasping the handle, they pulled the door open, and the kitchen's interior came into view. Within, at least 100 house elves busied themselves, adorned in tea towels emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. Surrounding the kitchen were numerous cabinets, laden with an array of utensils. The table bore remnants of the evening's supper, likely left by the students. Wow, what is all this? Goblins from Gringotts? Imp exclaimed in astonishment, having never imagined that the delicacies they consumed daily were crafted by these small beings. They are house elves. They work for Hogwarts, preparing meals for the entire school. They also transport luggage and parcels to and from the dormitories and tidy up the common rooms and other areas of the castle. George explained. Wow, this is truly astonishing. Imp was left speechless by the revelation. Chris was aware that these house elves were likely gathered by Helga Hufflepuff, ensuring they had work to do and were not subjected to mistreatment. Good evening, gentlemen. Do you require assistance? approached a rather elderly, emaciated house elf with bat-like ears, bulging eyes the size of tennis balls, and a long, flat nose. "We're a bit hungry. Could you please fetch us some food?" George promptly requested. "Certainly, wizard. My name is Akusu, and it is my pleasure to serve you. Please, follow me," the house elf replied, bowing respectfully to George. The group then followed the elf deeper inside. As Akusa led them past other house elves, each would bow and curtsy with broad smiles. Once seated, a flurry of house elves rushed over, each carrying a large silver tray laden with ham, smoked fish, bread, cakes, tea, and vegetable soup. "Please enjoy, esteemed wizards," Akusu announced. It appeared that this house elf was in charge of the kitchen. "Wow, you are exceedingly hospitable. Thank you," Imk exclaimed with a smile. "Not at all, sir. It is our duty," Akusa responded, bowing again at the expression of gratitude. The other house elves similarly beamed with smiles, nodding and bowing in unison. "Why do they seem reminiscent of medieval servants? They appear rather subservient," Imk remarked, puzzled by the scene before him. "Oh, they are likely accustomed to it. They have always been this way since I first encountered them. They are a lowly race, destined to serve their masters for generations. Typically, they are slaves belonging to ancient and affluent wizarding families, undertaking all household chores, bound to obey their master's commands, and if they defy orders, they must punish themselves. If they possess magic, they must seek permission from their masters to use it. The only way for them to gain freedom is if their master gifts them an article of clothing, which traditional house elves perceive as being cast out. A source of shame that could even drive them to suicide," Fred whispered to Imk while sipping his soup. "My goodness, is this a feudal slave society?" Imk exclaimed in astonishment. "What feudal system? I know not of such matters, but I do know that if I could possess a house elf, life would be perfect. I could bring one home, and we would never need to worry about household chores again. That kind of life is simply unimaginable," George stated. "Well, I still find it somewhat unbelievable," Imk replied, shaking his head. "So, how many years have you been working here?" he queried Akusu, the elder house elf. "Oh, we have been working for Hogwarts since the time of Madame Helga Hufflepuff. This honorable position has been passed down through generations for over 1,000 years," Akusu reverently answered. "That is remarkable. Do you receive a salary?" "Salary? Such a notion is unheard of, indeed a disgrace. Any house elf bold enough to demand a salary from their master would surely be courting their own demise." Akusu's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that a wizard would pose such a question. Imk found this utterly incredible and wished to ask more questions, but Chris advised against it. "All right, just eat. Surely this delightful feast should keep your mouth occupied?" Chris felt that such inquiry should not continue, fearing that the house elves might become enraged and expel them. Grateful for the wizard's support, the house elves expressed their hope for more recommendations and suggested that with just one vote, a house elf could be acquired, eliminating the need for cooking and cleaning, thus embarking on a life of bliss as a master of slaves. Chapter 76, Publication of the paper. Such inquiries must have seemed to the house elves as astonishing as news of the Qing dynasty's fall would be to people of the late Qing era, when there would be no more emperor. Deeply entrenched in servitude, the house elves were a race conquered by wizards in ancient wars, each born into a life of subjugation. Trained from birth to serve their masters. Bound by their masters, they could not freely defy orders. Their highest aspiration was obedience. They had no salary, no holidays, and took pride in their labor, viewing leisure as a disgrace. Thus, to alter their deeply rooted, archaic feudal mindset might require another millennium. The group continued to eat and drink, though due to ink, the house elves were no longer as enthusiastic as they had been at the beginning. This was unavoidable. Perhaps with more visits, familiarity would breed comfort. "I believe we have had our fill. It is time to depart. Thank you for the supper," Chris stated after everyone had finished. "No need for thanks. It is our duty, sir," Akusa replied in a hoarse voice. As they prepared to leave, many house elves gathered around, offering them an assortment of snacks for later. "Thank you. Can we return next time?" Chris asked as he pocketed some cakes. "Of course, esteemed wizard. It is our honor. You are welcome to visit any time," Akusa responded joyfully, bowing deeply at the prospect of their return. As they departed, the house elves gathered at the door, bowing and bidding them farewell. This experience in the kitchen left Chris with a sense of extraordinary distinction, as if he had suddenly risen to a higher echelon of society. The group then retraced their steps, deliberately avoiding Peeves the Poltergeist and Filch patrols, spending over 20 minutes to return to their respective dormitories. In the subsequent days, Chris returned to the rigorous and humble routine of magical studies. Regarding each class, there was little to report, undoubtedly. Chris endeavored to maintain a low profile in both actions and demeanor. However, an event of significant consequence transpired quietly. The momentous occasion was the publication of Chris's paper in the Journal of Transfiguration. His paper on innovative methods of transferring spells occupies a significant place in today's Transfiguration. Undoubtedly, Chris is the frontrunner for this year's Most Promising Newcomer Award. Consequently, Chris has become a sensation at Hogwarts. Nearly every student is aware of the illustrious name of Chris Red. Many students interested in Transfiguration or excelling in it wish to be acquainted with him. Furthermore, Chris has received several letters from renowned scholars and experts in Transfiguration. They perceive Chris as exceptionally talented in the field, with a boundless future, and hope to exchange knowledge and address various Transfiguration-related inquiries. Chris understands their intentions. They likely seek to forge connections with a promising wizard for future benefits. However, there are also those with ulterior motives, possibly harboring narrow-mindedness and resentment towards outstanding young wizards. They may wish to exploit Chris's reputation for their own purposes. One anonymous wizard even sent Chris a scathing letter, filled with profanities, vehemently denouncing him. The writer expressed disdain for Chris's accolades, claiming he was undeserving of such honor and that his article should not have been published. This individual is likely a student from Hogwarts, perhaps equally skilled in Transfiguration and hoping for recognition in the magazine. Yet, due to Chris's presence, they feel overshadowed and resentful, lacking the courage to act directly, resorting instead to vent their frustrations in a vitriolic letter, perhaps hoping to embarrass Chris. Unbeknownst to them, Chris remains unfazed. After all, the situation is beyond his control. The recognition is already bestowed, and he cannot dictate how others perceive him. If they wish to create a ruckus, let them. It is not worth his ire, as being upset serves no purpose. Compounding his troubles, the day after Chris's paper was published, the Daily Prophet exposed the event. Although the coverage was limited, the uproar it generated rivaled that of the previous day. They excerpted portions of Chris's paper and reported with exaggerated flair, suggesting that his spell could single-handedly save the world. Chris is perplexed by the adoration that such a sensationalist publication garners, as well as the fact that a transfiguration spell, which is not particularly extraordinary, merits such attention. Does the wizarding world revolve solely around Hogwarts? A Hogwarts student winning an award or a paper being published seems to demand coverage, just as any trivial gossip about professors does. Thus, Chris finds himself beleaguered, constantly surrounded by onlookers eager to glimpse the celebrated Gryffindor prodigy. He is followed wherever he goes, even hindering his visits to the Room of Requirement. Particularly on the day Professor Dumbledore's article appeared in the Daily Prophet, he likely came across Chris's paper, as he has a long-standing passion for Transfiguration. Therefore, he awarded Gryffindor a remarkable 50 points in the evening to commend Chris, resulting in jubilant cheers from the young witches and wizards, who tossed their hats into the air. This substantial score propelled Gryffindor from the bottom, surpassing Slytherin, who held the first position. Such points could sustain George and Fred Weasley for several weeks. Chapter 77. I do not wish to be famous. Perhaps due to Chris's newfound points, Gryffindor might avoid the last place this semester, and securing second to last position should be manageable. Yet, Chris's reputation at Hogwarts is burgeoning. While others might revel in such fame and fortune, it is not Chris's desire. He is now fraught with anxiety and confusion. What is the purpose of this attention? What benefits does being in the limelight bring? Is it truly worthwhile? He does not wish to be at the center of this spectacle. Chris is now truly seething with indignation. Harry is set to arrive next year. Why must I endure this turmoil at such a time? Would it not be more prudent to allow him the opportunity? If it comes to that, even Ron Weasley would suffice. Even during class, Chris's treatment has changed significantly previously. He remained unassuming, and the professors paid him little heed, merely assuming he was incapable. However, the situation has shifted dramatically. Suddenly, he has become the talk of the school, a veritable sensation among his peers. While the professors had always recognized Chris as a commendable student, they never anticipated his capabilities to be so exceptional, and thus, their interest in him has surged. Consequently, they now frequently call upon him to answer questions in class, creating an intensely pressuring atmosphere. Even in astronomy, his least favorite subject, where he would prefer to gaze at the stars in peace, he finds himself being questioned. Chris was nearly at a loss for words and had not even intended to attend that class, contemplating skipping it altogether. However, upon reflecting on his circumstances, he realized that his absence would likely draw attention, compelling him to go. Fortunately, he did attend, for had he not, he would have faced dire consequences when the professor called on him. Alas, the ostentatious atmosphere at the school was overwhelming, leaving Chris in a constant state of confusion, often retreating to his bedroom for solace. Thankfully, it played a pivotal role during Chris's tumultuous times. He helped maintain order during their outings, spreading his arms like an eagle protecting its chick, shielding Chris from those who approached out of curiosity to see what he was like. One might consider such attention somewhat exaggerated. After all, he was merely a student, not deserving of such scrutiny. Yet, the reality was that the youthful curiosity surrounding him led to this peculiar situation. Of course, the onlookers were not malicious. They merely wished to satisfy their intrigue. And perhaps in time, the novelty would fade. This phenomenon mirrored the initial fascination with Harry Potter, as people were similarly eager to glimpse the scar on his forehead. As a result, Chris found himself yearning for a potion to shield him from the incessant stares whenever he ventured out for class. George and Fred found the situation quite amusing. They even created a booklet detailing amusing anecdotes from Chris's life and his preferences, selling copies to those intrigued by him, particularly the younger witches. Chris could not help but admire the Weasley brothers' entrepreneurial spirit, able to turn such trivialities into profit. On the other hand, he was utterly bewildered by the young girls, merely 11 or 12 years old, engaging in such antics. Are they perhaps thinking, "Hey there, are you in a relationship?" Chris mused. If anyone dares to confess their feelings to me, I'll simply say my mother forbids me from dating. However, the following afternoon, Chris found himself troubled by yet another incident. An elderly lady, over 100 years old, had written him a letter expressing her desire to introduce her granddaughter to him. Certainly, Chris had to politely decline. So he informed the elderly lady that he was still quite young, merely 11 years of age, and his mother forbade him from engaging in romantic pursuits. Consequently, the old woman sent another letter, stating that he need not rush to refuse if he were to court her granddaughter. She would provide him with a monthly allowance of 10 gallons and even offer him a magical artifact. They could wed after his graduation, as her granddaughter was also quite young, and there was no urgency. Furthermore, should they marry, he would inherit the entirety of their family estate. For there were no males in their lineage, only her granddaughter, whom she wished to see wed to a suitable young man. Upon hearing this, Chris found the proposition somewhat enticing. A potential wife and an inheritance sounded quite appealing, and thus he found himself wavering. However, after some contemplation, he decided it prudent to inquire about the granddaughter's attributes to ascertain whether she possessed beauty in accordance with his aesthetic standards. The old lady's response, however, left him in shock. Her granddaughter was indeed very young, aged 38, had never been in a relationship, stood at 155 centimeters, and weighed 280 pounds, a prime age for childbearing. Attached was a photograph of the granddaughter. Chris felt as though he had received 1,000,000 points of devastating disappointment. One could hardly fathom the visage of this woman, whose face was marred by blemishes and whose girth resembled that of a pig. Sitting upon him might well prove fatal. It was truly horrifying, and alarmingly, she was even older than Chris's mother, Lisa. Can you believe it? Thus, Chris decisively rejected this peculiar marriage proposal, deeming it insufferable. He suggested that she seek a more suitable match. Moreover, the aforementioned incidents were relatively benign compared to a letter he received from a dubious vendor of skincare products. The merchant expressed his desire to leverage Chris's burgeoning reputation as a master of transformation to promote his merchandise. He intended to claim that these beauty products were developed using the most advanced transformative techniques by Mr. Chris Red, promising remarkable skincare benefits that would rejuvenate and impart a radiant glow to the skin. Is your skin dry? Fear not. Is your complexion often oily? Worry not. Do you suffer from daily breakouts? Is your skin lackluster? Do not despair. Do you have crow's feet? Fret not, for this product can bounce away those lines. Alas, it was utterly absurd. Chris could not fathom the unscrupulous nature of such merchants. While he found the advertising pitch somewhat amusing, he questioned whether the products were truly safe for use. Furthermore, the merchant seemed to possess the mentality of a child, akin to one who licks a lollipop, blissfully ignorant. He was willing to offer Chris a mere 10 silver sickles. Indeed, you read that correctly, not 10 golden gallons, but 10 silver sickles. Consequently, Chris resolutely declined the offer. Only a fool would engage in such a dubious venture, where losses were guaranteed without the prospect of profit. In summary, Chris endured a rather distressing period, which rendered him somewhat haggard, as if he had lost 10 pounds, a deficit that even 2 hearty meals could scarcely remedy. Indeed, the pursuit of fame is not without its drawbacks. Both commendations and criticisms will inevitably come pouring in. Chris believed that it was better to lead a life of mediocrity, to grow steadily without drawing attention to oneself. This, he felt, was the true path. His current situation, however, felt utterly suffocating. Fortunately, this state of affairs did not last long, as 2 days later, Chris found himself no longer the center of attention. Perhaps the novelty had worn off. Or perhaps it was due to the impending final Quidditch match of the term. As the time for the match approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, especially since they had triumphed over Slytherin in the previous match. This final Quidditch game would be against Ravenclaw. The Gryffindor players immersed themselves in rigorous training, with George and Fred equally eager to win the House Cup alongside their brother Charlie. The thought of clinching the House Cup filled everyone with excitement. For years, Slytherin had dominated, but this time, victory might be written by Gryffindor. On the day of the match, the young wizards of Gryffindor were brimming with exhilaration, even more so than during the festivities of the New Year. Adorned with medals and waving their Gryffindor banners, they rushed joyously towards the Quidditch pitch to witness the thrilling contest. "Chris, aren't you coming to watch?" inquired the excited Imp, holding a banner specially made for the Weasleys, as she noticed Chris heading in the opposite direction. "Actually, I don't plan on going today. I intend to visit the Room of Requirement. As you know, I haven't been there in quite a while, and today presents a splendid opportunity," Chris replied, turning to Imp. "So you go ahead and cheer them on for me. All right, but remember to join us for the victory celebration afterward," and called after him. Upon arriving at the Room of Requirement, Chris entered the chamber dedicated to learning magic. He had no particular agenda, he simply browsed through some books, acquiring new knowledge. In truth, he had considered visiting the library, which housed many fascinating ordinary books that piqued his interest. He could learn a great deal from them, including various spells. However, he dismissed the idea, fearing that he would attract unwanted attention or be approached by someone seeking friendship, which he found bothersome. Solitude is indeed a comfort. As noon approached and Chris exited the Room of Requirement, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. There was something profoundly satisfying about being alone. His efficiency in reading had significantly improved. When he returned to the Gryffindor common room, it had transformed into a lively celebration. The Weasley brothers were surrounded by a jubilant crowd. "Chris, we won. Ha ha ha, the House Cup is ours," George and Fred exclaimed, having decisively bested Ravenclaw, with Charlie effortlessly capturing the golden snitch. Imp, spotting Chris, excitedly shared the news. As Chris lifted a mug of butterbeer to drink, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. It was Fred and George. "Where have you been? We couldn't find you," Fred shouted. "Chris, we won. And we owe it to your earlier guidance. It was a resounding victory, 230-70. Ravenclaw struggled at first, but we made them cry uncle. Ha ha ha." George added, "Wow. That is fantastic. I knew you could do it. Congratulations, Gryffindor is the best." Chris genuinely celebrated their victory, feeling a sense of pride in his contribution to their success. Cheers erupted as Charlie Weasley raised the trophy high for all to see, and the young wizards joyfully tossed him into the air. The party atmosphere reached a crescendo, even prompting McLaggen to indulge in a few extra pastries out of sheer joy. With the conclusion of this Quidditch match, the past month had been tranquil, a time of peace and serenity. Chris is no longer the center of attention, as people's focus gradually shifts towards the Easter holiday and the impending final examinations. The Easter break marks the last extended holiday of the academic year, as Easter in 1990 falls on April 12th. Thus, this holiday spans from early April to mid-April, granting nearly a fortnight of respite. Naturally, Chris has no intention of returning home. After all, it is already April, and once the Easter holiday concludes, the summer vacation will be upon them in just a couple of months. Therefore, the journey home seems unnecessary, considering the hassle involved, particularly given the arduous nature of train travel. If only one could utilize apparition, these inconveniences would vanish entirely. Furthermore, upon returning home, young wizards are prohibited from using magic, which would render the Easter festivities somewhat less enjoyable. Much like during Christmas, when Chris refrained from using magic at home, he found it quite challenging and somewhat bothersome. It is akin to a habitual smoker suddenly being placed in a smoke-free environment. Can one truly endure such a situation without feeling stifled? Magic is an addiction, after all. Moreover, due to previous distractions, Chris had squandered considerable time and had not devoted himself adequately to his studies. Now, with a rare opportunity for a break, he aims to catch up. Otherwise, in just 2 months, final examinations will loom, and one cannot afford to take their academic performance lightly. Additionally, it seems that the teachers, possibly aiming to help the new students acclimate to school life, had assigned minimal homework earlier in the year. However, now, nearly every instructor has laden their students with a plethora of assignments, including extensive papers, leading to considerable frustration. Even Professor Snape's potions class assignments are unavoidable for Chris. Perhaps his mischief during Christmas has stirred the professor's ire. Consequently, he received a deduction of 10 points due to forgetting to submit his potions essay, having not written one since the start of the term. This sudden influx of work is indeed overwhelming. Undoubtedly, most students at Hogwarts share Chris's sentiments, opting to remain at school rather than return home. As a result, the number of students filling out departure forms for the Easter holiday has significantly decreased compared to the Christmas break. The Old Bat has explicitly stated that Chris will no longer be exempt from assignments. Chapter 79. Fishing. As the holiday approaches, the library brims with students, each immersed in their books, creating an atmosphere that lacks the festive spirit of Christmas. Imp sits beside Chris, reciting the 12 uses of dragon's blood or practicing wand movements. George and Fred are also present, sighing and yawning as they struggle to complete their burdensome assignments. "I can never remember this," Imp finally exclaims, throwing down his quill and gazing longingly out the library window. For the first time in months, they encounter such splendid weather. The sky is pristine and blue, reminiscent of forget-me-not flowers, and the air carries a hint of summer's approach. "What?" Chris inquires, setting down his pen. "The 12 uses of dragon's blood. I always forget one or two, along with details about various magical herbs and fungi, especially concerning white ash." "Oh, this is simply too difficult." Imp scratches his head, growing increasingly agitated. "Hey, why don't we go fishing by the Black Lake? I'm thoroughly fed up with this place. It's giving me a headache." "This is not the life we should be leading," George suggests. "That sounds fantastic, George. What do you think, Chris? Are you in?" Imp eagerly asks. This. Chris hesitated under the splendid sunlight, reclining on the verdant lawn, gazing at the tranquil surface of the ancient lake, as a gentle breeze swept through. It seemed truly delightful. Go on. There are still many days left in the holiday. There is no need to rush into your studies." Imp observed Chris's indecision and urged him once more. "All right, then let us go." Chris promptly began to gather his belongings. Watching Chris's nimble movements, George and Fred could not help but chuckle. "Hey, you lot, maintain decorum in the library, refrain from loud laughter, and hurry up and get out." Mrs. Phelps approached, reproaching them, wielding a feather duster, as if to signal that anyone who dared to disobey would face her wrath. "Very well, madam, we shall take our leave." George and Fred quickly acquiesced, scurrying out of the library without waiting for Chris and Imp. Once Chris and Imp had tidied up and returned the borrowed books, they emerged to find George and Fred already equipped with fishing rods and buckets, eagerly awaiting their arrival. "Wow, where did you procure these? How did you manage it so swiftly?" Imp inquired, pointing at the items. "Hiki, we naturally retrieved them from the room of requirement. We needed a place with fishing gear." And lo and behold, a house appeared, filled with various fishing implements, though most were damaged and unusable, so we had to select the best among them. "Indeed. Look at this one. It is undoubtedly in excellent condition. I suspect it may have only recently been placed there," Fred exclaimed, holding up a fishing rod that appeared remarkably new. "You truly have a knack for this. I thought we would need to employ transformation magic." Chris truly admires these two fellows. Their ingenuity in borrowing from the room of requirement is simply remarkable. "Aha, do you think we are like you? The new prodigy of transfiguration at Hogwarts? The pride of Professor McGonagall?" George teased. "Hey, don't mock me. You know how much I detest that. But what on earth is this title of McGonagall's prized pupil? I had no idea about such an accolade." Chris inquired with a hint of confusion. "Of course you are. Who doesn't know that whenever you attend transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall is always beaming with delight? Her tone much gentler compared to when she teaches other students with a stern expression? Our fellow first-year students must be envious of us for being in your transfiguration class. We truly benefit from your presence. I haven't been paying much attention in class lately, and during the last lesson, I even made a mistake in transfiguration. Yet Professor McGonagall didn't scold me at all. It's simply wonderful," Imp remarked with a sense of admiration. Upon hearing these words, Chris felt quite alarmed. Due to his influence, not only had the students become lax, but his plans for a low-profile existence were also thwarted. They had elevated him to the status of Professor McGonagall's proud disciple. What a predicament! If any issues arose in the future, would they not come seeking him? There would be no escape. He mused. "I truly had not realized the gravity of this situation. This simply cannot continue. Professor McGonagall ought to engage in serious and earnest teaching, as it is essential for everyone to master the art of magic more effectively. No, this cannot stand. Since you all insist that I am Professor McGonagall's favorite student, I must propose to her that she adopt a more serious demeanor," Chris said deliberately. "Oh dear. Please don't. It took so much effort to gain this little favor. Chris, you absolutely must not mention this," Imp implored, anxious that Chris might speak to Professor McGonagall about the matter. "Then you must cease calling me Professor McGonagall as favorite disciple. I am merely an ordinary student like the rest of you, who happened to write a commendable paper by chance, purely luck, nothing more." I am no favored disciple. All right, all right. I understand. We believe in you. Do you not know the bond we share? Rest assured, I will ensure that no one speaks of it again. Imp replied earnestly. Chris nodded, feeling quite satisfied with Imp's response. Upon arriving at the edge of the Black Lake, Chris noticed that a considerable number of students had already gathered there. It must be said that due to the maps being sold, there were hardly any places in the school that remained unknown to the students. The secret passages had all been marked on the maps available for purchase, while some were deemed private and exclusively for members of the Hogwarts Brotherhood, thus unsellable. Consequently, George and Fred were eagerly preparing to explore the Forbidden Forest, intending to create a map of it. This venture promised to be a lucrative one, as many young wizards would surely be intrigued. After all, this area had been designated as off-limits for many years. Everyone was quite curious about it. And if a map related to the Forbidden Forest could be produced, it might attract all students to purchase a copy. Even some wizards from the outside world might express interest, potentially ordering one directly from them. However, Chris dissuaded them from this endeavor, reminding them that without a capable wizard, venturing into such a perilous place was ill-advised. Just the thought of werewolves, centaurs, and vampires, not to mention the swarms of spiders that could easily devour them, was enough to instill caution. Without the prowess of a master wizard, it was best to maintain a respectful distance from the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 8. What a big fish. Come on, Chris, here's a fishing rod for you. Imp handed Chris a fishing rod, announcing enthusiastically. All right, all right. But I must admit my fishing skills leave much to be desired. The last time I went fishing with my father, we didn't catch a single fish all day. So don't expect anything from me. Chris chuckled in response. Hey, I never knew you were incapable of anything. This is a refreshing revelation, Fred exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Just watch us. Soon we'll catch a big fish and have the house elves roast it for dinner. George and Fred had already cast their lines into the water, eagerly anticipating a catch. Before long, they had reeled in their first fish of the day, caught by none other than Imp. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a rather small fish, no larger than 2 fingers wide, rendering it unfit for consumption, and thus it was released back into the water. Haha. Imp, you're not doing so well. Just watch me. Fred teased. Humph, let us see who catches the most. I wager a galleon on it. I've already caught one, so I'm in the lead. You might not catch anything. Imp retorted defiantly. All right, let us see how it goes. I believe we're certain to win that galleon. Imp, just don't cry if you lose. Fred replied. Chris, are you joining us? Fred inquired. Hey, are you planning to pick on me? Do you really think I can catch a fish? If I do, I'll give you a galleon. I already know I'll come in last, so what's the point? You all carry on. I'll just enjoy the sunshine, take in the scenery, and read a book, letting fate decide whether I catch anything. Chris laughed. And so, the group commenced their fishing competition. Imp put in considerable effort, frequently checking the bait, changing positions, and even tossing some bait into the water to attract fish. Yet, to his dismay, George soon surpassed him, catching 2 fish while Imp still had none. Just as Imp was growing frustrated and sweating profusely, his fishing rod finally began to move. The plump lad quickly wiped his brow and reeled in the line, feeling a strong tug. Goodness, this might be something big. A catch of a lifetime, Imp exclaimed excitedly, as he applied more force to pull in the line. The object began to emerge from the water's surface. Haha, Imp, you're truly remarkable. Chris came over to take a look, giving him a thumbs up. Indeed, Imp. What you've caught is quite impressive. George and Fred chimed in cheerfully. However, Imp's earlier exuberance faded as he revealed what he had caught, an old shoe. Yes, it was as disheartening as that. Oh, Merlin, do the people of Hogwarts not possess any sense of public decency? I prepared a bucket for big fish. And this is what I get? Imp tossed the worn-out shoe onto the ground in frustration, prompting hearty laughter from the others. Haha, don't be disheartened, Imp. The day is still young. Who knows, you might catch a colossal fish soon. Chris consoled. All right, Imp seemed to have come to terms with it. Acknowledging that catching a fish was now of little consequence, he decided to return to the idea of preparing a galleon for the Weasleys instead. He settled down in a new spot, no longer in a hurry, casting his rod and watching the bobber, exuding a sense of calm and patience. Before long, Fred had reeled in his second fish, proudly holding it aloft as he hopped over to Imp, singing, I have 2 fish, I have 2 fish. Imp covered his ears, exclaiming, Oh brother, could you move away a bit? You're driving me mad. His moment of tranquility had been shattered, leaving him quite disheartened. Just then, Imp's bobber began to move again. This time, it sank rapidly, indicating something substantial was pulling down. Hey, Imp, look at your bobber. Something's on the line. Hurry. Fred urged. Oh, right. Imp scrambled to his feet, pulling with all his might. Yet, he underestimated the strength of whatever was in the water, despite his best efforts. He made little progress and nearly found himself pulled into the lake. Careful, Imp. If you keep straining like that, the line will snap, George cautioned. What should I do then? Take it slow. I'll help you. Let us tire it out first, and then we can reel it in, George advised, appearing quite experienced. Hey, why make it so complicated? We are wizards, after all. If magic can solve the problem, then it's no problem at all, Chris interjected, observing Imp struggle. Oh, that's a brilliant idea, Chris. But don't you think it's easy for you to say? What spell do you think I possess that could haul this wretched thing out of the water? Imp, now utterly exhausted, shot back, feeling that Chris was merely jesting. Just watch me. I'll get it out, Chris declared, pulling out his wand. Be careful now. If you let it escape, you owe me one, Imp warned. Eyeing Chris seriously. All right, no worries. Let us see what this creature is. Chris cast the incantation that Harry had employed when retrieving the trophy during Voldemort's resurrection towards the creature submerged in the water. Indeed, it proved to be highly effective. The enchantment struck the entity, causing it to surge forward with remarkable speed, knocking down Imp, who was holding a fishing rod, and also toppling George nearby. Ouch! George groaned as he fell to the ground. My Merlin, what on earth is that? Imp, disregarding his own fall, immediately turned his gaze towards the peculiar catch. It resembled a creature that was part human and part fish, yet it was neither a mere hybrid. Its skin was a dull gray, adorned with long, unkempt, dark green hair. Its eyes were yellow, and its incomplete yellowed teeth were visible, while a necklace of pebbles strung together with coarse rope adorned its neck. Esteemed wizards, let the votes continue to flow. Do not stop. My heartfelt thanks to all. Chapter 81, The Strange Creature. It is a mermaid from the Black Lake. Upon hearing Imp's call, George also directed his attention to the creature. It seems to be snagged on your fishing hook, Chris remarked, observing the grotesque being. With a cacophony of sounds, the mermaid, once pulled ashore, appeared both furious and frightened, groaning in distress. What is it saying? Imp inquired. Uncertain, but it seems somewhat panicked. Perhaps previously evading something, Chris replied. The creature's demeanor was indeed peculiar. However, upon closer inspection, its tail bore an injury, which might explain its accidental entanglement on the hook. That makes sense, but after all this effort, this is what we caught? What a disappointment. Imp sighed. What shall we do with it now? Is it edible? Well, I think we should return it to the water. It is quite unsightly, and even if it were edible, I doubt it would be palatable. Furthermore, this creature likely has companions and is considered a protected magical being. If anyone discovers that we have consumed it, we could find ourselves in considerable trouble. Chris believed it was best to avoid trouble. Well, that makes sense. However, observing its demeanor, I sensed it was reluctant to allow us near. Perhaps, if we approached, it might bite us. And harbored some concerns about whether this creature could inflict harm. Chris regarded the creature with an air of caution, uncertain how to communicate his desire to release them. The others were even more perplexed, collectively confounded by the grotesque being before them. Suddenly, a shimmering object emerged from the water, gliding towards the shore, seemingly capable of speech. Startled, Chris pointed his wand at the entity, maintaining a wary stance. Before any further action could be taken, the creature fully surfaced. To their astonishment, it was none other than Professor Leonard Leinrus, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, whose bald head had been the source of the glow. The sight elicited surprise from the onlookers. Ah, Red and the Weasleys, and Professor Leinrus, he exclaimed, though he momentarily forgot the name of the stout boy. In Glasgow, Professor, Imp interjected. Ah, yes, my memory fails me. My sincerest apologies, Lesko. And greetings to all of you, Professor Leinrus said, shaking the water from his ropes. Hello, Professor, the group responded in unison. What brings you here? He inquired, seemingly oblivious to the injured mermaid lying on the ground. Fishing, Professor, Imp was the first to reply. How fortunate. What have you caught? Quite a bit, actually. We've managed to reel in several fish, so dinner seems assured, Imp replied. Is that so? Speaking of dinner, I find myself rather peckish, Professor Leinrus remarked, squeezing the water from his clothes. Chris could not help but internally critique the professor's lack of even the simplest drying charm. Hey, look at this, Professor Leinrus exclaimed, picking up the tattered shoe that Imp had caught. This is a shoe we snagged from the lake, Imp explained. Oh, how peculiar. No wonder I couldn't find it. It appears you've reeled it in, Professor Leinrus exclaimed, slipping the worn shoe back onto his foot. My apologies, Professor. May I ask what you were doing earlier? Chris could not restrain his curiosity. It is indeed a curious affair. A professor wandering about in a lake, fishing, you might wonder? Ah, well, you might not believe it. But I was simply taking a stroll by the lake, enchanted by the sunlight and the gentle breeze dancing upon the water, which reminded me of my childhood. I would often swim in the sunlit river near my grandmother's home, where her geese would frolic in the water. I swam alongside them daily. Until one day, before he could finish, his expression shifted to one of profound sadness, his voice quivering with emotion as tears welled in his eyes, mingling with the droplets cascading from his hair. "Oh, Professor, please do not be disheartened," Imk offered kindly. "It's nothing, really. Thank you. I merely reminisced about the beauty of youth. As one reaches middle age, nostalgia often brings sorrow for times long past. Alas, they cannot be reclaimed. I found myself yearning for those days, which compelled me to swim a few laps," Professor Lieners continued. "Oh, I see. But do take care of the giant squid lurking beneath the surface. I've heard tales of a former defense against the dark arts professor who, while strolling by the lake, was unexpectedly dragged underwater by a squid. He was elderly and unable to swim, which led to a most unfortunate outcome," George chimed in. Whether in jest or genuine caution was uncertain. "Is that so? I shall certainly be more vigilant in the future. Thank you for the warning. By the way, what is this? A mermaid? Merlin's beard, how did it come to be injured?" Professor Lieners exclaimed, his gaze finally falling upon the wounded mermaid. Chris harbored doubts regarding the fellow's eyesight, or perhaps even his hearing, as such a grand mermaid continued to babble in an incomprehensible tongue, oblivious to her presence. Truly, this was a most peculiar situation. "Ah, indeed, Professor, were we not fishing just moments ago? Who could have foreseen that we would catch a mermaid?" exclaimed Ink, eager to respond now that the professor had brought up the matter. Chapter 82. The Peculiar Individual. In truth, he had been quite apprehensive, for this was no ordinary creature. It was a magical being, and should anything go awry, the consequences would be dire. It appears that this fellow might be dazed or ensnared by your delectable bait. Hence his capture, Professor Lieners remarked with a shake of his head. Such nonsense. The hook was lodged in the mermaid's back. How could she possibly be lured by bait? Was she to consume it with her back? What a ridiculous notion. What has come over this bald, snotty-nosed professor today? Chris silently pondered, sensing that something was increasingly amiss with the professor. "Ha ha ha, this is our exclusive bait from the Weasley family, a century-old secret recipe. Would you care to purchase some? I assure you, when you go fishing, you'll undoubtedly catch plenty of big fish. Indeed, for just 1 galleon. You can acquire a large jar of bait, guaranteed to be a worthwhile investment." At that moment, George and Fred couldn't resist the temptation of a small business venture. Yet, selling bait to a professor, was that truly prudent? Ha ha ha. Thank you, but perhaps another time. When I find myself in need, I shall reach out. For now, you two should return to the castle with your haul. As for the mermaid, I shall assist in returning it to the waters. Professor Lieners chuckled, gesturing towards the mermaid on the ground. The mermaid, upon noticing the professor's finger pointing at her, appeared visibly frightened, increasing her cries in distress. I believe it's best we refrain from that. We've caused enough trouble. We should resolve this ourselves. Thank you." Chris observed the mermaid's reaction to Professor Lieners and sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. "No worries, Mr. Reed. Your student's time is of utmost importance. On the contrary, I'm perfectly fine. Allow me to assist you." Professor Lieners insisted, refusing to agree. Upon witnessing this, Chris hastily signaled to George and Fred. The two brothers, displaying their astuteness and agility, grasped Chris's intent and joined him in persuading Professor Lieners. Noticing that everyone was reluctant to let the professor intervene, Imk also acquiesced. Professor Lieners, seeing this, had no choice but to say, all right, if you insist, then do be cautious. This siren seems formidable. I wish you luck. I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Professor," the group chorused. Professor Lieners, clad in his tattered shoes, departed with a wet and reluctant demeanor, the sound of dripping water accompanying him. As he walked away, he glanced back at Chris and the others several times, appearing quite uneasy. "Now that he's gone, Chris, have you discerned something?" George inquired once Professor Lieners had distanced himself. "Indeed, I sense something amiss," Chris replied, observing the siren, which had evidently regained some composure after the professor's departure. "What is it?" Imk asked curiously. "Do you suppose a professor would venture into the water for such a flimsy reason? He even jumped in fully clothed, soaking himself thoroughly. Would an ordinary person act in such a manner?" Chris calmly analyzed. "It does seem peculiar. Unless he is quite deranged, he wouldn't behave that way." "Your reasoning is sound, Chris," Imk concurred. "Moreover, Doesn't he swimming require one to breathe? Unless he possesses some magic that allows him to breathe underwater. Do you believe Professor Linares is capable of such sorcery? Based on his performance in our classes, I suspect he might not be. Imp pondered before responding. Indeed. There is another matter regarding this siren. Did you notice how it exhibited extreme fear upon Professor Linares' arrival? It cowered and screamed in terror. Yes, I observed that as well. It is indeed suspicious. Fred chimed in, having noticed the same phenomenon. Do you think it is possible that Professor Linares startled the siren while in the water, causing it to react this way? George asked, reflecting on Chris's analysis. That is certainly a possibility, but have you overlooked one significant detail? How was the siren caught by Imp? Look at the hook embedded deeply in its back. It cannot free itself. What does that signify? Chris pointed to the fishing hook deeply embedded in the mermaid's flesh and remarked. I believe that the ferocity of the mermaid's struggles after being hooked is what caused the hook to penetrate even deeper. Imp, following Chris's gaze, responded, So? Do you think such a small hook could ensnare a mermaid under normal circumstances? Chris continued to inquire. I doubt it, even in a state of panic. It should be capable of freeing itself. Perhaps your incantation was uttered too swiftly, catching it off guard and bringing it ashore before it could react? Imp speculated. No. I don't think that's the case, Chris countered. Look at its robust form. It hardly appears to lack strength. Have you not noticed? Even once ashore. It is not devoid of limbs. It could easily remove the hook and escape back into the water. Why does it not flee into the depths? George interjected. Could it be that it dared not return? Chris asserted with conviction. Why would that be? It resides in the water, does it not? Surely, it cannot fear water itself. How absurd would that be? A mermaid afraid of water? Imp jested. Perhaps it is not the water it fears, but something lurking within it. George pondered, stroking his chin. Exactly. I share that sentiment. Yet having lived here all its life, it should be intimately familiar with its surroundings. What could it possibly fear? Fred concurred with George's hypothesis. Though he delved a bit deeper into contemplation. Then, if that is the case, might it be that the object of its fear has only just entered the Black Lake? Professor Snivel, Professor Linares. Several voices clamored to voice their conclusions, all pointing to the same individual. Indeed, it is the damp, bald figure of Professor Linares. But what motive could he possibly have for such actions? Imp expressed his confusion. Yes, what benefit could he derive from such behavior? I believe his intent to harm the mermaid will yield him nothing of value. Chapter 83. Healing Chris also perceived this approach as utterly unprofitable. Such actions not only yield nothing but also lead to dire consequences if discovered, unless one is a person with a profoundly twisted psyche. Deriving pleasure from the torment of other species and relishing the process, such behavior would provide a peculiar gratification from within. If that were the case, it would be exceedingly dreadful and terrifying. Chris couldn't help but shiver. Perhaps there was something of value he could acquire from the mermaid? At that moment, George suddenly voiced his thoughts. Really? Is there anything to be gained? Just look at it. Indeed, what a peculiar creature. What could one possibly desire? Its grotesque face? Or its bulging fish eyes? Imp remarked in confusion. That remains uncertain, but I sense there is something amiss, don't you think? Chris replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Well, that may be true. We currently have no way of knowing the intentions of that snotty professor, but we are certain he harbors ill will. George concluded. Yes, but that hardly concerns us, does it? For now, let us hasten to release this creature back into Black Lake. Chris felt that this matter had nothing to do with them, regardless of the circumstances. Even if this individual had engaged in some dark and sordidly profitable activities, it did not harm them. What concern did the mermaid's affair hold for us wizards? Did it not? No. Chris, how can you think like that? Someone dares to wreak havoc in the school. As members of Hogwarts, it is our undeniable duty to address such occurrences. Imp stated with a strong sense of justice. Well, if the opportunity arises, you may inform the trustworthy professors about today's incident and let them handle it. We are merely low-year students, utterly ignorant. And there is no necessity for us to wade into this murky water. If matters remain unresolved, we might find ourselves in trouble instead, which would be counterproductive. Chris patiently advised. You make a valid point, but as a distinguished and esteemed student of Gryffindor, should you not embody the fearless spirit of our house? Summon your courage and bravely confront the dark and malevolent Professor Snivelis, Chris. Imp, undeterred by Chris's counsel, appeared resolutely spirited. Indeed, we too support Imp's sentiments, Chris. An evil dark wizard with unknown intentions has infiltrated Hogwarts, and it is our unquestionable duty to act. The Hogwarts Brotherhood shall resolve all matters beyond your capability. George and Fred also fervently endorsed Imp's perspective. Chris adjusted his hair, uncertain of how to offer consolation, as each attempt seemed to yield the opposite effect, leaving him exasperated. Well, should we not first devise a plan to release this mermaid from the ground? He suggested. At last, you've come to a realization regarding this mermaid. As for any suggestions, I find myself equally at a loss, Imk replied, satisfied with Chris's demeanor, yet unsure of how to handle the formidable creature. Perhaps I could draw its attention while you, Imk, remove the hook from its back? George and Fred. You shall stand by to ensure that the mermaid does not harm Imk, Chris proposed after some contemplation. Very well, that sounds agreeable, the group concurred. Recognizing the absence of superior alternatives. Greetings, Connie. Can you hear and comprehend my words? Chris ventured cautiously as he approached the mermaid. The creature regarded him with its large, bulging eyes, seemingly in disbelief. It appears you cannot understand. Allow me to explain. We intend to return you to Black Lake, granting you the freedom to glide through its waters. However, there is a predicament. A hook is lodged in your back, and we will assist in removing it. If you permit us, he continued. The mermaid continued to stare blankly, her large eyes unblinking. Clearly, you do not grasp our intentions. Thus, I shall be forthright. You must endure this process, and be cautious. Should you attempt to harm us, rest assured that we will not hesitate to defend ourselves. And you shall find yourself as the main ingredient for a broth, with your bones destined for Professor Snape's potion-making endeavors. Chris feigned a menacing demeanor as he addressed the rather foolish mermaid. The mermaid seemed to sense the malice in Chris's words, rendering her somewhat fearful and utterly motionless. Cowering in trepidation. Observing the situation, Chris signaled to him to act swiftly. The chubby boy stealthily approached the mermaid from behind, extending his hand to touch it. The mermaid sensed him's proximity and felt a twinge of fear. Yet, it remained paralyzed by the presence of Chris, who brandished a wand, and thus refrained from any rash movements, merely tucking its head in, bracing for the impending torment from these humans. Imk, why do you not use your wand to cast a spell and extract it? Why resort to manual means? Do you not find it repulsive? George inquired, puzzled by Imk's actions. Oh, Merlin, I completely forgot that I could utilize magic. Thank Merlin's trousers, I am indeed a wizard, Imk exclaimed, suddenly realizing he had this capability. This was truly marvelous. He had been so anxious that he overlooked the most fundamental aspect. Without delay, Imk drew forth his wand and cast a levitation charm upon the fishhook, hoping it would liberate itself from the mermaid's flesh. The spell proved effective as the fishhook gradually emerged, slowly detaching from the mermaid's body. However, the mermaid experienced considerable pain. For this was not the work of a qualified doctor or veterinarian performing surgery on a human or a small creature. These were merely a few young wizards from Hogwarts. Extracting the hook was already a significant feat, and to expect more was akin to dreaming of peaches. After the fishhook was removed from the mermaid's back, it clutched its bleeding wound, crying out in agony in an unintelligible tongue. Wow, Chris, that is quite generous of you. You are willing to expend such an expensive item on a mere mermaid? How exceedingly kind. Chris, feeling a twinge of compassion, retrieved a small vial of ointment from his bag and handed it to Imk, suggesting that he apply it. Chapter 84. Feast of Grilled Fish. Indeed. It seems that our brilliant young prodigies of Gryffindor at Hogwarts shall henceforth be graced with an additional epithet. They shall now be known as the kind-hearted genius, Mr. Chris read. George and Fred chimed in with playful banter. Oh, come now, you two. You've never been earnest, so I can hardly expect to hear any truth from your lips, Chris exclaimed, covering his head in resignation. Hey, how could you say such a thing? It deeply wounds me. George clutched his heart, feigning heartbreak. Indeed. Look, my heart is melting. Oh, dear Chris, you're no longer the sweet, innocent soul you once were. Are you still the same kind-hearted, pure Chris we knew? Fred echoed, adopting an expression of mock distress, as if no remedy could mend his shattered heart. Chris was at a loss for words, realizing that engaging in a serious discussion with these two natural-born orators was futile. Once Imk, trembling and cautious, had applied the ointment to the mermaid, her bleeding finally ceased. Clearly, the wretched creature was in less agony, though she remained there, grumbling softly. Hey, you. Rest here for a moment before you plunge back into the water, understand? Otherwise, your wounds will reopen, and you'll be left to fend for yourself. Perhaps your kind possesses better means of healing, but I cannot say. I merely wish to offer a friendly reminder, though I suspect it may be in vain. As you cannot comprehend me, and I am no speaker of your tongue, so be it. Chris gazed at the foolish fellow, shaking his head as he spoke. Shall we depart now? Let us not concern ourselves with this character any longer. Imk was uncertain whether leaving the mermaid behind was the right course of action. There is no problem, Chris reassured. I believe it will leave when it feels capable of doing so. Besides, we have roasted fish to enjoy. Imk, do you not wish to sample it? I must tell you, the roasted fish prepared by the house elves at Hogwarts is utterly delectable. The last time I visited, I devoured 2 fish all by myself. Fred tempted Imk with the promise of culinary delights. This ploy proved remarkably effective, as Imk's anticipation grew palpable at the mere mention of appetizing fare, as if the food might vanish if they delayed. Let us hurry. We must go. Imk eagerly lifted the bucket containing the fish and addressed the group. Laughter erupted among them as they witnessed Imk's enthusiasm, and they followed suit, seemingly indifferent to the earlier encounter with the mermaid. Children, after all, often exhibit a fleeting attention span, easily distracted from one engrossing activity to another with insatiable curiosity. However, Chris was not one to share this whimsical nature. Thus, he deliberately glanced back at the mermaid. Coincidentally, he observed the creature's reaction once they had departed. It seemed the mermaid had just realized that Chris and his companions were not malevolent beings. As they left, it clasped its hands together in a gesture of gratitude, its mouth moving in what likely were words of appreciation. Not bad, Chris mused, convinced that the creature comprehended their good intentions. This act of kindness ought not to be likened to the tale of the farmer and the snake. Chris also felt that this endeavor was commendable. Indeed, performing a good deed daily can elevate one's spirits. However, the events of today are still open to debate, shrouded in numerous uncertainties. Chris remains perplexed by the circumstances and believes it prudent to wait and reflect further. Subsequently, he intends to confer with others, pooling their insights. For 3 minds can often surpass 1 genius. In due course, they may arrive at a plausible conclusion. For now, however, it is best to indulge in the delectable roasted fish prepared by the house elves of Hogwarts. The black pepper and cumin flavors are said to be exquisite. Hey, Chris. Hello. Happy Easter. Hi, Chris. Happy Easter to you too. And to you as well. Chris, I see you went fishing. Let me take a look. Goodness. You've caught quite a haul. Could you spare me one? Huh. You rascal. You want to eat what you caught yourself. Don't I, my fish? There are only a few, and none of them were caught by me. I merely accompanied others and enjoyed some fresh fare. Let us save the fishing for another time. We'll plan a trip together and feast afterward. For now, I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Chris responded warmly to the familiar faces greeting him. Despite the passage of time, his popularity remained robust, for he was an exceptionally amiable and sunny individual, making him easy to be around. Unlike some Gryffindors, whose brusque manner can hinder communication, Chris's approachable demeanor allowed him to engage effortlessly with others. In contrast, one might inadvertently provoke a quarrel with those who misinterpret casual remarks. Consequently, Chris maintained a commendable reputation at Hogwarts, as everyone adored this charming, exceptional, lively, cheerful, and kind-hearted boy who embodied an array of admirable qualities. Oh, Chris, how I envy you. Look at how many acquaintances you have. Meanwhile, I am but a mere shadow wherever I go. The most attention I receive is when someone remarks on my size, wondering how I managed to be so plump. Imk watched Chris as he made his way back to the castle, exchanging greetings along the path, filled with envy. If only we had a fraction of your connections. It would suffice to ensure our products gain swift popularity. Perhaps something released today could become a sensation by tomorrow at Hogwarts. George and Fred shared similar sentiments, for their social circle was limited to Gryffindor. Outside their house, they were merely known for their mischievous antics, lacking the widespread recognition that Chris enjoyed. Naturally, they felt a twinge of envy at his social prowess. Dear friends, would you care for some delectable roasted fish? A specialty from the Black Lake. Just one recommendation ticket. Why not sample 2 for a taste? Chapter 85. For Galleons, hee hee. Oh, please, spare me the chatter. I truly do not mind such matters. It is exhausting to be the center of attention everywhere I go, engaging in conversation with strangers, often without knowing their names, while feigning familiarity is simply draining. Chris truly felt a twinge of fatigue, lamenting that the privileges of stardom often came at the cost of one's freedom. Oh, please. Spare us the charade of feigned grievances. You seem to be relishing it quite well. Came the teasing retorts from the crowd. Indeed, do not pretend to complain. Such good fortune is beyond our reach. They chimed in laughter. With a sigh, Chris responded, Alas, my troubles are evidently lost on you. Enough of this nonsense. Let us hasten to the kitchen for some fish. Imk interjected, unable to bear Chris's jest any longer, eagerly urging everyone along, as he could hardly contain his anticipation. Once Chris and his companions departed, the 2 upperclassmen from Hufflepuff who had greeted him earlier leaped with exuberance, celebrating as if they had struck gold. 1. With rosy cheeks and braids, chattered animatedly with her friend, practically beside herself with glee. Did you see that? That was Chris. He even acknowledged us. Goodness. How polite he is, simply delightful, exclaimed one. Indeed, I am utterly smitten. I adore such charming young lads, so adorable, so courteous, so exceptionally handsome. Merlin. I cannot help but wish to embrace him tightly. She giggled. Oh, how could you? Really? The other girl interjected, her mood souring. Perhaps feeling a sense of possessiveness over Chris. Discussing him was acceptable, but laying claim was another matter entirely. She felt compelled to challenge her friend's exuberance. Yet, it was quite exasperating, as they had no knowledge of whether they had Chris's consent to gossip so freely about him. If he were to learn of this, he might very well be taken aback. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chris and the others were seated around the table, eagerly awaiting the delectable roasted fish prepared by the house elf. In response to the request of the young wizards, the elf moved with remarkable swiftness. Having already cleaned and prepared the fish, which now sizzled on the grill, the enticing aroma filled the air, causing the chubby boy to salivate, yearning to devour the fish at once with unrestrained delight. Therefore, do you no longer harbor any doubts regarding today's events? Do you not find it somewhat extraordinary? Chris held a cup of hot cocoa and addressed the crowd. What's the big deal? It's merely a mermaid and a snotty professor. Honestly, I'd prefer roasted fish any day. You worry too much, Chris. It's utterly unnecessary. Roasted fish is far better, haha. Imk, carefree and unconcerned about the matter, dismissed it entirely. Imk, you should really pay attention, Chris exclaimed. Honestly, I think you're overthinking it, Chris. Look, the roasted fish is here. This one's mine. Fred, don't try to snatch it from me when yours is still on the grill. Upon seeing the fish was ready, Imk completely forgot about Chris's earlier concerns, treating them as trivial. The more pressing matter was the fish, which took precedence. What's yours and mine? Whoever grabs it first gets it. Fred, unconcerned with such trivialities, seized a fish and began to eat. By the way, Imk, don't forget the bet we made today. You lost. If you want roasted fish, it's 4 galleons each. George chimed in, handing over a roasted fish. Ah, you lot. So, you were all waiting for me. I knew it. You never act this impatient when eating. You're usually so courteous. Now I see. Hand it over. I want my fish. Imk pulled out galleons and handed them to Fred, then quickly snatched a fish from George's hand and devoured it. Ah, Merlin, this is delicious. Chris, hurry. Take this one before Fred and George get to it. So tasty. Imk saw another fish was ready and swiftly offered it to Chris, fearing the Weasley brothers would make another attempt to snatch it away. Honestly, you're obsessed with food, leaving nothing untouched. Look at you. You're getting so chubby. You're practically a giant ball. Really? Shouldn't you consider losing some weight? Chris remarked. Oh, Chris, what are you saying? What nonsense. Live in the moment. Why worry? What's wrong with being chubby? It's a sign of manliness. As a descendant of the ancient Akkadian Empire with a trace of Semitic blood, can't I indulge a bit? How would I maintain my noble lineage otherwise? My grandfather said being plump is a mark of our Akkadian heritage, Imk declared proudly, puffing out his belly. What nonsense. Chris scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Imk. Exactly, Imk. I've never even heard of that Akkadian thing you mentioned. Fred and George echoed, clearly skeptical. Don't you wizards study world history? And Chris, don't tell me you're unaware of the Sumerian Akkadian civilization. Imk chomped on his delicious roasted fish. Forgive us. We really don't study that. And what do you mean, you wizards? Aren't you a wizard too? George and Fred replied. I know of it, but I don't believe what you're saying. Ancient West Asian civilization originated in the river valleys, namely between the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. To the south was Babylonia, and to the north was Assyria. Babylonia was divided into 2 parts. The southern part was Sumer, and the northern part was Akkad, as you mentioned, Chris explained with a smile, demonstrating his clear understanding of history. Wow, Chris, you're truly impressive. You know so much. Your knowledge is profound. You are indeed a paragon of Hogwarts. George applauded. Clap, clap, clap. Fred joined in, leading the applause for Chris. All right. Stop. I'm genuinely afraid of you too. I can't handle you. Chris said helplessly. Thank you for your enduring support, esteemed wizards. Magic be with you. Chapter 86. It's me, pay up. Now listen to me, Chris, you're correct, but your explanation lacks clarity and depth compared to my understanding. Legend has it that the Akkadian dynasty, existing from 2371 to 2191 BC, began as an ordinary place until a great monarch emerged. That monarch was the King Sargon, the ruler of the 4 corners of the earth. Surely, you don't know of him. Imp boasted, tilting his head proudly. Well, indeed. If you asked me about modern history, I could engage, but ancient history is truly beyond our grasp, Chris admitted, shaking his head. Exactly. We wizards aren't well versed in these muggle matters. The most I know is the tale of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Fred added with a grin. Well, you're missing out. Allow me to enlighten you. I am Imp Glasgow, the history aficionado. And my knowledge of my ancestors' history is particularly extensive. Imp reveled in the ignorance surrounding him. Children are often like this. They cannot match Chris in magical studies. But that's a different level altogether. However, when Imp inquired about the Weasley brothers' grades last year, he was taken aback by their surprising excellence, which deflated his confidence considerably. Now, finally possessing something worth boasting about, he was eager to share. My ancestor, the great King Sargon, during a time of chaos, saved the common people from peril and unified Sumer and Akkad. His subsequent achievements were even more remarkable. He built irrigation systems, preventing floods from devastating crops, significantly reducing famine. He also standardized weights and measures, expanded foreign trade, created new governmental positions, and established a centralized state, famously known as one mouth for the entire nation. Truly remarkable. Moreover, you may not know, but this was humanity's first unification of the southern river valleys. Imp beamed with pride. Wow, that sounds impressive. You muggles are quite remarkable. George exclaimed, having never heard such historical tales about muggles before. I think you should share this with my father. He adores muggle history and would love to engage with you on the topic. Fred added enthusiastically. After listening, Chris realized that the great King Imp spoke of was indeed formidable, somewhat akin to China's Qin Shi Huang. Both established a centralized state and unified their nations, and their experiences bear striking similarities. However, this monarch seems to lack the prowess of the first emperor, who is renowned for surpassing the 3 sovereigns and excelling the 5 emperors, thus rightfully earning the title of emperor. This is not mere boasting. In summary, Chris pondered whether history exhibits some astonishing similarities. Regardless of whether it be the East or the West, certain periods of development tend to follow similar trajectories, rarely straying too far from one another. Some may attribute a nation's prosperity or an era's greatness to individual factors, yet this perspective is myopic and incomplete. Individuals indeed play a role in history, but the relentless march of time is driven by societal forces and prevailing trends. While personal heroes have their significance, they merely rise to prominence in the wake of larger currents. Therefore, when confronted with such matters, both individual heroism and historical nihilism are to be eschewed. We ought to fully embrace dialectical thinking, viewing issues objectively and contextually. It is essential to recognize that events are in a constant state of continuity and transformation. Adhering to the Marxist materialist view of history, and to approach these matters with a scientific and holistic perspective. Of course, this perspective applies to the Muggle world. In the realm of magic, living for a millennium or more poses no problem. Perhaps even King Sargon has not perished. Thus, Chris mused, since magic exists in this world, perhaps the alchemists of the East could truly concoct an elixir of immortality akin to that of Qin Shi Huang. Consequently, the first emperor might very well be lying peacefully in his mausoleum, awaiting someone to unfreeze him with a mere 500 coins. In gratitude, bestowing a fortune of 100 million taels of gold. The thrill of the prospect urged action. Hurry, I am Qin Shi Huang. Send me your riches. Hey, Chris, what are you pondering? You're about to drop the fish. Imp, noticing Chris's dazed expression and the inexplicable smile gracing his lips, inquired with confusion. Oh, my apologies. Imp, I was lost and thought about something else. Please continue. Your story is quite engaging. I never imagined you possessed royal blood. How splendid, truly remarkable. I envy you. Chris offered a perfunctory compliment. Hey, don't say that. You're making me blush. I'm merely a descendant of ancient rulers, nothing extraordinary, Imp replied, oblivious to Chris's insincerity, joyfully covering his head with a smile. This child is hopeless, Chris thought, unsure of how to respond. However, Imp, my friend, what relevance do your ramblings hold for us? I find your discourse less enticing than this roasted fish. George expressed his confusion. Pfft. You Muggle-born kids just don't grasp it. Allow me to illustrate. Consider those Slytherins and their obsession with pure bloodlines, noble ancestry, and so forth. Isn't that the essence of what I'm saying? Hence, if I encounter that detestable Slytherin who insults me, calling me a fatty and looking down on me, you all should properly introduce me and help me confront him. Imp declared vehemently. Oh, so that's the crux of it. I didn't realize you held such disdain for that Slytherin scoundrel. George finally comprehended, recognizing that all this discourse revolved around one troublesome Slytherin. He always bullying me. If it weren't for Chris, I'd probably be at his mercy, the chubby boy lamented, feeling that life was exceedingly challenging. Hello, everyone. I am Qin Shi Huang. Bring me your votes to aid my revival. I shall exchange one for a tale of gold. Thank you. Chapter 87. What can you do about it? Why have you never shared any of this with us? Fred asked, perplexed. A person as open-hearted and optimistic as Imk seemed unlikely to be driven to such depths. I can't say. It's too embarrassing. During lessons, with Chris around, he wouldn't dare act up. But once class is over, or when I am alone, it's a different story. He once cornered me, spat a loogie at me, and said I was a worthless fatty, a mudblood unworthy of living, let alone studying at Hogwarts. As he recounted this, Imk's voice trembled with emotion. What? How dare he? Chris was instantly incensed. Indeed, that brat deserves a lesson. Absolutely. We must teach him a harsh lesson, so he understands that Gryffindor is not to be trifled with. The majesty of the lion is not easily defied. George and Fred echoed, equally furious. Perhaps it's best to let it go. It's not worth it. A little patience will see it through. Imk hesitated, feeling apprehensive. What is there to fear? If he is not willing to back down, I will step in. That brat is asking for a beating. Didn't I give him a good whack during flying class? And at the Quidditch match, I also managed to snatch quite a few galleons from him. Chris, with an air of righteous indignation, declared that he could no longer tolerate such injustices. Had it been him facing that insolent fellow, he would have swiftly brought him to his knees. Though Chris often preferred to avoid trouble in the limelight, the fact that his dear friends were being bullied was intolerable. The audacity of that wretched individual to utter the filthy term mudblood was beyond comprehension. Ignorance might have been bliss, but now that they were aware, how could they remain silent? To endure such indignation would be tantamount to becoming a coward. They did not seek out conflict, yet they were not afraid of it either. Were they? Chris was correct. Imk, being excessively kind-hearted, was vulnerable to the predations of those who thrived on intimidation and deceit. George, equally incensed, chimed in, affirming that since the matter had been brought to their attention, they had no choice but to intervene. Fred echoed this sentiment, insisting that the situation warranted their involvement. Thank you so much. You are all truly wonderful. Imk could no longer contain his feelings of injustice and was moved to tears. Fear not, for we are here for you. We are friends, are we not? Chris reassured him. Indeed, as members of the Hogwarts Brotherhood, it is our duty to support one another. How else could we navigate life at Hogwarts? The group rallied together, their resolve strengthening. Their focus on the matter at hand was so intense that they momentarily forgot about the earlier Merfolk incident. So, what you're suggesting is that tomorrow night we lure them out to the Hogwarts lawn for a decisive confrontation, thereby resolving this issue once and for all. George sought confirmation from Chris. Precisely. I believe we need not prolong this. It would be far better to confront them directly and decisively, ensuring they think twice before challenging us again. Ha ha ha. Yes, Chris, your idea is splendid, direct, and quintessentially Gryffindor. We shall not hesitate. We will strike and prevail. Together. The four of us are unstoppable at Hogwarts. Moreover, we have the exceptional Chris leading the charge. However, I am concerned that they may not be as familiar with the school as we are. What if that old cur, Filch, apprehends them? Could we be implicated? Fred voiced his apprehension. Let them be caught. That would serve them right. Should that despicable person attempt to drag us into it, it matters not. For they possess no evidence linking us to their duel. If they are apprehended, as long as we remain concealed, we shall simply assert that they ventured out on their own, and their poor rapport with us is merely an excuse for their accusations. Chris was utterly unconcerned. As long as he and his companions were unharmed, they had the means to deal with any adversaries. Well done, Chris. I must commend you once more. Your analysis is indeed comprehensive, Fred remarked, devoid of any doubt. However, if we were to heed your advice, it would be imperative to avoid any written correspondence that could implicate us. We would need to convey the message in person, but who would be willing to do so? George inquired. I shall go. Imp declared, you have all sacrificed so much for me. Surely I can manage this minor task. He patted his chest confidently. Yet, a moment of hesitation struck him. But what if he sees you and decides to make things difficult, mocking you instead? He pondered, momentarily silenced by concern, as he had only just summoned the courage to speak. Never mind, I shall accompany you. I doubt he would dare to challenge me. Chris responded readily. Thank you ever so much, Chris. Imp expressed his heartfelt gratitude. All right, let us not linger. We must return swiftly. It would be prudent to see if there are any potent curses we might employ tomorrow to rectify his foul-mouthed habits. George suggested. The following morning, Chris, filled with indignation, intercepted Dorian Perce, who was on his way to the dining hall. "Hey, you there." "Yes, you. Come over and speak." "What is it, Red? Have you not yet awakened? What do you want so early in the morning? Move aside quickly, lest I set someone upon you. Though my family is humble, I can still afford to hire a few upperclassmen to deal with you." Dorian threatened menacingly. "Enough of your empty threats. Do you truly believe they could best me? I have no time for your nonsense. Just a few words, and then we shall part," Chris declared. "Dare you to waste my time? I have been busy with pressing matters and have not had the opportunity to deal with you. Are you itching for a confrontation?" Dorian scoffed disdainfully. "You, sir, must be serious when you claimed Lascaux was of lowly stock. Indeed, it appears your words carry weight. What do you intend to do about it?" Dorian retorted, tilting his head arrogantly. Chapter 88, Night Battle Law. You possess some semblance of courage. Since you are bold enough to speak, I shall not shy away either. You worthless fool, consider the consequences should I inform the professor about this matter. What punishment do you imagine awaits you? Of course, I have no intention of doing so. After all, tattling is a child's game. Let us explore an alternative resolution, shall we? Upon hearing Chris's threat to inform a teacher, Dorian's complexion drained of color. Being but a child, he feared the authority of his instructor. Stammering, he responded, What do you propose? You aren't seeking money again, are you? How much do you want? Would 10 galleons suffice?" Upon hearing the words of the individual before him, Chris could not help but chuckle. "What do you mean? Finding a venue could lead to a golden reward? Ha! Do you take me, Reed, for a fool? Do you think I would settle for mere trifles from your pocket? Are you not aware of the saying, pearls are as common as dirt, gold as iron? Unlike you, I do not feign humility about my modest beginnings. I am affluent. With a palace of white jade and steeds of gold, even in prosperous years, I can withstand a heavy snowfall." Chris boasted with deliberate bravado. "What do you intend to do then? If you do not seek money, what is your ulterior motive? Moreover, I find some of your previous ramblings rather perplexing," remarked Dorian Pusey, his pallid complexion revealing a hint of confusion. "Nothing sinister. We merely wish to arrange a duel with you this evening on the lawns of Hogwarts. It will be myself, Lascaux, and 2 second-year students for in total. You may invite a few more to join us if you wish, so we can engage in a proper discussion." Chris replied with a smile. "Very well, let it be so. I am curious to see what you can conjure up," Dorian Pusey retorted. "If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave now. A good dog does not obstruct the path. Make way for your lord." Chris and Imp cleared the way. To be honest, this fellow had an utterly foul mouth. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Come evening, they would have the opportunity to stuff something into his mouth, teaching him a lesson that would surely render him more subdued. Truly, who did he think he was? Strutting about with such arrogance? If one were unaware, they might assume his father was none other than the Dark Lord himself. It was enough to make one feel like spitting blood in exasperation. Throughout the day, Chris and his companions found themselves disinclined to review their lessons. Instead, they practiced spells that might prove useful within the secret base of the wish-granting room. Chris also imparted the spell Fanged Geranium to the group, enhancing their repertoire of incantations. A last-minute preparation that, while not ideal, still proved beneficial. George and Fred, however, found the spell particularly intriguing and delightfully entertaining, perfect for their mischievous pranks. Nevertheless, Chris cautioned them against using it on girls, warning of dire consequences should they choose to do so. This brought to mind the scene from the original text where Harry's father, James, employed the spell against Snape, a moment that was rather, well, distressingly grim. As night fell, the excited group, armed with the Marauder's map, stealthily exited the castle while Filch patrolled the 4th floor. George and Fred had prepared meticulously, even donning Quidditch protective gear, claiming that it would serve as a safeguard should anything untoward occur, thus preventing injury. Chris was undaunted by the situation. After all, they were merely a few fledgling wizards. He could likely reduce them to ashes with a single powerful spell. Moreover, with the defensive ring gifted by Professor McGonagall, what was there to fear? A malevolent curse? How formidable could the incantations of mere children be? Surely, they wouldn't be lethal enough to spell his doom. So what was there to worry about? No backing down. It was time to take action. Upon their arrival at the lawn, it appeared that Dorian Pusey had not yet shown up. Was he perhaps too frightened to come? How pitiful. George, check the Marauder's map and see if their lot has arrived. If they're too cowardly to come or have already been apprehended by Filch, we should prepare accordingly instead of standing around aimlessly, Chris inquired. Rest assured, I've checked. They're on their way, 4 of them. Besides him, there's 1 first year, 1 second year, and 2 third years, George replied. Ah, impressive. They've summoned quite a few, knowing that our side consists mainly of first and second years, bringing along 2/3 years as reinforcements. Clever strategy, very Slytherin-like. Ha ha ha, perhaps they're simply afraid. What a spineless lot. I'm a bit worried, Chris. Imk seems rather nervous. His hand is trembling while holding his wand. Fear not, Imk. I am here. We will charge forward together. You just stay behind me for support. I know you might be a tad frightened, but worry not. I shall protect you. Chris reassured him. Thank you, Chris, for standing up for me. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Perhaps I would have even considered leaving school by now, Imk said, deeply touched. Look, here they come, Fred exclaimed, pointing at the approaching figures. Finally, if you had taken any longer, I might have dozed off. Are you all even capable? Is this how Slytherins behave? I was beginning to think you had been caught by old Filch or perhaps a cat. You lot were so boastful during the day. Why is it such a struggle to step outside the castle? Are you planning to continue at Hogwarts, or should you just head home and tend to the fields? Chris taunted, his words somewhat coarse. Humph, spare us your empty bravado. What is the plan? Dorian Pusey hurriedly approached, still catching his breath. Just a bunch of first and second year brats daring to provoke Master Pusey. Perhaps they should take a good look in the mirror to see their own inadequacies. What prowess do they possess? All bark and no bite. Sneered a third-year Slytherin. Indeed, don't be all talk. Is your reputation merely a fade? I've heard of your supposed talent in transfiguration, but you seem rather inept, added another third-year student. Faced with such provocations, Chris's anger flared. How audacious. He had never encountered such rudeness from Slytherins before. Very well, today they would witness the fury of Gryffindor. Let us get this started, Chris declared. His demeanor fierce and words few. He signaled to his companions to ready their wands for an immediate assault, dismissing any notion of duel etiquette as absurd. Are we in a play? Fighting is straightforward. Why waste time with excessive chatter and flamboyant gestures? This ISNTA game. Colloportus. 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 Chris unleashed a series of 4 binding spells in quick succession. Chapter 89. I dare not anymore. The Slytherins opposite him were caught off guard. They had yet to draw their wands when Chris's enchantments ensnared them. However, one third-year Slytherin managed to react in time, evading Chris's spell. Of course, it may not have been due to his remarkable skill in dodging. Rather, Chris had already incapacitated the first 3, leaving the 4th, no matter how sluggish, with little choice but to avoid the oncoming spells. Fortunately, he succeeded in evading the attack. The third-year Slytherin quickly brandished his wand and cast a Petrificus Totalis, attempting to petrify Chris. Yet, he failed to recognize who he was up against. Did he truly believe that a mere petrification spell would suffice? How presumptuous. With a swift motion, Chris sent the spell soaring through the air, while George followed suit, launching an inverted pendulum that ensnared the individual, leaving him suspended. The third-year Slytherin lad was utterly terrified. He could not comprehend what was happening as he found himself floating upside down, the world around him transformed into a chaotic turmoil, prompting him to scream in sheer panic. Chris glanced at the situation with mounting irritation, and with a swift incantation, silenced him. How tiresome. What a farce. Wasn't there more to it? Where were those grandiose proclamations from earlier? Are you certain you are not here merely for amusement? Is this truly it? 3rd grade, you say? The level of your Slytherin students is astonishingly low. I dare say a 3-year-old might perform better. At least they could unleash some magic that might obliterate an ant. And you? I doubt you could even vanquish a merebug. The Slytherin student hanging upside down turned crimson with embarrassment. It was evident he was deeply uncomfortable. Not only suspended in midair, but also subjected to ridicule, truly a mortifying predicament. As for you, Dorian Pusey, are you not the one who fancies himself quite formidable? Do you not proclaim yourself a gentleman? Yet you claim to come from a humble background? Who are you trying to impress with your supposed poverty? Chris approached, delivering a forceful kick that left Delian Pusey motionless on the ground, his foot pressing down upon the latter's face. Chris could no longer contain his frustration. This individual had been excessively arrogant and intolerable. The notion of pure bloodlines resembled that of a racist or a proponent of bloodline superiority. Wasn't the husband of the woman adored by Gatsby in The Great Gatsby someone who considered himself of noble lineage, looking down upon Gatsby for his humble beginnings as a farmer? Despite Gatsby's wealth, his origins were still deemed inferior. Much like Chris and others who were scorned by those of pure blood, regarded as filthy and lowly. Such venomous attitudes were utterly abhorrent to Chris, leading to an eruption of rage that eclipsed all reason, igniting an unusual fury within him that night. Delian Pusey, subjected to such humiliation by Chris, shed tears of indignation. Oh, you're still crying, you worthless scum, Chris mocked. Ah, let me see, your attire is quite exquisite. Where did you purchase it? Surely it cannot be custom-made? How splendid. Wealth truly has its advantages. With that, Chris lifted the curse that bound Delian Pasai and called out to Imp, "Come, show him how he has bullied you." The onlookers, witnessing Chris's extraordinary display of power that evening, were left in disbelief, unable to comprehend the usually gentle and kind Chris's sudden volatility. Imp, apprehensively stepping forward, gazed at the prostrate Delian Pasai and felt his animosity wane. Children, by nature, possess a benevolent heart, and even those who have wronged them can evoke sympathy when seen in a pitiful state. Imp found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. Should he strike him? Ah, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. I shall not act against you again. I beg you, spare me, Delian Pasai cried, tugging at Imp's pant leg in desperate supplication. Imp, visibly conflicted, scratched his head, glancing at the impassive Chris. Chris, what should I do? I seem to have lost the will to hit him. Shall we just let them go? Chris gazed at the bewildered Imp and the tearful Delian Pusey sprawled on the ground. Is it true? Delian nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I promise I won't provoke you again. I'll avoid you from now on. Chris turned to George and Fred. What do you think? Instead of responding, he continued to seek the opinions of the Weasley brothers. He seems to have learned his lesson. Perhaps we should let them go? Yes, I truly won't dare again. Delian bobbed his head fervently. Very well, you may leave. Remember what you said today. If you cause trouble again, it won't be as easy as it was today. Be wary of your heads. Chris threatened fiercely, simultaneously lifting the spells binding the others. Take your time on the way back. Don't be reckless and get caught by Filch. Even if you do, don't implicate us. Or else. All right, don't worry. I won't. Delian scrambled to his feet, nodding submissively. Leave. Chris flicked his wizarding robe dismissively, ignoring them. The Slytherins hurriedly scuttled back toward the castle. Oh dear, how difficult it is for me to feign such ferocity while my heart nearly burst with laughter. After the Slytherins departed, Chris could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Wow, Chris, you truly had us fooled. We thought you were genuinely that fierce. But it turns out you were merely putting on an act to scare them. Impressive. George and Fred found the situation entertaining and realized Chris's earlier demeanor was a ruse. Indeed, Imp, what happened to your disdain for him? Didn't you say you wanted to knock out his teeth? Why did you ultimately let him go so mercifully? Chris inquired, puzzled. I don't know. Seeing him in such a pitiful state softened my heart. I thought, while he is indeed bad, he isn't beyond redemption. So I decided to spare him, Imp stammered. Well, you truly are soft-hearted, Chris replied with resignation. Exactly, Imp. Such a fine opportunity. If this fellow continues to bully you next time, I wonder what you'll do. George lamented. Chapter 90. Do you speak English? Haha, after this incident. I believe they won't be foolish enough to continue bullying me. If they dare, what difference would they have from mindless trolls? Imp responded. Very well, that is your choice. We have no authority to interfere, Chris shrugged. The group then linked arms, intending to return to the Gryffindor dormitory for rest. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Wah, gurgle, gurgle. What on earth? Did you hear that? George, with his keen ears, was the first to catch the sound. Yes, I heard it too. Does this sound familiar to you? I sense something amiss. Chris remarked, having also heard the noise. Hiss, isn't that from yesterday? Yes, indeed, it's that mermaid. Yes. But what has happened to him? Did he not return to the water and meet his demise? Imp questioned, confused. I don't know, it's quite strange. Chris. Should we go and check? George asked. Well, I think we ought to investigate. After all, we were the ones who saved him yesterday. If something has gone awry, it would weigh on our consciences. What do you all think? Chris was initially reluctant to go, wishing to avoid unnecessary troubles. However, he felt compelled to take a look, for his mind would surely remain unsettled otherwise. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Precisely, let us proceed. Very well, I shall follow your lead. In the absence of dissenting opinions, a few hurried towards the direction of the Black Lake, for that peculiar sound originated from there. Upon their arrival at the site from the previous day, they discovered a mermaid, though it appeared to be a different one decidedly less charming than the previous. What could this mean? Indeed, what is happening? This is certainly not the same mermaid we encountered yesterday. How peculiar. George and Fred found the situation utterly astonishing. What could be the explanation? Could it be that yesterday's mermaid possesses the ability to shape-shift, transforming her appearance so swiftly? Hello. Can you comprehend human speech? Do you speak English? What seems to be the matter? Imp attempted to engage the mermaid in a tentative dialogue. To their surprise, the mermaid did indeed respond, uttering, You, good, gurgle, yes, I. Ha ha ha, kind, you, wizard, good. What on earth are you saying? Speak clearly, for heaven's sake. What is this nonsense? If you cannot articulate, then perhaps you should refrain from speaking, Imk remarked, bewildered by the incomprehensible dialogue. Do not rush, Imk. Allow the mermaid to express herself slowly, George advised. You, kind, gurgle. We, friends, need help. The mermaid managed to convey. Ah, you mean to say that we are benevolent wizards, and you wish to befriend us, seeking our assistance? Chris appeared to grasp a semblance of understanding. The mermaid nodded and then shook her head, leaving them in a state of confusion, as her meaning seemed both affirming and denying. In any case, you desire our aid, do you not? Fred, being astute, succinctly summarized the mermaid's request. Yes, gurgle. Thank you. The mermaid affirmed with a nod. What sort of assistance do you require? Do you need help bathing? Or perhaps healing? Imk was somewhat taken aback. Water. Lake. Whoa. Below. Bad. Gurgle. One. Gurgle. Bad. Kill us. Aya. The mermaid gesticulated wildly, her excitement palpable. Do you mean there is someone below who seeks to harm you? Chris inquired, finally comprehending her distress. The mermaid nodded once more. Is there truly someone with such idle time on their hands? Who would engage in the senseless act of harming mermaids? Ha ha ha, how amusing. What sort of individual would forego sleep to kill a mermaid? Surely, they must be suffering from some form of mental malady. This, my Merlin, Professor Snivel. Professor Snivel. Yes, indeed, it is he. Chris and Wesley immediately grasped the situation, leaving Imk in a state of bewilderment. What? How could this be? Imk felt somewhat lost. Indeed. It was utterly unexpected that this individual, with a faade of humanity yet a heart of a beast, would engage in such shameless acts, insanity, sheer madness. How could he disregard the biting cold and plunge into the depths to slay the merfolk? Indeed, one must ponder. Are all the professors of dark arts defense cut from the same cloth? Each year brings forth an array of oddities. This year, however, is particularly bizarre, unbelievable. George and Fred were utterly speechless regarding this snot-nosed professor. Why choose such a peculiar endeavor as hunting merfolk? Is it truly amusing? What a farce. No. It cannot be that simple. Just because he harbors a mental ailment, does it mean he would take it upon himself to hunt merfolk? George and Fred, do you truly believe a lunatic would act in such a manner? Even if he were aimlessly idle. I cannot fathom the effort it would take to dive into the depths of the Black Lake to hunt magical creatures. Why not venture into the Forbidden Forest instead? Surely that would be far easier. Chris calmly remarked, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. What do you think? George inquired, puzzled. I believe he must have ulterior motives. Perhaps he seeks to acquire something. Chris responded. What? A mermaid's fork or a ragged pair of shorts? Ha ha, Chris? You are truly amusing. Fred chuckled. Sweetheart. The mermaid has abandoned odd phrases and has directly articulated the crux of the matter. It seems he has been attentively listening to our conversation, Chris observed. What? Do you mermaids have treasures as well? Merlin's oversized shorts. I cannot believe it. What treasure? Your leader's floral underpants? George grinned. No, all right. Oh dear, all right, sweetheart. The mermaid hastily interjected. Isn't it sweet, Chris? Do you believe it? George remained skeptical. I find it entirely plausible. Otherwise, what is the snot professor scheming? Do you think a person capable of teaching normally is insane? Headmaster Dumbledore is no fool. Would he admit a lunatic into the school? Ah, now that you mention it, I do find it plausible that this snot professor is up to no good. Of course, I don't believe he is a lunatic. I trust Headmaster Dumbledore will not bring a mad end to the school. Therefore, he must be seeking that mermaid's treasure and planning to slaughter mermaids to interrogate them about its whereabouts. Merlin, what is this all about? I simply cannot comprehend what is happening. Imk, having listened intently, remained utterly bewildered. Chapter 91. Adventure never mind. Imk, you need not understand. Just follow us. George declared. George, what are you planning? My analysis was not meant to lead you into peril. Chris retorted. Oh, Chris, you are insufferable. Now that we are aware of this matter, we cannot stand idly by. Protecting animals is a responsibility we all share. What do you say? At such a critical moment, they have turned to us for help. Can you really retreat? Is this still Gryffindor? Fred continued to speak fervently, leaving Chris with a slight headache. Chris initially had no intention of getting involved in this matter. He expressed that he merely wished for everyone to comprehend the situation, not to resolve it, as he questioned the merits of individual heroism, fearing it could lead to swift downfall. After all, he was not the protagonist, so what was the point of playing the hero? Nevertheless, Chris appeared somewhat hesitant. All right, Chris. Let us do this. Don't be timid. Let us go. George exclaimed enthusiastically, patting Chris on the shoulder. Fine, I can agree to accompany you to observe this mermaid, as I am not entirely heartless. However, there is a crucial question you must contemplate carefully. How shall we descend? Chris inquired calmly. Oh, well? George and Fred were momentarily stumped by Chris's question. They had hastily made their decision without a solid plan for their descent. Gurgle, eat this. Can we get into the water? The mermaid retrieved from her embrace a peculiar herb, elongated and cylindrical, measuring between 20 to 35 centimeters. Its upper surface was a muted yellow-green to dark brown, while the underside appeared gray-green or gray-brown, with conspicuous nodes and slender petioles that formed a sheath-like structure at the base. What is this? Ink asked, taking the herb from the mermaid to examine it closely. I'm not entirely sure. It seems to be some sort of herbal remedy, Fred responded with uncertainty. Well, if I am not mistaken, this should be gillwort, Chris remarked, gazing at the herb in Ink's hands. Huh? Gillwort? What is that? What purpose does it serve? The group inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Consuming this herb will facilitate our ability to breathe underwater. I came across its description among various wondrous herbs and aquatic plants. It is reputed to be rather difficult to procure. I believe a single stalk is worth a gold galleon. If we crush it, we can detect a fishy odor, which is how it derives its name. Additionally, upon ingestion, it allows us to develop gills akin to those of fish, along with webbed fingers and toes. This would enable us to breathe underwater effortlessly, absorbing oxygen just like the fish, making it an essential item for our underwater endeavors. Its efficacy significantly reduces the risks associated with using alternative spells for underwater breathing. However, cultivating and harvesting these plants is not a simple task, hence the steep price. Chris patiently elucidated to the crowd. I see, it would be splendid if we could acquire more of this. Indeed, that was correct. George and Fred were utterly captivated by the value of the bladderwort, as if in their eyes, there existed only that which was precious and that which was worthless. All right, you two should refrain from coveting the bladderwort, since we are to venture into the water to explore. Let us hasten to consume our meal and seize the moment to investigate. Chris interrupted the whimsical musings of the Weasley brothers. Having come to know these two fellows quite well over time, how could he not discern their intentions? Subsequently, everyone discarded their coats and shoes, casting them aside on the shore. Indeed, the night air was undeniably frigid. Hurry, let us plunge into the water. Goodness, it's truly cold, Imp exclaimed, wrapping his arms around himself and stamping his feet in a shiver. Hey, Imp, are you all right? With all that bulk, you should be fine. Just look at Chris. He is so lean yet unfazed by the chill. You're rather feeble. Haha. I have cast a warming charm upon myself, so I am quite comfortable. You all are wizards, after all. What is the greatest advantage of being a wizard? It is magic. Why not employ some to enhance your comfort? Chris shook his head and cast a warming charm upon these individuals to prevent them from succumbing to the cold. All right, on my count. 1, 2, 3, eat. With that, everyone eagerly consumed the gillweed in their hands. Now, quickly into the water, Chris instructed. The few who had swallowed the gillweed hurriedly entered the water. Well, my chin really hurts, Imp exclaimed, clutching his jaw. Don't panic. Bear with it for a moment, Chris reassured him. Before long, gills resembling those of fish sprouted from their bodies, along with webbed fingers and toes. Merlin, this is truly marvelous. George marveled at his transformed hands and feet. Chris attempted to submerge his head beneath the water's surface, feeling the current flow through the newly developed gills at his neck, while air was filtered out and drawn into his lungs. Indeed, the magical herbs were truly remarkable, capable of transforming the impossible into the possible. Now, let us follow this rather naive merman to uncover the mystery at hand. Chris then turned to the merman, who nodded in understanding. Everyone, take hold of your wands. Stay close to this merman, and exercise caution. Safety is paramount. Let us not inadvertently hinder their efforts by putting ourselves in jeopardy, Chris earnestly advised. All right, no worries, Chris. Rest assured, came the affirmations from the group. Subsequently, they all plunged into the water, following the merman towards the scene of the incident. As they acclimated to their new state, they found themselves somewhat clumsy, uncertain of how to enhance their swimming speed, and could only glide slowly forward. This exasperated the guiding merman, who called out in a flurry, urging them to hasten their pace. Chris and his companions also realized that if they continued in this manner, it would be an eternity before they reached their destination. Thus, they made every effort to swim forward. They navigated through some troublesome seagrass and encountered numerous creatures they had never seen before. Approximately 20 minutes later, Chris and his party passed through a curtain of water and arrived at a place unlike any they had encountered. Chris discovered that the water here only reached their calves, likely due to the barrier created by the water curtain, leaving the upper half completely empty, akin to being above a lake. This allowed them to speak freely. Chapter 92. Sinister. This place is extraordinary. I wonder if it is part of a mermaid enclave, Fred remarked in awe. Indeed, look at this water curtain. It is quite remarkable. I suspect some form of magic has isolated this area, George concurred. Soon after, the group followed the mermaid further ahead. Before long, they were met with some commotion up ahead. Damn it! How many of these wretched mermaids are there? They all deserve to perish. Petrificus totalis. Stupefy. Reducto. In the distance, Professor Snivel was wielding his wand, launching a barrage of spells against the grotesque mermaids with their gaping mouths and decayed yellow teeth. Spells erupted continuously from his wand. One by one, the mermaids armed with tridents fell victim to his relentless assault. Those unfortunate enough to be struck by his dismemberment curse faced a gruesome fate, their heads exploding like watermelons, a sight too horrific to behold. Upon witnessing the scene beside Chris, Ink immediately bent down, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea, desperately trying to suppress the urge to vomit. After a prolonged struggle, he was unable to bring himself to do so. My goodness, everyone, look. It is indeed the Snot Professor, Ink exclaimed in astonishment, covering his mouth and widening his eyes in disbelief. Indeed. We never anticipated that such a seemingly amiable bald professor could engage in the ruthless slaughter of mermaids with the ferocity of a demon. It is utterly deranged. George echoed this sentiment, his face a mask of indignation and incredulity. Outrageous. An affront to both humanity and divinity. Fred concurred emphatically. Chris also believed that Professor Lienras exhibited an extreme ideology by committing such inhumane acts against the merfolk, though these creatures may be grotesque in appearance. The indiscriminate slaughter akin to an act of genocide is utterly indefensible and excessively cruel. Oh, my. The guiding merfolk, witnessing this scene, felt their eyes redden with fury and, in a fit of rage, seized a stone and charged at Professor Lienras. What should we do? Brothers, should we intervene? Imk, observing the reckless merfolk charging forth without regard, felt a pang of compassion and was inclined to follow suit to halt Professor Lienras's unlawful actions. Let us go. We must stop him. George and Fred readily concurred, as these two were hardly deterred by peril. Wait, don't you find this peculiar? These merfolk have an agreement with Hogwarts, theoretically, as long as they comply. Hogwarts would ensure their safety. This implies that Headmaster Dumbledore is their protector. So, why would Professor Lienras risk offending Dumbledore and possibly facing expulsion from Hogwarts by engaging in such actions? Chris calmly analyzed. The group listened, somewhat bewildered, struggling to grasp the essence of Chris's thoughts, casting puzzled glances in his direction. What I mean is, Professor Lienras is not foolish. Would he undertake an endeavor that brings nothing but harm? Would you, Imk? Or you, George? Would you? I certainly would not, Imk pondered before responding. Neither would I. What sane person would act in such a manner? George replied. Exactly, unless he is not a sane individual. Fred interjected, adding to the discussion. Chris felt somewhat exasperated. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn, and his explanations only seemed to muddle the situation further. He regretted his hasty decision to heed the mermaid's plea, realizing it was akin to inviting trouble upon himself. Why couldn't he have maintained his composure? The widespread massacre of mermaids was indeed a significant event within the wizarding realm, a matter that should not have fallen within his purview. It would have been far more prudent to report the incident to Professor Dumbledore and allow him to handle the situation. After all, as a mere student, why should he involve himself in such dire affairs? Sigh, true regret weighed heavily upon him. What I mean to convey is that there must be some ulterior motive behind such actions, much like our previous endeavors in selling maps. Do you understand? Before selling maps, we meticulously explored Hogwarts and made extensive preparations to ensure profitability. That is what it means to act in one's own interest. Similarly, Professor Lienras's ruthless slaughter of mermaids undoubtedly aligns with his own self-serving agenda. I trust this clarifies my point, Chris explained with great patience. Oh, I see. What should we do next? Professor Snivelus's actions are utterly reprehensible. Chris, you are resourceful. Whatever you propose, we shall follow. Imp declared straightforwardly. Fred and George echoed their agreement, eager to embrace Chris's perspective. I believe, Imp, that I must entrust you with a daunting task, though I am uncertain of your capability, Chris said, his voice laced with uncertainty. Trust me, Chris, I can do it. Imp replied, his resolute gaze fixed upon Chris. It isn't insurmountable. All you need to do is return to the Hogwarts castle alone and summon Professor Dumbledore. He is the only one who can assist us now. Upon hearing Chris's words, Imp hesitated, feeling that Chris believed him too inadequate to be of any assistance. Hey, mate, don't overthink it. You must understand that Professor Snivelus is exceedingly malevolent. He might very well be a dark wizard infiltrating Hogwarts. Although we may become formidable in the future, we are still just 11 or 12-year-old children. How can we possibly contend with a nefarious wizard whose intentions remain unclear? Chris articulated his thoughts candidly. Imp clenched his teeth. Fine. I will certainly summon Professor Dumbledore for you. You all go ahead. Trust me, I can do this. All right, brother, we're counting on you. The group encouraged. Imp waved goodbye and confidently strode through the water curtain, making his way back to Hogwarts Castle. Chris, what shall we do next? Should we confront him directly? George inquired. No, what we need most right now is time. We cannot allow this rogue to continue unchecked. We must stall him until Professor Dumbledore arrives. At that point, we will have succeeded, Chris replied with calm determination. Then, thank you to those who remain with us. I kindly request your support. Chapter 93, The Duel. Here's the plan. I will charge in and engage him momentarily, while you two find a suitable spot to hide. If you see that I cannot hold my ground any longer, emerge at once to assist me, striking when he is least prepared. We must not all reveal ourselves at once, or we risk being captured in his sweeping grasp. Chris outlined. Very well, that's an excellent strategy. Fred and George agreed wholeheartedly with Chris's proposal. Chris gritted his teeth and charged towards the direction of the snotty professor. He collapsed in a daze. He fell to the ground in a stupor. He tumbled down in a haze. Chris cast 3 powerful stunning spells in succession. However, regrettably, one spell missed its target. Another struck a hapless mermaid, and the last one accurately hit Professor Snivel, who, rather than being ineffective, proved to be quite formidable. His vigilance was exceedingly high, and he had even mastered a rebound spell, redirecting the stunning charm onto a nearby unfortunate mermaid. The poor mermaid collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Well, who do we have here? Professor Snivel ceased his assault on the mermaids and turned to Chris, a smile gracing his face. The illustrious Mr. Chris Red. Ah. The renowned genius of transfiguration at Hogwarts, the pride of Gryffindor, a paragon among young wizards. Pray tell, why are you here at this late hour? The dark arts professor. Madeline Leanris initially spoke in a light-hearted tone, but by the end, his eyes widened, his demeanor shifting to one of rage as he nearly roared at Chris. His words dripping with menace. Ha, Professor Leanris, what seems to be the matter? I merely wish to learn from you, as I share your fondness for swimming. Unable to sleep, I came to the edge of the Black Lake for a leisurely swim, but what a stroke of bad luck it is to run into you. Chris chuckled, feigning embarrassment. How awkward. The spells I cast were merely to assist you in warding off these loathsome mermaids. Just look at them, how utterly grotesque. Humph. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. What proof do you have to substantiate your claims? Leanris replied with a sardonic smile. Ah. You speak as if we are strangers. Between us, why must we draw such fine distinctions? What is truth and what is fiction? Look, the hour grows late. Let us return to the castle together instead of engaging with these wretched mermaids, Chris suggested deliberately. Naturally, upon hearing Chris's words, the foolish mermaids immediately changed their demeanor. Initially, they had shown delight at Chris's approach, but upon hearing him deride them as foolish and ugly, they failed to grasp that his remarks were intended as sarcasm. Thus, unable to contain themselves, the mermaids bared their teeth at Chris, with some already brandishing forks in defense. At that moment, Professor Snivel interjected. Humph. Chris read. Cease your deceptive antics. What do you intend? Am I not aware? You possess merely a modicum of cleverness and cunning. Here you are, causing a ruckus as if seeking assistance. I assure you, no matter how loudly you shout, Professor Dumbledore will not come. Do you know why? Because I timed my plans to coincide with his absence today. If you underestimate me, you are gravely mistaken. However, as the saying goes, even the most meticulous plans can harbor flaws, and you, Chris Red, are that flaw. I have tolerated the jests about my baldness and the moniker Professor Snivel for too long, all for the sake of my grand ambitions. But today, I demand that you step aside immediately, or you shall face the consequences of your teacher's wrath. The corners of Madeline Leanris's mouth twisted into a smirk as he raised his wand. Bone shatter. Obstacle overload. With keen eyes and swift hands, Chris anticipated the snotty professor's incantation before it could be unleashed. He swiftly cast a shattering spell aimed directly at Motoping Leanras, and without delay. He fortified himself with an armor spell, for he knew the importance of self-preservation. Merely trifles. Motto Ping Linras disdainfully disregarded Chris's spell as if it were nothing. Chris was truly taken aback. This snotty professor was remarkably formidable. Despite his own incantations expending 70% of his magical energy, he found himself utterly incapable of affecting him. Even if he were to unleash his full power in casting spells, it would likely prove futile. After all, if he were to exert all his strength into each incantation, he would inevitably deplete his magical reserves, leaving himself defenseless, a most unfortunate predicament indeed. Sectum Sempra. Sectum Sempra. Sectum Sempra. Seizing the opportunity, Chris unleashed a series of the most formidable spells he currently commanded. Indeed, it was the very magic crafted by Professor Snape. The first incantation struck Professor Snavelis on the left hand, successfully severing one of his fingers. The powerful shield charm, Protego Horribilis, was quickly summoned by Martipin Linras, demonstrating that he was not to be underestimated. He effectively blocked Chris's second and third spells, preventing them from approaching. However, Chris's spells were undeniably potent, and with both incantations, the formidable shield was ultimately shattered. Damn it, what spell is this? Professor Snavelis exclaimed, observing the continuous flow of blood from his left hand, panic setting in. Expulso. Martipin Linras released a spell, yet its effectiveness was diminished due to the waterlogged ground, rendering it ineffective in this environment. It was evident that the context in which a spell was cast could greatly influence its power. Unfortunately for Snavelis, employing that incantation under these circumstances was unwise. Nevertheless, this enigmatic dark wizard was not to be trifled with. He quickly recognized the flaw and hastily cast a smokescreen charm, the very spell he had once taught Chris and his peers in class. Chapter 94. Olive. Indeed, Professor Snavelis had concealed his true prowess. The smoke he conjured rapidly enveloped the mermaid's domain, far surpassing the effects of the charm demonstrated in class. It seemed he had reached the level of the ancient wizard he had referenced in his tales, who used the smokescreen charm to protect taverns. Perhaps the protagonist of that story was none other than Professor Snavelis himself. Behold my smokescreen charm, young lad. If you manage to dispel it, then perhaps you may take my place as teacher. Martipin Linras sneered amidst the swirling black fog. It was evident that Snavelis had employed this spell to obscure the situation and swiftly assess whether he could tend to his wound, perhaps in hopes of salvaging the situation. Damn it, Chris cursed under his breath, sending a mermaid, who was brandishing a fork and obscured by the smoke, flying. The current predicament was exceedingly unfavorable for him. Snavelis had vanished into the unknown, and the positions of George and Fred were equally indeterminate, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. Chris cautiously attempted various methods to dissipate the fog or gain visibility, yet all his efforts were in vain. He dared not use lumos or similar spells to illuminate the area, as Snavelis lurked in an undisclosed corner, waiting to pounce. Should he employ such spells, he would undoubtedly become an easy target, likely to be dispatched in an instant. Thus, Chris had no choice but to tread carefully, moving soundlessly in a particular direction, intent on escaping the smokescreen's grasp. Perhaps, once outside, he would be able to discern the scene within. Remaining in such a passive state was exceedingly disadvantageous. He could only hope that Snape's spells were sufficiently powerful and that this wretched Professor Snavelis was unable to staunch the flow of blood from his left hand. Moreover, he wished for the safety of the Weasley twins, otherwise, he would bear considerable responsibility. Carefully, Chris evaded a clumsy mermaid that emerged from the left. And it must be said that these mermaids indeed served as effective cover. Each one, obscured by the haze, was both chattering incessantly and hindered in movement, creating such a ruckus that it inadvertently aided Chris in concealing himself. After a few minutes, Chris sensed he had brushed against something directly ahead, soft and smooth, reminiscent of the water curtain he had encountered earlier. Overcome with excitement, he hurried towards this newfound position. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Hey, what are you doing? Chris found himself colliding with the water curtain, causing him to tumble to the ground. What was this? An entity capable of speech? Confusion clouded his thoughts. Little wizard. How did you discover me? The voice queried, feeble yet distinct. Hello? It's rather dark here, and I can't see. My apologies. May I inquire what is happening? Why are you here? It seems quite perilous. You ought to hide quickly, Chris warned, fearful of drawing the attention of the snotty professor. He surmised that this was a female mermaid fluent in human language. Hide? Where should I go? This is my home. That accursed dark wizard seeks to seize the treasures of my merfolk kin. As the leader of the mermaids, I cannot allow him to possess this treasure. His aspirations are nothing but folly, the mermaid declared. Chris was somewhat taken aback. for he had not anticipated that his accidental venture would lead him to encounter the leader of the merfolk from Hogwarts. Lower your voice. Do not let him hear you. Otherwise, he may come seeking the source of the sound, and I shall be at a loss. Chris hastily cautioned, listening to the unabashed tone of the being before him. The merfolk are never afraid, and I, Olivie, have never shied away from a challenge, declared the creature who identified herself as Olivie. Well then, why did you not reveal yourself when I was valiantly battling on behalf of your kind? Chris felt a twinge of discomfort at its resolute words. Here I am, engaged in a battle of wits against a dark wizard capable of effortlessly slaughtering an entire street, while you sit back and watch the spectacle unfold. Is that it? What are you hoping for? A scenario where the clam and the snipe struggle, leaving the fisherman to reap the benefits. How delightful it must seem to you. Does such fortune even exist in this world? If it does, I would gladly welcome a dozen of such blessings. Of course, that is not the case. I was merely wounded by his magic during our confrontation, and I fear my life is drawing to a close. Though I have lived for 285 years, I find a sense of fulfillment in that. What grieves me most is the possibility of no longer being able to uphold the honor of our merfolk. At this point, Olivia's voice quivered with sadness, and Chris could faintly see tears welling in her dim eyes. Alas, perhaps this is simply fate. Ahem, thank you, kind little wizard. I had intended to send Davy to seek the formidable wizards of Hogwarts for assistance, but I did not anticipate that this fellow would summon you instead. It seems I have entangled you in this predicament. Olivia coughed as she expressed her gratitude and guilt towards Chris. It is of no consequence. We too cannot bear to witness this brute's cruelty towards you. However, our school's headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, is currently absent, and with just a handful of us young wizards, we cannot hope to vanquish this foe. Therefore, do you possess any sage counsel to offer? Chris now feels that since he has already been dragged into this mess, there is no point in regretting or debating who is right or wrong. The most pressing matter at hand is to swiftly deal with that wretched Professor Snot. Ahem. Do you understand why this malevolent dark wizard treats us in such a manner? Olivia did not respond to Chris's question. Instead, she posed one of her own. Well, I must admit, I am not entirely certain, but I suspect there must be some advantage for him. Otherwise, he would not unleash a bloody massacre upon you without cause. Indeed, while we are all collectively referred to as merfolk by you wizards, we are divided into different races, much like the Selkies of Scotland and the Muirs of Ireland, scattered across the waters of the world. We merfolk are an intelligent species, deserving of humanity, yet we have voluntarily renounced this classification. Ah, dear readers, your beloved character has made an appearance. Have you noticed? Kindly lend your support. Thank you. Chapter 95, Treasures. I recall that in 1811, Minister Groggenstomp of the Ministry of Magic redefined human to include merfolk. However, we chose to forfeit the opportunity to become human because we refused to be associated with the vile and sordid dark creatures such as banshees and vampires. You cannot fathom the extent of our wisdom and civilization. Ahem, we merfolk possess our own language and are even capable of composing music, which is one of our most cherished pastimes. Our history can be traced back to ancient Greece, when we were known as sirens. Yet in this day and age, only those merfolk with the exquisite beauty befitting the legendary mermaid queens can be called sirens, and to my knowledge, there exists no other merfolk with such noble lineage besides myself. Indeed, that is correct. Pure, flawless, graceful, and noble siren, that is I, Olivia. Ahem, ahem, ahem. At this point, the merfolk leader clearly became somewhat agitated. Chris listened in silence, uncertain of what to say. In this dim and obscure setting, one might boast of noble lineage and beauty. Yet I cannot perceive such attributes. Who knows if you possess a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth while extolling your own virtues? Throughout millennia, we merfolk have cultivated a rich culture, coexisting joyfully within our highly organized communities, where we meticulously craft our abodes from stone. Moreover, we have tamed creatures such as the grindilo, the hippocampus, and the lobster bug, employing the latter as a formidable weapon. We create exquisite jewelry and weaponry favored by your human sorcerers, fashioning sculptures and other artistic masterpieces, communicating through gestures to convey our thoughts. How magnificent, how extraordinary. Alas, today, the last vestiges of our heritage are destined to perish under the reign of my final empress, Olivia. Chris listened attentively, gradually grasping the essence of the merfolk leader. Olivia's words. Was she suggesting a dramatic performance akin to the fall of my great Qing dynasty? The convoluted dialogue left him utterly speechless. Thus, dear young and benevolent wizard, would you lend me your assistance? Help me safeguard our merfolk clan. I am no longer capable and must rely solely on you. Cough, cough. From the duel between you, And that dark sorcerer, it is evident that you are a kind-hearted and exceptional young wizard. I truly have no one else to turn to. Chris, somewhat at a loss for words, found himself in a quandary. To be frank, he was reluctant to involve himself. What benefit would it bring him? The formidable Professor Snot was not easily vanquished. He might need 10 lives to stand a chance. Fear not. I possess a means to aid you in defeating him. Olivia's gaze appeared resolute amidst the hazy mist. Then, she produced a box from seemingly nowhere, slowly unveiling its contents, a droplet-shaped object that shimmered like crystal, emanating a captivating blue light. This brilliance illuminated their surroundings in an instant. What is this? Quickly, put it away. Be cautious, or our position may be compromised. Martiplin Leanras will slay us. Chris, overwhelmed by the spectacle, hastily closed the box, disregarding the enchanting Olivia for the moment. Do not panic. You should still be recuperating from your magical assault, thus we have a brief respite, she reassured him. Cough, cough. This artifact is a treasured relic of our merfolk lineage, and the dark sorcerer seeks it. I recall that day vividly. While I was asleep, he attempted to breach my sanctuary, intending to kill me and seize this treasure. Fortunately, our valiant merfolk soldiers mounted a fierce defense, and he likely retreated to avoid drawing attention due to the commotion. If you're willing, I can entrust it to you. Chris vaguely noticed that Olivia's complexion seemed somewhat flushed, uncertain whether he was mistaken or if it was indeed a fleeting moment of vitality. Alas, what use is this to me? The truth is, I simply cannot defeat it. Chris sighed. Listen to me, young wizard. This artifact is the tear of our first mermaid queen. In ancient Greece, our mermaid queen fell in love with a handsome young noble from the city-state of Athens. They vowed to be together forever, but such bliss was short-lived. The young man perished bravely fighting against the Spartans during the Peloponnesian War. Upon hearing this tragic news, the mermaid queen was heartbroken. As she sang, her sorrowful tears fell, shattering into fragments and vanishing from the mortal realm. The essence contained within this artifact is indeed the tear of our mermaid queen. That is quite a tale, yet what purpose does this tear serve? Chris replied calmly. For he was no naive girl easily swayed by such fairy tale notions. Listen to me, her tears possess immense magical power. Simply wearing it for a prolonged period will nourish your own magic, enhancing its strength. Should you choose to drink it, you shall gain formidable power, enabling you to vanquish this dark sorcerer with ease. Olivia asserted with unwavering confidence. Such a boon exists? Why do you not use it yourself? Chris queried, perplexed. Olivia shook her head in regret. I cannot. This tear was shed for that noble human and can only be utilized by humans. Should a mermaid attempt to wield it, the magic would overwhelm her body, leading to instant demise. Moreover, I am now beyond saving. Even the great mermaid deity cannot restore me. Thus, I must rely on you. Kind-hearted young wizard, drink it and defeat him. Prevent our kind from being utterly annihilated. I implore you. Olivia earnestly beseeched. Chris found himself in a predicament, compelled by the humble plea of another. Unless one's heart were as unyielding as stone, one would surely acquiesce. Alas, I shall do my utmost. If I cannot preserve my own life, then I must take my leave. Do not hold it against me for my hardness of heart. Chris declared. Thank you, young sorcerer. I knew you would comply. Olivia responded gratefully. Ha ha ha. Look what I have caught. A little rabbit with red fur. Just as Olivia prepared to administer the tears of the mermaid queen to Chris, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 96, A Dire Situation. It was Martiplin Leanras, who appeared to have captured either George or Fred. Due to Chris's distance, he could not discern whether it was George or Fred based solely on their voices. Let me go, you damn dark wizard, came the furious cries of Wesley from afar. Petrificus totalis. A flash of red light ensued, followed by another voice. Damn you, Snevelis. Release George at once. It was evident that the individual ensnared by Leanras was George, yet Fred's petrifying spell regrettably missed its mark, resulting in his capture by the dark wizard as well. Curse be it, release us. The Weasley brothers protested defiantly. Silence. Tongue-tie curse. Leanras, irritated by their clamorous outburst, invoked a spell previously used by Chris against Dorian Purse, rendering them both mute. Chris read, Where are you? You wretched scoundrel, show yourself. Leanras bellowed, his tone suggesting displeasure. Hurry. There is no time to lose. Drink it now. Olivia urged as she unveiled a droplet-shaped blue crystal. At this moment, Chris did not dwell on his thoughts. For the safety of George and Fred, he hastily seized the potion, disregarding its taste, and gulped it down in one swift motion. Instantly, an extraordinary energy, akin to magic, surged within him. This force was neither gentle nor overly violent, yet before long, it melded seamlessly with Chris's own magical essence. In an instant, His already abundant magical power surged dramatically. Chris sensed that his vision, hearing, and physical strength had all significantly improved compared to just moments ago. As if any spell he cast could unleash a power many times greater than before. Evidently, the treasure of the merfolk was indeed worthy of its reputation. Go now. Young wizard, our survival depends on you. Before he could finish, a flash of green light enveloped the beautiful mermaid queen, and she fell silent. In that moment of heightened magical energy, Chris suddenly realized that Linras had arrived. Damn it, how could he have come so quickly? Chris cursed under his breath. Unable to mourn for the merfolk leader, who had only just been deemed a friend, slain by the loathsome Professor Snivel, he hastily vacated his previous position. It was perilously close, a spell detonated precisely where Chris had stood moments before. Were it not for his heightened abilities at this moment, he might have met a grim fate at the hands of that accursed professor. At this juncture, the ominous black mist had dissipated, likely a result of the professor's efforts to staunch the recent bloodshed. Huh, little brat, where do you think you're running off to? Professor Snivel taunted, leading two red-faced Weasleys with one hand while brandishing his wand with the other. However, as he approached, his laughter faltered. Ah, you wretched creature. How dare you? Why? That cursed merfolk would sooner waste the queen's tears on some insignificant little wizard than grant them to me. Linras. Infuriating, utterly detestable. I shall see you obliterated. Die. Linras seethed with rage, his once amiable countenance now twisted into a grotesque mask of anger. He was driven to the brink of madness. Unable to comprehend why the merfolk leader he had so ruthlessly destroyed displayed such tenacity, choosing to squander precious gifts on a mere wizard rather than yield to him. Oh, that accursed Snivel. Look at what you've done. Your heart is so cruel. Even with Olivia dead, you do not relent. How can you act in such a manner? Chris watched in fury as Linras obliterated Olivia's body into a mere cloud of dust. After all, this mermaid friend had generously gifted him a treasure of her kind. And now it lay in ruins, decimated by the vile Professor Snivel. Such an act was truly infuriating. Shatter, he bellowed, channeling his wrath as he unleashed two powerful shattering spells at Professor Snivel, summoning every ounce of his strength. Evidently, after partaking in the tears of the mermaid queen, Chris's spells were formidable. While the first incantation was deflected, it forced Snivel to stagger back several paces before regaining his balance. However, as Chris cast his second spell, the professor found it increasingly difficult to withstand. Though it did not inflict physical harm upon him, it did tear away half of his sleeve, leaving Professor Snivel in a rather undignified state. Humph, Red, you are indeed formidable now, but do not forget that your friends are still in my grasp. Should you dare to strike again, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Madapin Linras threatened, realizing the precariousness of his situation. He had momentarily overlooked his two trump cards, confident that Chris would not risk the safety of his friends to retaliate. Subsequently, Madapin Linras lifted the spells binding the Weasley twins and discarded them to the ground, likely finding it burdensome to hold them aloft for too long. Yet, George and Fred remained immobile, for Professor Snivel had transformed something into two thick, sturdy ropes, binding them tightly. Humph, two little red-haired brats, shout for your friend to surrender at once. Otherwise, I shall dispose of you both. Madapin Linras declared menacingly. Chris, don't mind us. Just take him down. George and Fred yelled in unison. Yes, Chris, we are fine. Eliminate this despicable, inhumane dark wizard at once. Ah, how delightful. The Cruciatus curse. Linras sneered in rage. Ah, the pain is unbearable. The Weasley twins cried out, tormented mercilessly by the vile Linras. Chris gazed upon the perilous moment, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. What should he do? On one side stood two dear friends, who should never have to endure such suffering. On the other loomed the detestable professor with his incessant sniveling. If he were to surrender, it was uncertain whether this wretched professor would show him mercy. Moreover, he had made a promise to the late Olive, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. Truly, it was enough to drive a person to despair. As Chris stood frozen in contemplation, feeling utterly helpless, Linus seized the moment to strike. A flash of crimson light erupted, and with a swift incantation, Chris's wand was sent flying, ultimately landing in the hands of the dark wizard Linus. Chapter 97. Death Ha. Cowardly Red. I once believed you would abandon your friends without a second thought. Yet, to my surprise, you are so weak. Had you dared to cast a spell on me just now, I might have regarded you with a modicum of respect. But now? You are nothing, Linus exclaimed, triumphantly wielding both his wand and Chris's. Now, defenseless as you are, pray tell, what do you intend to do against me? Linus taunted, standing over the unconscious Weasley brothers. Chris gazed at him with bloodshot eyes, filled with resentment. Why was he so inept? It was so simple to lose his wand. Akin to a soldier on the battlefield disarmed and helpless. What could he do? Charge forth. Slay the dark wizard. The air was filled with chaotic shouts and cries. Suddenly, several mermaids emerged behind Leonis, including the one that had guided them earlier. Clearly, they had realized the dire situation of Chris, who was held in high regard by their leader, for the sake of their race's survival and the desire to vanquish the despicable wizard who had slain their chief. They were willing to risk everything. What was life worth? Was it more precious than vengeance and the continuation of their lineage? The mermaids, armed with various weapons, recklessly charged at Leonis. The outcome was inevitable. The snotty professor effortlessly dispatched them, leaving one utterly shattered, a grotesque sight of blood and gore. In that fleeting moment, Chris seized the invaluable opportunity for salvation. He summoned every ounce of magic within him, casting wandless spells to manipulate the surrounding aquatic plants. As Leonis dealt with the mermaids, Chris stealthily extended his reach, binding the professor in a decisive moment after the battle concluded. At that moment, Chris displayed unparalleled prowess, tapping into a potential he had never accessed before. He transformed the aquatic plants into ropes as resilient as iron, ensnaring the professor completely, rendering him immobile. It is noteworthy that Chris had been diligently practicing silent casting, but his attempts at wandless magic had yielded little success, limited to a few basic incantations. Thus, achieving such a feat today was unprecedented for him. Perhaps it was the influence of the mermaid artifact. He was uncertain if he could replicate it in the future. But for now, he had succeeded. He had triumphed over the malevolent mermaid exterminator, the wicked dark wizard, the treacherous infiltrator, the infamous bald professor, snotty Professor Mardipin Leonis. Chris slowly approached the tightly bound figure, reclaiming his wand from his grasp and simultaneously retrieving the wand of Medorpin Leanras. At that moment, Medorpin Leanras found himself in a dire predicament. Everything had transpired too abruptly. He had yet to grasp the unfolding events when the situation took a dramatic turn. On the brink of success, he had now become a prisoner. Who could endure such a fate? Humph, you are indeed cunning, though you may have triumphed today. Do not forget, I, Medorpin Leanras, am not to be trifled with. As long as I draw breath, you should be wary, Medorpin Leanras threatened, his bravado masking his fear. You have ruthlessly slaughtered hundreds of merfolk, tormented my friends with unforgivable curses, and schemed to infiltrate Hogwarts. Tell me, how could I possibly allow you to live? Chris retorted, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Weasley twins lying on the ground, his anger boiling over. You understand now. What? What do you mean? Leanras initially believed his threats would have an impact, ready to proclaim that those who understand the times are wise. However, Chris's words sent him into a panic. He never anticipated that a young wizard would possess such audacity, clearly intent on ending his life. This was unacceptable. He still aspired to grow stronger and to bring glory to his family. Death was not an option. Medorpin Leanras, now flustered, exclaimed, "What are you doing? I warn you. Do not act recklessly. I am a professor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore and the others are unaware of these events. If you take any drastic action, you will be implicated as well, and you will face the consequences. Your massacre of merfolk and your actions against the Weasleys, are these not the best evidence of your misdeeds? Do I still require further proof? How utterly ludicrous." Chris replied. Medorpin Leanras, now thoroughly frightened, stammered, "You cannot kill me. At your young age, you must uphold the principles of chivalry. You ought to respect your elders. I am, after all, your teacher. You must think this through. Moreover, I still have value. Do you know why I slaughtered those merfolk? Do you know how I acquired this information? I can share everything with you, but you must spare my life." I care not how you came by such knowledge. Was it not your greed for the merfolk's treasures that drove you? Chris responded, growing increasingly impatient. He was weary from the battle and concerned for the Weasley twins. He had no time to waste on this worthless exchange. As the iron-like ropes tightened around Medorpin Leanras, he trembled in fear, his voice growing weaker as he pleaded, "Please, I beg you, spare me. I shall never dare again. I can be your servant." It hurts. I will obey." A sharp spike pierced Medorpin Leanras' neck, and the blood of the malevolent dark wizard gushed forth. The merciless slayer of merfolk, the wicked dark wizard, the treacherous infiltrator, the infamous bald professor, Medorpin Leanras met his demise. Chris did not spare a glance at the detestable figure. Instead, he assisted George and Fred to their feet. Fortunately, they still had breath. There was hope for their salvation. Chapter 98. Unconsciousness. Next, Chris surveyed his surroundings, tidied up a bit, and addressed the lone surviving mermaid who had guided them. "I apologize. While I have vanquished this dark wizard, I regret that I could not save your leader. Please accept my condolences. Should you require assistance in the future, Do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall do my utmost to aid you. Thank you. Thank you. The mermaid replied, her voice quivering with emotion. Very well. I must take my leave now. They are in grave danger, and I must hasten to bring them back. Take care, and I shall return to check on you. Without waiting for further words from the mermaid, Chris swiftly employed magic to lift the Weasley brothers and hurriedly made his way back to Hogwarts along the path they had come. Truth be told, he had not anticipated such events unfolding today. He had taken a life. Although this individual was a dark wizard, Chris felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, he had never engaged in such an act in either of his lifetimes. This marked a significant departure from the norm for most. Merely surviving such encounters would be a triumph. Nevertheless, Chris's earlier words to the merfolk were sincere. He had benefited immensely from their leader's kindness. Though the mermaid had been compelled to make her choices, the gratitude he felt left him no choice but to assist them in the future. To do otherwise would be to betray the very essence of gratitude, rendering him less than a beast. In truth, Chris had contemplated staying to see if he could offer any assistance, especially after so many of their kin had perished. Surely there would be matters to address. However, with the Weasley brothers having endured considerable torment at the hands of that loathsome professor, Chris feared for their lives if he did not act swiftly to summon help. Thus, he departed in haste. Just as Chris managed to pull the Weasley brothers from the lake, he noticed several figures rushing toward him in the distance. Hurry! Quickly, Severus! I hope these children have not encountered further troubles. As they drew closer, Chris recognized them, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and old Filch, cradling his cat. Chris, I could not locate Professor Dumbledore, but I brought Professors McGonagall and Snape, Imk exclaimed, breathless and drenched in sweat. How are the children? Are you unharmed? McGonagall inquired. Her gaze fixed on Chris, filled with anxiety, a stark contrast to her usual stern demeanor. It seems our little genius, Mr. Red, no longer requires our assistance. He appears to have managed the situation quite well, Snape remarked coldly. Professor, the Weasleys, they have been subjected to the unforgivable curse. Chris spoke intermittently. But before he could finish, he fainted. After all, he had just battled with a few ruffians from Slytherin and subsequently swum for half a day in the Black Lake. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with a malevolent dark wizard, he had witnessed the massacre of mermaids, taken lives, and acquired treasures, leaving him utterly shaken and alarmed. When Chris finally regained consciousness, he had lost track of time, only to see the sun shining brightly in the pristine sheets of the infirmary. As he pondered the events that had transpired, a voice beside him broke the silence. Oh dear child, you have finally awakened. Chris turned to see Madame Pomfrey, the Hogwarts nurse, renowned for her expertise in healing spells, potions, herbs, and other medicinal remedies. Oh, madam, greetings. Might you enlighten me on how long I have been asleep? Am I in good health? Chris inquired urgently, regaining his composure. Oh, my dear child, you have been slumbering for over 10 hours. But fret not. Your health is perfectly fine. It seems you merely overexerted your magical abilities, which resulted in some minor injuries and transient fatigue. You are recovering well. And after a brief rest, you shall be discharged, Madame Pomfrey replied gently, her patience with her patients quite evident. Very well, I understand. Thank you, madam. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of George and Fred? Chris recalled his other friends, anxious for their well-being. Ah, those two unfortunate Weasleys, though notorious for their mischief. Encountering such dire circumstances is utterly horrifying. Merlin, I can hardly believe it, an unforgivable curse. They have already been sent to St. Mungo's for treatment. I sincerely hope they are all right, Madame Pomfrey lamented, her expression betraying her shock. Now, your friend seems to have been waiting for you. Perhaps you should inquire with him. Thank you, madam, Chris replied politely. To be honest, Chris felt utterly at a loss upon hearing of the Weasley twins' unfortunate fate. Cursed be that wretched Professor Snape. He could only hope for George and Fred's swift recovery, praying they would not meet the same fate as Neville's parents. Hey, Chris. You finally awakened. I was so worried about you. Imk exclaimed, rushing over with a look of concern etched across his face. He scrutinized Chris from head to toe, as if fearing he might be missing a piece. Hey, brother. I'm fine. I was just exhausted, that's all. Madame Pomfrey has assured me I am well. There is no need for your worry. I shall soon be discharged, Chris said, smiling and brushing aside his probing hands. That's a relief. I was truly worried. I feel so guilty. I couldn't find Professor Dumbledore yesterday. I shouted outside his office to no avail, and then Snape and Filch caught me. I told them about you all, but that wretched man didn't believe a word. They were going to drag me to Professor McGonagall, but thankfully, she was more understanding and agreed to accompany me to check on you. However, She warned that if I was found to be lying, I would face dire consequences. Luckily, we arrived just in time to see you. Imp rambled about his misadventures from the previous day. Well, I didn't mean it that way. You understand, right? It wasn't just a coincidence. Alas, this is all my fault. I should have arrived sooner. If I had brought help earlier, George and Fred wouldn't have wooed tea have ended up like that. Imp's face was a mask of anxiety, struggling to articulate his distress. Calm down, Imp. I comprehend your sentiments. I bear you no ill will. Your timing was fortuitous, not late. If blame is to be assigned, let it rest upon that despicable Professor Snape. Chris shook his head emphatically. Indeed, that loathsome creature, what has become of him? When we returned, McGonagall led a search for him in his office, but nothing was found. Humph. He is as good as dead, Chris declared with bitterness. Oh, what? Imp's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback. Indeed, I did it, Chris asserted. Goodness, Chris. You truly, Imp stammered, lost for words. He slaughtered mere people and tormented George and Fred with unforgivable curses. He even attempted to kill me. What was I to do? Chris responded calmly. I don't know. I merely thought it best to leave him to the professors, Imp faltered, his words tumbling out incoherently. You remain too soft-hearted, Imp. Understand this. Our world is not the mundane one we once knew. This is the realm of magic. Dark wizards, vampires, werewolves, these are not mere tales. Do you grasp that? Perhaps we will encounter various trials and tribulations ahead. Darkness and despair are never far away. You must realize, I know your heart is kind, and we are but children. Yet what I say is not without merit. You have witnessed it firsthand, have you not? George and Fred narrowly escaped death, and I too was nearly lost. Remember, when facing dark wizards, it is either you or I who shall survive. Do not harbor even the slightest mercy, for such leniency will spell your doom. If you cannot accept this harsh truth, I advise you to return to the mundane world post-haste. This place is not suited for you. Chris spoke vehemently to Imp. This was perhaps the first time he had unleashed his anger upon Imp. Chris had always been composed and gentle, yet this incident had left him seething with frustration. How on earth had he found himself embroiled in such a debacle? He had never intended to participate in this chaos. Wasn't it delightful to simply enjoy life at Hogwarts? Why was it that he merely wished to learn magic, to explore a world so different from his own, and to live a fulfilling life? Why? When everything seemed to be going well, must he be disrupted? It was incredibly vexing that such trivial matters had to intrude upon his peace. Sigh. Chris was truly at a loss for words. After taking a moment to regain his composure, he realized that his words to Imp had been rather harsh. After all, the lad was merely an 11-year-old child, still naive to many things. Although he had spoken out of concern for Imp's understanding, he felt he had perhaps gone too far. All right, Imp, I may have spoken too bluntly earlier, but I genuinely expressed my true thoughts from my perspective. If you can take it to heart, please do. If not, just disregard it and don't dwell on it too much. No, Chris, I understand. I've always known what you meant. You were right. Perhaps I am too foolish and inexperienced. Always holding you back. I lack the courage, and it's my fault. You are correct. Perhaps I shouldn't be in Gryffindor, Imp said, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. Indeed, Chris's words had been quite severe, and it was evident that he had brought the little chubby boy to the brink of tears. What could he do? He should offer some comfort, of course. Oh, Imp, don't be like that. You are very brave. You are just too kind-hearted. I merely wish for you to be tougher, to not be afraid, to be strong. Do you understand? Upon hearing Chris's comforting words, Imp could no longer hold back and burst into tears. This, of course, provoked the ire of Madame Pomfrey, who had been patient for far too long. What are you two doing? Two boys making such a racket here. If there is nothing else, hurry back. At her words, Imp immediately composed himself, clearly intimidated by authority figures. Just a single remark from her was enough to frighten him considerably. All right, take it easy, Chris sighed, shaking his head. Due to the Easter holiday, not all students were present, resulting in a sparsely populated corridor. However, this did not mean that news was not circulating. Well, look, Chris is out. A little girl at the entrance of the infirmary shouted upon seeing the door open, revealing Chris and Imp. Oh my gosh. Idol, are you all right? A young admirer of Chris turned beet red with excitement as she saw him emerge. Ah, Chris, this is my gift for you. Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let us in, so I couldn't give it to you. A nameless older Hufflepuff girl handed Chris a box of chocolates. This is mine, Chris. Here you go. Don't snatch it. Let me give it first. Why should you? I was here first. Nonsense. I arrived earlier this morning. The commotion among the girls vying to present gifts to Chris escalated into an uproar, nearly leading to a quarrel. Chris and Imk exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for words. To be honest, did he truly comprehend his own significance? Why were these individuals treating him with such kindness? It felt as though a fan club was forming around him. Goodness! Was the very foundation of Hogwarts crumbling? How was it that the whispers spread so swiftly? It was utterly confounding. Chris fixed his gaze on Imk, silently pleading for assistance in navigating this perplexing situation. Imk, wearing an expression of innocence, looked back at Chris as though to ask, "Who am I? Where am I? What is happening?" This left Chris feeling utterly overwhelmed. Suddenly, a stern voice echoed from the far end of the corridor. "Quiet. What on earth is going on? Is it that the holiday assignments are too few? Why are you all loitering here? Move along. I warn you, I will deduct points." Without a doubt, it was Professor McGonagall. Upon recognizing the formidable and strict professor, the girls hastily retreated, leaving Chris, who sighed in relief, and the still-dazed Imp behind. "Thank you, Professor," Chris said with a smile. "Do any of you little wizards have any votes to spare? Please cast a couple for me. Thank you." Chapter 100, An Audience with Dumbledore. "Oh, it's nothing. My poor child. Are you all right?" Professor McGonagall inquired with genuine concern. "Rest assured, Professor, I am fine. I wanted to ask about George and Fred. Do you know how they are?" "Oh, do not worry, my child. They have been taken to St. Mungo's Hospital for treatment and will surely recover. Now, come with me. Professor Dumbledore has heard about this matter and wishes to see you," Professor McGonagall stated. "What? Professor Dumbledore? He wants to see me?" Goodness. Chris was feeling somewhat disordered. He realized that Professor Dumbledore would undoubtedly inquire about such a significant matter. However, he was taken aback by how swiftly this would occur. Frankly, Chris felt utterly unprepared and was anxious about inadvertently revealing any telltale signs, an outcome he dreaded. Thus, with trepidation, he followed Professor McGonagall to the 8th floor. Upon reaching the end of the spiral staircase, Chris beheld a gleaming oak door adorned with a brass knocker fashioned in the shape of a griffin. Guarding the entrance was a grotesquely carved stone beast known as the waterspout gargoyle. Only by uttering the correct password could one persuade the gargoyle to step aside, granting access to a concealed, gradually ascending spiral staircase that led to the headmaster's office. "Treacle Tart," Professor McGonagall announced. The password was accepted, and the gargoyle spoke, subsequently leaping aside. The wall behind it split in two, revealing the hidden staircase that spiraled upward. Accompanied by Professor McGonagall, Chris entered the legendary headmaster's office. It was a spacious, beautifully circular room filled with an array of whimsical sounds. A long-legged table was laden with peculiar silverware, which twirled and emitted wisps of smoke. The walls were adorned with portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses, who were chattering animatedly amongst themselves. Upon closer listening, Chris discerned the sharp, high-pitched voice of a witch exclaiming, "Oh, look, a splendid young wizard." An older voice retorted, "I don't see what is so remarkable, just another reckless Gryffindor lion." "Humph, black. As if your Slytherins are any better. What is wrong with Gryffindor?" Another voice interjected, filled with discontent. "Oh, come now." You lot. Chris was at a loss for words upon hearing the discussions regarding his voice. One glance at him would reveal his true nature, wouldn't it? These portraits seemed to stem from an idle mind, as if they had never encountered a person before. Perhaps they feel compelled to critique anyone they come across. Chris felt no inclination to dispute the portraits, instead continuing to observe the rare sight of the headmaster's office. Within the room stood an enormous table, its legs resembling claws. Behind the table, on a shelf, rested the school's sorting hat, while in a nearby glass case lay a magnificent sword, which Chris surmised was likely the sword of Gryffindor, a truly remarkable artifact. Opposite the glass case, a black cabinet displayed a pensive Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, perched on a tall, gilded branch behind the door, peacefully slumbering. It seemed rather aged and weary, perhaps on the verge of another rebirth. One cannot help but admire the phoenix, a wondrous creature that is undoubtedly an essential companion for both home and travel. Chris yearned for such a pet. And it was said that whenever a member of the Dumbledore family was in need, the phoenixes would readily appear, a truly enviable circumstance. Chris surveyed the headmaster's office, feeling that it was indeed quite splendid. Much like many aspects of Hogwarts, the office seemed to possess its own will. In 1996, after Dolores Umbridge was appointed headmaster by the Ministry of Magic, she found herself unable to enter the office. According to the previous headmaster, Phineas Nigellus Black, no one but the legitimate headmaster could gain access to this space. This indicated that, despite the ministry's appointment, the office did not recognize Umbridge as the rightful headmaster of the school, which was rather remarkable. Ahem, the Professor Dumbledore, who was gazing out of the window, made a sound, prompting Chris to snap back to reality. The portraits quickly fell silent, feigning sleep while peeking at him. "Oh, Albus, I have brought Mr. Riddle," Professor McGonagall announced. "Very well, thank you, Minerva. I believe I need to have a serious discussion with Mr. Riddle regarding the events of last night," Dumbledore said. Looking at them with a kindly expression, Chris hurriedly began to employ his mental barriers, for he could not afford to let his guard down around this cunning old man. "Very well, you all carry on. I shall take my leave." Professor McGonagall smiled and nodded at Chris before exiting the headmaster's office. At that moment, only Professors Dumbledore and Chris remained in the room, and the portraits were silent, adding an air of awkwardness to the atmosphere. "Ah, Mr. Reed. There is no need for such tension. Relax, take a seat, and let us engage in a pleasant conversation," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. "Why, yes, Professor," Chris replied, feeling a deep sense of trepidation as he sat down. Faced with the world-renowned wizard, he dared not show even a hint of negligence. Thus he perched precariously on the edge of the chair. Dumbledore, astute as ever, noticed Chris's nervousness and moved to sit across from him at the desk. He cheerfully lifted a plate of chocolate-covered cockroaches and asked, "Would you care to try this delightful confection? It is quite delectable and beneficial for alleviating one's spirits." "Why, yes. Thank you." Chris smiled as he accepted the offering, crunching down on it without a second thought. Truth be told, it was exceedingly sweet and not unpleasant, though the appearance of the cockroach was somewhat off-putting. However, he was no stranger to unconventional delicacies, having sampled various insects during his travels in Yunnan, where a dish featuring 18 types of bugs was a local specialty, fried to perfection and utterly delicious. Thus, this cockroach-shaped candy seemed trivial, and as the saying goes, when offered by an elder, one should not refuse. Consequently, Chris accepted it without hesitation, showcasing his respect and trust as a Gryffindor student from a Muggle family towards Headmaster Dumbledore. He hoped this would encourage a reciprocal trust in their forthcoming discussion. Chapter 101. The Conversation Regardless. This was Chris' line of thought. "Ha ha, how does it taste?" Dumbledore observed with delight as Chris consumed the treat without reservation. "Quite tasty, thank you, Professor," Chris responded politely. "Good, then do indulge a little more. There is no need to be shy." "All right," Chris said, picking up another piece, though he intended to hold it in his hand for the moment rather than eat it immediately. "Now, Mr. Reed, regarding yesterday's events, I have gathered some information. Yet I am aware it may not be complete. Would you be so kind as to elucidate all that transpired?" Dumbledore inquired directly, without any preamble. "Certainly, Professor. The situation is as follows. Previously, Imp was subjected to severe bullying by a group of Slytherin students led by Dorian Pusey. Such incidents are referred to as bullying in our Muggle world, and reporting it to a teacher often only addresses the symptoms rather than the root of the problem, something you might be somewhat familiar with. Thus, we arranged to have a candid conversation with Dorian Pusey on the lawn to clarify matters, which led us to breach school regulations by discussing it on the grounds at night, hoping they would reconsider their actions. Fortunately, the conversation proceeded smoothly without incident, and the Slytherin students were quite understanding, pledging not to trouble Mr. Lesko any further. After this resolution, we intended to return to our quarters. For although we acted out of necessity, we still felt a pang of guilt for having violated the rules. Chris elaborated in great detail, deliberately explaining why they found themselves outside the castle at that particular moment. He expressed profound guilt for violating school rules, conveying a sincere awareness of his transgressions, thus embodying a repentant demeanor that would facilitate forgiveness from others. "All right, I understand. Please continue," Professor Dumbledore encouraged after hearing Chris's account. "Subsequently, we were drawn to the sounds emanating from the edge of the Black Lake. I was initially hesitant, preferring to exercise caution. However, George and Fred Weasley insisted that as members of Hogwarts, it was imperative to investigate for the safety of the school. After all, Hogwarts is our home, and safety must take precedence. Thus, we proceeded to the lake's edge. There, we encountered a mermaid, who astonishingly chirped in a somewhat broken English, inviting us to follow her to the mermaid's base beneath the Black Lake. This very mermaid had been caught by Mr. Lestrange while we were fishing at the lake. Headmaster, I understand you might find it hard to believe such an occurrence, but it is indeed an extraordinary coincidence." Chris feared that Dumbledore might think he was merely fabricating a tale, thus he felt compelled to elucidate his concerns. Dumbledore remained silent, merely nodding to indicate that Chris should proceed. On that very day, an inexplicable occurrence had already transpired. After all, a mermaid is a magical creature endowed with intelligence. How could it be so easily ensnared by a few first-year wizards? There was undoubtedly something extraordinary at play, yet we did not dwell on it at the time. However, the situation took a bewildering turn with the unexpected arrival of Professor Madapin Leanras, who claimed to have been swimming in the Black Lake. Strikingly, he had not even removed his clothing, and one of his shoes had been lost in the water. Is that not peculiar? Naturally, as students, we refrained from speculating about the professor's unusual habits and paid it no mind. Later that night, as we weighed the pros and cons, we concluded that for the sake of Hogwarts, we must investigate the destination to which the mermaid wished to lead us. Upon following the mermaid to its lair, you would not believe what I beheld. Before Dumbledore could respond, Chris continued, it was none other than Professor Madapin Leanras himself. He did not exhibit his usual demeanor. Instead, his powers appeared remarkably formidable. He was relentlessly slaughtering the mermaids. Yes, Professor, it was nothing short of a massacre, as the mermaids stood little chance of defending themselves against his onslaught. Such a dire predicament was certainly beyond the capabilities of a few novice wizards. After deliberating among ourselves, we decided to send Mr. Lestock back to seek your assistance, only to discover that you were inexplicably absent. We were truly outmaneuvered by Professor Madapin Leanras. Thus, we proceeded to Chris provided a meticulous account of the scene at that time, detailing his encounter with the leader of the merfolk, the acquisition of their treasure, and the circumstances surrounding Wesley's injury, culminating in the demise of Madapin Leanras. However, he did not explicitly state that he was the one who dealt the fatal blow. Rather, he mentioned that the individual had been overly arrogant and was ultimately ambushed by the merfolk. Seizing the opportunity, Chris bound him, only for the merfolk to deliver the final blow. Chris was compelled to say this. As an 11-year-old child, how could he claim to have taken a life? Even a dark wizard would not be able to do so. After all, he is still a person. To assert that one is killed is quite formidable. Indeed, a heart is hard and ruthless, as that raises questions about how others might perceive him, particularly Professor Dumbledore. What might he think? It could very well lead to dire consequences for Chris. Thus, it would be prudent to attribute the deed to the mermaids. Fortunately, he harbored no fear of Dumbledore uncovering the truth, for after the demise of Madapin Leanras, the enraged mermaids had dismembered him beyond recognition. Moreover, before his departure, Chris had instructed them to declare that, with his assistance, they had valiantly vanquished the wicked dark wizard. The mermaids readily agreed, as Chris had aided them in ridding the world of such a malevolent figure and had inherited their treasured relic, promising to look after their tribe. Despite their ignorance of the true reasons, they were eager to assist him. Upon hearing Chris recount these events, Professor Dumbledore smiled. Excellent work, Mr. Red. I did not anticipate you would achieve such prowess. You truly embody the cream of the crop among first-year wizards, a genius in transfiguration at Hogwarts. Your talents are remarkable. In the face of Dumbledore's unabashed praise, Chris exhibited a bashful demeanor. No, I merely had a stroke of luck and acquired the mermaid's treasure. Chapter 102. The announcement. Undoubtedly, my dear child, you are quite impressive. Ah, Olive, I know her well. She is indeed a fascinating mermaid. Alas, what a pity. Well then, Mr. Red, I have grasped the situation. Appointing Madapin Leanras to teach at our school was indeed an error on my part, and I sincerely apologize for the ensuing repercussions. Yet, I must thank you, Red. There are many forms of courage. To confront an adversary requires extraordinary bravery, but to stand up for a friend demands even greater valor. Professor Dumbledore stated earnestly. Professor, have you any news regarding Fred and George? Chris inquired with concern. Oh, fret not. Their injuries are merely minor. After a few days of rest, you shall see them again once the holidays conclude, Professor Dumbledore replied with a smile. Chris had concluded all his affairs and was well aware of George and Fred's circumstances. Naturally, he was reluctant to continue his association with that old busybody, so he hastily took his leave. Professor Dumbledore, however, remained quite cordial, cheerfully inviting him to visit whenever he had the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Chris nearly stumbled in his departure. Visit often? He thought. He could hardly wish for anything less than to never return. What good could come from such visits? Unless it was to stir up trouble, why would he go back? Thus, he yearned for stability, wishing to avoid any further complications. After all he had endured, the last thing he needed was more chaos. Finally, after enduring such trials, Chris returned to his bedroom. Truth be told, this experience had left him profoundly astonished. He had never realized he possessed the capacity to take a life or face peril with such courage and resilience. He had always considered himself rather mediocre, yet unexpectedly, in a moment of crisis, he had managed to remain composed and successfully vanquish the dark wizard. How feeble I am, Chris reflected while lying on his bed. If only he were a truly powerful wizard, that insufferable Professor Snape would be a mere afterthought, easily dispatched with a single incantation. Such thoughts were daunting. He could scarcely imagine what fate awaited a wizard of his caliber when confronted by Voldemort or Dumbledore. Surely, the moment they pointed their wands at him, his demise would be inevitable. Perhaps he might manage to resist against lesser foes like Peter Pettigrew, but against anyone slightly more formidable, he would likely meet his end. Although he was merely a first-year student who had achieved some insignificant milestones. Almost succumbing to a relatively ordinary dark wizard like Snape left him pondering how he could possibly survive encounters with even stronger adversaries in the future. Thus, he resolved, he must grow stronger. He must strive diligently and master the art of magic. Through this near brush with death, he recognized significant progress in his magical prowess. Yet he realized he still lacked mastery over more advanced spells and a deeper understanding of magic, including essential combat skills. Indeed, knowledge of combat against wizards and other fantastical creatures was paramount. After all, it was not solely wizards who posed threats. What if he encountered a werewolf one day? A careless moment could lead to being infected, and then, he mused, would he choose to live as a humble werewolf or take his own life? The mere thought sent chills down Chris's spine. The magical world was undeniably perilous and not a realm for the faint-hearted. Chris was perplexed by the remarkable prowess of the protagonists in those tales, feeling rather insignificant in contrast. He acknowledged the necessity for continual growth and enlightenment. Only by strengthening himself could he confidently pursue the life he desired. Presently, his circumstances seemed no better than before. He had entered the gaze of Dumbledore, and who knows? In the future, he might find himself as a vanguard for Harry Potter, potentially meeting a fate akin to Cedric's, perishing before the conclusion of a single narrative. Such a fate would be utterly tragic, especially when he had yet to experience the myriad of beautiful adventures life had to offer, not to mention the prospect of romance. It was disheartening, truly disheartening. Restless and troubled, Chris found himself unable to sleep, and thus, he resorted to seeking solace in the company of Ink, who was similarly ensnared in a period of despondency. Together, they ventured to the room of requirement to engage in their studies. Imk, if you wish to become formidable and avoid such predicaments in the future, you must strive harder and cultivate your strength. Do you understand? Chris led him to the House of Wishes, expressing his intentions. Imk, feeling a profound sense of guilt, patted his head and resolutely nodded, affirming his commitment to strive earnestly. However, today Chris intended to delve into some reading, for he had expended considerable energy and magical prowess in battle the previous day. It was not the opportune moment for magical practice. Instead, he needed to fortify his theoretical knowledge and solidify his foundation to progress further. The following morning, Chris arrived at the Grand Hall as usual, yet the atmosphere differed significantly from the previous day. Everyone regarded Chris with an unusual gaze as he took his seat. Chris was still somewhat puzzled by the situation. Just yesterday, these individuals had surrounded him with fervent chatter, yet today, despite their gazes still brimming with the same intensity that suggested they would devour him whole, they refrained from approaching him or initiating conversation. It was indeed rather peculiar. Hey, Red, haven't you seen today's Daily Prophet? Penelope from Ravenclaw approached, holding a copy of the newspaper. What's the matter? Has something significant occurred? Well, you'll find out once you read it. Penelope replied, handing the newspaper to Chris. Krishna picked it up with a sense of curiosity and, upon opening it, was taken aback by the enormous headline and photograph that met his gaze. A great crisis at Hogwarts. Dark wizards infiltrate. The transfiguration prodigy of Hogwarts achieves remarkable feats. Beside the text was a photograph of himself taken during the last awards ceremony. At this moment, Chris could no longer afford to ponder anything else. He hastily continued reading. He was eager to uncover what revelations this conscience-driven daily had reported. According to our reporter Jack Lotz in Death Coverage, a shocking incident occurred at the renowned Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry during the Easter holiday, resulting in unforeseen and terrifying consequences. Please see the detailed report. Chapter 103, Percy is Furious. Chris discerned from the very outset of the article that it was a quintessential tactic employed by unscrupulous newspapers. Initially, they present a facade of flashy and superficial allure designed to capture the reader's attention, only to follow with a narrative that fails to illuminate the genuine circumstances at hand. Nevertheless, one might as well indulge in the tale as mere entertainment. As a distinguished reporter for The Prophet and the principal investigator of this news story, I gleaned this alarming and shocking information from my informant, a small yet insightful figure at Hogwarts, known as Mr. Pooh. On the night before last, the prodigious first-year Gryffindor wizard, Mr. Chris Red, along with his companions or partners, convened with several noble-blooded Slytherin wizards on the grand lawns of Hogwarts for a duel among wizards. Ultimately, the outcome saw several Slytherin wizards narrowly defeated at the hands of this young genius. It must be said, Mr. Red indeed played his cards exceptionally well. Chris shook his head in resignation. This newspaper is truly remarkable. What on earth is this informant, talking about? Such nonsensical claims. And the journalist, clearly a proponent of pure blood supremacy, focuses solely on glorifying the nobility and bloodlines of a few Slytherins, painting them in an admirable light, even in defeat. They are portrayed as formidable, leaving the uninformed to believe in their might. Little do they know that Chris could easily vanquish those pretentious notions with a single spell. However, the situation should have ended there, but an unexpected event unfolded. A mermaid crawled ashore, unleashing a tempestuous roar, informing Mr. Red that they were being ruthlessly slaughtered by a powerful dark wizard. Upon hearing this news, the embodiment of justice, Mr. Red, could not stand idly by while the mermaid suffered. Filled with righteous indignation, he descended into the Black Lake with his companions, only to be met with a shocking sight. In the gathering place of the mermaids, Madame Linras, this year's defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, was maniacally laughing and howling, wielding his wicked wand against the innocent mermaids, who were merely holding their tridents and unaware of the dark magic he unleashed. Witnessing the mermaids falling one by one, Mr. Chris Red's eyes reddened with fury. He bravely charged forward, shouting, "Stop. As a member of Hogwarts, I will not allow you to do this. You wretched bald dark wizard. How could I have misjudged you?" Thus, the valiant Mr. Chris Red confronted Madame Linras in a surprising turn of events, showcasing the reckless audacity of the youth. He overwhelmed the 49-year-old professor, leaving him utterly defenseless. At that moment, as Mr. Chris Red was on the brink of defeating the deranged dark wizard, his friends, unable to remain passive, rushed forward to seize their moment of glory at Hogwarts, striving to make their mothers proud. Two red-haired lads charged in. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the battle between skilled wizards is ever-changing. Their intervention inadvertently caused Mr. Chris Red's spell to falter. The despicable and truly unscrupulous dark wizard, Madame Linras, seized this rare opportunity to cast an unforgivable curse on the two red-haired boys, leaving them unconscious and taunting Mr. Chris Red to drink some rat tail juice to clear his mind. Naturally, Mr. Chris Red could not bear to witness his comrades suffer such a grim fate. Igniting his fury once more, unstoppable and invincible, he unleashed his lifelong learning, defeating the dark wizard Madame Linras amidst the astonishment of all, rescuing his two red-haired companions and igniting a spark of hope for the mermaid tribe that had not yet perished. It must be said that Mr. Chris Red is exemplary in both scholarship and character, displaying courage and integrity. His spirit of confronting dark forces is one that all wizards should aspire to emulate. He is a quintessential representative of Gryffindor, our heroic role model. Let us learn from Red's noble example. Loyal to our school, loyal to magic. This has been a heartfelt report brought to you by the Daily Prophet. Chris endured the discomfort of his scalp, exercising great patience as he finally finished reading the report. What can be said? He felt utterly helpless. What is happening? Is the Daily Prophet truly devoid of reason? Or are there simply too many oddities within the wizarding world? How is it that not a single report can be written with due diligence? It is truly exasperating. Just look at the drivel they have pinned. Deliberately vilifying George and Fred. The two are still in the hospital, their fates uncertain. They have exhibited such bravery. And yet the journalist's conscience seems to have been devoured whole. How dare they? Chris was consumed by anger at this thought, wishing he could obliterate the incompetent individual incapable of writing a proper report with a single bite of a large melon. Now, the situation had escalated. The news from the prophet was perplexingly accurate despite the numerous inaccuracies in the report. It remained unclear which unscrupulous student had disseminated such information. Alas, Chris could already foresee that his forthcoming life would be anything but tranquil, as the troubles stemming from his newfound notoriety would soon inundate him. How unfortunate that peaceful days could be so fleeting. Just as Chris was mulling over these chaotic matters, a newspaper suddenly struck him in the face. Startled, he looked up to find the furious Percy Weasley glaring at him. Look at the mess you've created. If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't be in this predicament. Percy's face flushed with rage as he bellowed, I warn you. If anything happens to my brothers, just wait and see. Chris gazed at Percy, whose anxious eyes were tinged with red, feeling a twinge of guilt and uncertainty about what to say. He had always perceived Percy as a sycophant, utterly self-absorbed, yet here he was, maintaining a semblance of innocence, genuinely concerned for his brother. Hey, it's all right, Percy, interjected Jordan, the small black boy beside them, unable to bear the sight any longer as he pulled Percy aside. Chapter 104. The power of words as good friends of George and Fred. They too felt the sting of the despicable Professor Snivel's actions, and it saddened them deeply. However, they understood that blame should not be laid upon Reed. Had it not been for him, perhaps George and Fred would no longer be alive. Indeed, Percy, you must realize what those two are usually like. Why must you make things difficult for Reed? Without him, who knows what further mischief that wretched professor might have wrought? Have you considered that? Chimed in a senior student nearby, unable to remain silent. Exactly. And perhaps you should reflect on your own character before casting stones at Reed, another voice added. Percy is truly amusing. Reed, don't let him get to you. Stay calm, and I promise I'll treat you to some sweets later. These were two ardent fans of Chris, who could not tolerate any disparagement of him. If anyone dared to utter a word against Chris, they would relentlessly defend him until their opponent was utterly silenced. All right, enough of this. Percy, it is my fault. I admit my lack of skill. If I had been stronger, I could have easily vanquished that man, and none of this would have happened. Chris hurriedly came to Percy's rescue. Sensing that if he remained silent, Percy might succumb to the scorn of the crowd. However, Percy did not appreciate the gesture. He perceived Chris's words as a veiled insult. His face flushed with indignation as he internally seethed. What nonsense is this? What sort of statement is that? What do you mean by lacking skill? If you're truly capable, you should have taken that fellow down directly. Are you implying that you surpassed the professor? That you can outmatch a dark wizard? How absurd. Who knows how you managed to win? Truly laughable. Thinking that a mere semblance of fame allows you to stir up trouble at Hogwarts, particularly in Gryffindor. A first-year brat daring to speak so boldly, how preposterous. Of course. These were merely Percy's thoughts. Outwardly, he would never voice such sentiments, for Chris had numerous supporters, and expressing his true feelings would jeopardize his standing at Hogwarts. Percy forced a dry smile and said, Yes, I apologize, Chris. You know, I was just a bit anxious. Please don't take it to heart. It's all right. I feel quite disheartened as well. I apologize to you, too, and I sincerely hope they recover swiftly, Chris replied earnestly. After hearing this, Percy smiled faintly, said nothing further, and turned to leave. Who does this Percy think he is, truly ignorant of his own folly? Once Percy departed, another boy named Beaturbo expressed his outrage. Drawing nods of agreement from those around him, Chris realized that if he did not speak up for George and Fred at this moment, their future prospects would be bleak, and he would be consumed by guilt. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down, and listen to me. Chris stood up and addressed the crowd with a resounding voice. I'm aware that many of you regard me highly. I have achieved remarkable success in shape-shifting, defeated the dark sorcerer lurking among us, and rescued the mermaids. And, well, let us not dwell on my handsome appearance. Ahem, pretend you did not hear that. Ha. Chris's opening was laced with humor, eliciting friendly laughter from the crowd, with even a small witch murmuring, You're already quite handsome. However, it is imperative to understand that George and Fred Weasley are not as depicted in the newspapers. One must discern reality. We should not spread or believe in rumors. As fellow students of this school, we ought to stand united. How can we harbor disdain or even animosity towards our classmates? Wouldn't you agree? Yes. Indeed. Exactly. The audience wholeheartedly endorsed Chris's sentiment, and those who had previously spoken ill of the twins lowered their heads in shame, falling silent. Furthermore, I wish to clarify that George and Fred are neither cowards nor are they in pursuit of some nebulous accolades as the papers suggest. They're true warriors, brave enough to confront the dark wizards. Their valor stems from a genuine desire to vanquish evil, not from the nonsensical drivel of the press. Thus, I implore you all to discuss this matter earnestly with others, ensuring that no one is misled by such misinformation. As someone who has directly participated, my words carry more weight than those sensationalized reports. Wouldn't you agree? Chris retorted. Yes, we believe you. The onlookers expressed their support for Chris's assertion. Witnessing this scene, Chris nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that his notoriety held some merit. Indeed, his words resonated with others, garnering trust and support. After the events of that morning concluded, Chris retreated to his dormitory to read and complete assignments. He could no longer endure the public scrutiny in places like the library, as the crowd seemed to observe him as one would a monkey in a zoo, which was quite unbearable. To this day, Chris remained in a state of bewilderment as various newspapers reported on the recent Hogwarts incident, elevating his fame beyond what it had been. While he had yet to reach the level of notoriety of the Savior, known for tackling the foremost terror of the magical realm, he had nonetheless garnered a measure of popularity. However, this fleeting fame was akin to that of a celebrity if one does not remain in the limelight. Their relevance fades over time. Thus, Chris was not overly concerned. Once the savior arrived next year, the tide would surely turn, bringing forth a deluge of news that would divert all attention from him. Wizards, much like people, are drawn to sensational news for mere amusement. Life must continue, and what is immediate takes precedence. Consequently, their focus would soon shift away from him. Therefore, Chris had come to terms with his situation, displaying a remarkable sense of composure. Yet, he faced a minor challenge. Although he had secluded himself in his dormitory, numerous packages and letters continued to arrive, delivered by various owls, cluttering his space. Chapter 105. An unexpected letter. Some owls seemed determined to remain, as if their owners had commanded them to stay until Chris replied. He felt exasperated, wishing for a few delightful, round-faced, chubby little owls to enjoy a soup together. Imp, Merlin, you finally returned to your studies. Quickly, can you lend me a hand? Just look at this mess. What should I do? Chris gazed at the bewildered imp, who had just entered. My heavens! I can hardly believe this. What on earth are all these things? It's utterly terrifying, Imp exclaimed, her eyes widening as she pointed at the packages strewn across the floor, the letters on the table, and the row of owls perched outside the window. Indeed, you see it too, don't you? Look at those owls. They've made a mess on our windowsill. So what do you think we should do about it? Imp, at a loss for how to proceed, sighed. Well, never mind. Just come help me open these packages. On second thought, I'll handle it myself. I wouldn't want you to get hurt by any other dark magical artifacts that might be hidden within. Really? Is it that frightening? Who could be so malicious as to send you dark magical items to harm you? That's merely a conjecture on my part. What if that Professor Snivel has some sort of gang? What if they've come to despise me? Sending me dark magical objects wouldn't be surprising at all. Would it? Oh dear. Imp gasped, rendered speechless by fear. Therefore, it would be best if you could check the letters on the table. Please respond to any that require a reply, lest these owls outside linger indefinitely. As Chris spoke, he proceeded to unwrap a bag teeming with candies. In truth, he did not feel particularly apprehensive. After all, artifacts of dark magic were not so easily acquired, and it was unlikely that he would be so unfortunate as to stumble upon one and meet a grim fate. Moreover, he had already mastered a rather impressive and useful spell, one that could detect whether an object bore the essence of magic and gauge the potency of its magical energies. Thus, Chris could employ this incantation to examine the contents of the package, and should he find any traces of magic, he would certainly refrain from touching it. As for how to handle such a discovery, it would undoubtedly be reported to the appropriate authorities. He was grateful to the sage of the Wish-Grantair's abode who had imparted this spell to him. One could only wonder if this wise figure had ever encountered similar dilemmas. Just as Chris was nearing the completion of unwrapping the multitude of packages, Imp, who was writing a letter nearby, handed him a rather unusual missive. Chris, take a look at this letter. The sender claims to be a friend of the merfolk leader, Olivia. Oh. Chris took the unusual letter from Imp's hands and, upon closer inspection, was astonished to find that it was signed by none other than Newt Scamander. This was indeed a remarkable individual, and one could only wonder how the esteemed Mr. Scamander, now presumably an elderly gentleman, came to pen a letter to him. Chris could not help but feel a sense of curiosity as he sat upright, determined to examine the contents of the letter in detail. Dear Mr. Red, greetings to you. I have learned of your situation through the Daily Prophet and have inquired further with an old friend regarding the details. Upon gaining insight into the matter, I must express my gratitude for your actions. Your dedication to the protection of merfolk has profoundly touched me, and it brings me solace to know that Hogwarts has someone like you, willing to stand against the schemers who would harm innocent magical creatures for their own gain. As an elderly wizard with a modest understanding of magical creatures, I recall having similar experiences in my youth. I traversed over 100 countries across 5 continents, observing magical beings, understanding their habits and abilities, assisting them in resolving their issues, and striving to earn their trust. Thus, I find your actions commendable. Nevertheless, I extend my sympathy and condolences for the tragic fate of the merfolk leader, Olivia. I remember my time at Hogwarts when I was intrigued by the merfolk and wished to explore their tribe. However, they were not particularly welcoming, perhaps suspecting my intentions, and I was driven away. Yet, during that time, I encountered the young Olivia, who graciously welcomed me and gifted me precious aquatic plants. In return, I taught her our language. Time has flown by so swiftly, and now my old friend has departed. Speaking of this brings a tear to my eye, and I hope you will not mind an elderly man's emotional display. My philosophy is that worry entails suffering anew. The primary purpose of this letter is to convey my gratitude to you. Additionally, should you have an interest in magical creatures, I would be delighted to discuss them with you. In my view, they are not merely magical beings. They are unique individuals, possessing their own intelligence and behaviors, and deserving of our kindness. Like me, living in Dorset with my wife, we have 3 pet cats, Hobie, Mealy, and Mole. To me, they are not just animals. I regard them as family. Finally, I wish to express my utmost respect for your contributions to the merfolk species. I hope you will remain true to your original intentions and treat all magical creatures with kindness and compassion. Sincerely yours, Newt Artemis Fidos, Commander. Upon finishing the somewhat lengthy letter, Chris was quite astonished. Indeed, he had never anticipated that Newt Scamander would take notice of this matter and write to him. It is noteworthy that Mr. Scamander is the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and the first wizard to successfully capture Gellert Grindelwald. In 1947, he established the Werewolf Registry and was instrumental in the enactment of the 1965 ban on breeding for experimental purposes, effectively curbing the proliferation of untrainable magical creatures within Britain. Mr. Scamander also worked at the Dragon Research and Restriction Bureau, which afforded him numerous opportunities to travel abroad. During this time, he amassed a wealth of information for his globally acclaimed work, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, now in its 52nd edition. Due to his contributions to the study of magical creatures, he was awarded the title of second-class Wizard of the Order of Merlin in 1979. However, Chris had learned more about Newt Scamander after arriving at Hogwarts by reading various other texts. In summary, Newt Scamander is an exceptionally focused individual who tirelessly researched for the writing of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and continued to do so even after retirement. He is also an outstanding author and indefatigable worker, having documented extensive records for each discovered creature. Newt is capable of addressing emergencies and confronting the most dangerous magical beings and the most malevolent dark wizards of his time. As an authority in the field of magical creatures, he is revered throughout the magical world. Yet, to others, Newt may appear somewhat eccentric. He seems more at ease in the company of magical creatures than with people. Newt himself acknowledges that most find him rather bothersome. He is a principled man who does not evaluate others based on their lineage or beliefs. He shows great courtesy to non-wizards, such as Mary Lou Barebone and Jacob Kowalski, and has even formed a close friendship with Jacob. He possesses a strong moral compass and expresses shock and discontent towards cruelty, especially when it involves exploiting the vulnerable for personal gain. Despite this, Newt admits to having made poor judgments in his youth, such as attempting to release a thunderbird in America and bringing a trunk full of magical creatures into the country, which is strictly prohibited. In conclusion, Chris's admiration for this elderly gentleman is boundless, akin to the ceaseless flow of a mighty river. In a moment of surprise, Chris hastily seized the paper and pen from Ink's desk, promptly composing a reply to the elderly gentleman. He expressed his fondness for magical creatures and his commitment to continue aiding these delightful beings, while also extending his regards and congratulations to Mr. Newt Scamander. The ensuing days of the Easter holiday unfolded much like any other, with students diligently attending to their studies and indulging in their meals and play. If one were to seek any distinction in the routine, it would likely be found in Chris's situation. No matter where he ventured, he was met with curious glances. Some ardent and bold admirers persisted in expressing their fervent affections towards him, even after he had gently turned them down. To be frank, this young Westerner exhibited an alarming precocity, as even the most youthful among them seemed aware of their preferences, leaving one at a loss for words. Moreover, during his free moments, Chris did not forget to revisit the Black Lake to check on the sorrowful mermaids, who, having lost their leader, were engulfed in a profound atmosphere of grief. They were engaged in their own rituals to mourn their fallen kin, although they lacked a formal leader to guide them onward. The mermaid previously rescued by Chris and his companions had begun to take on a semblance of leadership, managing to steer the remaining mermaids through their daily lives with commendable order. The death of Olive revealed to Chris that many matters were far more complex than the original narrative suggested. Indeed, numerous facets remained unaddressed in the text. Yet they were undeniably real. This was a vibrant world, not a mere fade of insincerity. Thus, every blade of grass, every creature, existed in tangible reality. Consequently, this indicated that the mermaid tribe that would appear in the upcoming Triwizard Tournament was bereft of Olive, and it was possible that Professor Snivellus had already met his demise. He may have fallen victim to a spell cast by Professor Dumbledore, rather than succumbing to Chris's actions. These matters remained shrouded in uncertainty, and Chris preferred not to delve deeper into them. After all, they were now behind him, were they not? Naturally. Speaking of mermaids brings to mind the precious tear Chris had acquired from one such creature. This treasure had evidently enhanced his magical prowess significantly. Should he encounter an opponent of Professor Snivellus's caliber again, he would likely find the confrontation less daunting than before. In the remaining days of the holiday, aside from these activities, Chris dedicated time to studying magical knowledge alongside Imk, learning new spells and practicing diligently. Chris was acutely aware that his most significant challenge lay in his insufficient practical experience. The effective spells he employed were rather limited. Consequently, he engaged in practical exercises with Imk during their study sessions, with Chris defending while Imk launched attacks. At this stage, Imk's spellcasting abilities were still quite feeble, and Chris could effortlessly counter her attempts. However, he remained silent, recognizing that she was merely a first-year wizard, having been introduced to magic for less than a year. Her progress was commendable under the circumstances. Naturally, Chris had his own calculations to make, despite his efforts to fill the holiday with meaningful activities. He could not shake the haunting memory of that fateful moment, his first act of taking a life. He believed that unless one possessed an extraordinarily mature disposition, most individuals would experience an indescribable turmoil after committing such an act, regardless of the victim's malevolence. Each time he recalled those events, Chris felt an overwhelming sorrow for George and Fred's plight. He lamented that had he intervened sooner to dissuade them from their involvement, the outcome might have been different. No matter how formidable Professor Snavellis was, or how he plotted within Hogwarts, what could he, Chris, do? He would gladly relinquish any fleeting fame or accolades if it meant ensuring the safety of his closest friends and family. The Easter holiday concluded in a rather chaotic manner. The young wizards gradually returned to Hogwarts. Regrettably, Chris was uncertain when George and Fred would return. He sincerely hoped for their swift recovery. Their absence left a palpable void. Not only did Chris miss them, but Charlie Weasley, the Gryffindor Quidditch team captain, felt their absence keenly as well. With the end of the Easter break, the Gryffindor team intensified their training in preparation for the upcoming Quidditch match. Thanks to the heroic efforts of the Weasley brothers, Gryffindor had made it to the final round of the Quidditch Cup. Following their previous victory over Slytherin, this match would see Gryffindor face off against Hufflepuff, whose team had developed impressively, particularly with the addition of a promising young player, Cedric Diggory. This newly joined member of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team exhibited sharp eyes and agile movements, capturing the Golden Snitch in a mere 20 minutes during a previous match, leading his team to victory. While his experience was still somewhat limited, he was undeniably a gifted Quidditch athlete. Chris did not dispute Cedric Diggory's excellence. When faced with a choice between the straight and narrow path or a shortcut, one must remember the tale of a virtuous, kind, and brave boy who met a tragic fate due to an unforeseen encounter with Voldemort. Cedric's death remained vividly etched in Chris's memory, particularly the poignant tribute delivered by Albus Dumbledore following Cedric's demise. It was a testament to Cedric's remarkable character that Dumbledore spoke so highly of him. Indeed, Cedric had entered Hogwarts as a member of Hufflepuff in 1989, during which time he was appointed head boy and captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, serving as a seeker. In his 6th year, he participated in the Triwizard Tournament, ultimately meeting a tragic end. His passing cast a shadow of grief over the entire school community. On June 26, 1995, the year-end feast was transformed into a memorial for Cedric Diggory. Unlike previous years where the hall was adorned in the colors of the winning house that night, a black curtain hung behind the staff table as a mark of respect for Cedric. Dumbledore honored Cedric in his speech, informing the students, despite the ministry's disapproval, of the truth surrounding Cedric's death at the hands of Voldemort. Yet, under the leadership of Cornelius Fudge, the ministry refused to believe Harry Potter's account. Dismissing Voldemort's resurrection as mere fabrication, Fudge sought to downplay Cedric's death, attributing it to an unfortunate incident during the tournament, while accusing Harry of being a liar and suggesting that Dumbledore had lost his faculties. Cedric's death profoundly impacted many students at Hogwarts, compelling even those who were initially skeptical of Harry Potter to acknowledge the reality of Voldemort's return. In the subsequent academic year, the ministry appointed Dolores Umbridge as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, using her position to monitor the school's activities closely. She repeatedly told students that Harry was lying about Cedric's death while refusing to teach them any practical magic, inciting a wave of rebellion among the students. They formed Dumbledore's army to oppose Umbridge and practice defensive magic in preparation for the looming threat of Voldemort's resurgence. During D.A. meetings, Cedric remained a focal point of discussion, as everyone was eager to learn the details of his demise. His former girlfriend, Cho Chang, sought Harry out, believing that if Cedric had learned certain skills, he might have survived. Harry explained to Cho that Cedric was indeed capable, but if Voldemort truly intended to kill someone, there would be no chance for escape. Harry considered his own survival a matter of luck rather than skill. It was not until the end of the academic year that undeniable evidence of Voldemort's return emerged, leading Fudge to finally acknowledge that Voldemort had indeed returned and that Cedric was murdered. In honor of Cedric, Harry retained a badge supporting him, serving as a lasting tribute. Thus, Cedric's handsomeness, charm, loyalty, and kindness left a profound impression on Chris, who sincerely wished to prevent a recurrence of such a tragic fate for anyone else. Chris could not forget the astonishment and regret he felt upon witnessing the demise of Cedric Diggory in his previous life. Truly a case of fate being cruel to the gifted. Naturally, Chris believed that Cedric's exceptional qualities were largely attributable to the nurturing influence of his father. This was evident in the character of Amos Diggory, who exhibited immense pride in his son. In 1993, after Cedric triumphed over Harry Potter in a Quidditch match, Amos took great delight in sharing this news, eager to showcase his son's prowess. Although Cedric would often remind him that his victory was due to Harry being incapacitated by a Dementor and falling from his broom, Amos dismissed this, asserting, "But you didn't fall, did you?" reveling in Cedric's modesty. Such behavior is reminiscent of parents who beam with pride when their child scores a perfect 100. During the Triwizard Tournament, Amos was incensed to find that the Daily Prophet solely reported on Harry Potter, neglecting to mention that Cedric was also a champion from Hogwarts. Despite Cedric's insistence that it was not Harry's fault, Amos believed that Harry's failure to rectify this oversight was a grave error. This indicates that Amos placed immense importance on his son's academic achievements, which inevitably led him to impose strict expectations, compelling Cedric to focus solely on his studies and personal growth, leaving little room for other pursuits. Fortunately, Cedric did not emulate his father's demeanor. Rather, his thoughts and actions embodied the exemplary spirit of Hufflepuff, deserving of commendation. Thus, Chris could not deny that Charlie Weasley faced considerable pressure. Indeed, Hufflepuff proved to be a formidable adversary. Even though Charlie had been a seasoned player for many years, he could not afford to lower his guard, as any lapse in concentration could lead to defeat. The younger wizards were acutely aware of their school's team dynamics. Without the Weasley brothers, relying solely on a few substitutes offered scant hope for victory. Consequently, Charlie's aspiration to secure another Quidditch trophy before graduation seemed destined to elude him, ending in disappointment. Alas, there was little he could do, given the presence of a rather unscrupulous professor. Currently, Professor Snape was substituting for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. As the semester was drawing to a close, perhaps Professor Dumbledore deemed it impractical to seek a new instructor, fearing that any further complications could result in a significant loss of time. Snape's lessons in dark arts had become considerably more straightforward, eschewing the eccentricities of prior magical practices in favor of a more conventional lecture format. Homework now consisted of simple reflections on class discussions, which posed little challenge for Chris, yet proved daunting for his peers, who struggled to articulate their thoughts. In other subjects, Chris continued to shine brightly. Notably, McLaggen inadvertently injured himself during class once again, eliciting laughter from his classmates. This lad had become quite the laughingstock. One could only wonder how he eventually gained entry into the Slug Club. Likely due to his uncle's influence. Time passed swiftly, and the school appeared outwardly tranquil, devoid of any turmoil, as everyone immersed themselves in their studies in anticipation of the Quidditch finals. Just 2 days before the match, George and Fred finally returned to school, greeted like heroes, beaming and waving at their classmates, who responded with warm cheers and applause. The concern for the twins was palpable, as the consequences of the unforgivable curse were well known and tragic. "Hey, did you all miss us?" George quipped with a feigned air of wounded pride. "Oh, not at all," came the playful retorts from their classmates. "How truly heartbreaking. My heart is shattered," George lamented dramatically. Observing the familiar mischievous antics of George and Fred, Chris felt a wave of relief wash over him. The two troublemakers had returned unscathed. "Hey, little brother, how have you been? I heard you made quite an impression while we were away," Fred said, approaching Chris and draping an arm over his shoulder with a grin. "And you too. How are you? Feeling better?" Chris chuckled and playfully punched him, saying, "Oh, come on. Who are we? We should have been back by now. If it weren't for Mom's worries, we would have returned to school last weekend." George chimed in. That's right. This time, it was my fault. If I had been a bit more clever and capable, you wouldn't have felt guilty, Chris." "It's not your fault, Chris. You did remarkably well. It was we who were careless and got caught by that guy. This is on us," George remarked nonchalantly. "Indeed, Chris, don't overthink it. We actually owe you our gratitude. Had you not saved us, we might have met a dire fate." "You are our savior," Fred concurred. "I understand this incident. I admit I was a bit impulsive at that moment. If you hadn't bravely defeated him, we would have been in grave danger." Mom has given us a thorough lesson and even asked us to thank you. George smiled at Chris. Haha, that's not necessary. As long as you're safe. That's all that matters. Chris waved his hand dismissively upon hearing their expressions of gratitude. Humph. Standing aside, Percy, who had initially been pleased to see his brother's return, now wore a frown. He felt a surge of anger. Chris was always one to stir up trouble, seeking fame while dragging others into chaos. They should have distanced themselves from such a person instead of expressing their thanks. Infuriated, Percy turned and descended the stairs, departing. Honestly, Chris, when the curse was cast upon me, I felt an excruciating pain that pierced to my very core. It was unbearable. I wished for nothing more than to escape this torment. It was truly terrifying, and I never want to experience such a thing again. I can't fathom how such a dreadful curse exists in this world. Indeed, my father warned me that if the spell isn't broken, the victim endures torment that could drive them insane or even lead to death. 2 of his close friends were driven mad by that curse. While the caster faces a lifetime imprisonment in Azkaban, George and Fred exchanged fearful glances at the mention of the curse. Although Chris had never attempted it, he was well aware of the formidable nature of this magic. The term unforgivable curse undoubtedly reflects its severity, much like Harry Potter, who endured the torment of this curse during his 4th year. In his 5th year, Harry confronted Bellatrix, the Death Eater responsible for Sirius' death, using the Cruciatus curse. Furthermore, during his 7th year, he cast the same curse on Alecto, Professor McGonagall's assailant. Though he was spared imprisonment in Azkaban as the Ministry of Magic had rescinded the prohibition against using unforgivable curses on individuals, despite Harry having employed the Cruciatus curse, his spells generally lacked potency, achieving success only in his 7th year when fueled by rage. This illustrates that wielding such spells requires a heart of considerable malice. Dear readers, your support through votes would be greatly appreciated. This journey has not been easy. Since August, this work is finally set to be published. Due to personal issues, there has been a lengthy hiatus, resulting in no consistent income post-publication. Thus, I rely on the subscriptions and generous contributions of my esteemed readers for support. As a newcomer, I lack a fixed readership, and the hiatus caused many friends to depart, leaving me in a somewhat awkward position. However, as this is my first true literary endeavor, I have invested considerable effort. There are those who appreciate it and others who find it lacking. I understand both perspectives. As an avid reader for nearly a decade, I too select my reads based on personal preference. Some highly ranked works, despite their success, fail to captivate me, while others with lesser acclaim enthrall me, prompting enthusiastic applause during climactic moments. As the saying goes, there are 100 interpretations of Hamlet, and each viewer sees something different. I have been a fan of the Harry Potter series since childhood, often imagining what stories would unfold if I were to traverse into that world. Thus, I endeavor to pen my own narrative, hoping to present it well for all to enjoy. I am immensely grateful to those who silently support me daily through votes and donations. Rest assured, I am committed to completing this book. Thank you all. I humbly request your subscriptions as well. I've heard that initial subscriptions hold great significance, and I hope that those reading can subscribe to a chapter. Thank you. There will be no updates this evening, but I will be releasing an extensive update of 10,000 words during the day, starting from noon. Thank you all. Chapter 109, The Quidditch Final. Those who escaped the curse were few, and fortunately, George and Fred were only slightly affected, as they were rescued by Chris shortly after being cursed. Had it not been for this, the outcome could have been dire. Indeed, reflecting on it now fills me with dread. One might wonder if we would have had to meet again in another life. Chris shook his head, deeming it a matter of fate. Oh well, let's not dwell on it. It's all in the past. Cheer up, my friend, we're all well now, aren't we? George, noticing Chris's slightly dejected demeanor, hurried to offer his consolation. Indeed, it's all behind us. Welcome back. Chris beamed as he enveloped both of them in a hearty embrace. With the return of the Weasley twins, Gryffindor's Quidditch practice intensified. After all, these two had been away for quite some time, and if they did not resume training soon, their skills might deteriorate. Despite their lack of recent practice, Charlie was determined to field them, for this sport does indeed require a modicum of talent. The 2 substitute players, although older than George and Fred, being 4th-year students, remained mere substitutes due to their technical shortcomings. However, George and Fred did not disappoint. Despite their time away from the skies, they quickly regained their form, soaring with speed and grace. Humph, this time I shall ensure that Hufflepuff recognizes the prowess of Gryffindor. From now on, as long as the Weasleys are in the Gryffindor Quidditch team, victory is assured, George proclaimed, removing his gloves with an air of confidence. Ha ha ha. We shall see about that. Charlie chuckled from the side. Rest assured. United, we brothers are an indomitable force, they declared, unwavering in their resolve. That evening, during dinner, Chris and his companions coincidentally encountered Cedric, who had just finished his meal. Hey, George and Fred, how are you? All good. Cedric greeted them with a warm smile. One could still perceive a hint of youthful innocence in Cedric, although he was undeniably handsome, albeit slightly less so than Chris. Of course, Diggory, do not underestimate us. The championship shall undoubtedly belong to Gryffindor tomorrow, George replied, patting Cedric's shoulder with a grin. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. I must take my leave now. Enjoy your meal. Cedric responded amiably, joining a few of his Hufflepuff friends as he departed. Cedric, best of luck. Chris encouraged him before he exited. Haha, thank you. Mr. Red. Cedric, pleasantly surprised by the Gryffinder's friendliness, chuckled and lightly patted his chest in gratitude while gesturing towards Chris. TCH, that fellow is rather arrogant. Imp muttered discontentedly. Come now, do not criticize him. I find him to be quite a commendable individual. Imp, you fail to comprehend. Besides, even if he is boastful, what of it? He excels in Quidditch, possesses striking looks, and ranks first in academics among his Hufflepuff peers, adored by Professor Sprout. Thus, I consider him a worthy rival, Imp. What do you think? Chris explained. Well, perhaps I was mistaken to speak without understanding, Imp conceded, sheepishly adjusting his clothing. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that our victory in tomorrow's match is nearly guaranteed. Once we triumph, the Quidditch Championship, the Quidditch Cup, shall be ours. With George and Fred on our side, having already bested Slytherin, what do we have to fear from Hufflepuff? Imp's enthusiasm surged once more. By the way, George, once the match commences, keep a close eye on Cedric, and aim to use the bludger to disrupt him as much as possible, Chris advised. Ha ha ha, fear not. I shall keep a tight watch on that lad, George replied cheerfully. The following day dawned with unexpectedly splendid weather, a rarity in England. The young lions of Gryffindor were quite invigorated, rising early with anticipation. After all, it had been many years since they last held a Quidditch trophy, and this opportunity was too precious to overlook. The young wizards of Gryffindor donned golden lion stickers, brandishing banners and flags. Some older students even transformed a faux lion that only roared, parading it toward the Quidditch pitch. Seeing this, Chris felt a tingle of excitement, wishing to enhance the lion's realism, yet feared it might frighten the younger children. Regarding the match, Chris remained uncertain if Gryffindor could indeed secure a victory, as the original narrative had Slytherin winning the Quidditch Cup, leaving Charlie with regrets upon graduation. However, with Slytherin failing to even reach the finals this time, the outcome of the match was now uncertain. Gryffindor, go, go, go. Hufflepuff, go, go, go. With the fervent cheers of the young lions and badgers, the match commenced. Clearly, the Hufflepuffs were well aware of the Weasley brothers' prowess, as they assigned players to closely monitor Charlie and intercepted the balls intended for George and Fred, successfully scoring 10 points. The score stood at Hufflepuff 10, Gryffindor 0, with Hufflepuff temporarily in the lead. However, George and Fred were not easily subdued. With their seamless teamwork, the Hufflepuffs began to falter. The score reached Gryffindor 60, Hufflepuff 50, with Gryffindor now in the lead. After all, the Hufflepuff Badger team played with integrity, unlike Slytherin, who resorted to underhanded tactics. Had they been facing Slytherin, the situation could have been dire. Now, the dynamics were under control, and it was up to Charlie, the captain, to capture the golden snitch. Chris was also eagerly anticipating whether this experienced veteran could outmatch Cedric, the promising young Hufflepuff. Look, Charlie Weasley has spotted the golden snitch, and this soon-to-graduate Gryffindor veteran has indeed demonstrated his keen eyesight by quickly identifying it, the commentator passionately declared, nearly spitting with excitement. Chapter 110, The Approaching Final Exam. Ah, it is Cedric Diggory, the young Hufflepuff, who is closely pursuing the snitch, seemingly having also discovered it. The atmosphere on the field has turned tense, with the players' focus now captivated by these two seekers, diverting their attention from the Quaffle's movements. Cedric Diggory surged ahead, getting ever closer. Charlie Weasley endeavored to take the lead, but alas, his equipment was lacking, and his speed faltered, resulting in this precarious situation. The young lions of Gryffindor stared wide-eyed, their previous cheers replaced by a palpable tension, their hearts racing in their throats. Oh, look! Cedric Diggory has surpassed Charlie Weasley. He's on the verge of seizing the golden snitch. In this moment, Cedric seemed to be a step ahead, as if the snitch were mere moments from being captured. My goodness, what is that? The commentator exclaimed in astonishment, being the first to notice the developing situation. It is a bludger, A bludger hurtled towards Cedric, who was reaching for the snitch. Naturally, at that moment, Cedric became aware of the rogue bludger aiming for him. Unlike Harry Potter, he was not inclined to be recklessly brave, risking injury or even death for the sake of victory. To evade the bludger, Cedric had no choice but to relinquish his chance to seize the golden snitch and claim victory. Goodness gracious, that was Fred Weasley's doing, the commentator excitedly explained. The young lions also noticed Fred, who was on the other side, triumphantly waving to the audience, and they erupted in cheers. Seizing the opportunity created by Cedric's momentary distraction, Charlie Weasley quickly capitalized on this hard-won chance. He rapidly pinpointed the location of the golden snitch, accelerating and sprinting to seize it. Yes, Charlie Weasley employed all his accumulated experience and successfully captured the golden snitch, clinching victory for his team. This fulfilled his final wish at school, an incredibly rare achievement. Ultimately, the score between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor stood at 50 to 210, with Gryffindor triumphant. The young lions leapt to their feet, jubilant and ecstatic, as the entire arena erupted in celebration. Even Professor McGonagall could not conceal the smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Chris was genuinely elated by Gryffindor's victory, as well as the triumph of the Weasley brothers. Who would have thought they could truly achieve it? It was utterly astonishing. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, a splendid array of food and drink had already been laid out. Chris even urged George and Fred to procure a few barrels of butterbeer. This delightful beverage was simply irresistible. He found himself increasingly addicted with each sip. However, Chris was unperturbed by the prospect of indulging at such a tender age, for that notion was preposterous. After all, what are we? Wizards. Those minor ailments are hardly ailments at all. Even Voldemort could be resurrected. These trifling issues, one dose of potion, and they would vanish without a trace. Chris is contemplating indulging in some British cigarettes and perhaps cigars when the opportunity arises, envisioning the pleasure it would bring. However, he believes he is not yet of the right age for such pursuits, deciding to wait another 2 years. Otherwise, he would face the wrath of his mother, Lisa, and life would become quite unbearable. Naturally, at school, he feels he can afford to indulge a little, perhaps by enjoying some butterbeer on occasion. As the revelry following the conclusion of the competition subsides, the student spirits, much like the weather, begin to darken, growing increasingly restless and irritable. This shift in mood is exacerbated by the exceedingly unfortunate news. Final examinations are scheduled for June 7th. In recent classes, all the professors have ceased imparting new knowledge, instead providing ample time for the students to review what they have learned over the past year. In the majority of their recent days, Chris has been alongside Imk, George, and Fred, lounging on the grass by the Black Lake. They bask in the sun, savoring snacks procured from the kitchen, and quenching their thirst with refreshing sips of cold juice, all while amenably reciting the tedious and lengthy history of magic. Among the review materials, perhaps the simplest task is practicing the wand movements required for various spells. Of course, when fatigue sets in, Chris often chooses to simply close his eyes and rest. As the weather becomes increasingly oppressive, the inevitable approach of the exams looms ever closer. Chris sat uncomfortably in the sweltering examination hall, where the teachers had distributed specially designed quills for the test, each imbued with incantations to prevent cheating. However, Chris found these quills far more cumbersome to write with than pens or ballpoints, resulting in a far less legible script. Frankly speaking, the written examinations were rather straightforward, consisting of the very material that the professors had repeatedly emphasized during lectures. As long as one paid close attention, achieving a commendable score would undoubtedly be a breeze. Chris felt that he had made a mistake, and it was indeed a blunder. Moreover, there was a practical examination to contend with. Professor Friviv called them one by one into the classroom to see if they could make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. Chris was somewhat perplexed by the intricacies of this peculiar art form. He could hardly grasp what tap dance truly entailed. How could a pineapple dance without feet? Thus, he summoned his imagination, waved his wand, and, employing transfiguration, bestowed 2 feet upon the pineapple before him. With newfound agility, it bounded across the desk. Professor Flivel watched with eager anticipation. Initially, he pondered whether Chris, like several of his previous students, was equally oblivious to the concept of tap dance, as they had been quite muddled during their examinations. Just as he contemplated offering a gentle nudge of encouragement, Chris sprang into action. Upon witnessing the remarkable transformation of the pineapple, Professor Flivel's bushy beard quivered in astonishment, clearly impressed by Chris's exceptional skill in transfiguration at such a tender age. "Well done, Mr. Red. I must say, you performed splendidly. I can now inform you that your score in the charms class is an unequivocal perfect." Professor Flivell beamed. "Thank you, Professor," Chris replied, equally smiling and bowing as he exited the examination room. As Chris emerged, Imk eagerly approached him, inquiring, "So, how did it go, Chris? Was it manageable?" Chris observed the little chubby fellow whose lips trembled incessantly, instantly recognizing his palpable anxiety. "Do not fret," he reassured. "It is merely the most fundamental aspect." Chapter 111. The Transfiguration Examination. Imk nodded, his face ashen, before stepping inside. Ultimately, Imk's performance was relatively commendable, although during the final step, his nervousness caused his hands to shake uncontrollably, resulting in a mishap that sent the pineapple tumbling. Professor Flitwick displayed a look of regret, inscribing a number on the report card before permitting him to exit. When it was time for the Transfiguration Examination, Professor McGonagall observed them as they transformed a mouse into a snuff box. The more exquisite the box, the higher the score. However, if any traces of the mouse's whiskers remained on the box, points would be deducted. Chris also conversed with her classmates who had just completed the examination. They mentioned that as long as one successfully transforms the object, it is deemed acceptable. If someone manages to create a snuff box of appropriate dimensions and adorns it with exquisite vintage patterns, they could attain the highest accolades. Chris was no longer flustered. After all, transfiguration was his forte. Just wait and see as he conjures a flower for Professor McGonagall. The voice of Professor McGonagall echoed through the classroom. Chris gathered his thoughts and stepped inside the spacious classroom, where a long table was the sole piece of furniture. Professor McGonagall was engrossed in jotting down something on a sheet, likely the grades of the previous student. "Professor McGonagall, may I begin?" Chris inquired eagerly, brandishing his wand from the sleeve of his robe. "Certainly, I trust this examination will pose no challenge for you," Professor McGonagall replied, lifting her gaze to Chris, her eyes glimmering with satisfaction. In essence, examinations serve to assess whether students meet the academic standards set by their professors. Yet this particular test seemed inadequate to gauge Chris's true capabilities. "Then perhaps I need not take it at all," Chris jested. "Oh, that is out of the question. However, I have prepared an alternative challenge for you. How about attempting to transform this rabbit into a slipper?" Professor McGonagall proposed, retrieving a lively little white rabbit from a nearby cage and assuring Chris that his performance in this task would not impact his exam results. Chris nodded, aware that this test pertained to a spell typically studied by second-year students at Hogwarts in anticipation of their forthcoming final examinations. In 1993, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley had endeavored to learn this incantation during Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. However, due to the grave threats looming over the school at that time, neither of them was able to concentrate sufficiently to successfully practice the magic in a practical setting. Chris felt that Professor McGonagall might be slightly underestimating him, as he had previously succeeded in casting this spell. Nevertheless, this was quite agreeable, aligning with his desire to conceal his true abilities. Now, should he transform in a minute? Or perhaps two? Or should he take even longer? Thus, Chris began to mentally outline the steps for the transfiguration. Professor McGonagall observed in silence for a considerable time, pondering why Chris had yet to make a move. Was this spell proving too challenging for the young lad? Yet, having received the newcomer award, surely he possessed the requisite talent. Should she say something? Just as Professor McGonagall was about to speak, she witnessed him suddenly wave his wand, the tip gently contacting the rabbit before him. Transforming a mere rabbit into a pair of slippers was indeed more challenging than transfiguring it into a mouse, demanding greater concentration from the wizard. Many third and fourth-year students might struggle with such a feat, and even some graduates who no longer practiced or studied transfiguration could find it beyond their capabilities. Alas, the study of magic, much like any other form of learning, adheres to the principle that one either progresses or regresses. Without review, knowledge fades. Familiarity breeds skill, and this holds true in the realm of magic as well. As Chris proceeded with his incantation, the unfortunate little rabbit on the table began to stretch and morph into the anticipated shape. Professor McGonagall remained fixated on the table, and after approximately a minute, a rather charming pair of white fuzzy slippers rested before them. However, Chris slowly exhaled and, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, "I apologize, Professor, but it seems that the sizes of these slippers are rather mismatched." Chris had only become proficient in this spell but had not used it since, much like the tendency to forget what one has learned when not revisited. "It is already quite impressive. Your accomplishments have far exceeded my expectations," Professor McGonagall remarked with satisfaction as she gazed at the pair of slippers on the table. She believed that even the most esteemed Dumbledore could not have reached the level of Chris Red during his first year. Mr. Red, I have always held great hope for you. I believe that in a few years, you will be ready to attempt the transformation into an animagus. Professor McGonagall said with a smile. Animagus? Chris's eyes brightened with intrigue. He found himself deeply fascinated by the subject. However, he had hesitated to attempt it thus far, primarily due to the inherent dangers of transformation. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in his metamorphosis into a hideous creature, which was utterly terrifying. If only he could find a mentor seasoned in this art, guiding him in the ways of animagus. Then, should he inadvertently find himself in trouble or pursuit, he could escape with the same grace as Blake, truly a skill crucial for survival. Indeed, animagus is an exceptionally advanced transformation spell. Yet it is wise to refrain from attempting it in solitude, for the repercussions of a failed transformation could be catastrophic. Should your interest remain steadfast, perhaps in 2 years' time? When your level of study and experience have sufficiently matured, I might be able to offer you some guidance. Professor McGonagall understood well that exceptional students like Chris would inevitably experiment with animagus transformations in the future. Thus, she recognized that rather than allowing Reed to experiment in secrecy, it would be far more prudent for her to take on the role of his instructor. Chris undoubtedly agreed without hesitation. He would never be foolish enough to attempt it himself, for the peril of becoming an animagus is far too great. What if he were to foolishly mismanage the process and end up in a dire predicament? Furthermore, within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, he preferred to limit his interactions with Dumbledore. Thus, the foremost expert in transfiguration would undoubtedly be Professor McGonagall, who herself is an animagus. It is quite possible that Harry's father and his friends sought her wisdom regarding transfiguration. To neglect such a valuable resource would be nothing short of a grievous error. Very well, since you have consented, let us proceed with this understanding. You shall focus on your studies, and when the time is right, I shall impart the knowledge to you, Professor McGonagall advised. Chris nodded in agreement. Chapter 112, The Tragedy of Imk. Before departing, Professor McGonagall felt a twinge of concern regarding whether Chris could sustain his current attitude towards learning. After all, young boys at his age are often quite playful. It is uncertain how things will unfold in the future. Throughout her many years of teaching, she had witnessed numerous promising individuals fade into obscurity. Hence, she gently reminded him that during the upcoming holiday, upon returning home, he should not neglect to review the knowledge he has acquired and engage with books, as well as stay informed about the latest developments in transfiguration, for knowledge is always beneficial. Chris nodded, resolutely aware that he should not allow his current modest abilities to inflate his ego or lead him to believe he is the strongest. He understands that his level of skill is merely a drop in the ocean among countless others in the magical realm. Just as he had recognized his own inadequacies when confronting Professor Snively, he realized that even with the enhancement of his magical powers, his victory was largely attributed to sheer luck. Faced with a more formidable opponent, he feared he would scarcely have a chance to resist before being swiftly overpowered. Thus, Chris had firmly resolved to dedicate his holiday time after leaving school to the study of magic, believing that consistent effort would ultimately lead to strength. After all, just as one does not gain weight overnight, mastery of magical abilities cannot be attained in an instant. He is currently in the foundational stages of his journey, and he must remain vigilant. Upon exiting the classroom, Imk, who had been waiting outside, initially feared that Chris had performed poorly on his exam. He hurriedly approached to offer comfort. Chris, are you all right? It's perfectly normal to have an off day. I had my share of struggles during the charms exam too, and my performance was far from stellar. I'm confident that even if you didn't perform your best, Professor McGonagall wouldn't hold it against you. Rest assured. A young admirer of Chris also approached, chiming in, Exactly, Red. Don't lose heart. Everyone knows your transfiguration skills are the finest in our year. A single less than stellar performance means nothing. We all recognize your talent, so cheer up. Chris felt helpless. What were these individuals thinking? Wasn't it merely a matter of wasting a little time? How could they misconstrue it as a lack of performance? Nevertheless, it was for the best. One cannot always maintain the facade of a genius. It is essential to emerge from the crowd and integrate into the community. This is indeed the most favorable approach. Chris hurriedly addressed the group, acknowledging, Indeed, I failed to master the scale of my transformation. What I conjured was not quite right in size. Upon hearing his words, the others offered a round of consolation. Some students who had yet to take their exams felt an even greater sense of anxiety. If the formidable Chris could not meet Professor McGonagall's standards, what hope did they have? Would their performance not be even more dismal? A few students awaiting their turn turned pale with apprehension. When it came time for the potions exam, the young wizards fervently attempted to recall the brewing process for the forgetfulness potion. Severus Snape stood in the background, his keen gaze fixed upon them. They could almost feel his breath against the nape of their necks, intensifying their anxiety. The forgetfulness potion, as its name suggests, enables one to forget everything upon consumption. And there exists no antidote. Only the passage of time can diminish its effects. In truth, it is not particularly difficult to brew. Chris had long mastered the art of potion making, completing the entire process in a mere 15 minutes. When he finally presented his potion, Professor Snape scrutinized the vial for a considerable time. Yet he could not find a single fault. The herbology examination proved equally straightforward. Chris had memorized the names and characteristics of the herbs, as well as their care. However, the days of ease had come to an end, for the forthcoming exams seemed less fortuitous. During the astronomy written exam, Chris performed poorly. Having not paid much attention in class, neglected to take notes, and even feigned illness on one occasion. Truth be told, he held little fascination for observing celestial phenomena. Thus, retribution arrived, and during the test, he forgot the trajectory of a particular planet. On the day of the flying exam, it was not Chris who faced misfortune, but Imp. Just as Imp mounted his broomstick, ready to take flight, the broom snapped beneath him with a sharp crack. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, averting a disaster. Madam Hooch, in a fit of fury, shouted, "You, retake the course." Imp, already shaken, turned pale and could scarcely utter a word. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, the tale of the flying exam had spread throughout the school. A plump first-year Gryffindor had become the first wizard in nearly a decade to break a broomstick during the flying exam, a truly embarrassing feat. Wherever Imp went, he was met with pointed fingers and whispers, a humiliation beyond measure. Chris surmised that the rapid dissemination of this news was likely the handiwork of their Slytherin rival, Dorian Pusey. This fellow, too cowardly to confront them openly, resorted to underhanded tactics. The last issue of the Daily Prophet, featuring an informant from Hogwarts, was likely linked to him, without a doubt. How loathsome. Chris found himself at a loss for what to do, as his fellow Gryffindors offered no support to Ink, instead mocking him. In exasperation, Chris had to chastise a few of them before they relented. At that moment, Chris's reputation proved somewhat beneficial. The raucous students quieted considerably. While mocking others was one thing, they dared not provoke Chris, for if they did, they would face the wrath of his devoted admirers. Chris felt a sense of solace. The power of fandom truly served as a formidable shield. Alas, one wonders how such misfortune could befall Imp, who endured the ridicule of his peers. It was not his intention for such an incident to occur during the exam. Why did it have to break then of all times? What sort of wretched broomsticks did the school provide? Was it his fault? Ha ha ha. Imp, George and Fred teased. If only you had paid a bit more attention. This could have been avoided. After all, we all use the same school brooms during competitions, and everyone else manages just fine. Perhaps you should consider shedding a few pounds. Chris understood that their intentions were merely innocent jest, yet the situation with Imp was rather dire. In such moments, it is perhaps best for a close friend to refrain from making such remarks. Chapter 113. A fright all right. Both of you. Focus on your studies and refrain from mentioning Imp. He did not mean any harm. Imp, you too, stop dwelling on it. Given the circumstances, it is wiser to concentrate on reviewing for the upcoming exams. The past is best left for later contemplation. Oh, the mere thought of it exacerbates my frustration. The remaining exams are quite daunting. The practical exam for defense against the dark arts and the history of magic examination. The more I ponder, the more my head spins. Hey, do you think that the snotty professor is truly out of the picture? Will the exam still be conducted by Snape? He has taught us any practical spells, has he? In class, he merely reads from the textbook. So, tomorrow's exam won't be a recitation contest, will it? Who reads the best? Who knows? Chris shook his head, uncertain of how Snape would conduct the practical exam for defense against the dark arts. When the following day arrived, the practical exam for defense against the dark arts commenced as scheduled. Indeed, it was Snape who administered the exam. Each student called by name entered the classroom alone to confront him, only to emerge a few minutes later, replaced by the next candidate. Anxiety loomed over everyone. The idea of facing Snape alone in a classroom was utterly terrifying. Some young wizards felt their limbs turn cold, others had lips that turned pale with fear, and some could barely utter a word, trembling uncontrollably. A few even struggled to maintain their footing. Each student emerged with a similar expression, a profound sense of relief. Merlin, Chris, What do you suppose this exam entails? Facing Snape alone is terrifying enough, but to have an actual exam? I can hardly imagine it. I wonder if I'll be so frightened that I won't even dare to move, let alone take the exam. Imk, too, was quite anxious. His courage had always been limited, and now his legs trembled. It's all right, don't be like that. You've been studying well, and besides, haven't I taught you many things in this regard? Just muster some courage and don't be overly tense. I don't expect you to perform exceptionally. Just aim to demonstrate your usual capabilities, and I am confident you will fare well. For some reason, the wait for the practical exam in defense against the dark arts felt interminable, as if an eternity had passed. Chris read. Professor Snape called out. Good day, Professor. Chris greeted Snape politely. Stop dawdling and prepare yourself, the illustrious Mr. Red. Snape replied with a stern expression. Then, Professor, what will the exam consist of? Chris paid no heed to Snape's demeanor towards him. Snape uttered no further words, merely raising his wand, causing several snakes to materialize before Chris. Use the petrifying spell. Petrify them, Snape commanded tersely. Petrify them all. Petrify them all. Petrify them all. Chris said little more, directly raising his wand to cast a spell at the serpents that slithered towards him. With a few flashes of red light, the snakes appeared to be frozen in place, rendered immobile. All right, you may exit now. Snape observed Chris's swift and decisive actions, neither surprised nor inclined to say anything further. Chris bowed to Snape and had just turned to leave when Snape spoke once more. Remember to return my book tonight, Mr. Reed. Do you not feel any shame in your role as a thief? Kristen was momentarily stunned. How was this discovered? He recalled that when he took Snape's book, which belonged to the Half-Blood Prince, it should have been flawless. Moreover, he found it hard to believe that a professor would take the time to search through those old tomes for no apparent reason. Chris now appeared utterly bewildered, utterly at a loss. After all, having taken someone else's belongings and being discovered was an exceedingly humiliating predicament. At this moment, he found himself at a complete loss for words, uncertain of how to articulate an explanation, simply standing there, his mouth opening and closing in discomfort. Fortunately, Snape soon broke the silence, inquiring, Do you wish to know how I came to this knowledge? Humph, allow me to enlighten you, Mr. Red. If one wishes to remain inconspicuous, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Am I to be so naive as to be unaware of the incident that transpired at the Black Lake not long ago? Do you presume me to be as foolish and dim-witted as yourself? Chris now comprehended that Snape's incantation had become one of his trump cards. Consequently, on that fateful day, he had unleashed numerous stunning spells, some of which had missed their mark, resulting in considerable devastation at the scene. Given Snape's close allegiance to Dumbledore, it was only natural that he had conducted an investigation at the site, especially since a dark wizard had perished there. Surely, the Ministry of Magic and the Wisengamot could not have overlooked the incident. However, with Dumbledore's protection, it is likely that they refrained from troubling a first-year wizard who had inadvertently achieved something noteworthy. Nevertheless, some form of inquiry must have been undertaken. When Snape examined the traces of the stunning spells, he, as the creator of the incantation, would undoubtedly recognize them, a feat not difficult for him. Thus, Snape would certainly be aware that, in the absence of having imparted this spell to anyone, Chris had somehow mastered it. This could not merely be a coincidence. Even a fool would realize that the only remaining possibility was from one of his previous tomes. As a first-year student just beginning to delve into potions, Chris could not possibly have access to advanced texts. The only explanation would be that he had stealthily appropriated Snape's book. Alas, it seemed he was now inextricably mired in a predicament from which he could not extricate himself. Forgive me, Professor, for taking your book without your permission. I truly regret it, but I had my reasons. Huh, what reasons could you possibly have, thief? Snape scoffed dismissively. The truth is, I have already mastered all the potions we are studying in class, so I wish to explore more advanced topics, even if I do not attempt to concoct them myself. Acquiring deeper knowledge of potion making would be beneficial. As for today's updates, I have completed the 5 installments of 10,000 words. I imagine many friends have turned to pirated versions to read ahead, which I regret. Only by writing this can you see my work. And I sincerely hope for your support. With my full attendance benefits now lost, I must rely on subscriptions and donations. I hope you might consider contributing a small amount, at least to help me achieve a respectable initial subscription score. Thank you. Please remember the original domain for this book's debut, Chapter 114, Snape's Office. Furthermore, I was unaware that it was your book. I merely stumbled upon it and inadvertently learned some spells. Chris endeavored to elucidate his reasoning. Severus, of course, recognized that Chris possessed commendable skills in potion making, Thus, seeking a more advanced tome on the subject was entirely justifiable. However, it was rather fortuitous that among countless volumes, he had chosen this particular one. Severus suspected that such coincidences were rare in the grand tapestry of life, and Chris's actions were, indeed, suspicious. Nevertheless, this remained merely his conjecture. He chose to refrain from further comment, simply stating in a frigid tone that Chris should remember to return the book. Upon exiting, Chris found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had genuinely not anticipated such scrutiny. The meticulousness exhibited was truly remarkable. Indeed, those engaged in espionage were distinctly different, possessing a certain caliber that left him somewhat at a loss. Alas, in his quest for knowledge, he had unwittingly attracted Severus's attention, rendering him akin to a thief. Even if Severus chose not to report him, Chris feared the repercussions that might follow. What was to be done? In that moment, he was at a loss for a course of action. Consequently, for the remainder of the day, Chris remained in a distracted state. Devoid of the inclination to prepare for his impending history of magic examination, Chris wore a perpetual expression of sorrow, embodying a despair that seemed to consume him entirely. His mind was ensnared by a singular thought. Why has this happened? Imk, sensing the gravity of Chris's mood, was rendered speechless. Fearing that Chris's discontent stemmed from his recent exam results, the atmosphere grew heavy with Chris's gloom, instilling a sense of trepidation in Imk, who resorted to solitary study at the table, occasionally resorting to comical gestures in a futile attempt to elicit a smile from Chris. However, the young man, consumed by a sense of impending doom, was in no state to acknowledge his friend's antics. As evening approached, Chris reluctantly clutched the book belonging to the Half-Blood Prince and steeled himself to exit the Gryffindor common room in search of Professor Snape, determined to offer an apology. There was no choice. He would be under the professor's tutelage for the next 6 years, and a poorly resolved issue could lead to dire consequences in the future. Knock. Knock, knock. Professor Snape, here is your book. I apologize and implore you to forgive my fervent passion for potion making. Thank you, Chris articulated with a blend of politeness and brevity. Humph, since you claim a desire to master more advanced potion making, I presume you are well acquainted with the contents of this book. Am I correct? Professor Snape, seated at his desk, cast a frosty glance at Chris. Yes, Professor. Chris hastily replied. Then, esteemed new star of Hogwarts, Mr. Chris read, please elucidate for me the third law of gobbledygook as presented in this tome, Professor Snape inquired. Tilting his head, his hawkish nose directed at Chris, his frigid gaze unwavering. Chris experienced a brief mental lapse, initially believing that upon his arrival, he would be subjected to a tempestuous reprimand, perhaps even corporal punishment, reminiscent of Harry Potter's experiences, having to endure a month of rigorous material. Yet, upon his arrival, the situation proved quite different. Severus Snape's peculiar demeanor was indeed striking. Didn't he, the genius, just claim to have studied? Snape remarked with a disdainful curl of his lip. No, it is not merely gobbledygook's third law that states, the antidote for a mixed poison is greater than the total of each individual component's antidote. Observing Snape's dissatisfaction, Chris hastily clarified, it pertains to the formulation of antidotes. If we have accurately analyzed the potion's components using Scarpin's transformation spell, our primary objective should not be to simply select the antidote for each individual component. Instead, we must identify an additional ingredient that can, through a process akin to alchemy, transmute these disparate elements. The antidote for a mixed poison is not merely a compilation of the antidotes for individual poisons. Therefore, the number of components in the antidote for a mixed poison must be greater than or equal to the total number of components in the antidotes for each individual poison. Indeed, gobbledygook's third law contains relevant information, albeit without detailed explanation, and what Chris articulated earlier falls into the category of unmentioned concepts. As for how Chris came by this knowledge, it was undoubtedly derived from Professor Slughorn's remarks in the original text. Whether he was correct or if there was any room for inquiry remained uncertain. After all, what could one do in the presence of Snape? One had to engage in some discourse, did one not? In fact, during their 6th year at Hogwarts, they studied this law and were tasked with utilizing it to create antidotes. Slughorn had noted that Hermione Granger recited the law with remarkable speed. Crafting an antidote based on this law proved quite challenging. In potions class, Hermione concocted a semi-finished antidote using 52 components. Conversely, Harry Potter, emboldened by the Half-Blood Princess notes, successfully employed a dung bomb. Thus, the complexities that could confound Hermione Granger indeed possessed considerable depth. As Snape listened to Chris articulate his thoughts, He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This boy, born into a Muggle family, undeniably displayed a rare talent. Even Snape himself, at Chris's age, had not grasped such an extensive knowledge of potion making. Not to mention, Chris excelled not only in potions but, as far as Snape knew, also in transfiguration and charms. Such an exceptional boy was indeed remarkable. Alas, Snape pondered Dumbledore's intentions. Truth be told, he was uncertain how to approach Chris. Though he entertained such thoughts, he could not act on them. Snape maintained his usual cold demeanor. It appears you have not wasted your time after all. You may leave now. Remember, do not engage in such activities in the future. I will be watching you. If one wishes to remain undiscovered, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Chris still felt somewhat dazed. What was happening? Was this merely a tempest in a teapot? Even if this matter were to conclude now, he bore an expression of anxiety as if he would not survive the night, leaving with a countenance full of confusion. Could it be that we are both bewildered beneath the tree? Wait, remember, do not recklessly employ that incantation again. Just as Chris was about to depart, Snape called out to him once more and handed him an object, a simple piece of paper. Chapter 115. Review. When called, Chris was so startled that he nearly knelt down. He feared something had gone awry once again. It must be said, Snape's presence was overwhelmingly formidable, and it was wise for ordinary folk to avoid provoking him. This solidified Chris's resolve to steer clear of trouble in the future. With Snape's watchful gaze upon him, could he expect to lead a tranquil life? As Chris cautiously exited Snape's office, he carefully closed the door behind him before unfolding the paper that Snape had given him. Upon opening it, he found only a few sparse words, which seemed to constitute a spell. This appears to be a counter-curse. A counter-curse for what, though? Chris couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. For a moment, he found himself struggling to comprehend the true meaning behind the spell Professor Snape had imparted to him. Break the curse. Break the curse. Chris pondered meticulously and finally grasped the truth. It was the disarming charm, known as the God's Shadow. After all, this incantation belonged to a reversible magic spell with a counter-curse. The afflicted area could not regenerate through any means, yet it could be healed through the counter-curse. This elucidates why Draco managed to recover, while George did not. Much like in the 7th book of the original series, when Molly Weasley lamented that after the God's Shadow curse severed George's ear, she was unable to restore it, as it had been lost to dark magic. This represents a covert, insidious, yet remarkably potent and effective form of sorcery. One cannot help but acknowledge that Snape's mastery of spells was indeed exceptional, as he was capable of devising such sophisticated enchantments even during his school years. Chris felt he was far inferior to others and wondered when he might reach such a level of competence. Attaining that level would indeed be remarkable. Once Chris returned to his bedroom, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His spirits lifted after what had been a day filled with unexpected yet thrilling experiences. Upon seeing Imk still struggling through his studies of the history of magic, Chris couldn't help but chuckle. You're still at it, huh? Give it a rest. It won't do you any good. Why not come and have some fun instead? Imk rubbed his tired eyes, perplexed. How could this guy, who had appeared so despondent and morose during the day, be so lively now? What was going on? Why was he gloomy by day and exuberant by night? This was quite unlike anyone else. With a puzzled expression, Imk set down his book and inquired, "Aren't you the one who loves studying the most? The exam is tomorrow. Yet you seem unfazed. This is the history of magic we're talking about. It's tedious and lengthy, and I can't seem to retain any of it." My apologies. Actually, I've been doing quite well. Stop. I know what you're about to say. It's not because I'm attending the ghost professor's lectures, but rather due to my own consistent study habits. Imk listened, bewildered. Wait, you actually read this stuff in your spare time? Have you lost your mind? I think potion books are far more engaging. No, let me share a little trick. Simply treat them as stories. They recount events from the past, aside from specific dates. There's not much else that's difficult to remember. All those incidents and the narratives surrounding them can be viewed as poignant and captivating tales. I believe if you approach them as stories, it would be much easier to memorize them. It's really not that hard, with just a bit of effort. You'll find it quite manageable. Chris gently patted Imk's shoulder, expressing his optimism about him. Hey, it's easy for you to say. Who knows if you truly remember it that way? Ultimately, whether you actually recall it is still in question. Imk, listening to Chris's eloquent discourse, felt somewhat unconvinced. Pursing his lips and rolling his eyes. You think you're so clever? Are you really doubting me? If you have the ability, let's see if you can answer this. If you can, I will concede. Imk declared, raising the book in his hand. All right, let us put it to the test. Chris replied, equally unyielding. Now, here we go. Please answer this. What is it? This refers to a series of regulations established by the British Ministry of Magic in 1637, outlining the responsibilities of werewolves. For instance, it mandates that they confine themselves during the full moon to prevent harming others, right? Chris responded, his confidence slightly wavering. Go on. Imk raised an eyebrow, surprised that Chris had answered correctly. However, the outcome ultimately remained predictable, as it ended in failure. The reason being, no one signed the guidelines. For no one was willing to step into the Ministry of Magic and admit to being a werewolf. After all, werewolves are regarded as a significant disgrace in our magical society, Chris elaborated methodically. Well, you're quite impressive, Chris. I didn't see that coming. All right, let me test you with another question. Imp challenged, still feeling unsatisfied. Am I afraid of you? Bring it on, Chris retorted defiantly. Please provide a detailed commentary on the peculiar Uric. Imp, are you sure this will be on the exam? Chris questioned, doubting the relevance of the topic. How would I know? I'm not that ghostly professor. If you ask me, who should I ask? Imp replied, somewhat stubbornly. Regardless, this is what I ask you. So just tell me if you know it or not. Kristen felt a sense of helplessness, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. So he began to recount the eccentric figure of Uric, a medieval wizard renowned for his peculiar behavior. For instance, he famously wore a jellyfish as a hat and slept in a room filled with over 50 pet auguries, regarded as one of the most bizarre wizards in history. He often became the punchline in wizarding jokes. Born in 982 in the British Isles, or perhaps later, he graduated from Ravenclaw House at Hogwarts. Uric gained notoriety for donning a jellyfish as a headpiece, leaving a lasting impression on all who encountered him. He also shared his space with 50 pet auguries, whose peculiar, low, trembling calls once led people to believe they heralded death. In reality, the auguries only sang before a heavy downpour. During a dreary, rain-soaked winter, the lamentations of the auguries made Uric feel as though he had perished and had become a mere specter. In an attempt to pass through the walls of his home, he inadvertently suffered a concussion lasting 10 days. Chapter 116. New confections. As Kristen reached this point, Imp erupted into laughter reminiscent of a pig's squeal, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, this person is truly amusing. Kristen, how do you know so much? It's not in my book. Mr. Newt Scamander mentioned it. Haven't you read that book?" "No, I haven't. I haven't even mastered the spells yet. Who has time for those books? Now hurry up and continue, don't dawdle." Imp eagerly urged him to proceed. "All right, I shall continue," Kristen replied with a hint of exasperation. There was a time when the eccentric Uric endeavored to prove that the calls of auguries were actually beneficial to human health. After listening to their cries for 3 consecutive months, he presented his findings to the Wizarding Council. However, the council remained unmoved when Uric appeared before them, adorned with nothing but a small wig, which, upon closer inspection, turned out to be a deceased badger. The precise date of Uric's demise remains unknown. To commemorate his peculiar antics, a brief biography of him was featured on a chocolate frog card. At some point, Raldorf Pitamon penned Uric's biography. "Well done, Kristen. You spoke wonderfully. It seems you've truly memorized everything. Alas, you need not worry about tomorrow's exam. Unlike me, who remembers nothing at all," Imp expressed, feeling a sense of despair. "Oh, come now. If you follow the methods I've shared with you, you'll have no trouble at all. Just like polishing your wand before a crucial moment. It's not powerful, but it certainly shines," Kristen cheerfully reassured him. The following day, the last exam arrived as scheduled. Naturally covering the history of magic they had reviewed the previous night, the young wizards only needed to endure 1 more hour, answering peculiar historical questions about the wizarding world, such as which eccentric old wizards invented the self-stirring cauldron. Once they completed this, they would be free to enjoy an entire week of leisure until the exam results were announced. When Professor Binz's ghost instructed them to set down their quills and roll up their parchment, Kristen could not help but join his classmates in jubilant cheers. It had indeed been a challenging year of strenuous study, and now it was finally over, a rare and welcome relief. "Oh, dear Merlin, this was far easier than I had anticipated. The guidelines for werewolf behavior from 1637 you asked about was exactly on the exam. Is this not a stroke of fortune?" Imp chuckled, feeling considerably lighter after the test. Thus, they leisurely made their way down the slope to the lakeside, plopping down beneath a tree with a splash. How delightful it is to no longer have to study. Imp sighed contentedly, stretching out on the grass. "Ha ha ha, do not forget about your flying class. You must wait until next year to retake it with the first-year students. Just imagine how that will go. In all honesty, Kristen's reminder felt rather cruel. Just as he was relaxing after the exam, Imp's mind was drawn to his most troublesome concern. Ah, Kristen, I could just kill you for bringing that up. Imp exclaimed in frustration, rising to deliver a playful punch to Kristen. On their way back to the castle, they happened upon George and Fred, who appeared decidedly downtrodden. As if the sky had fallen. Hey, George and Fred, what's wrong? Who lost some money to be wearing such long faces? Kristen inquired curiously. Well, not exactly that. But we definitely flunked our history of magic exam today, George sighed, casting a glance toward Fred. All your fault, Fred. I told you to set aside the research and focus on studying properly in the days leading up to the exam. Now look, if we do poorly, our holiday will be ruined, and Percy will surely embellish things in front of Mom. What if she gets angry? I really don't want to see her in a rage. Hey, can you blame me? Did you even study yesterday? You were the one who said study? Study, my foot. Fred retorted defiantly, rolling his eyes. Well, I was merely trying to help us earn some extra funds for the Hogwarts Brothers activities. Unlike you, George argued back. Uffed. As if I didn't know that. But weren't we supposed to be studying for the exam? And yet you insisted on dragging me into your research. And now look, it's all gone to waste. Fred complained vehemently. All right, it's not the end of the world. I've heard others say that Professor Binns is fairly lenient, as long as you fill the parchment and your answers aren't too far from the mark. Passing should be no issue. Chris observed the escalating argument between the two and quickly interjected with words of comfort. Indeed, considering the situation, what purpose does further quarreling serve? He remarked. Wouldn't you agree? Imp also chimed in with a conciliatory tone. So, how is your research progressing? Chris inquired, his interest in the subject evident. Well, allow me to show you this, Fred said as he retrieved an object from his pocket and handed it to Chris. Upon receiving it, Chris took a glance and discovered yet another poorly packaged candy, likely akin to the last time they encountered that nosebleed nougat. Is this similar to the one we had before? What effects does this one have? Chris contemplated the candy in his hand without indulging. For he knew well that consuming such a thing would undoubtedly lead to discomfort. He had no desire to inflict suffering upon himself. This is and its effects differ from that last one. You will understand once you taste it, George remarked with a mischievous grin. Humph, I won't fall for your tricks. Does that mean it will make me vomit? Chris inquired. Indeed. If you consume this candy during class, you will undoubtedly end up retching uncontrollably. Guaranteed to expel everything you ate 2 days ago. The effect is absolutely remarkable. That's right, ditching class is something you deserve. George and Fred animatedly described the candy before them as if performing a comedic skit. Chris felt that the two of them were indeed quite talented. If they studied the art of comedic dialogue under Professor Gua, they would undoubtedly achieve great success. Well, I hope you haven't recruited anyone else for your human trials this time. He remarked with feigned seriousness, uncertain if the two had managed to rid themselves of this detrimental habit. Chapter 117. Results. Although Chris was well aware of how popular this confection would become in the future at Hogwarts, and its potential to be sold across various wizarding schools, he was also cognizant of the fact that after Fred and George departed from Hogwarts, many students began utilizing this skipping class candy as an excuse to feign illness, allowing them to escape from Dolores Umbridge's lessons. Umbridge was exceedingly furious about this and sought to trace the origins of these mysterious ailments. But the students insisted it was simply a manifestation of Umbridge syndrome, rendering her utterly helpless. However, conducting experiments on fellow classmates was undeniably inhumane. Such actions were no different from those of dark wizards. Consider this. If a mere discomfort could be alleviated with a simple remedy, that would be acceptable. But what if the remedy failed? What then? And what if someone were to suffer dire consequences? Consequently, Chris took this matter very seriously. Ah, dear Chris, fret not. We are fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Besides, you gifted us that toad for testing purposes last time. Previously, we lacked the funds to procure such an item, which is why we resorted to using people for experiments. Now, thanks to you, we have what we need for our trials. There is no reason to involve others, George and Fred earnestly assured him. Very well, that is a relief. This is no laughing matter. If you were to harm someone, could you bear the responsibility? Not to mention the repercussions it would have on your families. Chris reiterated with great concern. All right, enough already. You're becoming more tedious than our mother. Come on, let's head to dinner. George and Fred, exasperated by Chris's incessant warnings, hurriedly ushered him towards the great hall for their meal. As the young wizards felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, with concerns about their exam results looming over them, A week later, the results were finally announced. To be honest, the primary concern of the young wizards upon hearing this news was not to check their scores, but rather to feel a tremendous sense of relief. The torment was finally over, and summer vacation was on the horizon. Chris has performed exceptionally well in his studies, achieving outstanding, in transfiguration, potions, herbology, charms, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts, signifying the highest level of excellence. As for his grades in flying and astronomy, while slightly lower, they still reflect commendable performance with an exceeds expectations E. It is noteworthy that the grading system at Hogwarts comprises 6 standards: outstanding, exceeds expectations, acceptable, poor, dreadful, and troll. In his year, there were no true academic prodigies, so Chris naturally claimed the top position in his grade. With his impressive academic record, Chris has garnered considerable attention, regardless of whether in a Muggle or Wizarding school. Those who excel in their studies invariably attract notice, especially considering Chris's numerous notable accomplishments in the eyes of his peers. Those who previously questioned his abilities are now compelled to acknowledge his success. After all, this was a genuine final examination, and to perform poorly compared to him is indefensible. If one harbors envy and engages in baseless criticism, only to later deem another unreasonable, is that not absurd? Now, having underperformed in the exams compared to Chris, what can be said? It is best to remain silent. On the other hand, Imk's results are somewhat ambiguous. He secured O in transfiguration, herbology, charms, and astronomy, while his potions and defense against the dark arts grades were respectable with an E. However, in history of magic, he barely passed with an acceptable A, and in flying, he received the lowest possible grade of troll, T, necessitating a retake alongside the first year's next year. Look at him, sitting at the table, lamenting his fate. Sigh. I am truly perplexed. How can this be? Potions aside from Chris, there are only a handful who received O. But what happened with history of magic? I distinctly remember answering well, at least an E, yet I only got an A? Was I on the verge of receiving AP? I cannot fathom how you responded. Did you fail to express yourself clearly? Chris is equally uncertain. How could this be? Tell me, how did you answer regarding the demon Emmerich? That is the one I feel least confident about. Well, let me think. I remember he was a short-lived but immensely powerful wizard. He once wielded the Elder Wand and ruled with terror in southern England during the early Middle Ages. He was slain in a duel against the beast Egbert, correct? What? It was him? Oh, I am doomed. Merlin, save me. Others confused the demon Emmerich with the creature Ulrich, and I mistakenly wrote about the desperate Elfric instead? I was so confident that my answer was correct. It appears this is where I faltered. Such a crucial essay question. I surely received a 0. No wonder I ended up with an A. Truly, I deserve that. Imk sighed deeply, reflecting on his own folly. Oh well, look on the bright side, Imk. At least you passed, did you not? George, who was playing wizard chess with Fred, interjected, unable to endure Imk's lamentations any longer. Hey, are you talking about me? You two must have scored higher than I did, right? Imk retorted with displeasure. Oh no, you are mistaken. Our other grades are either O or E. Except for history of magic, which was AP. Just barely failing, it was a case of being a fraction away from an A. Fred remarked as he moved his piece. Indeed, tell me who suffers more. Returning home, I have no idea how to explain this to her mother. George said as he checkmated Fred's knight. Well, I can offer you a splendid idea. When you return home and your mother inquires about your grades, simply say that you were unwell recently, which hindered your preparation and caused you to miss many classes. Given these circumstances, the scores you achieved are quite commendable. I am confident your family will understand. What do you think? Imk suggested enthusiastically, exuding an air of experience. Indeed, I had not considered that, Imk. You seem quite knowledgeable. Tell me, have you employed this tactic before? George exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. Chapter 118, the end of term feast. Ah, ha ha. No. I am merely proposing a solution for you. Do not overthink it. If the method is effective, that is all that matters, right? Imk chuckled. However, once the results were announced, the holiday break loomed near, and Chris yearned for a proper rest and enjoyment. Yet, he understood that for his own safety, he must grow increasingly stronger, leaving no room for relaxation. Up to this point, Chris had performed adequately, but the forthcoming year promised greater dangers. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, Chris resolved to exert every effort to enhance his abilities and knowledge, striving merely to ensure his survival at Hogwarts. During the end-of-term summary feast, Chris, along with a group of Gryffindor students, donned their wizarding robes and proceeded to the great hall to partake in the banquet. The hall had been lavishly adorned in green and silver, the colors of Slytherin, in celebration of their triumph in securing the House Cup once more. This marked their 6th victory in the House Cup competition. Behind the head table, a colossal banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung prominently. Students and faculty arrived in succession, filling the hall with lively chatter as the young wizards gazed in awe at the sumptuous feast laid before them. Slytherin students, having won the House Cup, were vociferously celebrating, their dialogue brimming with joy and confidence. Meanwhile, the majority of Gryffindor students bore somber expressions, as their rivals, Slytherin, had triumphed yet again. Look at that. Even if your Chris Red is remarkable, in the end, it is still Slytherin who claims the House Cup, sneered a Slytherin student once bested by Chris. Many Gryffindor students flushed with anger, clenching their fists, eager to retort but unsure how to respond. As the hall began to fill, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore conferred with Professor McGonagall, who tapped her fork against her goblet to summon silence. Gradually, the hall fell into a hushed stillness, and Headmaster Dumbledore rose, smiling as he gestured to the assembly. Before you all indulge in this delightful feast, I must trouble you to listen to the ramblings of an old man, Professor Dumbledore began gently. Day by day, year by year, another academic year has swiftly come to a close. This year, unlike any other, has been filled with remarkable events. What a splendid year it has been. In your little minds, you must have grown richer than before. Ahead lies an entire summer awaiting you. An opportunity to digest all that information and make room for new knowledge. As far as I know, we must first conduct the awards ceremony for the House Cup, with the specific scores for each house as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff, with 355 points. 3rd place, Gryffindor, with 408 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 452 points, and Slytherin in 1st place with 497 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, and Chris noticed that Diagon Pusey was nearly jumping with excitement. Ah, yet again Slytherin. Angelina muttered discontentedly, ever since Snape became the head of Slytherin. They have consistently topped the scores. Just look at how jubilant they are. It is no surprise. Snape is relentless in deducting points from students of other houses during potions class, and the students of Slytherin are not particularly deficient, often earning his favor and additional points. In fact, in the entire first-year potions class of Gryffindor, only Chris managed to achieve an O. Take him, for instance, who accompanied Chris in class and successfully brewed numerous potions, gaining considerable experience. While his potions were undoubtedly impeccable, he only received an E. Meanwhile, Diagon Pusey, whose performance was far inferior to Imk's, managed to earn an O. Thus, with the other 3 headmasters maintaining fairness, it has become increasingly easy for Slytherin to outscore the other houses in recent years. Currently, the students of Ravenclaw likely find themselves in the most complex and disheartened state, perpetually the runners-up, overshadowed by Slytherin. It is indeed a predicament. Even geniuses can find themselves at a disadvantage. As for the Hufflepuff students, they are somewhat indifferent, having not won the House Cup in ages. In truth, Hufflepuff is rather unfortunate, for with the largest student body, they also incur the most point deductions each year. Moreover, many of their students are not particularly keen on showcasing their abilities in class, resulting in fewer opportunities for gaining points. Consequently, with scant points added and numerous deducted, they ultimately find themselves in last place. As for Gryffindor, Chris alone contributed over 100 points this year. However, the little lions seem to squander points as if feasting on them. Maintaining second to last is quite commendable under such circumstances. Indeed, the performance of Slytherin has been exceptional. Chris heard Dumbledore add, however, we must also consider the events that transpired during Easter. The young wizards momentarily failed to comprehend. Easter is a holiday. After all, what could that possibly entail? Ah, right? It pertains to that incident. Just as everyone began to grasp the situation yet remained perplexed about Professor Dumbledore's intentions, he cleared his throat and continued. Therefore, there are additional points to be awarded. Let me see. Oh, the first recipient is Mr. Inklesko, sitting beside Chris. Imk sat in bewilderment, unsure of what was happening, confused about why he was being called. Courage is indeed a perplexing quality. Its power seems boundless. Yet it manifests in myriad forms, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. In confronting foes, we require extraordinary courage, and to make choices for our friends, that too necessitates great valor. Therefore, I shall award Mr. Inklesko 20 points. In the face of the most terrifying and dark of presences, he maintained his composure and bravely relayed the message to the professors at the school. The Gryffindors erupted into deafening cheers at Dumbledore's additional points, nearly shaking the enchanted ceiling. They truly did not anticipate such a turn of events. Chris, too, stood in shock, his expression blank, mechanically applauding him. He was genuinely astonished. Dumbledore had truly orchestrated this. Next, Dumbledore continued, the second recipients are Mr. George Weasley and Mr. Fred Weasley. These two young men have undoubtedly exemplified the great spirit of bravery inherent in Gryffindor. They did not yield in the face of dark wizardry, showcasing what it means to never abandon or give up. Ultimately, they faced the cruelest of dark magic. Yet they persevered with unwavering conviction and an indomitable spirit. For this, I shall award Gryffindor 40 points. The Gryffindor students, upon hearing this news, erupted into joyous celebration. Leaping at the table, one could hear Percy Weasley enthusiastically shouting to a younger student from another house. Did you hear? The Weasleys. 2 Weasleys. That's my brother, you know. We're all Weasleys. Chris observed this scene, knowing it wasn't over yet. He was next. Sure enough, Dumbledore announced, the third recipient is Mr. Chris Reed. A profound silence enveloped the hall. In confronting the threats posed by dark wizards, our young man stood at the forefront. Using his slight frame to shield against such lawless individuals. Through his actions, he demonstrated his righteousness, kindness, and bravery as a Gryffindor. In recognition of Mr. Chris Reed's courage, I shall award him 60 points. The moment Dumbledore's words fell, the raucous cheers became deafening. All the Gryffindor students fell into a frenzy of celebration. Their score now stood at 528 points, while Slytherin lagged behind at 497. They truly did not expect to surpass Slytherin on the final day of the term. At the head table, Professors Snape and McGonagall exchanged a handshake, a gesture of concession. Their smiles strained and awkward. The cheers from the Gryffindor table rose to a crescendo, with everyone standing and celebrating, even Imp, the little chubby one, being engulfed by the jubilant crowd. Chris took a sip of orange juice and glanced at the Slytherin table, which resembled a gathering of forlorn creatures. This means Dumbledore had to raise his voice to be heard above the thunderous applause, for even the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were celebrating Slytherin's unexpected defeat. We need to make some minor alterations to the decorations here. With a clap of his hands, the green streamers transformed into vibrant red, and the silver became gold. The imposing Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Now, let the feast and celebration commence, Dumbledore declared with a smile. Countless delightful dishes suddenly appeared on the table, and the Gryffindor students began conversing animatedly, savoring the delicious food. Their words and actions infused with the joy and confidence of having won the House Cup. In stark contrast, their neighbors at the Slytherin table wore expressions devoid of any joy. It is no wonder that they cannot find joy. Slytherin House has reigned supreme, winning the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, only to have that streak shattered by none other than their most despised rivals, Gryffindor. How could one be in good spirits under such circumstances? Did you hear? Just a moment ago, Professor Dumbledore praised me. He remarked that in the face of the most terrifying and dark forces, I managed to retain a semblance of sanity and bravely conveyed the message to the professors at the school. Such commendation from Dumbledore is a tremendous honor. I suspect that among all the students at Hogwarts, there are very few whom Dumbledore could recall, yet he remembered me and lauded my efforts. Look at my prowess. Imp, who idolizes Dumbledore, is now utterly elated, even bordering on euphoric. Well, by your reasoning, aren't we even more remarkable? We have demonstrated a spirit of bravery and fearlessness. Can you match our strength? George interjected. Indeed, you are right, Imp conceded, momentarily at a loss for words. To encapsulate the essence of the situation, I must invoke the words of the renowned figure from the Chinese magical realm, Master Ma, the Grand Master of Tai Chi and Qigong. Recently, a friend from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff inquired, Chris, what transpired? I, perplexed, asked for clarification. Upon arriving at the Great Hall today, I discovered that not long ago, a deranged dark wizard, a man in his 40s weighing over 80 kilograms, had succumbed to madness in his pursuit of magical prowess. In his lunacy, he sought to enhance his abilities, ultimately leading him to a path of destruction, targeting mere people in his quest for treasure, imploring me for assistance in curing his insanity. As a vanguard of Gryffindor, I could not refuse, so I agreed. I then expressed to him that his approach to magic was misguided, met with his defiance. Initially, I challenged him, saying, You old bald professor, you wield 2 wands, yet you come to challenge me, who only holds one. He was unable to counter effectively. He dismissed my claims, but I insisted my method was valid. Traditional magic emphasizes finesse. A mere 200 pounds of muscle could be bested with a well-placed spell. This dark wizard, indignant at my assertion, insisted on a demonstration, insisting that I duel him. I agreed, and thus, We commenced. As I spoke, I swiftly cast a spell, which was executed with remarkable speed. In an instant, he was rendered unconscious. I, Chris, transformed my aggression into defense, adhering to the principles of traditional magic. As dictated by decorum, my spell nearly overwhelmed him, yet I opted for restraint, smiling as I prepared to sheath my wand, hoping he would reconsider his ways and repent. After all, according to the principles of traditional magic, he had already lost. However, this rogue disregarded the rules and launched a sudden attack on George and Fred to coerce me. Alas, I had been negligent in safeguarding them, and in my attempt to prevent their victimization, I called for a halt. Instead, he unleashed the unforgivable curse upon George and Fred with cruel intent, truly a heinous act. Ultimately, I, Chris, was left with no choice but to avenge them, shedding tears as I dealt the final blow. In the aftermath, I reflected deeply on the events that unfolded. This was not a mere whim. It was evident that he had been entrenched in dark magic for several years, arriving well prepared. This bald fool, the snot-nosed professor, acted without honor, resorting to deceit and ambush against an 11-year-old. Is this acceptable? Absolutely not. Thus, the current magical world is rife with individuals who yearn for immediate elevation, with dark wizards spiraling into madness in their relentless pursuit of power. As an exemplary student of Hogwarts, I feel compelled to counsel these dark wizards to reconsider their choices, to reflect sincerely, and to refrain from engaging in such petty cunning in the future. Hogwarts is not a playground for the likes of them. Of course, the entire British magical community should prioritize harmony and uphold the principles of fair play, avoiding infighting. That is the righteous path. The day after the year-end feast, when I awoke, I discovered my wardrobe was empty and my bookshelf was bare. All my belongings had been packed away into their respective suitcases, likely by the house elves. I would not need to worry about these trifling matters. The house elves would carry my luggage to the train. I could not help but marvel at the blissful life of magic at Hogwarts. No cleaning, no packing, just indulgence. However, returning home would not be so pleasant. I would have to wash dishes, tidy up, and, without the use of magic, I would have to handle numerous tasks myself, quite a headache. Indeed, the summer vacation notices had been distributed to each student, warning them against the use of magic during the break. This is in accordance with the Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards Act, established in 1875 by the Ministry of Magic, which forbids minors from using magic outside of school. This act is enforced by the Office for the Prohibition of Magic Abuse within the ministry. The law applies to those under 17 years of age who still bear traces of magic. However, the ministry allows for exceptions in specific circumstances, such as self-defense and life-threatening situations. Furthermore, preschool-age children or those without wands are exempt from this law, as they often lack control over their magical abilities. In general, the ministry employs this law to restrict underage wizards from using magic in the presence of muggles. As stated in the third clause, the intentional use of magic in muggle-populated areas constitutes a criminal offense. Nevertheless, the seventh clause indicates that magic may be used in front of muggles under certain circumstances, including when the lives of the wizard or accompanying wizards or muggles are at risk. In essence, one must refrain from using magic where muggles are present. Should there be any magical disturbance in such locations, it constitutes a violation of the law. This law effectively targets young wizards from muggle families, which carries an element of discrimination. The detection of magical traces only identifies the presence of magic around underage wizards, but does not ascertain who wielded it. Consequently, the ministry often arrives at erroneous conclusions. For example, in the second book, the hover charm was the work of Dobby the house elf, not Harry Potter. Yet the ministry remained oblivious. Why is this so? Simply because you are the only wizard residing nearby. If only an adult wizard were present in your home, you could easily shift the blame onto them. Moreover, if you happen to have a wizard in your household, that would not trace anything back to you. Clearly a case of bullying the children of muggle families. It is indeed a disheartening situation. However, upon returning home, Chris could still use minor spells as his sister had yet to begin her schooling. After all, children of preschool age or those without wands are exempt from this law, right? So, should they dare to investigate, I would simply attribute any magic to my sister, and what could they do? This is what one might call a clever evasion of the law. Once Hagrid led them to their boats across the lake, they finally boarded the Hogwarts Express. With the vacation upon them, spirits were high. Chris and his friends chatted animatedly, gazing out at the lush, well-kept countryside. The train passed through various muggle towns as they savored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, shedding their wizarding robes for jackets and short sleeves. Eventually, the train came to a halt at King's Cross Station, Platform 9. They took a considerable amount of time to exit the platform entirely. A gaunt old guard stood at the ticket gate, permitting only 2 or 3 individuals to pass at a time, thus preventing a throng of people from simultaneously emerging from the sturdy walls, which might attract the attention of muggles. "Hey, Chris and Imk. If you have nothing planned this summer, you're welcome to visit our home," George said with a smile. "Indeed, both of you must come. I shall send an owl to invite you," Fred chimed in enthusiastically. "That sounds wonderful, thank you. I believe it would be an excellent experience," Chris replied, grinning. He was indeed eager to witness what a wizarding family was like. Furthermore, this was the infamous burrow, which certainly piqued his interest. He was very much looking forward to seeing it. Chapter 121. May I have 2 wands? As they approached the exit leading back to the Muggle world, more people continued to squeeze past them. Some called out, "Goodbye, Red. Farewell, Chris. Don't forget about me." "Ah, you see, being famous has its perks. People bid you farewell," Imk remarked, flashing him a grin. "Oh, come on, why don't you do it instead?" Chris joked. They then proceeded together through the exit. "I think I see them. Mom, they're over there. Mom, look." It was Ginny, along with Ron, George, and Fred's younger siblings. "Don't shout so loudly, Ginny. Young ladies should be more ladylike," Mrs. Weasley said with a warm smile as she gazed down at them. "Oh, George, Fred, my dears, how are you both? Are you feeling all right now?" she asked with concern. "Oh, Mom, don't worry, we're both perfectly fine," George declared, flexing his arm in a show of strength. "Oh, by the way, Mom, I'd like to introduce you to my 2 good friends, Chris Red and Imk, Fred said, gesturing towards Chris and Imk. Chris, upon being introduced to Fred, quickly smiled and said, "Good day, madam. Thank you for the Christmas gift, I truly cherish it." However, he also expressed his regret for not being able to rescue George and Fred in a timely manner, which led to their injuries. "I am sincerely sorry, Mrs. Weasley." "Oh, it is of no consequence, dear." Mrs. Weasley waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "On the contrary, you must understand that I am truly grateful for your efforts in saving George and Fred. As their mother, I am acutely aware of their nature. Although I do not know the full circumstances, I can only assume they were indeed instigating mischief." Upon hearing this, Chris was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Mrs. Weasley did not press for further details and continued, "I am immensely thankful for your timely intervention, otherwise, we might never have seen them again." At this point, Mrs. Weasley's eyes glistened with tears, her love for her children unmistakably evident. "Oh, Mother, please do not be upset. We are all right, are we not?" George quickly consoled his mother, noticing her distress. "Indeed, Mother, there are many eyes upon us," Ron added, feeling the weight of the onlooker stares, his face flushed with embarrassment. Wishing to leave the scene. "Yes, madam, it was my duty. George and Fred are dear friends of mine, and I would never wish for them to come to harm." Chris hurriedly interjected to ease the tension. "Oh, child," the emotional Mrs. Weasley was profoundly touched and embraced Chris tightly. At this moment, Chris found himself at a loss for words. Mrs. Weasley was exceedingly warm-hearted. After bidding farewell to the Weasley family, Chris and Imk walked together towards the train station. Chris's father, Anot, also arrived. However, due to the lack of parking at the station, he remained outside, waiting on a nearby street. "Imk, aren't you heading home yet?" "No. I must wait for a train that will take me directly to my grandfather's house. My father has yet to forgive me, as you know, he is ever so stubborn. Believing I should adhere to his plans and attend a proper secondary school rather than some trivial institution," Imk lamented. The conflict with his father had persisted for a year without resolution, and he still resided at his grandfather's home, feeling lost and uncertain about his future. He feared his father might have already forgotten him, or perhaps even started anew under a different identity in a gaming realm. "Don't be disheartened. In time, we will see each other again. Remember to study diligently once you return. Do not become complacent," Chris reassured him. Sigh. "I truly do not understand why the school prohibits us from practicing magic. It feels utterly ineffective to merely read about it." Imk expressed his frustration, scratching his head. "By the way, do you think if I could devise a means to acquire another adult wizard's wand, I could then perform magic? Perhaps I could showcase my abilities in front of my father, and he would no longer oppose me." Imk mused, struck by an idea. "How could that possibly work?" "Imk, I urge you to abandon that notion. It is certainly unfeasible. If you attempt such a thing and get expelled, I would be powerless to assist you," Chris quickly interjected, attempting to dissuade Imk from this foolish idea. "Why not?" Imk queried, perplexed. "Wands are unrelated to traces. If any fool has told you that using another's wand allows you to bypass detection, they are gravely mistaken. Switching wands does not erase the traces, rather, it serves to conceal your actions when engaging in activities you wish to keep secret. Moreover, you must ensure that the Ministry of Magic does not discover that wand. Otherwise, you would still be doomed. Chris admonished sternly. Are you familiar with the African School of Magic, Hogwarts? I think I've heard of it, Imp replied uncertainly. It is a prestigious institution situated in Uganda's Moon Mountains, renowned for being the largest magic school, drawing students from across Africa. However, wands are a European invention. Although we have utilized wands for quite some time, you are aware of the circumstances in Africa. Consequently, it was not until the last century that African witches and wizards regarded wands as useful tools. Thus, at Hogwarts, they have adapted to performing magic without wands, often casting spells through gestures or finger movements. When some unruly students at Hogwarts practiced magic outside of school and faced accusations, they had a potent excuse. I merely waved my hand. I never intended to dislocate his jaw. Do you think you can compare yourself to them? Here, many wizards go their entire lives without mastering wandless magic, let alone underage wizards. Moreover, even if one can perform wandless magic, such excuses cannot be overused, especially not in their own vicinity. Do you think the Ministry of Magic is foolish? They will still investigate. Chris patiently elucidated the circumstances to Imp, for he wished to avert any impulsive use of magic on his part, fearing that a grave consequence might render their meeting impossible in the coming year. Chapter 122. The True Magical Realm. Alas, it appears that such a course is unfeasible. Imp shook his head and sighed, exhibiting a visage of profound disappointment. Yet, there exists a solution: to remain in places teeming with wizards. How so? Imp's eyes brightened with curiosity. Consider Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, or even the residence of a wizard. Remember, it is not sufficient to simply select any location. If a minor wizard finds themselves amidst a throng of adult wizards, the Ministry of Magic would be utterly incapable of discerning who is casting spells. In such instances, it relies solely on their self-regulation. I trust no one would be so idle as to report you to the Ministry for a transgression. Thus, it follows that only if you are accused will you encounter trouble. This is a legal loophole. Such is the privilege of wizarding families, a benefit we cannot envy. Chris remarked with a gesture of his hands. All right, fine. What you've said amounts to little more than empty words. I still cannot use magic, Imp retorted, feeling no compulsion to venture into such places merely to wield magic, deeming it an utterly frivolous pursuit. In any case, just refrain from using magic recklessly. Of course, should you find yourself in a life-threatening situation, that is another matter entirely. The Ministry's regulations regarding this issue are exceedingly stringent. Should you be discovered casting spells outside